This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Tower of the Great Sage. The half-declined 3-story stone tower is covered with vines and moss, and the crows nesting on the top protrusion are chirping noisily. The young bird, learning to fly, stood by the nest and flapped its wings. The chirping of insects not far away is tempting birds to come and look for food. The stone tower surrounded by the forest, even if it is half-tilted, still stands proudly. The small open space around the stone tower seems to indicate its inviolability. But the plants clinging to the tower, or the small animals living here, show a close side. The three of them walked through the forest path that was sprinkled with sunlight. The open space and dazzling sunlight that suddenly appeared in front of them made it difficult to adapt to them for a while. When my eyes got used to the sudden bright light, the stone tower bathed in the sun suddenly appeared before my eyes. This was the destination of this trip. In the Aaron calendar, 723, the 12th year after time travel, Gabrashlin Tripwood, who holds the title of magician, finally has a magic tower of his own. Teacher, is this the Tower of the Great Sage? Following behind, a fair-skinned girl with blonde hair, and one of the apprentices asked in an incomprehensible tone, carrying a backpack that was almost bigger than him. He looked up at the scenery in front of him with an expression of admiration, disappointment, or a mixture of the two. Another girl with black hair and brown skin, wearing 2 braids, said in a cold tone, "The location of the magic map is here. If you have any doubts, stick the contract certificate to the door panel and see if it can be activated. I know those things. It's just..." The blonde girl hesitated, looked at the older man next to her, and said, "I'm a little surprised. What you want to say is disappointment." Harumi. Lin rubbed the girl's fluffy blonde hair, not caring about the comments of others. In fact, that was what he had in mind. But realistically, we can't force anything more. Slowly came to the huge wooden door. Perhaps it is also protected by magic, allowing the wooden door to maintain its original function. Heavy and thick, and intimidating. Although the iron bars and rivets on the door were not brand new and shiny, they did not have any rust. The dark metallic color seemed to have been baptized by countless blood, telling the fact that it was impossible to forcefully open the door. Take out the crap paper roll from the Magic Association from the scroll box you carry with you. On it are the code words recorded with special energy patterns. They are used to gain control of the magic tower. Of course, they must also be used to open the door. There is no incantation to open the door. The scroll can be used like a key. Just unfold it and stick it on the door. The energy flowed on the wooden door, and finally passed through the scroll to Lin's right hand holding the scroll, and imprinted a special multicolored mark on the back of the hand, which was then hidden under the skin. At the same time, the door opened in response. The creaking sound of the door opening is like the tower talking to itself, muttering about its years and rich history. The door crack gradually opened, gradually revealing the hall of the magic tower. The inside was not as dark and dilapidated as imagined, but the lighting was pretty good. A few beams of sunlight came in, illuminating most places. Lin thought about it, and looked at the large opening on the top of the tower, and couldn't help but understand. "Do you want to go in directly, teacher?" Halumi raised her head and asked the man who had not entered the tower. Feeling the brief message from the imprint, Lin knew that the damage to the magic tower meant that even if the gate was intact, other creatures would use it as a nest to live in. And it is still a small settlement with more than 10 lives. More detailed information cannot be known, and only by entering the core room of the magic tower can one truly control everything. Looking back at the 2 apprentices, after thinking for a while, Lin said, "Kaya, you can stay here this time," pointing to the largest tree at the edge of the forest. "We set up position over there." Having followed her teacher for several years, and already familiar with each other's habits on adventures, the brown-skinned girl came to the designated location and took out the short wand. The spell was whispered, and the shaping technique, under the command of the wand, raised the land to form a small, semi-shielded cave. The cave is not deep, just enough for 3 people's luggage, and a small mound for the girl Kaya to shelter herself. She cast another listening spell on herself, allowing her to hear the whispers in the air and the sounds of animals. Although it is only a general meaning and not very clear, it already serves as a warning for outdoor adventures. Finally, she took out a crossbow that was almost as tall as her from her bag, used the winch to open the bow arm, and placed a crossbow arrow as thick as her thumb. Everything was ready. As for the 2 people who were about to enter the magic tower, They put down their extra belongings and only carried a light scroll box. In addition to his cane, Lin also carried a handy dagger. The girl Halloumi has a small buckler and a dagger. Then both of them blessed themselves with 3 sets of magic: giant strength, stone skin, and wind barrier. The first 2 are easy to understand, and the last spell can deflect ordinary bows and arrows or other types of throwing weapons. Yes, that's right. These 3 people are a combination of a magician and a magic apprentice. It's just that the most accustomed fighting method for magicians in this world is to add a buffer to themselves, and then fight head-on with the enemy. A magician who is weak and can only hide behind soldiers and rub fireballs does not exist in this world. Or that kind of person will soon be called by God and become everyone's memory and negative teaching material. In addition, Lin also took out an additional wooden ring and sprinkled some magic stone powder into the grooves of the ring. The whisper that summoned the demon puppet summoned a clay puppet that was nearly 2 people tall. The summoned object at the cost of magic stone powder will certainly not have high intelligence or powerful abilities, but as a pathfinder and human shield, it is more than enough. When he handed the ring to Harumi, it also represented that he was handing over the command of the clay doll to the girl. As soon as the 2 met, they headed towards the magic tower in the order of clay doll, Halloumi, and Lin, using the clay puppets to open the way and lure the enemy. Lin acted as the rear guard, and at the same time warned of the enemies that might come from behind. This was the usual tactical formation of the 3 masters and apprentices. A low-level summon from the elemental realm. The clay puppet has no legs. Its existence must be connected to the ground, whether it is soil or stone. In short, it cannot jump or swim. It can actually move at the bottom of the river. Although the huge body has the disadvantage of blocking the field of vision, it can also prevent most attacks from the front. Halloumi skillfully controlled the progress of the clay puppet and entered the tower. Remember the layout of the Great Sage's tower. Go directly to the core room. After taking control of the magic tower, it will be easier to eliminate the remaining enemies. Lin clearly stated the goal and direction this time. At the same time, it also reminds the girl not to bother searching for possible enemies. After mastering the tower core, no creature will be able to hide. The 2 of them move forward cautiously. Years of low-level adventure experience have made Lin clearly aware that all creatures in this world are dangerous. Even herbivorous animals have 1 or 2 deadly attacks. Giving someone a hard blow and then trying to escape is what a creature at the bottom of the food chain in this world would do. It can also be said that species that only know how to increase their survival rate by escaping have already become extinct. Therefore, you can never be too cautious when encountering any living creature in the wild. The girl walking in front had the same understanding. She had learned countless lessons in the past few years, but she had this knowledge deeply engraved in her mind. Entering the first floor, the 2 did not advance rashly, but stopped to observe the situation on the first floor. The layout of the magic tower is very simple. Unlike most castles, it also has a defensive function, so the internal passages are designed to be winding. In particular, this tower has a history of thousands of years, and the layout of the magic tower during that period was even simpler. The hall is in a diamond shape, with a room in each of the 4 directions. Although the east side part has been damaged and the wall is still there, the ceiling and the second floor are seriously damaged, which are the main parts that allow light to shine in. In the center is a spiral staircase leading to the upper level. The layout on the second floor has more rooms connected by a circular walkway. The core rooms of all magic towers, and the rooms used by the tower owners are located on the top floor, which is on the 3rd floor. It is also usually the strongest part. The damage to this tower was in another part that was not part of the core room. The doors of the 4 rooms on the first floor are still intact, so the possibility of an ambush can be ruled out. As for the damaged part on the east side, there are only a few skylights and there are no climbing paths, so it can be ignored for the time being. In the magic tower, the room door cannot be opened freely without the permission of the tower owner. Those uninvited guests who stayed here could only enter and exit through the damaged opening, and could not open or close the door. Controlling the clay doll to walk towards the second floor, Lin and Halloumi were several steps behind. If the creatures who live here are intelligent, this place is the best place to ambush. Sure enough, as soon as the clay puppet emerged, there were several popping sounds of hard objects hitting the ground, as well as the unique screams of goblins. Chapter 2: Uncivilized Races. Goblins. Imps. Goblins. This group has many names, and compared to their civilized brethren, uncivilized goblins can be said to be cancer cells in this world. It can mate with females of all species of Homo sapiens. It has a short gestation period and multiple births at a time. It has the ability to carry on the family line in less than a year of growth. Of course, its lifespan is not long, not creative, but knows how to loot and use tools, including weapons. Some experienced goblin shamans or elders are no less cunning than humans. Before Lin traveled through time, he had read an online gossip article, using the growth period and reproduction ability to discuss the reasons why elves and dwarves would definitely be replaced by humans if they existed in reality. According to its discussion, the goblins of this world are definitely the protagonists of the next era, replacing the humans of this world. Most individuals are not powerful, but can be troublesome to hunt. If left alone, it will cause considerable harassment to sparse human settlements, and even cause loss of life and property. For powerful adventurers, uncivilized goblins are the last enemies they want to encounter. It's a lot of trouble to kill, and there's not much reward. However, this kind of opponent is the enemy that these three masters and disciples encounter most often. With their abilities, they can crush the opponent as long as they are careful not to cause any accidents. This is also a bad habit that Lin Song brought from before time travel. When playing games, he would rather activate the cheat code. If he cannot activate the cheat code, he still has to practice to the full level. Then he can crush all opponents happily, and then slowly enjoy the story. I also don't like to play with heartbeat. Press the bottom line, and kill monsters until the last drop of blood, because the latter capsizes too easily. The story must be rerun from the record point. Once or twice is fine, but it will be very annoying if it happens several times. After coming to this world, he only had one life, but there was no record point, so all his actions were even more conservative. Goblins are the easiest commission to receive, because few people are willing to fight them, and they multiply quickly, so there are a lot of them. Now that we encounter him, it goes without saying, just kill him. Uncivilized goblins are definitely unwelcome and bad tenants. The clay doll, who was the first to ascend to the second floor, started a fierce confrontation with the goblins at one end of the passage. The short stature looks extra flexible in a narrow space, compared to the goblins jumping up and down. The clay puppets just swing their heavy arms and smash down hard. You may not be able to get close to these nimble little monsters even if you swing them 3 or 5 times. But if you touch them once, you will still be crippled even if you don't die. Compared to the clay dolls who were already engaged in a fierce battle, the two people still standing on the spiral staircase were calmer. Lin struck the ground twice with his left cane and chanted, "Bright light!" The magic illuminated the first floor. Having been prepared in advance, he quickly adapted to the sudden light and saw every corner clearly. In most of the dungeon exploration, the attacks that bring down the team come from behind. Even if it is clear that there is no ambush on the first floor, the sudden light can occasionally explode 1 or 2 hidden monsters. But this time, the backside was clean. Halloumi also did not rush to the second floor immediately. Instead, she held the dagger tightly in both hands and held it flat in front of her chest, staring at the gap between the first and second floors. The goblin at the other end of the passage did not join the battle with the clay puppet, but was waiting for the next enemy. However, the subsequent enemies did not come up the stairs for a long time, and the sudden bright light made them confused. The goblin ambushing at the front poked his head out, and he clearly saw the blonde girl holding a dagger, and inserted the weapon into his eye socket with a calm expression. The apprentice-level giant power technique gave the girl the strength of a bear, and she stabbed the dagger neatly into the root, while quickly destroying the enemy's brain. It also squeezes out the other eyeball and bursts out plasma. Halloumi then used the goblin as a shield and rushed up to the second floor, blocking the incoming attacks, and clearing a small space for herself to use her hands and feet. Lin, who was watching from behind, was still a little uncomfortable even though he had seen it countless times. Yes, the fighting style of magicians in this world is so brutal. Even a girl under the age of 10 becomes a magic apprentice, and after a few years of adventure, she can kill other creatures without changing her expression at the age of a primary school student. There is only one reason why the magic martial arts style of play has become the mainstream, and that is the auxiliary magic in this world, which has considerable benefit effects and duration. Instead of constantly bombarding the enemy with fireballs, covering yourself with buffers, trampling the enemy under your feet, and then beating the opponent's head to pieces with one stick after another, the spiritual satisfaction is incomparable to the former. Fighting started on both sides of the passage, and Lin Kai walked up to the second floor unhurriedly. The narrow space allowed the two of them to walk side by side. If they wanted to kill each other, There was really no room for friendly troops standing beside them. So Lin did not rush to join the battle on either side. There is no danger in the direction of Halloumi for the time being. But the possible danger comes from the side of the clay doll. While the commander himself was busy fighting, the puppets just followed their instincts and attacked each other with the invading enemies. The golem's defensive power comes from the material used to shape its body. And clay is of course the lowest level. As long as it is cut off or cut away from the body, it will turn into nothingness and return to the discrete elemental state. In other words, the clay puppet is just a useful cannon fodder. A tool used to deflect part of the attack when dealing with a large number of enemies. The reward for the elemental spirit that possesses it is the magic stone or magic stone powder used at the beginning of the summoning. They will only last for a maximum of 1 day, or until they are dispersed. When everything is over, the body that was temporarily formed in the material world will be abandoned and returned to where it came from. Therefore, you can always see this kind of temporarily summoned devil on the battlefield, being beaten smaller and smaller, and then disappearing completely. Lin knows this very well, so he will take over the battle in the direction of the clay puppet. And this time is coming sooner than expected. When the remaining clay dolls turned into clay dolls and were crushed by a kick, Lin saw perhaps his biggest opponent, this time the hobgoblin. Some relatively strong mothers will occasionally give birth to goblins with extraordinary talents. They have nothing to do with being thin. They have bodies twice the size of ordinary goblins. Their thick arms and legs contain strength beyond that of ordinary humans. However, the one in front of him was in a much more miserable state, with several wounds on his body still stained with pus and blood, and a bone-deep wound on his lower jaw, which made the already ugly face even more ferocious. Only a small part of the old leather armor was still hanging on the body, leaving it completely defenseless. On the other hand, the huge bone on the hand is quite threatening. It may be the leg bone of some powerful monster. The magical power emanating from it makes people shiver. This hobgoblin directed 2 ordinary goblins around him to use blow darts. Generally speaking, these weapons would be poisoned by them, increasing their lethality to people. However, for Lin, a real magician, the wind barrier that had been on him from the beginning easily pushed the blowing arrow away. The blow dart had no effect on a human wearing a robe, which seemed to surprise the 2 goblins. However, they didn't think much about it. With a strange scream, they grabbed sticks and attacked. The thin stature of ordinary goblins allowed them to fight side by side in this narrow passage. But this did not pose a threat. Lin put his left hand on the ground with his stick and easily blocked the attack from one side. At the same time, the magician-level giant force technique, combined with a wave of the short sword in his hand, went directly towards the thin neck of the other goblin, cutting it in 2. After taking care of one of them, Lin looked at the other goblin, who retreated to the wall. The frightened expression made people feel indescribable disgust. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is the most common trait of these uncivilized low-level races. So Lin didn't say much and kicked his legs directly towards the goblin's head. Suddenly red and white splashed all over the floor. Needless to say, there was a lot on my feet. All these cruel scenes seemed to arouse the ferocity of the hobgoblin, causing him to hold the bone high and swing it directly. Although Lin had blessed himself with the stone skin technique, he had no interest in using the Tianling guide to pick up the mace. The raised cane blocked Gu Duo's attack, and the dagger was going straight underneath. With a huge increase in strength, Lin was like poking tofu, without any hindrance. But there were a few more holes in the hobgoblin's body. Spraying blood? You must be merciless when dealing with enemies, especially uncivilized ethnic groups. Good intentions cannot bring good results. Lin knew it very well. So after he inserted his last sword into the hobgoblin's belly, he didn't pull it out. Instead, he dragged it to the side, letting the hobgoblin's intestines fall all over the floor. Massive bleeding and serious injuries caused the hobgoblin to collapse to the ground. But he still glared fiercely at the person in front of him, as if trying to scare him away. However, this will not deter people like Lin, who have clearly understood what kind of attitude they must have to survive in this world. He stepped on the hobgoblin's heaving chest, inserted the dagger into his opponent's neck and spine, and then click. After taking care of the enemies in front of him, Lin took a moment to look at the situation of Halloumi behind him. Although there are more enemies on the girl's side, there are no higher-level enemies like the hobgoblins. So they have entered the finishing stage, inflicting the final blow on the still panting goblins. So Lin headed straight for the 3rd floor. The heavy stone gate remains intact. The materials used to build the magic tower are rare and expensive, which ensures its reliability and sturdiness. It may still be destroyed by huge external forces, But it is obviously not something the goblins can do. Although judging from the appearance of the tower, there is some damage to the third floor. The core room is definitely intact, because the previous tower owners confirmed to the Magic Association the integrity of the core part of the tower. The damage occurred earlier in history, so as long as the stone gate is intact, there is no need to worry about the enemy ambushing behind. Put your right hand with the mark on the stone door, and recite the secret mantra silently. This magic tower, which had been in the dust for several years, once again welcomed its new owner. The magic energy spreads along special lines, and connects to the energy pool that maintains the lowest level of operation. The energy fed back drives the mechanism of the stone door, slowly raising the stone door with a rumbling sound. The core room of the tower, which was originally pitch black, was dimly lit. As the stone gate rises, the light becomes brighter. When the passage was fully opened, the magic chandelier hanging high in the center of the tower's core room was fully lit. Chapter 3 Tower Master. Following his teacher into the core room of the tower, Halloumi looked around curiously. She had been staying at the Magician Academy, but she had never entered such an important place. It was not until today that her teacher was given the responsibility of a guardian and had her own magic tower. Only then did she have the opportunity to witness the extremely mysterious place that ordinary people and apprentices said. But for Lin, who is a teacher, this is also the first time. Although he had already learned how to operate most of the functions, this was the first time he had touched the real thing. But before getting familiar with the various operations, there's one important thing to do. Lin came to the console of the magic tower and pressed his right hand on the center position. The mark on the back of his hand echoed the magic array and floated in midair in front of him. The upright mercury energy pool connected to the alien plane started to fluctuate like a huge mirror. Output wave after wave of energy, completely awakening everything in the magic tower. Now, the Tower of the Great Sage has truly awakened. Place the special magic stone that you had prepared for a long time in the center of the console, the core of the magic circle, and the programming carved in the magic stone quickly takes over all functions of the tower. High-level magic towers have tower spirits, just like the world before time travel, so-called artificial intelligence butlers. However, as a historic building with a history of 1,000 years, the Tower of the Great Sage does not have such advanced technology. All functions of the magic tower require detailed operations and orders from the tower owner. And these 1,000 years have not passed in vain. Countless successors have already invented countless technologies for similar situations to allow magicians to inherit and master the magic tower faster and become the new tower owner. Lin referred to the technology left by his ancestors and the data of the Great Sage's tower, combined with his own knowledge before time travel, and made the simplest set of programming to control the magic tower, just like writing a driver for computer hardware. That way. That's right. Before time travel, as a PhD in physics and astronomy, I had to write all the special computer programs myself. In addition, I had no wife or son, so I could only rely on watching Love, Xinqing, Yili, and making movies by myself. It's easy to be a magic programmer in a different world despite being a sweaty nerd. Putting aside the feeling of not knowing whether to be proud or depressed, Lin activated the temperature monitoring function inside the magic tower and made it into a technology similar to thermal imaging. With a three-dimensional view of the inside of the tower, he quickly saw clearly that there were still uninvited guests in the magic tower. The body temperature of the newly deceased goblin has not completely dissipated, so it clearly appears on the picture formed by the energy pool. But compared with living goblins, there are still obvious differences. It was on the east side of the first floor, a room with a damaged structure. Although it was difficult to get in and out when observing before, it does not mean that it is impossible to hide there. 3 smaller hotspots, perhaps larvae of goblins. Lin thought so, judging from the number of this group. There are no female captives and no food reserves. Based on the conditions observed before, they probably escaped from other places. It's a pity that most of the rooms are closed magic towers, which are not very good places to stay. Halloumi! Calling the girl who was still looking curiously, Lin straightened her robe and said, "Go and help Kaya move things in. Next, we need to organize the tower into a livable condition. And we need to busy." "Yes, teacher," the blonde girl responded, then walked briskly to find her companion, who was similar in age. As for the remaining goblins, Lin decided to take care of it himself. On the one hand, the magic tower has just taken over, and there are many things that only I can do. Instructing the girl to deal with the remaining enemies, she had to crawl through the narrow hole in the wall to enter the hiding room, and she only had to open the door. After turning on all the lights in the magic tower, Lin walked downstairs and opened the door that was originally closed. The three goblins, who were neither newborns nor yet adults, hugged each other and hid in the corner of the bright room. Seeing the coming person, the most basic survival instinct of living things made the three little goblins show expressions of fear and begging for mercy. It is undeniable that no matter how ferocious and ugly a creature is, it is still quite cute in early childhood. Lin smiled kindly, and then released a fireball, directly burning the little doll into ashes. Next, he had to deal with the rest of the corpses and collect the loot, so he didn't have much time to care about the goblin baby. It's not that the magicians in this world don't know how to throw fireballs. It's just that the efficiency of throwing fireballs is not as good as that of their own buffer. However, when one fireball can solve everything, and there will be no other battles in the future, one fireball will still be much faster than adding a set of auxiliary magic and going up to fight melee. In a word, efficiency comes first. Strip slaying goblins of valuable items. Perhaps the most valuable thing is the bone filled with magical energy. Lin then used the light object technique to gather all the corpses into a room specially used for casting utensils. The energy pool of the magic tower was completely revived, and the furnace in the casting room also ignited with blazing flames. Throw all the dead goblins into the blue flames ignited with the purest magical energy. Almost as soon as it came into contact with the flames, the body vaporized and disappeared, leaving not even ashes. After cleaning up everything, Lin controlled it with his seal to keep the fire at a minimum, so that it wouldn't go out completely and wouldn't require full power. Except for the foundry room on the first floor. The damaged room where the little goblin used to hide was quite empty, but there were two holes on the floor that were quite conspicuous. It seems that it can be used as a warehouse. There are also several long tables in another room, with several large stoves built on the wall. It seems that it was converted into a dining room and kitchen by the previous owner of the tower. On the contrary, there is a moving planet map on the wall, which clearly shows the status of the star system in this world. The sun star is in the center, like the Earth's sun. The planet where this world is located in the fourth orbit and is called Midi. In addition, there are 5 planets. A total of 6 planets make up this star system. The planet map on the wall shows the current positions of each planet. It is also the only layout of the Tower of the Great Sage that has been truly preserved from thousands of years ago. The remaining original items had long been taken away, dismantled, or even given to the Magicians Association by the previous tower owners. This picture can be preserved only because the picture, mechanism and wall are integrated. And this wall is an important load-bearing component of the magic tower and cannot be demolished. The last room contains a few scattered weapon racks and human-shaped wooden racks of armor, but only a few rusty wooden handles and iron gun heads were left standing on the racks. Of the 8 rooms on the second floor of the magic tower, 1 room on the east side completely disappeared. The 2 on the left and right were severely damaged, and the 2 adjacent ones were also damaged, leaving only 3 intact. 1 is a library without books. If the tower owner dies, the things here will be taken away by people from the Magician Association, or if the tower owner voluntarily gives up the right to guard the tower and leaves. Most of the books here will be brought and stored by himself, so of course I will take it away. The remaining 2 are meditation rooms with different functions, each focusing on magical power. 2 of them were damaged, and 1 could be seen to be furnished for living, but it was probably just a small dormitory provided by the previous tower owner for apprentices. The other room looked like a research room, but apart from a few rickety cabinets and a few large, decayed tables, there was nothing else. The 2 badly damaged ones were used as balcony gardens, filled with flowers and birds. However, no one has cleaned it up for a long time, and now it is overgrown with vines and weeds. Without using a cane to sweep down the miscanthus that is about as tall as a person, there is still no place to stand. There are 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. The room on the east side is also damaged. It seems that the previous tower owner used it as a utility room. The core chamber is blessed and protected by special powers, so it remains intact. Another intact room is the ritual room, where Jufan summons creatures from other planes and practices destructive magic. Therefore, the ritual room is equipped with a barrier, and the protection of the structure is comparable to that of the core room. As a tower owner, the main scope of activities must be the highest level of the magic tower. All rest, sleep, eating, and research are all done in the core room. Most of the rooms on the lower floor are provided for apprentices or to store things that are not temporarily used by the tower owner. The topmost platform is equipped with the most important facility of each magic tower, an attack magic circle. Each tower is different. And this Tower of the Great Sage is equipped with a light bomb attack array, with an effective attack range of x 10 days, and a maximum attack range of triple x 10 days. Change to Earth units. It can be roughly understood as follows. The effective attack range is 10 kilometers, and the maximum range is 30 kilometers. In addition to providing residence and research for magicians, the most important task of all magic towers in the Lost World is to guard the local area, limit the growth and nuisance of wild creatures, warcraft, and uncivilized ethnic groups, and protect the survival and development of the civilized world. Therefore, in order to ensure that magicians have this awareness, although the magic tower can be owned by private individuals, it is not allowed to be inherited. When the tower owner dies or leaves, the ownership of the tower is transferred to the association, and the association selects the next qualified person. Of course, not everyone is willing to give up a powerful and expensive magic tower. More than 500 years ago, a student of the Dharma saint claimed the right to inherit the Tower of the Great Sage after his teacher passed away. The association formed a multi-district coalition force, and together they attacked the Tower of the Great Sage and killed all the magicians and apprentices who tried to resist. The huge hole on the second floor of the Tower of the Great Sage is the relic of the battle at that time. None of the succeeding tower owners carried out repairs. It's not to alert future generations or anything like that. It's purely because magic materials are extremely expensive. Generally, after a certain period of time, the magic acting on a material will dissipate, or even cause the material itself to be annihilated. Only magical materials can permanently transform the appearance of the plastic, carve the magic circle, and even increase the strength exponentially with the blessing of energy. Materials with such characteristics are of course not readily available, but rather rare. Scarcity means high price. How high is the price? The vast majority of magicians make nothing but spend their entire lives, and can only afford to build one floor. Those who know how to manage money can build a second floor. The standard for a magic tower is 3 to 5 floors, depending on the identity and energy level of the first tower owner. In other words, most of the owners of magic towers on the mainland today accept the entrustment of the Magician Association and inherit the existing magic towers. Either it was passed down by masters and apprentices for several generations, and they spent more than 100 years of savings to build it. Of course, using state-level financial resources to assist in the construction of magic towers is also the main source of new towers. Chapter 4 Reconstruction Ideas. He sent the 2 little girls away, asked Kai to clean up the environment inside the magic tower, and asked Halumi to go hunting for tonight's dinner. This is a job that the 2 girls strive for each other, and Lin has no reason to disagree. When stationed in any magic tower, the effective attack range within 10 kilometers naturally belongs to the territory of the magic tower. Unless the tower is built in a city, it will be limited to the interior of the tower, since he is responsible for suppressing the local monsters and uncivilized tribes. It stands to reason that the output here belongs to the tower owner. Unfortunately, in the association's evaluation, the Tower of the Great Sage's resources are at the lowest level. Its output is below the low standard, and its trouble level is at the upper middle level. After thousands of years, all the valuable things in the magic tower were taken away or destroyed by the previous tower owners, and now there is only one historical value left. We can't engage in tourism industry in this world. The historical value is of no use. It is for this reason that the Tower of the Great Sage fell into Lin's hands, because really no magician wants to come to this ghost place where birds don't lay eggs. Even though this tower was a powerful war fortress of the First Order thousands of years ago, today there is a hole in the tower, and most of the inherited artifacts have been lost. The ability rating of the Tower of the Great Sage has already fallen to the last order. He no longer has the courage he once had. In addition to the trouble of the environment, although it is rated as medium to upper level. In fact, the monsters that move within this range are all low-level group creatures. The added value of conquering Warcraft is not seen in the eyes of high-powered magicians, and the characteristics of group actions also prevent low-end adventurers from approaching easily, which leads to today's embarrassing situation of neither superior nor inferior. However, with so many shortcomings, it is not without its advantages. When the association obtained the Tower of the Great Sage, the application for reconstruction was also approved. As a semi-public magic tower, it is not up to the tower owner to do whatever he wants. Changes to the overall structure must also be approved by the association to prevent someone from privately dismantling the tower and selling it as magic materials. In fact, Something like this happened before. So there are relevant regulations. It can only be said that human greed is indeed unlimited. For the association, the ideal situation is for someone to take advantage of the situation and pay for the tower to be repaired. But the fact is that the resource output around the Tower of the Great Sage simply cannot afford the cost of renovation. Otherwise, such a long time would not have passed, and the tower would still look damaged. Lin's plan, in a nutshell, is to tear down the east wall and mend the west wall. Abandon severely damaged structures as materials. Repair slightly damaged parts. And repair as complete a structure as possible. This idea has been proposed in previous applications. But the actual method requires on-site inspection before repair can be carried out. And there is no guarantee of the final result. Generally speaking, such a vague plan will not be approved. It is really that this tower is too annoying. It has been vacant for several years, and no one is willing to move in. That is why the Magician Association will open the door to Lin's plan. The only condition is that it will end up being a 3-story tower, and the magic tower cannot be raised to the ground. Although the loopholes in the contract did not limit the ability to slim down the magic tower, Lin still conscientiously ignored this possibility. I don't know why the previous tower owners didn't think of similar repair ideas. Judging from the records, most people are worried that random modifications will destroy the entire magic circle of the magic tower, making the damaged but still usable condition directly become unusable. After all, it is rare for a tower to be damaged to this extent and still be able to maintain normal operation. While surveying the scene, there was a large open book floating beside him, which was the magic tower log obtained from the association. It records the research and modifications made by successive tower owners on the magic tower, as well as some insights and information about adding and removing artifacts. This book has been the most read in recent times. The running accounts recorded in it can be said to be boring and disorganized. The only good thing is that the time sequence is not messed up. But there is no classification. Looking at this record, Lin remembered the feeling of checking logs and debugging in the past. After actually seeing the condition of the Tower of the Great Sage and doing a little calculation of the materials, Lin probably had some idea. The first floor can be completely restored. The second floor can be restored to 6 complete rooms, and most of the damaged room on the 3rd floor is expected to be demolished and made into a balcony. This is related to my next plan. If there are any remaining materials available, repair the 7th room on the 2nd floor. After you have an idea in mind, the next step is to start planning. In addition to determining the order of construction, it is also necessary to reconstruct the energy transmission channel of the entire magic tower. At least those wall structures that are planned to be demolished must stop the energy supply. Otherwise, not even a piece of debris can be moved. Maybe motors are not my specialty, and I can't afford nanotechnology. But as a person from the science and engineering department, I can still understand the super large circuit board that is 3 stories high. In Lin's eyes, the energy transmission structure of the entire magic tower is just a circuit board. The magic array of some special nodes is like a capacitor or a resistor, playing a similar role. The energy transmission only ensures that it flows through each brick to allow the magic material to exert its characteristics. This level of understanding has been conducted in small-scale experiments in the past years, and has been verified to be correct. Now it is just enlarging the scale dozens of times to do the same thing. To modify the energy transmission route, the traditional approach is to start from the console in the core room, and then go to nearby nodes to make changes. However, relying on the program that Lin previously entered into the special magic stone as a basis, all the work can be completed more easily, and with the help of the knowledge of mixing the 2 worlds. The program written can form a more intuitive picture in the energy pool to assist in one's own transformation. Of course, the detailed input and output procedures still need to be adjusted, considering that this would not be a regular job. Lin did not intend to perfect the program. Use the habits you had before traveling through time, and do whatever is convenient for you. Everything is focused on efficiency. After that, we need to improve the main control interface, and there will be plenty of time to do that in the future. After all, this is where I plan to live for the rest of my life. The brown-skinned girl Kaya has tidied the magic tower up and down. That is to say, first use the wind technique to blow the dust out, and then use the water collection technique to wash all the places, mainly the blood stains, excrement, and other dirt left by goblins and other unknown animals. After doing it roughly, she was doing detailed cleaning and decoration in the core room. This place will be the temporary residence of the 3 masters and apprentices, and the other rooms will be sorted out later. What is more troublesome are those wooden products, such as beds, bookshelves, tables, etc. The previous tower owner did not have the luxury to use magic materials for these things, but instead processed them from nearby trees. As long as no one takes care of them, these things will get damaged very quickly. So another task of Kai is to count what can be used and what needs to be scrapped and remade. On the contrary, the large box used to store things was very sturdy, but a little dirty. After a little tidying up, I put the more valuable and rarely used items in the luggage and some belongings neatly into the box, replaced it with a lock, and the work here was done. Halloumi shouts came from downstairs. She had just caught a few rabbits and was calling for help. Kaya handed the key to the box to her teacher, then walked downstairs carrying a few pots. When two girls do these things, it can be considered that they are familiar with each other. Sure enough, the environment will make people grow. Peppering yourself in a beautiful place is called a happy childhood, but it will only ruin your child. Just before the two girls packed up the rabbit and cooked it into a pot of rabbit soup, Lin made the first modification to the entire tower's magic circuit. Bypass those structures that are scheduled to be demolished. Make reservations for the parts that need to be repaired, and optimize and improve the entire loop system. It looks like we can start work in the afternoon. Teacher, it's time for lunch. Halloumi held the two handles of the pot and carefully walked into the core room. Kaya followed, carrying several clean bowls and wooden spoons. In fact, there is no lunch habit in the Lost World. But there is no reason why Fat Mansion is fat. The main reason is that he cannot tolerate hunger. How could Lin possibly bear the thought of having to wait until dinner after breakfast? So he brought the habit of lunch to the Lost World. As for the fact that I can still maintain a well-proportioned figure without getting too fat, it's just that there is too much physical work in the world of Lost World, and I can't gain weight. Wild coriander combined with rabbit meat makes it delicious when stewed. While listening to the two girls' vision for the future, Lin felt relaxed. This can be regarded as settling into a home that truly belongs to one's own. After eating half full and taking a breather, Lin began to direct his two young apprentices. First, clean up the area to be repaired, mainly removing the damaged bricks and retaining the intact brick structure. Then just fill in the gaps with new magic bricks. The cleared waste bricks are gathered in the casting room, and new magic bricks will be made using the shaping technique and the magic flame in the furnace. This unskilled chore will be the job of two girls. The giant strength technique combined with the light object technique made the girls' errands count as labor, and they only had to go up and down the stairs. They haven't learned the magic of floating or flying yet, and their apprentice-level control doesn't allow them to move their bodies very accurately. It is more practical to walk on 2 feet. Lin's job was another one. He walked out of the magic tower and went to the surrounding woods, intending to find suitable wood to make several molds. The traditional manufacturing process of magic bricks is to use a ruler to cut out a rectangular shape from the original stone, which is a little longer than 16 centimeters, a little less than 10 centimeters wide, and a little more than 6 centimeters high, and then molded. Techniques to improve appearance. What is that little bit? When Lin looked at the data, he only had this idea. Some people say it is the width of a finger. Others say it is the thickness of a thumbnail. There are different opinions, and the level of skill of the producer can be achieved by just these little bits of manipulation. Because the quality of the magic brick's energy conduction and its characteristic performance after receiving the energy are inseparable from the shape and size of the brick. That data has long been recognized as the best size. As for that little bit, it is true that the standards of weights and measures in the Lost World are very crude and powerful. It's similar to Earth's cooking recipes. Add 1 spoonful of salt, 2 spoons of sugar, and 1 spoonful of soy sauce. Most recipes are not kind enough to remind beginners whether a spoonful is a tablespoon or a teaspoon. You always have to cook it to know whether it is too salty or too sweet. Of course, there is also a saying that if you directly use the sizes of 16dr, XDR, and 6dr, you can also get good results. But for a top science and engineering student who traveled from the Earth, how could he not see that this is exactly 1.618, followed by a bunch of decimal points? The golden proportional constant. Taking the standard measuring tape provided by the association and the precision of his own processing, Lin was not sure whether the golden ratio was the final answer. However, it is imperative to make several molds of the same specifications to speed up the production of magic bricks. Anyway, as long as the size falls within the range, the effect won't be that bad. Chapter 5. Pour mountains and rivers. Laying bricks is a technical job. If the apprentices can't do it, the teacher has to do it himself. There is no reason why I put so much effort into it. Although according to current construction technology, Magic bricks that meet the golden ratio should be the most ideal material. The Tower of the Great Sage was a product of 1,000 years ago. People of that era must have been less particular about this aspect. They created different structural parts with bricks of different sizes, which made people who were interested in repairing it later confused. The only good thing is that the magic brick Lin ordered the two girls to recreate is smaller in size than the antique bricks from thousands of years ago. No matter which part it is, there is no requirement to repair the bricks in the lost world. The smaller size makes it easier to fill in the gaps. However, in the end, there will always be some small gaps that do not fit the size of the bricks. At this time, if there are two girls working, they will come to ask for instructions. It takes time to listen to someone explain the actual situation, come up with a way to make up for it, and then explain it to the two girls until they understand. Even though they were ordered to follow the instructions, the two girls still asked about everything. As for the reason behind it, it's unclear whether they really don't understand, or they just pretend not to understand because they can't stand someone being lazy. As he came and went, Lin realized that he came relatively quickly. Who can tell someone who is not aware of being a teacher? He usually doesn't look like a teacher. Only when he wants to be lazy will he say some serious reasons that are not reasons. After a few attempts at fishing, people will see through his tricks, and he will no longer be able to maintain his airs. So Lin could only touch his nose and join the labor force. Anyway, at the speed of 2 magic apprentices, it would take a lot of time just to make new magic bricks from scrap materials. When someone joins the construction, the overall efficiency improves a lot. After working hard for a few days, seeing that supplies were running out, and the caravan that had been agreed upon when leaving the association had not yet arrived, and eating game every day was not an option, Lin had no choice but to order his apprentice to buy some food from a nearby village. That's right. There is a human village in the territory within 10 days of the Tower of the Great Sage. According to common legal principles in the Lost World, villages and towns within a certain territory fall under the jurisdiction of that territory and have various obligations. In fact, the common people in the Lost World are not at all like the ancient people on Earth, whether it was medieval Europe or the Xia Kingdom before modernization, who were as submissive to the nobles and scholar bureaucrats. Due to the threat of wild monsters and uncivilized races, the civil force is also quite strong. In addition to the various warriors, mercenaries and magicians who roam the entire continent in the name of adventurers, the vast majority of villagers, regardless of gender, are also qualified soldiers as long as they wear leather armor and pick up a sword. After all, without such strength, it is impossible to protect oneself outside the city walls. Although noble lords have the responsibility to protect the land, it does not mean that ordinary people can receive protection from noble gentlemen when they face danger. Most of the time, you still have to ask for blessings and take up arms to defend the safety of your life and property. This also creates the strong folk customs in the Lost World. The lords' responsibilities were to prepare the army and participate in wars. At the bottom, they were responsible for managing and mediating disputes. For things like tax collection, military service, and labor service, the people must agree with the lord before they can be expected to cooperate. If you want to bully men and women, or use aristocratic weapons to force people to obey and collect wealth, once the reputation of the evil lord is spread, it will just attract some righteous demons to search for flesh, internet bullying, etc. At most, it's just a face full of saliva. The righteous devil in the problem world really knows how to greet the evil lord with a knife, and then chops off the evil lord's head. Then the bard told another story of chivalry and righteousness. What's more, some small lords, who were enshrined in remote areas, took office with a few 3 or 5 followers. It is also common to hear of people being buried deep in the mountains and forests by local people before they can enjoy the power of the nobility. If the central government sends troops to investigate, most of them will get a sentence. The new lord thought he was very powerful, so he went into the forest to hunt monsters. But he never came back. There is no way to verify this kind of thing. But it is words that are so reasonable that one cannot find fault with them. To put it simply, poor mountains and poor water support unruly people. To put it more bluntly, the village under the jurisdiction of the Tower of the Great Sage is populated by such a group of unruly people. The world of Lost World can be said to be vast and sparsely populated. People are a kind of wealth. The development of wastelands by humans not only symbolizes the expansion of the scope of civilized activities, but also the reduction of the scope of monsters and other dangers. Therefore, destroying villages for no reason will attract the attention of high-level authorities in the world of Lost World. And it will not be a good thing for the initiator. not to mention the justice messengers among the people. Since the magic tower is the most powerful strategic weapon, the light bullet attack magic array is of no use. Because if it is used, it will kill the village. Since you can't kill people casually, you can only rely on gentle means to gain the trust of the people. Huayra must have background power, political backing, and most importantly, bribery with benefits. Can a magician with so many advantages afford to be reduced to being a tower master? Thinking of the rumors I heard before setting off, the previous tower owners had been indifferent to that village, and the previous tower owner sadly abandoned the tower and fled. Before setting off, Lin decided to continue the actions of the previous tower master and continue to ignore the human gathering place. In the environmental assessment of the Tower of the Great Sage, the level of trouble was rated as medium to high, and the village really contributed a lot. Now that he was forced to deal with each other for food, Lin said in his heart that it was impossible not to worry. However, instead of directly negotiating with him, he sent the eloquent Halloumi, who also brought money to buy food. Since the girl is so cute, it shouldn't be a big problem. Lin thought to himself that maybe he was sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. No matter what, let's wait for the result. The remaining two masters and apprentices became a lot quieter without the most outgoing and cheerful girl. Kai herself doesn't like to talk, and Lin, a former fat nerd, is also the type who is not good at chatting. Suddenly someone is missing from their lives. Both of them become lazy, and even their work efficiency drops a lot. Then at the estimated return time, there was still no trace of someone, and the level of worry gradually increased. Lin warned himself not to be impulsive. Maybe the girl just wanted to play, and maybe she was delayed on the way. Until dusk, the master and apprentice sitting at the door of the magic tower saw someone walking out of the woods crying. Was he angry? Or should you relax? Lin's heart was full of mixed feelings. What we hoped would not happen still happened. Although it was not the worst case scenario, the village under its control had made its attitude clear, and the next response would be very important. The girl who returned to her teacher crying looked very embarrassed. After Harumi went to that village, it was already clear what kind of treatment she received. The money bag he brought with him, and some of the low-grade magic accessories he had on him were gone. To calm the girl's emotions, Lin just told Kaya to have a good rest. Lin closed the door of the magic tower and walked into the forest to find herbs for trauma and ingredients for dinner. While thinking about the next countermeasures, the sky is dark, and the bright moon is rising in the east. The sun and moon in the lost world also rise in the east and set in the west. Lin was quite surprised when he first traveled through the world, and after seeing two moons in the sky, he was even more surprised. But 12 years is enough time for me to get used to it and look at the moonlight. The only thing that was different today was the smoke rising from the kitchen not far away, which was the location of the village. Rush in and kill them? From what happened to Halloumi, we can know that they have the means to restrain the magician. Although he could deal with magic apprentices, he might not be able to deal with real magicians. But this was not the reason why Lin couldn't find the murderer. After all, some people would be allowed to commit violence against a tower master's apprentice. To a certain extent, this represented the attitude of the entire village. If you go to someone else's territory and start an army to investigate, you will definitely not get a good deal. But if you want to swallow your anger and settle the matter, it depends on whether the other party is willing. Thinking of the rumors that the previous tower owner abandoned the tower, the reason behind it was not only that the village occupied the nearby resource output. The main reason is that after hunting the monsters, the skins peeled off and some bones and blood that can be used to refine magic potions are controlled by the people in the village, turning the already meager income of the tower owner of the Great Sage's tower into nothing. Not to mention that the village has not paid taxes for a long time, is not under the jurisdiction of the kingdom, and the magic tower is unable to control it. It is like an alien land. The worst thing is that the former tower owner was forced to refine magic potions and nitrate the furs of monsters. All the income was also misappropriated by the village. Even as a magician, the fixed monthly subsidy he received from the association was subsidized into that miserable place. A career of unpaid labor. No wonder he escaped in the middle of the night and fled directly to the east of the mainland, under another branch of the association. The Magic Tower Association in this area only discovered this exaggerated fact after it discovered that the magician registered as the tower owner had gone to other branches to log in. The seal of the tower was still imposed by the dispatch of a team of inspectors, who also brought back the abandoned Magic Tower log. As for the ordinary people in that village, after discovering that the Tower of the Great Sage had become ownerless, they no longer dared to use the facilities in the tower. Magicians who are censors have permission to kill. Anyone who trespasses on property registered with the association will be killed first and asked later. Anyway, physical death in the lost world is not real death. Imprisoning souls and creating various tricks is also the specialty of magicians. But Lin doesn't want to get into that realm, since the people in this village seem to be planning to find another unlucky guy to be their coolie. They also gave him a blow. How to deal with it became a question that Lin couldn't avoid and couldn't get around. Chapter 6 Provocation. Everything seemed to be fine. The three masters and apprentices were still focusing on the work of repairing the magic tower. But the focus and content of the construction had changed somewhat. The first is the repair of the wall. First restoring the magic tower to a completely closed state. Not to mention that the door is already very strong. And the portals leading to the open areas on the third and second floors have been reinforced. Defects in the walls and floors of the internal compartments have been put aside for the time being. The second step is to repair and reorganize the defense system in the tower. The magic tower is not like ordinary fortresses. The internal passages are designed to be winding for defense purposes. But this does not mean that people can come and go freely inside the magic tower. Ning conquered 10 cities without attacking a single tower. These are the words left by a certain historical general in the Lost World. Connecting different planes to create a maze, or making fireballs with every step are considered children's tricks. More magicians think that even they themselves dare not walk around in their tower after turning on the defense function. However, as a historic site dating back thousands of years, the Tower of the Great Sage does not have the kind of defenses that can destroy all existence. In fact, it can be said that there is no internal defense function at all. It is either a magic trap that has been triggered and has become ineffective, or it is a mechanism that has been unusable for too long. What Lin has to do is to refill this blank picture with his own ideas and existing resources. The latter is preferred. During this period, the agreed-upon carriage and horses from the Chamber of Commerce finally arrived. In addition to transporting supplies, bulky items that were difficult to carry around were also sent to the Tower of the Great Sage along with the carriage team from Lin's original residence. This Chamber of Commerce was originally just a messenger for the association to contact tower owners everywhere. Later, the content delivered was not only letters, but also special items exchanged between the tower owners and the association, and subsidies from the association to tower owners everywhere. So the messenger became a horse-drawn carriage. With the carriage team, some tower owners asked to help them buy some things, or send the output of the magic tower to be sold somewhere. So the fleet size expanded, after helping others deliver a lot of goods. The big guys in the association thought that they could make a profit by doing business themselves, specifically buying the output of various magic towers and reselling them, and selling the goods needed by tower owners and delivering them to their doorsteps. So the Chamber of Commerce was formed. Other divisions will see whether a certain division will do this, and the benefits will be considerable. So other chapters followed suit. To this day, the Chambers of Commerce that are affiliated with the Magicians Association have their own affiliations depending on the regional branches. The business scope is not limited to magicians, but also extends to ordinary people. But for the magician who is the master of the tower, there are various preferential measures. After all, for the association, mastering the magicians who control strategic weapons in various places is a major priority. There is no need to be so divided over such trivial matters as money. On the contrary, having common interests makes each tower owner even more inseparable from the assistance of the Magician Association. From Lin's perspective, doing well in the logistics industry means making money. The Magicians Association even integrated the shopping platform with logistics and started a unique business, making it difficult not to make money. Making money inevitably attracts attention. But what kind of existence is the Magician Association? With the force of each district branch, it is not a big problem to destroy one or two small countries. From the past until now, I have heard of people who robbed the association's caravan, but I have never heard of people who were still safe after the robbery. He will definitely be destroyed. Even his soul will be taken back and tortured for 100 years. Of course, the weapons to protect the caravan still need to be displayed to avoid unsightly people on the road. Lin looked at the riding camel, a huge bird that has better endurance and more agility than horses, and can fly for short periods of time. They are a kind of magical beast. The warriors, whose clothes are all glowing with magical power, are protecting the car and horse teams from the front and back, which makes people's eyes warm. It's the same feeling as seeing someone on Earth wearing an Armani suit, wearing a Rolex, and driving a Maserati. More importantly, those who can become caravan guards are definitely not just ordinary people. If you don't have the experience of wallowing among the dead, You won't be able to get a high salary from the association or any magic items on your body. Unfortunately, this kind of force cannot be commanded by Lin, the Tower Master. The caravan guards do not interfere in local affairs unless someone takes advantage of them. If they were just peeping, they were just being vigilant. Just like now. The sight from the forest thought it was very hidden. But in fact it had already fallen into the eyes of these people. That's why the guards maintained a semicircular vigilance formation, surrounding the carriages and horses they wanted to protect. Lin also knew that the boxes of items moved from the carriage into the magic tower, even though the contents could not be known, would definitely arouse greedy thoughts in some people. The silence these days does not mean peace in the future. He is just adhering to the spirit of adapting to the ever-changing situation and waiting for the other party to make the first move. In addition, the longer the time dragged on, the better prepared he became. But Lin was not worried at all. All work was carried out in an orderly manner, until one afternoon when those bad things were almost forgotten. The impatient person finally appeared, when 3 powerful men wearing iron breastplates and carrying giant axes walked out of the forest. The magic tower's early warning system immediately sounded in the ears of the 3 masters and disciples. Such alarms would come several times a day, but they were mostly caused by wild beasts running out of the forest. Lin, who had been staying in the core room for several days in a row, redeploying the energy structure of the entire magic tower next to the console, looked at the people on the surveillance screen displayed on the mirror of the energy pool, and was not sure whether he was a target. It is not uncommon for adventurers in the wild to pass by the magic tower and buy magic props in the lost world. It is also one of the ways of income for many tower owners. However, the 2 young apprentices who had completed the structural work of the magic tower and were arranging the furniture in each room happened to be in the core room. Halloumi could tell at a glance that the 3 of them were from that village and led the group that bullied her. Thinking of the frightening past, she couldn't help but shrink behind her companion, trembling slightly, looking at his apprentice's appearance. Lin sighed, stretched out his hand to touch his head, and at the same time ruffled the hair of the 2 girls in a mischievous manner, and said, "Go down and make preparations as planned before." Her carefully taken care of hair was messed up, and the blonde girl temporarily forgot about that horrific memory. Instead, she pouted dissatisfiedly and looked at the instigator fiercely. On the other hand, Kaya wore 2 big braids. Because her hair was firmly tied, it did not become too messy. She also has a calmer personality. After tugging on the sleeves of a girl of the same age, the 2 of them ran away. Lin silently turned on the tower's defense functions one by one, but the automatically triggered mechanisms were still turned off. He needs to talk to the other party first, and only after determining his attitude can he take any next action. I saw the magical light of the console turning from green to red, extending to all the energy nodes of the entire tower in an instant, then extinguishing, and returning to the appearance of an ordinary stone building. There were no signs of all these changes outside the tower, just as it had been for thousands of years. The door to the magic tower is open. In the lost world, under non-war conditions, the magic tower door is open during the day, which means that this is an owned tower, and adventurers in need are also welcome to buy supplies or seek shelter. But in the eyes of the 3 leaders of the village, this was no different than seeking death. The former tower owner of the Great Sage's tower kept the door of the magic tower tightly closed day and night. Each time, they had to bang on the door fiercely and utter threatening words before the other party would open a small crack and let in their own people. Since the door was open today, they walked into the magic tower without hesitation. Seeing that the appearance of the first floor had changed somewhat, and the original damaged areas had been repaired, the man standing in the middle couldn't help but lick his lips, imagining how fat a sheep the new tower owner would be. "New here. Why don't you greet the guests when they arrive?" For a moment, Lin thought he had returned to the time when he had just traveled through time and was looked down upon by everyone. Ever since he was promoted to an official magician, he has never been treated like this again. Even nobles or magicians with a higher class than him still maintain a certain degree of respect. It seems that this game cannot be improved, Lin so thought. While opening the sound transmission magic circle, he said, "3 distinguished guests, please go to the core room on the 3rd floor." The 3 people in the surveillance screen showed disdainful sneers. Before going upstairs, adjust your sidearm to a comfortable position. The leader took out a dagger glowing with magic power from his arms and hid it in his right palm. That must be the demon-breaking dagger that Halloumi said was used to pierce her stone skin. The 3 people had no idea that they were under surveillance. They thought they were ready for everything. So they walked up to the 3rd floor. Lin, who who looked at the surveillance camera, was speechless for a while. The monitoring system is taken from the concept of the Earth and implemented with the magic of the lost world. Although there are other magics that can produce similar effects, the complete monitoring concept does not exist in the existing magic system. So it was normal for the three people who went upstairs to be at a loss. But in a magic tower with a controller, it is very abnormal to be so arrogant. Was your ex too weak? Lin guessed, turning off the surveillance screen. Standing up and facing the direction of the stairs, Lin silently waited for the three people to appear. The most important thing is that the three people are cursing and cursing. There is really no need to continue to monitor. Just listening to it can tell how impatient they are. As he walked through the door, before he could stand still, the biggest and thickest man said loudly, "Newcomer, your predecessor had a good time cooperating with our village. I think we should continue to cooperate in the same way as before." What was the previous method? We provide the original materials, and you just help us make them into magic materials. Then, Lin asked hesitantly, "How much compensation can I get?" "Ha. What's the reward?" The three strong men looked at each other and laughed. And one of them said, "Your predecessor was kind enough to help us for free. I believe you have a good heart too." Chapter 7: The Power of Life and Death. "This is not possible. The crystal powder and potion used for processing also cost money. How can I help you without remuneration? Why don't we discuss a cooperation plan that is good for everyone?" Having said that, Lin was more it's a temptation, not an intention to forgive the other person. The three people on the other side didn't say much. They pulled out their weapons and threatened. "I said, the previous cooperation method was very good. Just follow the previous method." Seeing that the one in the middle even showed the demon-breaking dagger, Lin couldn't help but be curious. "That's right. I'm just curious." Lin stretched his neck and asked, "Excuse me, do you really understand what it means to be in the Magician's Tower?" What cards does his opponent have that makes him so confident? Lin thought very seriously. What's the point? In the past few decades, all the magicians who have been here as tower masters have not used this kind of cooperation. Do you agree or not? With a cold face, Lin's anger slowly rose as he looked at the abusive three people. Just because I was a fat nerd before time travel does not mean that I am a loser who can't fight back or scold me. Thinking about the past rumors about the Tower of the Great Sage, maybe the real situation is worse than imagined. Man is a creature of habits and a forgetful animal. Knowing from the other party's mouth that in the past few decades, the previous tower owners had been eaten to death by the people in the village, they naturally believed that the next magician must also serve them in the same way. As for forgetfulness, it means that no matter how much attention is paid to human life in the lost world, people at the top are not allowed to kill indiscriminately, no matter how strong the civil force is. There will always be people who hear about good and evil, and then act chivalrously. But after all, the world of Lost World is a world with distinct classes. There are nobles, royal families, and magicians who study all the knowledge in the world and master extraordinary martial arts. With class comes privilege. The king will not accept being pointed at and cursed by a beggar in the palace. The princes and earls will not allow their subjects to make irresponsible remarks in their castles. It is even less likely that a magician will accept it. In the magic tower, he shouted to himself, the owner of the tower, to fight and kill him. Within the scope of what is recognized as a private residence, the privileged class holds the real power of life and death. In other words, even if the emperor of the 5 great empires in the world is killed by the tower owner in a certain magic tower, he is still killed. The association will not send an inspector to judge whether the tower owner has violated any laws. Of course, the empire can mobilize its army to retaliate, but that is only a private vendetta and does not violate public law. Therefore, people in the Lost World are always cautious when entering other people's magic towers, for fear of offending the tower owner and dying in unknown circumstances, with nowhere to cry. This is why Lin thinks that the villagers in this village under the jurisdiction of the Tower of the Great Sage are very forgetful. Decades of habits have made them think that magicians are easy targets to bully, which is why they first hurt Harumi, and now invade their homes to cause trouble. Listening to the country people's incomprehensible scoldings, Lin stamped the ground with his cane impatiently. Such a contemptuous attitude certainly aroused the dissatisfaction of the other party. Standing on the right, the more impulsive strongman wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by the man in the middle holding a demon-breaking dagger. The angry expression flashed with sly eyes. The man may have understood that formal magicians are not so easy to bully when they are well prepared. And today, including myself, there are only 3 people here. which seems a bit insufficient in terms of numbers. He said fiercely. Newcomer, I advise you not to be disrespectful. You can't beat us. I'll give you a few more days to think about it. And come back in 3 days to hear your answer. After saying that, he took his 2 companions. Get ready to leave. At this time, there was a sound of bang! The door of the core room had been closed, and the defense system of the entire tower was fully opened. The energy flowing on the bricks and stones formed strange and ominous lines, which was horrifying in the eyes of the 3 villagers. One of them yelled at Lin out of control. You actually want to kill us! Aren't you afraid? The cane struck the ground, and a drop of mercury shot out from the mirror energy pool behind Lin, immediately piercing the speaker's forehead. There was only a small hole for a finger on the forehead, but a large mouth, like a trumpet, was opened on the back of the head. This is a magic improved from water archery, with the addition of axis rotation, producing an effect similar to rifle bullets. The other 2 people were still in shock. The 2 girls hiding in the shadows on the left and right, holding crossbows, shot through the remaining 2 living people with an arrow. The magic arrows shot by military crossbows are no better than ordinary hunting bows. Ordinary people can still run and jump after being hit by several arrows, especially the crossbow modified by Lin, and being shot at such a close distance. Both crossbow arrows hit each other. The person who was hit by the arrow fell to the ground, and could only watch in horror as the crossbow head penetrated the chest from under the side, and penetrated the iron breastplate. As for the guy who was hit by the water bomb technique, and had a big hole in his head, he was dead. The 2 people, with their mouths wide open and gasping for air, were too frightened to speak. They looked at the approaching girl in panic, seeing the 2 men drop their crossbows and draw their daggers neatly. Lin felt guilty. On Earth, they were still in elementary school and ignorant, and they were easily deceived by perverted uncles into looking at goldfish. In the lost world, they were able to kill people without hesitation by wiping their necks. Although the past adventures were mainly focused on warcraft and uncivilized races, but in some remote areas, I have killed many people who were farmers inside the village and bandits outside the village. In this regard, Lin could only try his best to prevent the 2 girls from becoming murderous. And this attitude of being indifferent to life and death is not only necessary to survive in the lost world, but also a sign of a qualified magician. Teacher. A call brought the sighing man back to his senses. Kaya asked calmly. What should we do with these 3 people? After thinking about it, Lin said, hang it outside the tower to dry. Although I did this to warn some people with evil intentions, but Lin estimated that given the urine nature of that village, it would be more likely to be stimulated and lead to greater conflicts. But there is no need to worry about these things. Just like the saying often heard before time travel, if you shave your head, it won't be okay if you don't wash it. Then he warned the 2 disciples that they must be vigilant at all times in the past few days, and not let down. In the middle of the night, uninvited guests came to visit. The light of dozens of torches shines through the forest. In the surveillance picture shown by the mirror energy pool, there were men and women among the angry people. What he carried in his hand was not a gift of goodwill, but a shiny weapon. They had no discipline, no formation to speak of, and no matching tactics. They just rushed forward in a swarm. But it is commendable that at least these people know how to lower their voices and speak as little as possible. Although these behaviors are all in Lin's eyes, the door to the magic tower is closed at night. The structural outer wall of the tower has also been repaired long ago. Although it has not been restored to a complete cylindrical tower shape, there are no damaged holes for people to enter and exit. A group of people raised their heads hard, hoping to find a loophole to enter the tower. But only the 3 corpses swaying slightly in the cold wind attracted attention, which also increased the anger in their hearts. Blood debts must be paid with blood. The anger in people's hearts reached its peak in an accident. A man who could not see any intrusion window impatiently pushed open the door of the magic tower, and found that the careless tower owner had not locked the door. This unexpected surprise convinced everyone that Lady Luck was on their side. Lin curled his lips as he looked at the surveillance camera. If he hadn't considered that killing people outside the tower and killing people inside the tower were 2 different things, there would have been no need to secretly unlock his door just now. In the picture, people who are convinced that they have a chance to win are excited as if they have already won. Gently, he pushed open a small crack that was large enough for 1 person to pass through, and peered into the first floor of the magic tower at night. Night lights were on the corner walls and at the top of the stairs, and everything was quiet. Everyone filed into the magic tower and made final preparations before the attack. Only 1 person was left to guard the door to prevent anyone from attacking from behind. This is a standard tactical method for attacking uncivilized goblin tribes. Always be alert for attacks from behind. However, Lin couldn't help but curse if he wanted to use this method to attack the magic tower. As expected, they are a group of people who have forgotten how terrifying the Lord's Tower is. After making sure that the people guarding outside the tower would not enter, Lin touched the console with one hand, looking at the interface that was rearranged to resemble the touch panel keyboard before time travel. I felt a sense of nostalgia and familiarity. Gently tap the first function key, and the set trap routines will be launched in sequence. The partition from the first floor to the second floor was closed at the same time as the door to the magic tower. It was so fast that it caught people off guard, especially the dull sound that made everyone understand that they had fallen into a trap. All the lighting lights are on, showing a clear public view on the surveillance screen. Some cursed, some begged for mercy, some were at a loss, and some hurriedly turned back and tried to open the door of the magic tower. The next moment, 6 bolts of lightning shot out from 6 directions, wreaking havoc on the field. It wasn't very powerful, and it couldn't directly electrocute people to death or turn them black, but it also temporarily paralyzed everyone. What followed was the poison mist technique, and goose yellow gas began to fill the air. Once it covers the entire floor, it gradually spreads upward. The poisonous mist technique used by Lin's materials is not very toxic. It just makes it difficult to breathe and makes people shed tears. As long as you leave the range of the poisonous mist immediately and blow some wind, the effect will naturally dissipate. But only if there is a way to leave. The entire first floor of the magic tower has become a confined space, and all intruders are first paralyzed by electric shock. Many people fell face down to the ground. The pain of the impact almost made the paralyzed body jump. Then the poisonous mist came. Even though they knew they had to leave as soon as possible, no one could move their bodies. They could only watch the goose yellow mist being inhaled into the nose and lungs. No matter how weak the poison is, it will be fatal if a large enough dose is accumulated. The general trend is set. Lin watched as the only person guarding the outside of the tower gave up knocking on the door of the magic tower and fled back into the forest in panic. He messed up Halumi's hair again like a prank and said, "Go to bed first. We will deal with a group of people on the first floor tomorrow morning. We will also hang them outside the tower to dry." The apprentice, who was pouting and trying to express his dissatisfaction, angrily fiddled with his fluffy blonde hair. However, Kaya simply disarmed herself, returned to the only big bed in the core room, and fell asleep. Chapter 8 Reconstruction completed. 43 people. This was the result of Lin's personal counting early in the morning. Considering that there may be people with extraordinary talents who can stay in the poisonous mist all night and still not die. So after purifying the air on the first floor, it is up to me to do the last hits and count the kills. However, the ropes in stock were not enough. So the 2 apprentices simply went into the forest to find vines and twisted several strands into one. They were of different lengths, either tied at the hands, or tied at the feet, or tied directly around the neck. And then more than 40 corpses were hoisted to the outer wall of the magic tower, looking at the wall that almost occupied the entire intact part of the tower. With a total of 46 miserable corpses, Linku was not worried at all about whether there would be a plague, because he saw vultures and some carnivorous birds having a delicious feast, and even a bird-shaped monster in the forest, which quickly took a person in its mouth and flew away. Lin suspected that in this remote place, these exposed do the remains outside have any chance of decay? Lin looked in the direction of the village, wondering if the village could still stand in such a desolate place after losing more than 40 people. But these people all bring their own fault, and there is nothing to sympathize with. In addition, since the decision was made to develop in the Tower of the Great Sage from the very beginning, that village was not included in the plan as a support. Whether the village should be destroyed or not was not among Lin's considerations. The threat from the village is over for now. After days of calm, the renovation and internal layout of the magic tower has come to an end, and everything is finally on track. What is more troublesome is the bathroom design that is not found in the Lost World. After living without a toilet for more than 10 years, Lin was so depressed that he wanted to commit suicide. Now that I have the conditions, I am determined to build it. The faucet is directly connected to the water elemental plane, and the shower head passes through a heated magic circle. The big project is the burial of sewage pipes, in order to hide the pipes in the walls. Even the energy channels have been replanned and laid out, especially the burial of septic tanks. If it weren't for the fact that excrement had other uses in this world, Lin Du would have simply connected directly to the alien plane and dumped it on some unlucky guy's head. The dining room and kitchen on the first floor are the first tidy rooms besides the core room. Lin also set up an additional refrigerator with a freezing magic circle. In addition to marinating all meats, there is finally a place to store them in a freezer. The reason why the refrigerator is not considered as a commodity that can be used to earn money when coming to the Lost World is because the cost of maintaining this thing is unimaginably high, and even noble families can rarely afford it. Coming to the Tower of the Great Sage to settle down was only possible because of the energy supply from the semi-permanent energy pool. Lin had never dared to think about it before. To build a basic energy pool, enough for the nobles to hire a small team of hunters to hunt every day. This would last for 300 to 500 years. Just looking at the price comparison, you know you're not getting it right. If you want to sell it to other tower owners, all magicians have their own methods for preserving food. And the most cruel one is to set up a time stasis magic circle to keep vegetables and fruits at the moment they were just picked. Seeing such data, and the material cost of setting up the magic circle, Lin simply ignored all unrealistic ideas. The weapon room was enriched after the wooden frames were renailed. The most important thing was the large and small weapons of the 3 masters and apprentices. When you go out, in addition to the main weapon that is suitable for you, you must make some preparations for some backup, long-distance weapons, and tools to deal with special situations. Sometimes you can save your own life by relying on these uncommon things. But since you live in the magic tower, there is no need to bring all these things with you. For example, a crossbow that was taller than the 2 young apprentices, a flying claw for climbing, a 2-handed sword, and the Qilong Yanyu sword that Lin didn't know what he was thinking about. Then, he was disgusted and confused by everyone who saw it. After being oiled and maintained, they were put into the weapons room. What is special is the captured demon-breaking dagger, which is placed in a conspicuous position on the short weapon rack. Although demon-breaking weapons are not rare, they are not special weapons that can be found everywhere. In addition to the material being different from ordinary magic weapons, the spell patterns engraved on it are also of considerable research value. So I'm keeping it. There are a few more iron ingots in the corner of the casting room, as well as the leather from the leather armor after removing the metal buckles. These are the trophies contributed by the monsters, goblins, and the like that were easily eliminated during the previous journey to the Tower of the Great Sage, as well as the group of village invaders. And they were remelted, since there was no other demand for the time being. And there was no need for the crude and eye-catching weapons and armor. They were all recycled. The remaining warehouse was filled with rice, wheat, etc. that had been delivered by the caravan not long ago, and other sundries that were not yet used. On the second floor, there are 7 restored rooms and a half-covered platform. The library was emptied, because there were really few books, so they were placed directly in the core room, next to Lin's bed, on the bookshelf against the wall. The research room currently only has 2 large tables and 2 stools. When venturing out, a portable grinding bowl for herbal medicine was placed lonely in the center of one of the tables. The room shared by the 2 girls was decorated according to their wishes. The bed, small cabinet, and wardrobe are all provided for each person. But only the dressing mirror is shared by 2 people. Kajato made a shelf, on which were placed all kinds of strange specimens collected. Dried frogs, lizards, bats, claws said to be devils, skull candlesticks, and a handful of unknown dried flowers. Looking at those collections, Lin felt that this young apprentice had more potential to be a magician than he did. Halloumi did get a few potted plants, growing pitcher plants, fly traps, piranha that hadn't grown up yet, and even a datura. It is very girlish to like flowers and plants. But if I like this kind of flowers and plants, I am speechless as a teacher. The 2 meditation rooms were carefully decorated by the master and the apprentice. There will be so many meditation rooms, not just for the 2 apprentices, but purely because of the magic principles of the Lost World. When he first came through time travel, Linku was very unaccustomed to many common senses in the Lost World. The basics of magic are not the 4 elements of earth, water, fire and wind, nor the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal and water, but 8 powers: knowledge, strength, authority, faith, wealth, dexterity, perception, mystery. There are also 8 corresponding gods. Magic is the supernatural power exerted through the arrangement and matching of media after accumulating the power of these 8 powers. The meditation room is a space to accelerate the accumulation of these 8 powers. After spending most of the savings, the 2 meditation rooms were rebuilt with different functions. A quiet room that is made of magic stones and special paints mixed with magic materials to create a magic circle. and a special candle will be lit when used. Sitting quietly and meditating inside can greatly enhance the power of knowledge and belief. Slightly enhance perception. And slightly enhance mystery. The other room mainly uses special incense and self-singing wind chimes. With a special dance, one can greatly increase strength and wealth. Slightly increase authority and dexterity. And slightly increase mysterious powers. This kind of dance is similar to the Tai Chi that Abel did in the park when Lin was on Earth. He moves his body slowly and smoothly, and enters a meditative state of ecstasy with incense and ringtones to enhance his power. Both meditation rooms have shrines to 8 gods, as well as their own preferred sacrifices. But this does not mean that magicians in the lost world must have faith. Just like the AD&D novels Lin read when he was on Earth. The goddess of magic builds a magic net, and mages cast spells through the magic net. But they do not necessarily believe in Mistra. The same is true in the lost world. There are 8 powers of 8 gods. Magicians use the powers to form magic, but they do not necessarily believe in 8 or any one god. The belief in the lost world has very strict requirements, including joining the religion, baptism, prayer, commandments, etc., because gods really exist. The miracles that are shown from time to time are nothing like the deceptive things that the magicians on Earth use to deceive people. As for the sacrifices in front of the shrine in the meditation room, it is more like a trading method of the magician. I borrow your power to cast spells, so I offer sacrifices you like as a price. It does not mean that it rises to the level of belief. In addition, there are many ways to arrange the meditation room, all with different effects. However, considering the cost, Lin could only choose these 2 most popular meditation rooms. 2 empty rooms have been sorted out on the 2nd floor, together with a cleared library. There are a total of 3 empty rooms. Perhaps in the future, they can be used to arrange the 3rd, 4th, and 5th meditation rooms. On the 3rd floor, the ritual room was temporarily put on hold after clearing out some remaining magic circle formations that had lost their effectiveness. Since it doesn't have any use yet, Lin has no urgency to fix the functionality here. A corner of the core room became Lin's living area. Generally speaking, the magician who is the master of the tower will live in a separate room and the core room. The common point is that they are all located on the top floor of the magic tower. But considering the practical application, and a humble dream before time travel, it is a wonderful thing to have a bed next to you that you can fall down on when you work until your eyes are straight. So Lin did not hesitate to place the bed in the core room. The console has been transformed from the original complex magic circle with a crystal ball to something like the futuristic technology in science fiction movies. As for the mercury mirror energy pool suspended in midair, standing upright facing the console, officially known as Adderley Source Pool, there has been no change. For one thing, Lin had neither a clue nor a need for the transformation of the energy pool, so he did not change it. Furthermore, this energy pool can last for thousands of years without losing its effectiveness. And its technology is also used in this era. Not only is its stability highly recognized, it is also sufficient to serve as a carrier for most types of magic. With all its advantages, it is not an exaggeration to call it the most valuable part of the Tower of the Great Sage. As for that Adderley, he was the builder of this magic tower, one of the members of the brave team that ended the Dark Age 1,000 years ago, and the Great Sage Adderley from whom the tower was named. It is said that he is also one of the founders of the Magicians Association and a promoter of today's magic technology and development, as well as the reputation of being too numerous to prepare for various races. How much credibility there is a matter of opinion, at least after the era of the explosion of knowledge, and countless examples of ancestors who like to tamper with history. It is really intriguing to think how much of this kind of legend or history written in black and white is true and how much false. The last open space that was transformed into a platform is the focus of Lin's future research. After setting up the astronomical telescope he had built himself and setting various measurement scales, Lin looked at the vast starry sky and the 2 satellites in the dark night. A moon like the Earth's moon, which will wax and wane. But the difference is that it is close to dark red. And it is also very large. This means that the lost world star under your feet is extremely huge, or that the satellite is extremely close to the surface. The other satellite is black, but has a cyan halo, which does not change with time, as if it is a big eye in the sky staring at the world. This astronomical wonder is unimaginable without seeing it with your own eyes. But beyond the 2 satellites, the magnificent Milky Way is the real target of research. Astronomy was not only Lin's education before time travel, but also his interest. After arriving in the lost world, It seems to have become a different kind of lifelong ambition. After 12 years of life experience, the phenomena Lin observed and the substances he discovered were unexpectedly similar to what could be observed and discovered on the Earth without the intervention of supernatural forces. That is, magic. One night when he was looking up at the stars, he couldn't help but wonder if the Earth was among the stars, or to be more precise, the Earth's sun was one of them. When such a fairy tale-like thought flashed past, it seemed as if it had taken root and was deeply imprinted in Lin's thoughts. If the Earth's sun can be accurately positioned, does that mean that we can use teleportation magic to return to our longed-for hometown? But before that, Lin still has many difficulties to overcome. For example, in the core room, a row of messages in red font appears on the energy pool. In a few days, a team of inspectors will be dispatched to investigate a large number of murders in the villages under their jurisdiction. Chapter 9 Inspector. Every energy pool, no matter what the basic principle of its construction, is nothing more than communicating with other planes, or hiding some kind of great power, and then slowly extracting it, releasing a large and chaotic 8 kinds of powers. Then connect the magic array through the energy channel. And after the transformation of the magic array, it becomes an orderly and quantitative arrangement of power, thus producing the corresponding effect. As long as the instantaneous consumption of energy does not drain the energy pool and destroy its balance, the energy pool can restore its upper limit of the total amount bound to the main plane over time. This is why each energy pool can theoretically operate semi-permanently. As long as the energy pool is constructed, it will leave a mark on the main world, perhaps a complex series of power codes, or a meaningless arrangement of words. Magicians can use this mark to transmit some simple messages. This kind of transmission of information is real-time, but it is also very expensive. If there are not other tower owners who have energy pools, and they know the mark of the target tower, communication between magicians is usually based on letters. The only exception is the association responsible for managing magicians and magic towers. They often use this method of message transmission, on the one hand for timeliness, and on the other hand to highlight the importance of the message. What does it sound like? Once I know a certain IP, I go to his message board and leave a message. This was Lin's first thought when he heard about this feature. In fact, the more than 10 years of studying and researching magic have been spent learning how to use spiritual power or other media as a guide to arrange and combine the 8 powers to perform magic. Putting aside the factors of mental power and medium, arranging and combining the parts is almost the same as writing a computer program on Earth. The difference is that the basic elements of the Earth's computer software are 2-bit zeros and ones. But after coming to the Lost World, it is based on 8 powers, which means that the starting point is 8-bit. Lin had a deep understanding of this during his years of studying magic. When he came to the magic tower and saw this huge circuit board, he was almost convinced of its feasibility. In the following days, Lin mainly drew star maps at night, because stars can only be observed at night. During the day, in addition to spending time guiding the magic process of the 2 apprentices, he focused on the computerized programming of the magic tower. When I want to computerize the magic tower, I don't want to make a game, relive the old dream of Super Mario, or the pleasure of mowing the grass in Dynasty Warriors. You should know that Lin's work at night involves drawing star maps, which inevitably involves doing astrophysical calculations. The amount of calculation is so huge and complicated that if there is no computer assistance and one person calculates by hand, the dream of returning home will be like a bubble, gorgeous and untouchable. If the computerization of the magic tower can be realized to the extent that I imagined, then maybe, just maybe, there is a slight possibility of returning to Earth. But all these beautiful dreams must first deal with the next trouble. The inspector team from the Magician Association. A 5-person combat team composed of at least one great magician is responsible for investigating illegal activities or evidence of crimes committed by magicians. He has the power to arrest and suspend magicians, and he can kill them on the spot if they are dissatisfied. It can be said that he is the policeman and judge among magicians. The legal trials in the Lost World cannot be called primitive. Various legal provisions and culpability are quite clear, but the evidence collection is still unsatisfactory. And this team of inspectors should be the village's last resort, Lin thought to himself, and at the same time deduced the general plan of the other party. In view of the fact that there are not many magicians who are good at prophecy-type spells, or summoning a dead soul that can explain everything clearly enough, and the cost is quite high, these methods cannot become routine means to establish a crime. There is no doubt that both human and physical evidence is required. When the whole village testified in unison, The magician who was the owner of the tower entered the village and massacred the villagers. And the physical evidence was dozens of corpses hanging outside the tower. Judging from the situation in the lost world, Lin's crime and punishment are almost certain. All that's left is to ask the person involved if he has any excuses. Then strip him of his status as the tower owner and bring him back to the association's court for trial. Or solve it on the spot and take the head back to pay the order. If the person involved is wrongly accused and is willing to pay the price to hire a magician who can predict types or summon souls to prove his innocence, then the group of people who falsely accused him will in turn be retaliated by the prosecutor, who will use the false accusations to prove his innocence. Crime. However, it is obvious that the magician who used to be the master of the great sage's tower did not have such financial resources. And Lin does not have that kind of financial resources now. However, Lin did not just sit back and wait for death, because the requirements of the inspectors were only to provide strong enough evidence, and not necessarily to use any method to achieve this goal. So for a young man from the 21st century who has traveled from Earth, he has quite a lot of means, and he has already been prepared. Who knows that his biological father is a lawyer? He must know how to protect himself without taking advantage of legal loopholes. While waiting, on a quiet programming afternoon, Halumi, who should be practicing magic in the research room, hurried into the core room and said, "Teacher! Teacher! The guest is here!" Simply flip the trackball on the right side of the console, and the mirror of the energy pool changes to the perspective outside the tower. No one was seen, but there were two smokes from fireworks in the sky not far away. The first was red, white and blue smoke, and the second was yellow smoke. Some groups with special status will use this method to inform others of their arrival. The first three-color smoke represents the district branch of the Magicians Association to which Lin belongs. The second smoke represents the identity of the inspector. So it was obvious who was coming. After saving and closing the half-written program, Lin told the apprentice beside him, "Go and notify Kaya, and we will go to the first floor to greet the guests." The open door of the magic tower soon welcomed 5 magicians. 3 of them had 2 golden threads embroidered on their robes, describing their status as great magicians. Everyone who enters the door is without exception, and their whole bodies are glowing with various magical auras, which means that everyone has applied all the defensive methods and auxiliary magic they can use to themselves. Weapons are also placed at hand and can be taken out at any time. One of them did not carry a staff or sword. Instead, his 10 fingers were surrounded by mist of different colors. This group of magicians who are good at fighting know the meaning of walking into a magic tower controlled by others. Naturally, he would not be unprepared and naively think that just by relying on the reputation of the inspector, he could scare a magician who could become the tower master into tears. If there really was a fight, it was foreseeable that their side would lose a few men, but they were also confident that they would be able to kill the tower owner here. However, the 3 masters and apprentices standing on the first floor to greet them dispelled the inspector's doubts, because this represented goodwill from the master of the magic tower. For them, breaking through numerous traps to reach the 3rd floor, and then killing the magician, who casts almost infinite spells with his back to the energy pool, are 2 completely different things from killing a magician within sight. Being willing to reveal your true identity means that the other party has no intention of fighting. But the inspector still did not relax their vigilance. The leader, a great magician with tendon flesh, said, "Your Excellency, I believe that the previous message has informed me of my intention. Please cooperate with me. Of course, my lords, please follow me to the core room. I will show you the images as evidence." Seeing that the 5 inspectors all nodded in approval, Lin said, "Please." He took the lead in leading the 2 apprentices up the stairs. Arriving at the core room on the 3rd floor, Lin walked directly to the console and started operating. He didn't care at all about the inspectors standing behind him in a faint encirclement formation. It is not unheard of for the tower owner to kill the intruder in one fell swoop after relaxing his guard. So Lin didn't care whether the other party was rude or not. He just explained what he was going to do to avoid misunderstandings. The 2 apprentices stepped aside and waited, in front of a group of formal magicians and great magicians. They were not even qualified to speak. Lin, on the other hand, skillfully operated the results of the past few days of programming. The small screen of light and shadow that appeared in front of the console was simultaneously displayed on the mirror energy pool, making its debut in front of outsiders. The first web browser in the Lost World was opened, although there are only function buttons and a URL bar at the top. The content at the bottom is blank. There is no search engine page, and there is no homepage of any portal website. In fact, in just over 10 days, Lin completed the communication protocol and established the domain name server and web server. Lin felt that he had performed exceptionally well. The remaining time is just to build another forum website. Speaking of which, the characters in the Lost World are Pinyin characters, which makes it much easier to restore the software and programs that were mainly created by Westerners on Earth. Many concepts can be applied directly without having to think about how to convert them. After entering short text in the address bar, the page immediately imports the only completed website. The title is the Big Word Forum, and the functions in the upper right corner are 4 simple ones: registration, login, search, and description. There are 2 discussion areas below, namely Tower of the Great Sage and Miscellaneous. Directly touch the light screen in front of the console with your finger to enter the Miscellaneous discussion area, and then click on the only discussion thread, the whole story of the villagers' attack on the Tower of the Great Sage, which contains 2 video files. The film is divided into a 9-square grid. 8 scenes are inside the Tower of the Great Sage, and 1 is outside the gate facing the tower. The first video is the first wave of 3 village representatives, starting from entering the Tower of the Great Sage, to speaking evil words in the core room, and then being killed. The second video shows the villagers walking out of the forest at night, holding torches, and being locked on the first floor of the magic tower. They are paralyzed by an electric shock until the poisonous mist fills the air. What followed was a long stretch until early morning, when Lin stepped in to clear the air and finish off the kill. The whole process is accompanied by audio, but there are no subtitles. Chapter 10, Portable Magic Network. As early as in the second video, when the goose yellow mist filled the entire space on the first floor and only the outline of a person could be vaguely seen, Lin explained that it would take a long time to see the person who was doing the last-ditch attack. When the scene appeared, the 5 inspectors restrained their preparations for attack and only retained some defensive methods. Even when Lin asked, "Should we verify the identity of the deceased in the video?" most inspectors just curled their lips and were not interested. In any case, the world of Lost World is a hierarchical world, and the status of magicians and ordinary people is different. Even if the world does not allow arbitrary killing, the power of life and death in the magic tower is the common limit for all magicians. Even if they do not have the identity of the tower owner, as long as people die in the tower, no matter how innocent those ordinary people are, and no matter how wrong their reasons are, no magician will hold the tower owner accountable. As the supervisors who maintain the order of magicians in the world of mystery, they loyally support this principle. If the deceased person has a relative of a magician, please take revenge yourself. The association and the inspectors will not get involved in the personal vendetta. The inspectors were more interested in what Lin showed than in the right and wrong between the 2 parties. They gathered around the console and behind Lin, the leader, the great magician Green Wind, who was full of muscles and looked more like a berserker than a magician, stared directly at the mirror of the energy pool with his eyes shining, and asked, "Is this time reversal magic?" In the world of Lost World, there is magic that can show distant scenes, but it is a real-time picture, and you can even communicate with each other. From Lin's perspective, it is a video conversation. But to see the past or future scenes involves prophecy and time spells. Those who can show certain results in these 2 types of magic are worthy of admiration from others. In other words, ignore the future that has not yet happened, for the past that has happened. This world cannot yet perform the functions of recording and playing back. This is such a nonsense technological process. Sure enough, it's not scientific at all. After a few words of slander, Lin still had to respect the great magician who asked the question, and explained politely, "This is not a time reversal. It is by monitoring the magic circle," pointing to the ceiling in the corner of the core room, a protruding and flattened made of white crystal. The base is a small magic circle glowing with light blue light. Save everything that happens as an image file, then play it back when needed later. As he spoke, Lin cut the screen into the actual surveillance screen. In the core room, there is the back view of everyone gathered in front of the console. In order to show everything, Lin also deliberately walked to the monitoring crystal and waved, just as it actually appears on the surveillance screen. Then he returned to the console, brought up the scene of waving just now, and showed it to the inspectors. Before becoming law enforcers, they were also magicians seeking all knowledge in the world. So I couldn't help but be curious about the novel things Lin showed. What follows is a barrage of questions. After being pressed continuously, Lin felt powerless for a while, but he had to patiently explain. After all, the other party is an inspector. It is so easy for them to just find something to make them uncomfortable. so don't make your customers unhappy. However, a sudden problem still troubled Lin. Can you bring the images back to us? Submit them to our superiors, and keep them for our records? It sounds like a request, but it's actually a command. It is the duty of the inspectors to leave reports and relevant evidence while completing their tasks. This evidence is also something that must be re-examined if there are doubts in the future. The problem is that these image files are saved based on the energy pool as the core and the entire Magic Tower as the hardware. There are no chips, processors, or memory here, let alone a hard drive. Of course, there is no way to know data such as processor frequency and available storage space. I have thought about using magic stones as a medium to store and use them. But to save the video file, I have already used several high-quality magic stones from Lin. He was reluctant to use his wealth to conduct experiments to measure the storage limit of each mass of magic stone, because as long as it exceeds it, it will explode, and there is no word to indicate that there is insufficient space. After explaining the dilemma he faced, Lin Duozui asked, "Do you have purple-level magic stones that I can try?" Looking at the 5 people whose faces fell, Lin also knew what the answer would be. There are 7 levels of magic stones from low to high: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. But it does not mean that there are only 7 types of magic stones, but it refers to the magical aura contained within. Its spectral wavelength is in the visible light range, transitioning from red to purple, and then roughly divided into 7 intervals. A medium-sized magic stone vein can excavate purple-level magic stones, after being cut into 6-sided cylinders of standard size. There are only 3 or 5 pieces, so one can imagine how precious it is and how expensive it is. Lin usually only used red-level magic stones. The few he exploded were high-grade orange ingot-level magic stones that were close to yellow aura. Just thinking about it makes Lin's mouth twitch. I understand that others can't easily take out that kind of high-end product. Moreover, even if I do take out a purple-level magic stone, the video file will be successfully transferred to the magic stone, and it will still have no effect if it is taken elsewhere on Earth. Who can buy a DVD movie and see the movie just by looking at it with your eyes? You must have a player or computer. So Lin just asked casually, "I have other ways for you to bring back the videos for discussion." After Lin finished speaking, he whistled and called his apprentice. "Halloumi!" He pointed to his ear. The understanding blonde girl immediately took off the earring pendant and quickly handed it into her teacher's hands. But her expression was extremely reluctant to part with it. Looking at his apprentice's expression, Lin couldn't help but feel funny and comforted. "Don't think too much. This one is just for testing. I will help you make a formal one later." After receiving the promise, the girl's mood immediately changed, and she returned to her original position happily. Lin then took off the pendant of the earring, which was a small, polished red magic stone. Hold the red stone in your hand. The secret spell to activate it was very simple. For him. Then 2 water mirrors condensed in front of him, one standing and one flat, serving as the functions of the screen and keyboard. Lin waved his palm, controlled the water mirror on the screen to zoom in and faced everyone, followed the same steps to log into the forum page and said, "Using the magic stone as a carrier, you can browse the forum page. At the same time, enter the section of the Tower of the Great Sage. There are several discussion threads in it, titled Magic for Beginners. First Ring of Magic Explained, Second Ring of Magic Explained, Third Ring of Magic Explained, and Akaya. There are so cute one small dog. What the H.L. is this?" Looking at the final title, Lin himself felt baffled. Curiously, I went in and saw 2 young apprentices discussing a litter of puppies they encountered in the wild. One said it was so cute and wanted to take it back and raise it. The other one responded noncommittally, asking questions like where and how to raise it from time to time. After a cursory glance, Lin withdrew from the discussion thread with some weakness. He turned to his 2 apprentices and said, "I'm not telling you anymore. What's above is the information you want to learn. It's for you to read at any time in your free time, not for chatting." The 2 girls were submissive. Looking at that look, Lin knew in his heart that the 2 of them didn't listen at all. But the guests are still there, so I can only put the 2 disobedient girls aside for now. Reclicking the discussion thread of Magic for Beginners. A large amount of text content is exactly the same as the book of the same name provided by the Magicians Association. This is provided by the Association for Magicians to teach apprentices, and it is also an introductory book that every apprentice must learn. Lin touched the screen mirror with his finger, slid slightly, and browsed the second page. The third page, and even the content after that. Said, the Magic Stone carrier can browse a large amount of pure text content without exhausting the energy instantly. According to the characteristics of Magic Stone, it will automatically restore a little energy when it is left standing. The red Magic Stone is enough as a carrier and does not need to be used as a carrier. How much consumption will there be? If you want to browse pictures, the energy consumption will be greater than the automatic recovery. As for the video file, it will run out of energy and the Magic Stone will be scrapped, unless the Magic Stone is high enough and the energy is sufficient. How high? I don't know yet. Then, Lin placed the Magic Stone in his hand on the special octagonal and 8-pointed star magic circle on the left side of the console, and continued, if you adults want to watch the video file after returning to the association, the best way is to use the energy pool of the association. As he said that, he pushed the screen water mirror towards the mirror energy pool, and the forum page covered the original surveillance screen. Then click on the video link to open and watch it smoothly. After all, what is stored in the Magic Stone is a program similar to an operating system. In the Lost World, there is no so-called wireless or wired connection problem. As long as you are not in a forbidden area, you can connect to the internet. Internet speed is not considered. Only download traffic will be limited by the energy contained in the Magic Stone itself. When the energy of the Magic Stone is exhausted, the thing becomes useless. When used with the Magic Tower energy pool, basically Lin has not yet tested the limit. Such a display is undoubtedly shocking to people with a medieval cultural level. The most important thing is that among the known magics, including those that are lost but have records, and do not include some people's undisclosed secrets, there is no long-distance real-time communication, and low-cost and almost no consumption of magic. Although the Lost World can achieve effects similar to video calls, there are many restrictions, and it must rely on the huge energy of the energy pool to achieve similar effects. Now, after asking about the communication distance, although Lin has not actually measured it, the system itself is based on the original function of using Magic Tower marks to achieve long-distance messages. Therefore, it is a reasonable inference that this system can be used wherever there is magic. In addition, forums can store book content, pictures, and videos. In a world where there is no printing technology and knowledge is basically transmitted through dictation and handwriting, how much impact can such a tool have? When they thought about all this clearly, the inspectors opened their mouths one by one and looked at it all with straight eyes. When Lin signaled to let the guests operate freely, the 5 high-ranking magicians almost got into a fight. Perhaps it was the gap in seniority and combat power between them that made a fight end before it even started. The 2 junior magicians touched their noses and stepped aside first. After the 3 great magicians pointed out who had bigger biceps, the other 2 had no choice but to retreat. However, they did not eagerly watch others operate. Instead, they surrounded Lin and bombarded him with questions. The question made someone collapse a little. Chapter 11 Preaching. It didn't take long for the great magician Greenwind to operate the forum interface before he made an exchange with others and retreated. Lin wasn't surprised. After all, there wasn't much to see on the forum. It is impossible for these magicians and great magicians to look at the introductory knowledge that only apprentices need to learn. The great magician walking towards Lin no longer had the expression of a curious baby with shining eyes. After the novelty of the heat wore off, he began to examine the practicality of the forum. The magicians in the Lost World are all pragmatists. With a slightly pity expression, he said to Lin, "It's really a pity. Although the forum is very convenient for long-distance communication, not everything can be known to everyone." "Oh, is it a matter of confidentiality? I have also considered this part." Lin explained the design of the forum's permissions. While talking, the others also stood up. Regarding forum permissions, Lin did not use the Earth method to distinguish between different levels of membership. Instead, it uses the Linux system method, which is divided into 3 categories: user permissions, group permissions, and guest permissions. Turning on guest permissions means, without a doubt, that it is completely open to the outside world. In the established forum, all discussion threads in the miscellaneous discussion area have full guest permissions by default. When restricted to user permissions, no one except the user can open or modify it. For Lin, the more troublesome design is group permissions. In the registration part, you only need to fill in the name, the organization to which you belong, and the magician's own secret seal is the password. The name is the user. Of course, I will not mention it here. That is, it is impossible to verify whether the filled-in name is the real name. Write it directly in the description column after the space. And it should be the same as the name registered in the Magician Association. Guide others to register using their own names to avoid trouble caused by anonymity in the future. The organization to which they belong will become the user's group name. If the group name has not been used before, a new group will be created at the time of registration, and a new discussion section will be created in the discussion area. This new discussion section is by default viewable only by group members. Then when subsequent people want to join this group, everyone in the group needs to agree before they can become a member of the group. A user can have multiple group identities. When a user does not log into the forum for 10 consecutive days, his or her permission will be suspended. If the user has not logged in for 1 consecutive year, the user will be deleted. But the articles and replies submitted in the past will be retained. This is used when someone is missing or dead to prevent new members of the group from being able to agree and obtain group permissions due to the missing or dead person. Or when everyone in the group except the person involved agrees to expel someone, they can be deprived of their group rights. In addition, all discussion forums are not designed to delete articles. In fact, this is Lin's deliberate decision. Anyway, no one in the Lost World knows that there should be an administrator in the discussion forum. So just pretend there isn't one, and treat the backend system and administrator permissions as a backdoor opened by yourself to prepare for future emergencies. But it's more likely to be indifferent. Otherwise, he would have to explain to a group of magicians who were more senior than him why he could serve as the administrator of the forum, and why the rules were set as they were. Lin Guang couldn't help but shudder just thinking about it. If you allow disorder, it will form its own order over time. Besides, you are using your real name. If you are really unhappy, just go out and compete with a real person. The magicians in the Lost World are more practical than pragmatic, hiding what he shouldn't mention and what he didn't want to mention. Lin tried his best to explain to the 5 inspector magicians that they could understand. Talents such as Greenwind recognized the forum and raised the second question they were most concerned about. Do you want to hand over this magic program? Magicians and tower owners who are logged in to the association can receive subsidies from the association at a fixed time. This money is not given in vain. Every magician must submit a result to the association every 3 years. Of course, this handing over does not mean that the results belong to the association. It is just to prove that one is continuing to make progress on the path of magic. When others are interested in this magic, they can pay to obtain the content and learn how to use it. In other words, the cultural level of the Lost World is almost equivalent to that of medieval Europe on Earth. But in the field of magic, there are already concepts of patent rights and copyright fees. For Lin, having another way to make money is something he could never hope for. So why should he cherish it? What's more, the most precious thing about a forum is the user group, not the forum structure. The more people use it, the more valuable it becomes. So when faced with Greenwind's question, Lin said, "I'm ready for this." At the same time, he greeted Kaya. The brown-skinned girl immediately took out a wooden box for sealing and walked towards the crowd. This kind of wooden box for sealing is used by magicians when they need to pass through the Chamber of Commerce's carriage team and exchange valuables or secret messages with the association. Generally, little thieves can't break through the seal. But when they encounter a robber who is also a magician, they can't. The seal imposed on it will have each magician's own mark, which cannot be restored after the seal is broken. Therefore, using this kind of wooden box is not so much to prevent thieves, but rather to prove that it has not been opened by anyone during transportation. It has a similar effect to the fire paint and wax seals used in Europe during the Middle Ages on Earth. However, the wooden box that Kaya brought had not yet been sealed. Lin opened it and took out 3 handwritten booklets and 3 magic stones inside. The red magic stone is tied with a ribbon with notes written on it, and there are symbols corresponding to the booklet. Putting them in order on the lid of the closed wooden box, Lin said, "These are the research results that I plan to submit to the association in this 3-year period. They are domain name system, web system, and browser. The first one it is to simplify the transformation of the complex imprint of the Magic Tower energy pool into a universal and regular website, and to quickly communicate with each other. The first 2 must have an energy pool as a carrier. Can be used. The third one can be used as a carrier for high-grade red magic stones. And it is also the terminal interface mainly used by magicians." The reason why he was able to quickly prepare these things was because of the related concepts and designs Lin had already conceived and experimented when he discovered that the power of magic in the world of mystery was similar to an 8-bit computer. It's just that the magic stones that were affordable at the time were not enough to handle server-level operations. So the program was limited to reasonable machine language logic. It wasn't until he became the tower master of the Great Sage's tower that he actually implemented the entire system and adjusted its content. In other words, these days, Lin Baiqian's main job is to debug and then put the system online. Feeling that he was going crazy catching bugs some time ago, Lin felt relieved at this time and said, "The relevant notes have been prepared. Originally, I was going to wait for the next time the convoy of the Chamber of Commerce arrived and entrust them with the things sent back to the association. Then, Greenwind and other inspectors looked eager to give it a try. But they still restrained themselves and asked, 'Do you plan to sell this knowledge at what price?' Lin held up a finger and said, 'Every kind of IKEA.' The 5 inspectors were shocked. He also stretched out a finger and asked with a slightly trembling voice, 'IKEA?' After careful consideration, Lin decided that the price was definitely not too expensive, but too cheap. Looking at the 5 people opposite, their expressions were even more exaggerated than when they first saw the forum and the video clips. Lin knew that this really shocked them. The coins of the Lost World are minted in every country. Basically, as long as it is not bad money, the country where it was minted is insanely poor and contains too many impurities, it can be circulated throughout the continent. Generally speaking, there are 3 types of coins, KIR, Jianshan, and Damba, which are actually gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Jiangxi and Damba are used for relatively small transactions, and are basically only used by ordinary people. Transactions between magicians are all done in kiles. Half a year's worth of course food for 4 people. 1 gold, introductory books on magic, each worth 20 gold, obtainable from the association. The most widely circulated high-level attack magic in the Lost World, Samus Fire Snake Technique, 900 gold. Generally, as long as a magician guides an apprentice, he can receive a monthly subsidy from the association, 20 to 70 gold. The price of IKEA is not much for a formal magician. After all, magical knowledge is a one-time transaction, not an ongoing expenditure. In fact, if the association did not allow free broadcasting and the smallest unit of pricing was the keel, Lin would have considered setting a lower price. But it's impossible to get it for free. Just pluck out the hair to supplement the family income. The reason for pricing this way is because Lin still remembers hearing something said by Bill Gates, Microsoft's big boss, 1 year before time travel. The general idea is, if there were no piracy in this world, Microsoft would be more than 5 times the size it was at that time. In fact, everyone who really understands knows that without piracy, Microsoft would not have the market share it did later, let alone 5 times. Before the computer was windowed, it was 100 schools of thought contending, and Microsoft was the leader. When computers started to be windowed, that guy Steve Jobs not only sold OS, he also had to package and sell it with his machine. Trust law should deal with this guy first. Windows has the opportunity to unify personal PCs, but it is only an opportunity. What really allowed Windows 95 to dominate the world was not just the rampant piracy that led to its subsequent success. For Lin, who came to the world of Lost World, instead of making money from selling the system, it would be better to find a way to increase the user base. Just like operating online games or mobile games. Only when the number of users increases will there be opportunities to make money. There is a saying, free is the most expensive. However, these principles are difficult to understand for the indigenous people of the Lost World. Just as Greenwind looked serious after being shot, he coughed and cleared his throat before saying, "Tower Master, I believe you can also feel our interest in these magic procedures and our intention to learn them. But I don't want you to the price set is influenced by the authority of our inspectors. We have no intention of coercing your lord. But we don't want these magic tricks to become bribes. Your Majesty, the great magician, you really misunderstood." Looking at the other party saying cautiously, Lin quickly waved his hands and responded, "I don't mean any bribes or threats. This is really my original pricing idea. Of course, when it comes to the association after that, subsequent management, copying, and copying of magic stones will all cost money. The price may not be just ideal. This is not something I can decide. I just hope that if this thing is really convenient, there will be enough. It makes more sense if more than one person uses it." Looking at the booklet with a few thin sheets of paper and the magic stones with red light, Greenwind nodded in approval. General high-level magical knowledge is expensive, so the cost of the scribe's salary, paper, and other necessary extras is negligible. Not to mention that the association still has a tap in it. But the price of these 3 pieces of knowledge provided by Gebra Schlintrip may not even be enough to cover the cost of copying. Therefore, when the association sells this knowledge in the future, it will inevitably add costs. However, this also means that as long as you pay for the materials, the person in front of you will only charge a kilo. Thinking of this, the five of them almost acted in unison and took out a shiny gold coin and a transparent yellow magic stone. Then please ask the Tower Master to help me copy the magic stone of the browser. Well, in fact, using the Hongya level magic stone in the browser is okay. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to use the Huangshan level magic stone? This is the lowest grade magic stone we have. It doesn't matter. Just use this. Damn. These are some big dogs. Lin cursed in his heart. Chapter 12 Living a Life. After installing the browser system with the Huangshan level magic stones provided by the 5 inspectors, they registered and logged into the forum themselves after reading the documentation and registration instructions in detail. Lin didn't even have a chance to guide these old Jianghu. It can only be said that people in the lost world are unimaginably serious about reading contracts and documents. Unlike Earth, as long as they see something like a consent form, no matter how many pages there are, most people's first reaction is to scroll to the bottom and directly check the box to agree without reading the content at all. Even if it is a paper copy, you will be asked where the signature line is, and just sign your name directly. Perhaps the biggest factor causing the cultural differences between the two places is that there are no devils or devil-like creatures on Earth who exploit loopholes in contracts to deceive people. And it's the kind that as long as the trap is successful, the life and soul of the person involved will be directly at stake. Therefore, we cannot take the content of the contract too seriously. After registering their identities, the 5 inspectors naturally opened a new discussion for a Magician Association Shijia District Branch Blue Eagle Inspector Team, and put the case of the Tower of the Great Sage as the first discussion thread, and marked case closed at the end of the title. Of course, Lin had to transfer the link to the video file into the discussion thread. After seeing the video files, several inspectors also asked if they were willing to hand over the knowledge of the surveillance system. Lin said that the technology was not yet mature, and with the operation demonstration and explanation of the contents of the monitoring system, as well as the future preparations, the inspectors unanimously agreed. After all, no one wants to admit that they don't understand at all, because to be honest, Lin doesn't know what he just said. Originally, we had to wait for the next time the Chamber of Commerce's caravan came to hand over the browser and other systems to the association. But the 5 inspectors took the initiative to take over the job. Instead, Lin felt a little uneasy. Although this kind of work can be regarded as the scope of work of the inspector team directly under the association, but the status of this group of people is too high, and generally no one would dare to let them do this kind of work as messengers. This was the result of the great magician Greenland's repeated efforts and guarantees, and gave him an irresistible reason. Lin then nodded in agreement. The reason is that since Lin has not tested the maximum distance between the browser and the server of the Tower of the Great Sage, then when they return to the association, they can also test whether the distance between the two can maintain a connection. If a problem does occur, the inspectors who return to the association will have information immediately and can study possible errors. If everything goes well, this convenient magic for long-distance communication can be promoted as soon as possible. Now that it's all said and done, Lin's refusal would be a sign of indifference. So I had no choice but to respectfully send the 5 inspectors home with 120,000 yuan of respect. It wasn't until a few days later that Lin suddenly remembered that the wooden box containing the surrendered magic was not sealed at all. But when I think about it again, I feel relieved. He is not worried at all about the situation on Earth, where university professors impersonate their students for research. Not to mention that there is no similar tradition of guidance papers in the lost world. The biggest reason why this kind of thing happens in the culture of Earth is that the professional knowledge between teachers and students is similar. So the teacher claims that the research results are his own. The academic community has no reason to doubt. But here, in the world of mystery, even if they are researching and creating a new magic with the same effect, different magicians will come up with different spellcasting processes and tips due to their own learning process and habits. In other words, the individuality between magic and magic is very obvious. If you pretend to use other people's results, it will not stand up to the test at all, and your accumulated reputation will be ruined in an instant. So Lin put those worries that shouldn't be worrying far behind. Everything should return to the right path. Be a coder during the day. Observe the stars at night. And train your little apprentice whenever you have nothing to do. In the following days, the relatively new thing was that the 2 apprentices captured the litter of puppy-like beasts and raised them. However, when the litter of cubs was captured, they were all skinny and malnourished, and some of them were even dead. It may be that the mother animal died a long time ago, and the litter of cubs that have not even lost their nipple hair has not been taken care of, which is why it is in such a miserable situation. It was considered lucky that it was not picked up by other beasts. In the end, only 2 cubs were rescued from the litter. One has black fur all over its body, with only the front parts of its 4 legs being gray, so it is named Gray Hooves. The other is a mixture of gray and white, but the most eye-catching one is the gray head with a strip of white hair on the bridge of its nose, so it is named Gray Hooves. It is called White Nose. When it comes to keeping pets, Lin is very respectful. However, the 2 girls volunteered to take care of them, and he had no reason to refuse. After all, life in the magic tower in the future can be imagined to be quite boring. In addition to studying magic, he also regularly patrols and suppresses the monsters and uncivilized races in the territory. Other than that, there was little entertainment and no other kids of the same age to play with, but just raising pets. If you really raise a lazy pet in the world of Lost World, it will be just a burden, and Lin is not so kind. I remembered that before time travel, I had read articles on the internet, such as military dog training manuals, although I only remember the general outline, plus some comics and novels. It was assembled into a strange training guide, which was left on the forum. In the Tower of the Sage subdivision, the 2 apprentices are required to train according to that standard. After all, the creatures in the Lost World are not as docile as those on Earth. If you just keep the cubs as ordinary pets without training them, they will be useless when their wild nature wears off. If they can be trained properly, the 2 girls can take the 2 big dogs out on adventures in the future and become useful assistants. After some indoctrination of chicken soup for the soul and life education, the girls looked at the cubs differently. This made Lin couldn't help but wonder, was it originally intended to be captured and raised as emergency food? However, before fully committing to training the cubs, the 2 apprentices still have one more hurdle to face, which is the apprenticeship assessment. The organizational power of the Magician Association in the Lost World is far beyond Lin's imagination. In an era whose culture is equivalent to the Middle Ages on Earth, there is actually a pan-continental organization with very clear plans for inheritance and development. Not to mention the centripetal force for the organization. Just like when a man and a woman are together, they want to have sex. The root cause is to carry on the family line. Although most people only focus on the process and don't care about the results. And every official magician must teach more than 2 students in his lifetime to obtain official magician qualifications. This is a lifelong task that is regarded as an inevitable destiny by everyone in the association. And becoming a magic apprentice is not without stress. In the first 3 years, one must accumulate enough power and mana and flexibly cast the 22 spells defined as the first level of magic. There will be an assessment before the deadline. Similarly, in the second 3-year period, you need to learn the 23 magic spells of the second ring, and then face the second assessment. The third period was expanded to a 4-year period, with the goal being the 24 magics of the third ring, followed by the final assessment. After passing the final assessment, you can obtain the qualification of an official magician. This is also the goal that every magic apprentice and their teacher strives for. Of course, if you fail the assessment, you will not be eliminated. The Magicians Association adopts a reward system instead of punishment. If the apprentice passes the assessment within the time limit, in addition to a bonus, the official magician as the instructor will also receive an increase in subsidies from the association. If you teach a student who becomes an official magician, the money you get from the association is completely different from that of a newly promoted magician. Therefore, except for some magicians who are wealthy or have other financial resources, no one will have trouble with the money that the association regularly distributes. To use one's own understanding, the performance of an apprentice directly affects the salary of a teacher. How could Lin ignore this task assigned by the company, Magicians Association? As for the preparation of the 2 girls, in Lin's opinion, it is just a matter of accumulation. After all, the 69 magic spells selected by the association for assessment, from the simplest ignition of a small flame to magic in the field of time suspension, all have one thing in common: simple operation. Of course, the results can only be considered unsatisfactory. Based on the 8 powers in the Lost World, the use of magic is like learning to drive on Earth. You don't need to be able to build a car or understand the differences between engines, as long as you know how to step on the accelerator. Novices and racing drivers can drive their cars to speeds of more than 100 kilometers per hour. Of course, How to stop is another matter. In the world of Lost World, the 69 basic magics that apprentices must learn are just like this. Only when you become an official magician, start to study the nature of magic and create your own, will you be able to clearly distinguish the difference between magicians and magicians. Otherwise, the only difference between apprentices is the amount and speed of accumulation of power and mana, which is related to the individual's talent and acquired resources. Halloumi and Kaya's magic talents are not very high, and it can even be said that they have just crossed the line between ordinary people and magicians. It is known that there are many magic geniuses in history who were promoted from beginners to magicians within 1 year. The 3-year deadline is approaching, and they have yet to pass the first round of assessment. Of course, this is because they did not receive many resources in the past. On the other hand, among the same batch of apprentices, the 2 women's talents are also at the bottom of the pile. Therefore, after Lin became the tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage, he invested the most resources in the establishment of 2 meditation rooms. Although the functions of those 2 rooms are already negligible for a formal magician, they are still very useful for apprentice-level people. Compared with the past, when I could only find a quiet place to meditate without being disturbed by others, the environment now is much better. If it weren't for the fact that there is an upper limit on the time that the meditation room can be used every day, and the time limit varies depending on the individual. The same thing is that after the time limit is exceeded, the accumulation of power and the increase in mana are almost non-existent. In fact, Lin wanted to tie both girls up in the meditation room, including eating, drinking, urinating, sleeping and bathing. The people of this world have to enjoy the suffering of cramming education in the past. As for the 22 magic spells in the first ring, Fat Man, who was once a top student, was by his side, and he was still trying his best to make them understand. Coupled with more than 2 years of practice on the adventure, if the child hadn't been unstable, he might have started to study the nature of magic. Chapter 13 Greetings from the Association. The Chamber of Commerce's horse and carriage team came twice more, bringing in addition to supplies directly exchanged for subsidies. There was also goodwill from the association. This goodwill stems from the forum's recent surge in registrations. Just looking at the newly added discussion areas, almost all the departments of the Shijia District branch are covered, including the training academy to which the branch belongs, which is where Master and Apprentice Lin originally stayed. For apprentices, the training academy is like a residential school for formal magicians. It is like the dormitory of a manpower dispatch company. The facilities are complete, but you have to pay to use them. The information is complete, but you have to pay to read it. The resources are sufficient, but you have to pay to use them. Although there are many ways to make money, the expenses are also high. It can be said that in Shijia District, one of the 4 major divisions on the southwestern border of the mainland, where the largest number of magicians gather, the use of the forum began to become popular and gradually expanded outwards. Just by looking at the discussion forums named after a certain magic tower that pop up from time to time, you can tell that the influence of the forum is indeed increasing. At the association's office, the magic named Tripwood Forum Browser Technique was priced at what Lin had originally said. However, the magic stones used to copy the system must be provided by the magicians who want to purchase them, and the paper documentation will be directly converted into electronic files and placed in the Shijia District Branch Announcement Discussion Area opened by the Magicians Association. It is a discussion area like the miscellaneous discussion area, allowing visitors to view it at will. It can be said that in this way, the material cost is reduced to a minimum. However, they will not take less of the commission that the association should take. For this reason, during a quiet coding afternoon, the energy pool screen suddenly changed to an old face that filled the entire screen. Lin's heart almost stopped with fright, seeing the shocked and dazed expression. The old man in the mirror was also a little embarrassed. In order not to continue to be so embarrassed, he had to break the deadlock first and said, "Your Excellency Gabra Shulin Tripwood." "Well, President Eaton." Lin hurriedly stood up and saluted. The person in the mirror in front of him is none other than the great magician Chungwa Eaton, the president of the Shijia District branch of the Magician Association. Coming from the Eaton magic family, he is a senior magician with great strength and background. Although he is not an extremely arrogant and annoying personality, he is definitely not an amiable old man. And this magic that can use the energy pool mirror to appear and talk is called Charles Calling Technique. It is a super annoying and troublesome Wizarding World video call system with no ringtone and no choice of whether to answer or not. Lin complained about this, and secretly made up his mind to create something like an instant message, which can be used for visual messages. audio messages and text, so that everyone can taste the feeling of not being able to read back. Theoretically, the status of the tower owner is equal to that of the president of the association. However, few people had the guts to stand up to this president, who was so notorious when he was young. That's why Lin made himself look respectful. In fact, he respected the other party quite a lot, although there wasn't any deep relationship in the past. However, the Shijia district chapter under the leadership of President Eaton has many policies that take care of the relatively disadvantaged group of magicians and apprentices. And Lin is one of those who benefited. Now that such a big shot was face to face with him, how could Lin not panic?
Don't worry, Mr. Tripwood. I'm here to bring you good news.
He comforted the new magician, who was much younger than him. Even at this advanced age, Chungbei Eaton had a somewhat kind-hearted look on his face. Lin Gong raised his hands to signal, and Chungbei Eaton continued.
The browser magic you handed over is very good, whether it is in terms of convenience, distance, or the amount of information contained. It can be said to be a pioneering work. Thank you, President, for your appreciation.
Lin thanked him, but he didn't feel overwhelmed by it, because when big people come to you and say these things, they usually follow them with a but. So I listened to Chungbei Eaton continue smoothly.
But now we have encountered some small problems. That is, the association will charge some fees for managing this magic knowledge. The price you ordered is directly the smallest basic unit. The association is doing nothing. President, I once told the great magician Green One, and I also explained it in the attached letter, that the association can add necessary management fees to the price I set as the final price. But as long as you maintain judging from the price of IKEA, you will know that the real value of the forum lies in the number of users, not how much money you get from selling this magic knowledge. Therefore, the price of IKEA, in addition to allowing magicians to have even if there is no
using it, is just a waste of vigil. It's such a harmless idea. But it also makes it affordable for ordinary apprentices to achieve the effect of promotion.
Seeing the old man nodding in approval of this idea, Lin continued.
So in terms of management expenses, I am willing to share half of the income as the cost of the association. What do you think of this?
For an old man who just showed up and went straight to the topic. After Lin briefly explained the ideas of the two parties, he readily gave up half of the benefits. And Chungbei Eaton nodded with satisfaction. In his position, although he doesn't dislike the bargaining behavior in shopping malls, he doesn't have any favorable impression either. Negotiation is to directly expose the bottom line and close the deal if it is close to the psychological target. If it is too exaggerated, just shoot. There is no back and forth. Furthermore, the original creator cannot but benefit from the dissemination of magical knowledge, because that will dampen the enthusiasm of other magicians and thus have a negative impact. In the long run and for magicians as a whole, the gains outweigh the losses. Now that the first problem was solved, Chungbei Eaton asked the second question.
For the domain name system and the web page system, I tried to build them on the president's exclusive energy pool, although it seems to be successful. But it cannot be enabled. There is no relevant explanation in the documentation. Where might this problem occur?
Just by listening, Lin knew the answer without even thinking about it, because that was exactly the hole dug in the documentation that was handed over before. Facing the inquiry from his immediate boss, Lin began to explain the tree structure of the domain name system. Each layer of servers only points to the server on the upper layer and manages its own legally authorized domain name. To put it bluntly, the Artori source pool of the Tower of the Great Sage, as the first DNS server in the Lost World, it certainly has the status of dot. Other energy pools can only become sub-level servers and register with dot to have legal domain names. If someone else wants to build the top-level server of dot, they will only create two independent networks that are difficult to connect to each other. If you want to communicate with each other, you have to go back to the original and memorize the complex and lengthy string of marks in the energy pool of each magic tower.
Then can the domain name system with dot authority be handed over to the association district headquarters?
Faced with this good question, Lin of course boldly said yes. Even the data that already exists on the forum can be completely transplanted. The premise is that all current users of the forum must suspend their use during the migration operation, and it is not certain how long this time will be, in view of the fact that people in the Lost World do not know the limit of tolerance for
server under maintenance.
Lin also expressed this level of doubts very straightforwardly. Chungbei Eaton also admitted that it would be unfavorable for such a situation to occur while the forum was still in the promotion stage. If the user loses confidence, it will take even more effort to regain it. In this regard, Lin took advantage of the situation and proposed the concept of .com. To put it simply, the association district headquarters is allowed to have the first-level DNS server, and other people who want to own domain names can just apply directly to the association. The dot of the Tower of the Great Sage is only used as the starting point for website query. Chung Wei-Eaton also agrees with this approach. In the final analysis, the association just wants to have the space to manage all magicians. Like the magical knowledge of its deceased original creators, the society does not disseminate it for free. Instead, the set price becomes a way to control the breadth of the magic circulation. For knowledge that you don't want too many people to know, or powerful attack magic, set the price a little higher to reduce the desire to buy among those who are short of money. For magic that is hoped to be used by every magician, it sets a lower price and vigorously promotes it, hoping that everyone will stuff a spell notebook. In the end, he hopes to put those magics listed as must-learn into the apprentice's 3-ring textbook. Of course, those fees become one of the important sources of income for the association. And as long as the association has room for maneuver, Orange Eaton does not have to insist on a certain outcome. Besides, Lin's willingness to give up profits before was not a good reason to give in here. For their own problems, they all got a good result. Chung Wei-Eaton said a few polite words, and then cut off the connection. Things returned to normal. And more than 10 days later, such a scary scene happened again. This time it was aimed at the Chamber of Commerce, which belongs to the Magicians Association. The profit-seeking nature of businessmen makes them very sensitive to some newly emerging technologies. Not to mention that the forum can get information from various places, as soon as possible as long as there are informants in the local area. This is better than the 800-mile express, flying pigeons to send messages, or finding a messenger to run a marathon fast. In addition to business intelligence, if magicians, tower owners, and other chambers of commerce in various places can trade and place orders on the forum, as long as they are combined with reasonable transportation routes, the trade volume will undoubtedly increase to another level. It is a pity that on the forum, in the instructions before opening a new article, Lin clearly wrote 3 prohibitions. People who came into contact with the internet for the first time in the world of Lost World actually obeyed obediently. At least no accidents were heard. Lin couldn't help but sigh at this simple internet culture. The first prohibition is to prohibit writing all magic spells in the general article area. The second prohibition is to prohibit drawing magic circles in the general article area. These 2 bans are for the same reason. You must know that the forum is based on the 8 powers based on magic. In other words, this seemingly product of technology is actually something mysterious. If you write a spell or draw a magic circle in an article, it is not impossible for others to open the discussion thread and be showered with fireballs. Especially the basis for installing the browser system is either an energy pool or a magic stone, which itself is the source of magical energy. Although the way words are encoded, the words do not directly represent their meaning. In other words, the text content displayed by the mantra on the forum and the coding behind it may not necessarily produce the effect that the mantra should induce. But I'm not afraid of 10,000. I'm just afraid of what might happen. If it's just right, some unlucky guy will be confused by the magic. To cope with this possibility, Lin passively used article classification. In addition to general articles, there is also a category of magic articles to remind users who click on the discussion thread that the content of the article contains spells and magic circles, which may have effects. So please take protective measures yourself. The third prohibition is aimed at trading activities. All activities such as bartering, money for things, things for money, knowledge exchange, etc. are all prohibited. Regarding this ban, not only President Chung Wei-Eaton, but also many users are puzzled. It's just that today the president, on behalf of everyone, asked it in front of the creator. Lin only replied, "I have no ability to guarantee the performance of the contract." Chapter 14 Commission from the Association. One of the responsibilities of the association is to arbitrate disputes between magicians. Even if most people choose to go private, the association still handles a huge number of arbitration cases every year. The largest number of them are disputes arising from exchanges. Not that there are many charlatans among magicians. The source of most transaction disputes comes from the cognitive gap between the parties. The seller believes that his product is of high quality and deserves a higher value, but after the buyer sees the product, he realizes that it is a substandard product with poor quality and various defects, and it is not worthy of such a high value at all. In this way, disputes arise. And once a dispute enters the stage, there are very few people who can remain rational. Sometimes even arbitration associations suffer the same fate. As Chung Woo-eaton, who has been in charge of the Shijiao district branch for a long time, it can be said that he is deeply concerned. In that case, assuming that the transaction is conducted on the forum, it seems difficult for the founder of the forum to stay out of the matter. It would be okay if Gabra, Ashlyn Tripwood, and others were hiding in the magic tower. If you dare to step out of the tower, you will be instantly destroyed by the angry enemies. Therefore, Orange Eaton had to agree with Tripwood's reasons even if he had no choice but to do so. But the conversation changed, and it was Lin's turn to impress. Of course, he did not dare to offend the old man in front of him without looking too far, but continued in a calm tone. It's not that I haven't thought about using the internet to do business. When the president asked me this question, he should still consider the association to which the association belongs. Chamber of Commerce. He looked at the old man and thought for a moment. Transactions on the internet are for all users. But he will come forward because of the group of businessmen affiliated with the association. Their interests are also related to themselves and the overall development of the association. Realizing that Tripwood had extracted the concept of the Chamber of Commerce, Orange Eaton showed a playful expression and nodded. It is not feasible to allow transactions that cannot guarantee the fulfillment of the contract. But if the association comes forward and establishes a forum-like store on the internet, I think the credibility should be higher than that of two parties who cannot deal face-to-face. It is worthy of trust. However, since this system can only be used by the association, it is not suitable for public knowledge. So in terms of remuneration, Lin Shurji rubbed his fingers. It's normal for magicians to negotiate remuneration before doing something for others. No one will work for nothing. And the world of Lost World will not make the low-status person embarrassed to talk about money because of the difference in status between the two. They can only smile and say, "You can give me whatever you want, as long as you mean it." Then when I really got an exaggeratedly small remuneration, I felt so miserable behind my back. What's more, one of the responsibilities of the association is to dispatch magical manpower. Only appropriate remuneration can induce magicians with suitable abilities to come forward to complete the task. If you have the system you mentioned, the association can provide 10,000 gold. Such a reward is enough. This is the highest level task and the highest reward that the district association can make the final decision. For a magician of Lin's level, the amount of money is unimaginably huge. He bowed and said, I am extremely honored by your generosity. So, when can I see the system? I already have a plan in mind, but it will take time to realize it. Things are not ready-made. Just next month, I have made a reservation with the Chamber of Commerce's horse and carriage team to send my 2 apprentices back to the association to participate in the first round. At that time, I will entrust the finished product to my apprentice and submit it together. President, do you think it's okay? Oh, your apprentice has to take the assessment. The old man twirled the mustache at the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining. I know. I will take good care of him. Then I look forward to the system they submit when the time comes. There seemed to be some unnecessary misunderstanding. Lin was speechless. But then I thought about it. The world of Lost World is still a society governed by individuals anyway. And it is better to have someone to help you than no one to help you. The first round of the assessment for the 2 young apprentices depends on whether this system satisfies the big guys. If the system was not done well, I wonder if the 2 apprentices would come back crying. After finishing the call with the president, Lin took out the online mall system magic stone from the storage box that contained the framework that had been designed long ago. The reason why it was not made public before was not only because he was not qualified to have a foot in the business, but also whether some of the designs in it should be released, which also made Lin a little hesitant. After coming to the world of Lost World, what shocked Lin the most was not that magic existed in this world, but that mathematics did not exist in this world. Maybe people can understand simple addition, but multiplication, division, and even deeper knowledge, even magicians, a group at the forefront of knowledge research, have never heard of it. Therefore, the knowledge of the 3 systems that Lin handed over before, and the completely public source code, are not afraid of people stealing it, because there is mathematical logic in it that people in the Lost World cannot understand. Similarly, in the original design of the mall system, of course, there will be designs such as shopping carts and total prices, but those involve not only simple mathematical operations, but also the business operation model of this world. When businessmen come to discuss business, the price of the same goods to different people in different business hands depends on conscience. The buyer will not just buy 1 or 2 items, but when buying more things,
The total price also depends on conscience. Therefore, before the association's affiliated chamber of commerce was established, magicians were still tricked by those guys whose consciences were bitten by dogs. It wasn't until the Magicians Association established a chamber of commerce to run related transactions on its own that the conscience of the businessmen became slightly better and the pitfalls became less serious. However, in addition to relying on the association, the Chamber of Commerce also has some big bosses as backers, so that it has the means and strength to do deals with magicians. Otherwise, the former magicians were severely deceived, and there were many people who temporarily changed their careers to become robbers. Therefore, under such a business model, when an online mall suddenly comes with open and transparent prices, Mr. Lin feels that this is not promoting social progress, but a prelude to committing suicide. Being one step ahead of others is a genius. Being many steps ahead is a lunatic. And lunatics deserve to be burned at the stake. This is the principle of the lost world. Not to mention that barter transactions still exist in the world. And this part is difficult to measure with prices. So in order not to offend the entire Chamber of Commerce and the big bosses hiding behind it, Lin decided to remove unnecessary designs and only keep the product list and order system, so as not to infringe on these people's interests related to conscience, and then erase themselves to fill the gap in conscience. In addition, it is the optimization of the background management system. Considering that many of the managers in the Chamber of Commerce affiliated to the Magicians Association are apprentices who have no hope of promotion, this mall system is likely to be used by these people. So in terms of product placement and removal, and classification design, I tried to make it as simple as possible. Of course, detailed documentation is also included. A simple and clear system can effectively reduce the trouble of after-sales service. Although in the world of Lost World, most after-sales services are just one sentence, "It is not my fault that you were not smart enough." These modifications were actually completed in one afternoon. The remaining time is to supervise the two apprentices to make final preparations before the first round of assessment. For this reason, a considerable part of the work can only be undertaken by teachers, including hunting, adding some meat to the daily food, and suppressing the monsters and uncivilized races around the magic tower. There is no way. This is the character of living things. When an ecosystem is out of balance, creatures from other places will move in to restore the original balance. Unless this ecosystem is closed, or some species suddenly arrives that has no natural enemies here. If those two conditions cannot be met, the reality is that the demon wolf that killed a family today will be followed by demon tigers and leopards in a few days to occupy the territory. After all, the lost world is still the power of nature, far exceeding the overall power of Homo sapiens, at least unlike whales, pandas, and Tibetan antelopes on Earth. I have never heard of any species in the Lost Lands that is about to be hunted to extinction by humans. On the other hand, when approaching the village under the tower of the Great Sage, Lin Yu approached secretly, wanting to observe the current situation of the village. But what he saw was an empty village. This was the conclusion that Lin came to after he boldly walked into the village after observing for a long time without seeing a single person. The most important thing for such a gathering place in the wild is to guard against attacks from monsters or uncivilized races. So the most important thing is to have a thorough defense. Even if there is no city wall protection, there will be a simple wooden fence, which has a more or less protective effect. And the structure of the house must be very solid, to the extent that ordinary monsters cannot break it. Judging from the current structure of the houses in the village, it does not look like they were attacked by barbarian races, and they are generally still intact. Lin was guessing that it should be a continuation of the previous incident, although the population composition of the village is unknown. More than 40 young and strong laborers have been lost. It may not be easy for the remaining people to make a living in such a barbaric place. In addition, false accusations have occurred. According to the attitude of the Magicians Association, the normal situation is to punish those people with false accusations, based on the charges at that time. It is not impossible for the inspectors to actually launch a massacre of the village. But there is a greater possibility of just driving the group of people away and not allowing them to continue to live in the territory of the Tower of the Great Sage. The law does not punish everyone. This is also the case in the Lost World. But it is not without punishment. So expelling that group of people and leaving their lives is considered a reasonable punishment. And whether he kills him or drives him away, he will still look like this. Don't think that there will be corpses after killing. If you didn't look at the 46 corpses hanging outside the tower, they would have been eaten until only the bones were left, or the whole person was taken away, leaving only half an empty body. Knotted rope.
Thinking about it, even if this village was really slaughtered, it would probably just be a feast for the beasts in the forest. Although the fate of the survivors was not determined, Lin no longer cared about this nonsense after seeing the results in front of him. The starry sky at night is still the main focus of my research. The computerization work of the energy pool is also in full swing. The calculation function, especially the calculation of floating point numbers, still has considerable room for improvement in accuracy. Chapter 15: The Daily Life of Dog Training. After arriving at the Tower of the Great Sage, the Chamber of Commerce's horse and carriage team came for the fourth time. In addition to bringing routine supplies, there was also a covered wagon that could be used to seat people. This is to send the 2 apprentices back to the district branch to accept the first apprenticeship assessment. Generally speaking, if you can afford enough remuneration and your reputation is big enough, you can ask a qualified examiner to come to the Magic Tower to test your apprentice in person. However, Lin didn't have enough money, and he didn't have enough face. So naturally he couldn't invite those high-ranking magicians to come to this wilderness. There is also a way to have no money. It is also possible to let the apprentices use their legs to walk back to the district branch, just like the ancient people in the Xia Kingdom of Earth who went to Beijing to take the exam. But considering that the 2 little girls were only in their early teens, there was really no need to go through such trouble. Anyway, transporting guests is one of the businesses of the Chamber of Commerce. If you deliver the goods at the same time on the return trip, the cost will be much cheaper than making a special trip. As for Lin not leaving the Tower of the Great Sage, it is also because of his duty as a guard, and he cannot leave too far or for too long. If you plan to travel far away, according to the rules, you must first report to the association, in case the tower owner disappeared or died outside. The association mistakenly thought that the magic tower was guarded, causing an oversight. It would be extremely disrespectful to say goodbye without saying goodbye. But Lin didn't want to take this extra trip, mainly because of laziness. Although traveling long distances in a horse-drawn carriage is faster than walking on foot, the bumps on the road are not something that people who are used to riding in vehicles with shock absorbers can adapt to. Secondly, when I return to the association, I will inevitably deal with the published systems to deal with peers or seniors who come to ask questions. The reason why Fat Man can enjoy himself is not because he hates meaningless communication. People who don't understand it just don't have enough intelligence. If they say they grow a beard and have a knotted beard, they may not be able to teach those mediocre people. So he put the online mall system to be submitted to the association in a sealed box and handed it over to his 2 apprentices. Lin then ushered in a life of living alone after several years. The first thing, of course, was to lie down on the floor of the lobby on the first floor and roll sideways to the other end. Living in a big house is something I have long wanted to do, to declare my sovereignty. But as soon as he rolled to the wall, he opened his eyes and saw 4 dog eyes and 2 long tongues dripping with saliva. Yes, those 2 magical beasts that were no different from dogs, great hooves and white nose, were left in the Tower of the Great Sage. They are now several times larger than when they first arrived, but they are not yet adults. It can only be said that the nutrition is too good. Lin was quite emotional about this, and it was like a situation where children raising dogs turned into parents raising dogs. There is no way. The next step is to live a life of 1 person and 2 dogs. As everyone knows, this is the beginning of the disaster. Without the 2 little apprentices who stared at the 2 beasts all day long, the usual training was stopped, and the rules were gone. The entire magic tower became a paradise for the 2 dogs to act out. The chewed sheets, the dog shit in the center of the core room, the kitchen that had been robbed, and the new furniture that had only been used for a few months had become the objects of teeth grinding. Not to mention the few books at the dismemberment scene. For several days, Lin became a dog slave who cleaned up messes, cleaned up toilets, and prepared food for his 2 masters. Is there something wrong? Lin recalled Earth's knowledge about dogs being hierarchical creatures. The feeling was that normally, the 2 young apprentices would take care of all the chores in the magic tower. But Lin was completely hands-off. In the eyes of dogs, such behavior was a sign of the lowest class. So when the 2 most powerful people were not around, the 2 beasts thought they were above the human being in front of them. If these 2 beasts were Pomeranians, Chihuahuas, hysterical small dogs, then so be it. But in the world of Lost World, these 2 are at least carnivorous beasts. Even Warcraft. To put it simply, the skin is rough, and the flesh is rough, and can withstand beatings. I think of what the old man said in the past. In the early days of dog breeding in Taiwan, in order to prevent the dogs from giving birth to too many puppies, the dogs would be neutered. But it is definitely not done by a veterinarian, but by a barefoot fairy, esoteric doctor, in the village who knows this skill. At that time, there was a particularly ferocious big black dog in the village. It chased cars, people, and postmen, causing outrage and resentment. Even my uncle, who was skilled in dog castration, was chased. When the owner of the black dog wanted to neuter the dog, he invited this uncle to do it. The old man just tied up the dog, cut the flesh with a knife, cut off half of the balls, and then went to smoke, not caring how miserable the black dog was. This operation lasted for more than an hour. And then, I came back and slowly completed the rest of the operation. From then on, when the big black dog saw his uncle approaching from a distance, he would definitely run away with his tail between his legs. Then, should we neuter these two dogs? Lin thought to himself. But considering that you don't have that skill, it's better not to try it easily. But there are alternatives. Thinking of this, Lin smiled slyly, making the two beasts feel inexplicably scared. First, go into the foundry and make some iron chains. With the help of magical shaping, the job is a piece of cake. Next, 3 sets of wooden frames for skinning were made, which were tied very firmly. Then, without noticing that the two beasts, who were still chewing pillows and playing in the core room without knowing that they were about to die, didn't notice, he used magic rope to tie the two dogs tightly. The giant power technique at the official magician level is definitely not something that 2 cubs who have not yet matured can compete with. Gray Hoof and White Nose were helpless, and were tied tightly to the skinning rack with iron chains. The limbs are firmly fixed, and except for the dog's head, which can still turn, the rest of the body is absolutely unable to move. Of course, this is not to skin these 2 dogs. Lin ignored the moans of the 2 beasts begging for mercy, went out directly, hunted an adult wolf back, and tied it to the 3rd wooden frame. Immediately, within sight of Gray Hooves and White Nose dogs, the steps of bleeding, skinning, dismembering, and then making fragrant barbecue began. Of course, the meat is not shared by the 2 animals. They can only watch humans enjoy the food. However, Lin was still kind enough to feed the 2 dogs a bowl of water each. Then he threw the silence spell, ignored the whine of the dog snail, and returned to his own territory to start stargazing at night. This behavior lasted 3 days in a row. The difference is that on the 2nd day, I hunted a real demon dog, and on the 3rd day, I hunted another wolf. Anyway, hunting these carnivorous beasts is the duty of the defenders. So Lin just treated it as a matter of course. By the morning of the 4th day, the 2 animals, which had only had a little water to drink in 3 days, had long since lost the strength to moan. His tongue hung weakly, and with almost only 1 breath left, Lin put the 2 dogs down. As soon as they landed on the ground, the 2 dogs didn't know where they got the strength, and they ran back to their kennels, hiding inside and not daring to come out, until Lin cut a piece of wolf meat that was roasted last night and put it into the bowls dedicated to the 2 dogs. You must know that the barbecue has become hard and tasteless after being left overnight. But this meat still attracted Gray Hooves and White Nose. They walked forward cautiously, looking at the human standing in front of the dog bowl with an expression of fear from the corners of their eyes. Just a few steps away, Lin stretched out his hand to signal a stop and shouted, "Stop!" The 2 dogs stopped at the same time. "Sit!" These simple instructions were learned from the training of 2 young apprentices. So Gray Hoof and White Nose sat down obediently, although their heads were cocked and their tails were wagging feebly. Lin is very satisfied that although he is not the main trainer, he is not responsible for feeding the dogs. But these 2 dogs can still understand these simple commands and execute them meticulously. The only difference is that they cannot speak human language. So they say sir, _yes _sir. On the other hand, if you are too stupid to understand human speech, there will be no training value, and you will have become a pot of dog meat. Eat. After giving instructions, the 2 dogs dared to lower their heads and bite the cold and hard barbecue. In the following days, Lin still did not discipline or train the 2 dogs more, which was what the 2 apprentices agreed to do. Gray Hoof and White Nose returned to their uncared for state. But this time, they only dared to play and act wild outside the tower. And they didn't even dare to go up to the core room on the 3rd floor. Lin's life has finally become stable. When he thinks about it, he just throws a few pieces of meat into the dog's bowl and fills the water basin with water. After all, raising a dog is similar to teaching a child. When the truth doesn't make sense, give it a good meal and beat it a few times.
and the truth will become clearer. Lin felt a lot when he thought of the beatings he had received as a child. At that time, the standard for a famous teacher in a school was to break a few points in one semester. However, in the era before I traveled back in time, news about child abuse appeared on TV from time to time. It was called discipline, but it was actually child abuse. Looking at the child's bruised appearance, it's not like teaching a child. It's just treating him as an enemy and beating him to vent his anger. The world is getting worse. Chapter 16: The Daily Life of Visitors.
Is the Tower Master here?
On a leisurely evening, such a call came from the gate on the first floor of the Tower of the Great Sage. Lin emerged from the stairwell that had been transformed into a closed stairwell, and there were 6 adventurers in front of him. Looking at the distinctive attire, I guess the combination is a pair of warriors, an archer, a mage, a monk, and a hunter. The difference between hunters and archers is that the former is lightly armed with a short bow, while the latter is armored with a long bow. Hunters usually also have the responsibilities of pathfinding and outpost, and they are also good at hunting, tracking, or avoiding monsters in the wild. Some teams that cannot find good hunters will use rogue professions instead. It can be regarded as a pretty standard small adventure group. Lin stepped forward and said politely,
"It is really rare to see high-level warriors in this remote place. I wonder what the distinguished guests are doing when they come to visit."
Most of these people have capable eyes and big muscles. Although the armor protective gear is somewhat mottled and faded, it is definitely well maintained and can provide complete protection. The older heavy armored warrior inside was the leader of the group. He took a step forward and said,
"I am passing through this place on my journey, and I see that it is getting late. I would like to stay at your place for one night. I will leave early tomorrow morning."
The magic tower in the Lost World has the responsibility of guarding the place. In theory, it also functions as a shelter and supply station for adventurers. Of course, the magic tower is different from a full-time hotel. If you want to eat and drink here, don't expect the magician to be like a waiter, waiting on you in front of and behind you. Everything has to be done by yourself. When staying in a tower, don't expect soft beds or clean rooms. Basically, it's just a vacant room, warehouse, restaurant, etc., where you can sleep in a corner for a night. The only advantage is that you don't have to worry about being attacked by nocturnal beasts in the middle of the night. And for the most part, you don't need to send people to keep watch. But there is a premise for all this, which is to dare to enter the magic tower where the tower owner has the power of life and death. Although this place is not as good as the Song Dynasty in Xia Kingdom, the top hotels on the road are either selling human meat buns or preparing to make the guests into buns. It is common for adventurers to enter the tower to buy some magic weapons and props, or to replenish some food and water. But not many people have the courage to fall asleep unprepared in such an environment. So Lin was quite surprised to hear such a request. But just like the saying back home, rely on your parents at home and rely on your friends when you go out. I'm not a character like Sun Earnyang in Water Margin, so it's nothing to let someone sleep with me for a night. Of course, I can get some reward afterwards. So I agreed, pointing to the room with the open door on the side. He said,
"You can stay in the restaurant. The space is quite large, and the tables and chairs can be moved. There is a stove inside that you can use as you like. If you want food, there is some dried meat in the storage box. Thank you, Tower Master."
The leading soldier saluted slightly. After Lin returned the gift, he was about to walk back to the 3rd floor. The layout of the magic tower is the same. The higher the level, the more important it is. This also means that no one is allowed to enter. The guests are all active on the 1st floor. As for the storage room, weapons room, and foundry room on the 1st floor, the doors are all locked with magic. Unless the peer in the group takes action, ordinary people will not be able to enter. Of course, if the magician really takes action, Lin, as the Tower Master, will definitely know it immediately and take measures. So overall, Lin is not afraid of outsiders entering the magic tower. For this kind of passing guest, he should not be overly enthusiastic, nor should he be too cold. Asking about the purpose and saying a few polite greetings are enough. It's just that he wants to simplify things. But usually things don't go as he imagined.
"That tower owner. Why are there no people in that village in your territory?"
Looking for trouble? This group of people. Lin's thoughts flashed past, and he turned back to look at the adventurers. The one who spoke was a young warrior among them. The armor is bright, and there is faint fluctuation of magic power flowing around. This is a very advanced magic armor with built-in defensive magic. However, It was precisely this set of high-end products that made him feel a little incompatible with others. And this sense of dissonance also included his expression. Some were angry, some were shocked, and some were puzzled. Only the young man looked arrogantly, raised his head, and said sternly,
I heard that within the territory of this magic tower, there is a village where kind people live. There is no one in that village now.
But there are many bones hanging outside your tower.
Can you explain what is going on?
Calmly, he rubbed the third knuckle of his index finger with his right thumb, and 2 water mirrors instantly appeared next to Lin. The image shown in the mirror was exactly the scene when the villagers broke into the magic tower and were killed. He said in a cold tone,
A group of mobs entered the tower to kill me, and then they all died in the tower. They also tried to slander my behavior to the association, so they were punished by the inspectors. What will happen to them? For me, it's not important. Are you satisfied with this answer?
Although Lin also has a bit of a temper, and would certainly not be happy if he was questioned like this. It doesn't mean that he doesn't even have the thought of explaining himself. In the past, when I was watching plays, I saw those self-righteous protagonists, who would not even say anything that could be explained in 2 sentences, but would make things into a fuss. Every time I watch it, I think of vomiting blood. Now that I have met him, I understand the feeling of being so unhappy that I don't want to answer. But he still said it, although he didn't know if it had any effect. After all, the person opposite is a noble man with nostrils on his forehead. Whether he can understand people's words or not is still open to question. As expected, this man didn't even look at the picture in the water mirror. He walked straight forward and was about to question him, but was pulled back by the more steady heavy-armored warrior who was traveling with him, covering the young man's mouth. The team leader apologized and said,
Sorry, our young man is a little unreasonable and offended the tower owner. Please don't take it to heart.
The struggling young man pulled away the soldier's hand and cursed loudly.
Schmidt, you bastard. Don't let me go. Don't forget who you are. How dare you do this to me? What's more, have you forgotten? The little widow with her child cried so miserably before that we came here to bring justice.
The young man's curses continued. But Lin had already taken a step back and snapped his fingers. A few magical shields flashed in front of him. And at the same time, the defense function of the entire magic tower was activated at the same time. The red light flows through every corner along with the magic channel on the wall, casting an ominous color on the entire first floor hall. Although he hasn't actually taken action yet, the warning and caution are strong. At the same time, the adventure group was not idle either. The warrior leader who was holding the position gave his fellow hunter a look, and the latter skillfully delivered a sap towards the back of the young man's head. This young man, who was obviously on the same road but not on the same page, rolled his eyes and fainted. Regarding the drama before him, Lin did not act rashly. He just waited quietly. Several people, led by the warrior, carefully placed their main weapons on the ground, indicating that they were not hostile. The magician did not give up his cane, but he also took a few steps away from the crowd, which was also a sign of no hostility. Because if Master is about to start a fight, without any prior preparation, his standard action is to hide behind his companions and draw out a few auxiliary magics first, instead of retreating and exposing himself. Seeing this, Lin also dispersed the ominous red light in the magic tower, and the white light used for night lighting was restored. The 2 groups of people looked at each other speechlessly, but it was Lin who spoke first.
It's not easy for you to serve a noble young master.
The archer, who had been standing behind everyone without speaking but always looking eager to try, suddenly said excitedly,
How do you know he is the eldest son of Count Sita?
You just said that. Idiot. She really wanted to answer him like this. But seeing that the archer was already bathed in the reproachful eyes of his companions, Lin was embarrassed to add insult to injury. He smiled awkwardly and said,
These are all high-level adventurers. They don't look like they are simply rich. You can hire someone to be a nani. Only if the person hired is rich and powerful can you look after your heir. So it is not difficult to guess that the young man is a noble. What surprised me was that you actually greeted your employer's head.
The leading warrior shrugged and said,
Our contract only protects the life of Baron Sita,
and does not include accompanying him to attack an own magic tower. In my opinion, this is the most reasonable approach.
Lin did not comment on this. When laziness strikes, don't do anything if you can't. This is the highest principle in this life. He just asked tentatively,
Well, everyone, what are your plans next?
The implication was whether to leave here or stay in the tower for one night as originally requested. However, The magician stood up first and asked, I heard that you are the founder of the forum, the knowledge builder of the Tripwood forum browser technique. And the magician Gabrash Tripwood. Yes, it's me. I wonder if you are lucky enough to learn forum browser skills from you. Seeing Lin's puzzled expression, the magician among the adventurers introduced himself. I am a magician from the Noonan District chapter. After entering the Shijia district, Heline Fleisch saw many magicians using the forum system and was very curious. After being introduced by a friend, he came to the Tower of the Great Sage in the hope of learning about it. Knowledge and magic. If you travel from Noonan District, you will indeed pass by the Tower of the Great Sage before going to the Association branch in Shijia District. In addition to learning magic knowledge at various regional branches, of course you can also go directly to the original researchers to learn its content. Of course, the tuition fee paid does not have a share in the association. Of course, the association does not prohibit such behavior. Their original intention of selling magic knowledge is just to hope that magic knowledge can be spread more widely, rather than to monopolize any benefits. However, most magicians are too lazy to teach an outsider. If they have time, they might as well do their own research. So they entrust the association with the power to sell magic knowledge. Although Len has all kinds of laziness, since he is the first colleague from another district chapter to be interested in the forum, and for the purpose of promotion, there is no reason to reject others thousands of miles away. Your Excellency Lin Fries, if you want to learn about the forum, please follow me to the core room on the 3rd floor. All systems are based on the energy pool of the magic tower, and it will be easier to explain there. As for the others, just do it yourself. With a wave of his hand, he invited the magician to walk towards the stairs. Immediately, Lin took the lead and led the people towards the core area of the magic tower. Chapter 17 Argument around the campfire. At night, the atmosphere around the campfire in the wild camp was not harmonious at all, but rather tit for tat. The young noble's son stared angrily at the adventure group hired by his father. The sap in the back of his head still made him feel groggy. However, for those who had seen all kinds of people and encountered all kinds of dangers, this group of experienced adventurers simply ignored the non-threatening gazes. But not everyone has no complaints about the current situation. The archer stirred the fire and complained. Didn't I just agree that we would spend the night on a roof? Why did you run out to camp again? The warrior leader smiled sarcastically and then said, I won't be at ease if I'm still living in the magic tower after something like that happened. Whether it's the tower owner or our people. Damn it! The young noble yelled angrily, and said in a ferocious tone, if you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have captured that vicious magician. It was only a few steps away. Oh, it's just a few steps away. The soldier continued to taunt, but he didn't want to start a bigger dispute with the employer's son. Turning towards the deserted forest, he asked, in your opinion, what are our chances of winning just now? Might he? The team's magician is coming out of the forest. As soon as he showed up, he heard the leader's question. He said casually, the correct question should be, if we had fought just now, how many people would have survived? Oh, then might he? Tell me, if there is a fight, how many of us will survive? According to my original idea, except for me who can escape, you should all die. What were your original thoughts? The warrior leader became curious about the key words he heard. He continued to ask the magician, who was already sitting by the campfire. What do you think now? The current view is that except for the possibility of me escaping, you will all die. Looking at the surprised expressions of his companions, the magician shrugged and continued. After all, my original plan was that once you guys started to make trouble, I will definitely run away immediately. And those who don't run away will of course not have a chance. Damn it! It was the young nobleman again! He complained angrily. If you don't stop me, just let me suppress the opponent and put the magic-breaking blade on that hateful guy's neck. Even if he is a Dharma saint. And it won't help. He can only go to H.L. to pay for his sins. Yes, that's right. The magician responded weakly and whispered, if you can get it on his own neck. The warrior leader's eyes flashed, and he immediately thought of the key point and asked, Maha, what did you see in the core room? He tilted his head, thinking about how to organize his words. The magician said, there are many things that are difficult to describe, but the most shocking thing is the tower owner himself. Well, to be precise, it is not the one we saw. It seems that none of you realize that the one in front of you is just a clone. It's normal, because I didn't see it either. The explosive news still shocked the companions around the campfire. But if you think about it carefully, It's normal. When guests come to visit, the residents of the tower personally greet them as a sign of goodwill. But generally speaking, it is the apprentices who do so. Unless you are an acquaintance or someone with a high enough status, the magician himself will greet you. Otherwise, the master of the tower will personally greet anyone who comes. Then do we still need to conduct magic experiments? Should I interrupt my reading while studying? If the price of being a tower owner is so low, then it's okay not to do it. To put it bluntly, this is just a courtesy to express goodwill. The tower master comes forward and negotiates where necessary. After the negotiation, everyone will do whatever they want to do. If the visiting guests couldn't find out that the tower owner was just a clone, there would be no rudeness, even if it is really rude. So what? It is common for some masters of magic towers with high enough status to have puppets or ordinary servants come forward to receive them. This does not violate the rules that must be maintained by magician inspectors. Law. Furthermore, if you feel unhappy because of the other party's impoliteness, if you can, go up to the tower and drag out the extremely arrogant magician to beat him. If the visiting guests really have such abilities, the tower owner cannot help but ignore them. Besides, some people in my team also came to visit with bad intentions. I really can't blame the other party for hiding in the core room. However, the well-informed warrior leader was still curious and asked, "What kind of clone magic did he use? Did you understand it?" According to the tower owner, it's called three-dimensional imaging. He gave a rough explanation, but I couldn't understand it. There was only one part that I understood, which was that the magic relied on the magic tower to operate, and it was a trap magic, a type that cannot be used elsewhere. The aristocratic young man who was unwilling to become a supporting role snorted coldly and said, "So what if he deceived us with his clones? He can prevent us from going up to the 3rd floor. Or maybe it just gives us a reason to go up." Right, Captain Haas? In a world of life and death, failure to see through the deception means death. The adventure group and others wanted to warn the noble young master like this, but they still looked at the man coming out from behind the young master. The strongest sword in the hands of Earl Sita, the leader of the Thunder and Lightning Legion, Richard Haas. An upright and powerful knight. Although wars between countries and between nobles were less frequent in this era, it did not mean that there were no threats to the development of civilization. Wild beasts living in nature, even monsters, as well as the uncivilized race of Homo sapiens, who are accustomed to plundering others or destroying themselves. These threats are the reasons why lords everywhere maintain armaments. Some people are afraid that the sharp blade in their hands will turn around and hurt them. But there are also people who let people be talented. As long as their subordinates are really capable, they will turn a blind eye to minor problems and ignore them. Richard Haas's shortcoming is his stubbornness. But he is trustworthy in training and using troops. This created a legion that was famous in the kingdom, and also brought prosperity to the earldom with both fame and fortune. This time, in order to protect his eldest son, Count Sita asked the legion commander to take action himself. It was impossible to bring the entire legion, but a squadron was brought along, followed by elite by Lai. As for the 5-person adventure group, they are the old Jianghu who lead the way and let their sons see the world. In terms of status, of course, the warrior leader cannot command the legion commander, who is in charge of more than 3,000 people. But the noble young master can. Although he would not obey all orders, Richard Haas still gained a lot of autonomy from the count. But on the premise of protecting the life of his young master, he would not be so unkind as to disobey any request. Not to mention that from what he heard about the evil deeds of the tower master, he would not refuse if he had the opportunity to punish him. So when Richard Haas came forward, it meant that he was also seriously considering the possibility of attacking the magic tower. This kind of message has to be faced carefully by the adventurous couples. However, looking at the heavily armored knights with a few white hairs in their prime, the magician said half sarcastically, half admonishingly, "The legion commander wouldn't think of a surprise attack on the magic tower. Did you betray our whereabouts?" His voice was slightly chilly, and Richard Haas stared at this group of hired people. The magician shrugged his shoulders and denied it. At the same time, he also remembered the situation of the previous meeting with the tower master. Macheline Fleisch went up to the core room on the 3rd floor. In addition to seeing the 2 owners of the Great Sage's tower, one of them, the one who followed him, stepped onto the 3rd floor, disappeared like a phantom. Apart from being shocked, I also saw that the layout of this place was completely different from the core rooms of other magic towers. The biggest difference is that in addition to the energy pool standing upright in midair, there are also dozens of images formed by the water mirror technique hanging in front of the console and next to the energy pool.
Most of the things in the picture are unrecognizable to the visiting magician. However, a few of them could tell that they were of the same nature as the surveillance footage they saw on the first floor. But the content is not the scene of dozens of villagers breaking into the tower and being killed as seen before, but the scene of the companions on the first floor leaving the magic tower after a discussion that is not a discussion.
It seems that your companion is no longer willing to live in my tower.
As a prelude, Lin stood up and bowed to his companion, and said,
First meeting. Magician Lin Fries. I am the Great Sage, the Lord of the Tower, Gobra Shlyn Tripwood.
After shouting ha-ha and returning the gift, Lion Fleas did not intend to pursue the matter of the clone welcoming guests. Magicians, especially those who have been adventuring outside for a long time, all have a common belief that no etiquette or power is as important as life. The damn rules for magicians to greet people are just to cater to the bullshit reasons of ordinary nobles. He was actually curious about one of the water mirror techniques, which seemed to show that the map around the Tower of the Great Sage was full of light spots of different colors, large and small, and moving around.
Excuse me, Your Excellency, what are these spots of light? Oh, that's a biological aura.
Without waiting for questions, Lin Yi followed his curious colleagues to the map screen and continued.
It's actually my own way of saying it's a biological aura, because I still do it up to now. It is unclear what the observed things are based on. It may be the magic power of the magician, or the fighting spirit of the warrior, or even the spiritual power emitted by the soul. In short, the size of the light spot can represent the biological power. The size of the body and the depth of the color can represent the level of his energy essence.
Pointing to a spot of light on the screen, Lion Fleas continued to ask,
What does that spot of light mean? Do you think it represents?
Lin walked back to the console and started playing with his things. He replied casually,
Maybe it's an army from somewhere. I just don't know what race it is and where it comes from. Oh, why would you directly assert that this is an army and not immigrants or gregarious monsters? Even if the immigrants hire powerful mercenaries as guards, they will inevitably include some women or children. Generally speaking, the aura of these two creatures is not strong. As for the aura you are referring to, it does not matter if it is strong and very average, so it is unlikely to be immigrants. As for the gregarious monsters, there will be no large-scale gathering of herbivorous monsters in the forest. They will leave after wreaking havoc, and they will not stay here. Moreover, their behavior patterns should be more dispersed, which is conducive to increasing the range of distribution and hunting more prey that can be eaten together so densely.
Other than the army established by Homo sapiens, I can't think of any other possibility. Then you are not worried at all. What is the purpose of this army appearing here? If they wanted to say hello, they would have visited me long ago. If they didn't alert me, it means they have other secret tasks to carry out. And it's hard for me to get involved and say that I have discovered your whereabouts. Anyway, this kind of person, you should just stay for one night and leave the next day to carry out your own mission. If you don't leave by tomorrow morning and don't notify me, just treat him as an unfriendly guest and kill him immediately. On the mainland, the military has its own rules. Intruding into other people's territory without permission is an act of aggression, and you deserve to die.
Right? Lin smiled kindly, but it made Mecheline Flaze's scalp tingle. Chapter 18 The Following King. If the opportunity for a surprise attack has been lost, then Richard Haas has to re-examine the possible losses of attacking the Magic Tower. Is it possible for the Magic Tower to wipe out an entire legion? Sure. But Richard Haas is not a newcomer to the battlefield who has not experienced the battle against the tower. There will be disputes between nobles because of territorial issues, so it would be like a fantasy that nobles and magicians could coexist peacefully without disputes. In most cases, this kind of personal feud will not cause public outrage among magicians, and there is no reason for the Magicians Association to intervene. Therefore, it is not uncommon for nobles to attack towers with private armies. On the contrary, if the tower owner is killed, there may be magicians who are happy to have an empty tower to compete with without any resentment towards the nobles. As long as the nobles do not claim and occupy the Magic Tower's inherent 10 kilometers territory, if anything is plundered by the former tower owner, the successor will ignore it. This is a general rule in the Lost Land world. But if a noble wants to demolish the Magic Tower, the big guys from the association will immediately come to teach him how to behave. In other words, from Richard Haas's perspective, attacking the Magic Tower with the existing manpower is not without a chance of victory. In addition, The magician who took over the tower of the great sage can only be regarded as a new recruit of the tower owner. He is completely different from the old ghosts, who have been running the tower for a long time. And he is also considered the easiest to bully. However, whether the losses and gains from attacking the tower are equivalent is another level of issue. There is no need to consider the righteous deeds that can be easily accomplished to increase the reputation and achievements of Count Sita and the Thunder and Lightning Legion. For the soldiers he brought out, Richard Haas was fully confident of surprise attacks. But if the opponent is already alert and changes from a surprise attack to a frontal attack and defense, the losses may be huge. So he cannot help but think twice. What's more, he also carries a very valuable temporary cargo in his team. Bringing it back will not only bring great fame to the Earl, but also strengthen the Legion. Furthermore, in order to seize the cargo, the elite squadron that followed suffered casualties and was not in the most complete condition. All these factors made the Legion leader worried and made it difficult for him to make an easy decision. Facing his father's subordinates, who remained silent, the young noble gradually lost his patience. From constant urging, it turned into all kinds of threats and curses. Finally, he impatiently issued an ultimatum and said in a stern tone, "Commander of the Haas army, I have made it very clear. Make a plan to attack the tower and implement it. Remember whose subordinate you are." He impatiently stopped thinking in the noisy environment. And when he came back to his senses, he heard such a threat from his young master. And Richard Haas was also amused. He said coldly, "Of course it is clear, Baron Sita. I am your father's subordinate. Unfortunately, you have not inherited your father's title." The last thread of reason in the mind of the young nobleman, who was ignored by his inheritance, suddenly snapped. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword, ready to teach this ungrateful guy a lesson. He completely forgot that if there was a fight, based on the strength comparison between the two sides, he would be the one who learned the lesson. But a sudden roar of a tiger echoed through the sky, interrupting Baron Sita's irrational behavior and calling him back to reality. That tiger roar was familiar to everyone present. Several soldiers with thunder and lightning ran out of the forest and came to guard Richard Haas and Baron Sita. The 5 members of the adventure group looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. The hunter said in shock, "Could it be that the king-level monster is chasing out?" The next moment, a howl came from the forest not far behind the team. Compared to the previous sound, it seemed much more immature. The warrior leader's expression changed and he cursed. "Damn it. Is that cub awake?" In the center of the Thunder and Lightning Legion squadron camp was a carriage carrying an iron cage. In the iron cage is a cub with black spots on a white background, 4 legs and wings, which is firmly fixed to the base of the iron cage by iron chains. The potion used by hunters to stupefy animals has not completely worn off. But after hearing the howl of the mother beast, it still struggled to respond, and kept twisting its body, trying to break free from the iron chain. This cub was the group's previous trophy. The squadron of the Thunder and Lightning Legion restrained the king-level monster, the winged sky tiger, and then a 6-man adventure group headed by the heavily armored warrior Schmidt and Baron Sita secretly captured the winged sky tiger larvae. Whether it is tamed or turned into a magic material, the value of this larvae is no less than a standard earldom and several years of tax revenue. It was precisely because of the battle that Baron Sita insisted on launching that the Thunder and Lightning Legion squadron suffered casualties. However, the goal at that time was just to contain the king-level monster. When the winged sky tiger realized something was wrong, he wanted to turn back. But there was no trace of his child. If he wanted to pursue the humans who had restrained him before, Richard Haas would have already escaped with his men. Being left empty-handed, this monster rushed out of its territory in grief and anger, and began to track its own offspring. Now that we are encountering it again, it is definitely bad news for the human side. Because before, we could make a time difference to escape separately. Now they have to fight a positional battle, not only to guard the cub and prevent it from being recaptured, but also to defend against the attack of a king-level monster until it is killed or driven back. This level of difficulty is not just 1 or 2 levels higher. At this time, the magician Molland Oles proposed what he thought was the most rational choice. "We hide in the magic tower and rely on the tower's defense to fight against this king-level monster." Everyone immediately gave him looks of contempt. The situation was so tense before. How can I ask for a visit now? At this time, the magic tower reacted, and the strategic level attack magic it relied on, the light bullet attack technique, blasted towards the source of the tiger's roar. Then everyone was disappointed, even desperate. as the most strategic attack magic deployed in magic towers. The name and power of light bomb attack are very familiar to those with rich experience. It will condense a dazzling light ball like a small sun on the top of the tower, and slowly descend towards the enemy's head. The huge condensed magical power will annihilate everything in its path until the magic power contained in the light ball is exhausted. You must know that most attack magic can lock the enemy, but only in a state where the caster can see it, and actively blast the enemy through mental control. There is no real locking. And then automatic tracking. And the more complex the magic, the more difficult it is to use mental power to change the attack path. When it comes to the use of strategic magic, most of it is used in places where the caster cannot directly observe it. So there is no way to talk about locking the enemy. The only thing that can be done is to specify a direction and distance, and then expand the killing range as much as possible to cause a large number of killing results. This means that strategic magic is not suitable for dealing with Warcraft, because by the time the caster completes the magic and casts it in the specified direction and distance, the monster may have gone to other places to show off its power. Therefore, the magic tower strategy for dealing with monsters is to lure the opponent closer, and then use a large number of range attack magic centered on the tower to attack the monsters outside the tower. Obviously, the rookie tower owner did not possess such common sense. Secondly, there was a ball of light the size of a human head that I had just seen. It hit the direction of the Sky Tiger with a whoosh, and it had no power at all that the light bomb attack technique should have. Marindules was the first to react and cursed in a low voice, because this means that the tower owner, perhaps in the process of renovating the tower, modified the strategic magic circle on his own initiative. And the worst result was that the magic circle was damaged. Then, disaster struck for everyone. Richard Haas gave instructions in an orderly manner, and the soldiers of the Thunder and Lightning Legion also acted quickly to deal with this kind of monster with huge body and amazing attack power. Unless it is a fully covered fortress, like a castle or magic tower, it is extremely unwise to choose a position battle in a simple wooden village. The best way is a distributed siege, in the form of a hunt, with soldiers standing behind the monsters attacking, which also serves as a provocation. The purpose is to make the Warcraft focus on one thing and not the other, making it difficult to take care of both the head and the tail. However, the reality is that there is still the restless cub to defend so that the Sky Tiger cannot recapture it, and there is also the need to protect the heir to Earl Ceta. This will divert a lot of manpower. Richard Haas quickly had an idea. He first asked the hunters and the adventure team to deal with the tiger cubs. The tone was a bit harsh, but at this critical moment, no one cared about it. They arranged the assembled teams. Although this group of elite soldiers was not afraid of fighting at night, they had to deal with a king-level monster that had reduced their numbers a lot before. So everyone still cheered up. In the matter of life and death, you are the one you can rely on the most. I didn't look at the weak attack of the magic tower. It just scratched my itch. Regarding the 3-story building standing not far away, before everyone's complaints ended, they saw a series of light balls shooting out from the top of the tower, forming a line like beads, attacking in the direction of the Sky Tiger. No matter how fast the light ball flies, it is silent. But when it hits an object, the chaotic power generated by the annihilation of magic power will produce a muffled crackling sound. But because the human legions were still some distance away from the winged Sky Tigers, they couldn't hear that muffled sound. In their ears, it was the injured roars from the king-level monsters, which were louder and angrier. The attack launched by the magic tower was an unprecedented form. Seeing the string of light balls swinging in the air, and the constant roar of the Sky Tiger, the hunter couldn't help but come to the team's magician and asked, "Is it possible? How did you do it when all those light bullets hit that devil tiger?" Melindules held it in for a long time before replying, "Well, don't ask me." Chapter 19, Alien Magic Version of Quick Cannon. A series of light balls were like whips, twisting and turning in the air, and the only thing that remained unchanged was the roar of the Sky Tiger. Everyone watching the battle could almost imagine a scene. The monsters kept scurrying around, but they could not escape the attacks one after another. Luminous bombs kept hitting them. That kind of powerlessness will not be improved just because it is the king of a territory. "Bring out camp!" Richard Haas was the first to break the silence on the human side, and he issued an order to his subordinates. "Quickly retreat 10 days away from the magic tower. Only take important things with you and throw away all unnecessary things." "What?" Baron Ceta was about to jump after hearing this, but with them as the center, in another direction relative to the winged Sky Tiger, a huge bear roar was heard. At the same time, there was also a burst of eagle chirping from the sky. This is the wilderness where the winged Sky Tiger is located. the king of monsters that rules the other two territories. The so-called dominance of a king-level monster actually means that there is no other creature more powerful than it within a certain range. And the entire territory is its hunting range. The three kings, the four-winged eagle, the winged sky tiger, and the mountain-moving bear, use three adjacent mountains as their nests, and use three directions as their feeding ranges without attacking each other. This is highly unusual behavior in nature, but not incomprehensible, because to grow to this level, Warcraft already has wisdom that is not inferior to humans. Therefore, the reason why Mountain Bear appeared in another direction is that these two kings plan to encircle the human forces and encircle them. Coupled with a four-winged eagle controlling the air to fight gorillas, the destruction of the human side is imminent. If it weren't for the magic tower's string of light bullets, the winged sky tiger would be in agony. With this number of people, if they fight against three king-level monsters at the same time, they will definitely die. Even now that the winged sky tiger is being restrained by the magic tower, fighting against both land and air monsters at the same time is not within the scope of Richard Haas's consideration. Besides, even if you want to escape, you can't escape the eagle flying in the sky. Richard Haas seriously considered the possibility of seeking refuge in the tower, just as he was trying to think of a strategy to survive. Two more light balls shot from the magic tower not far away, hitting the other two directions. Could it be? Everyone was guessing. And two more bullets of light were fired at the other two king-level monsters. Suddenly, the tiger's roar became smaller and smaller, and the eagle's cry and the bear's roar came with an even more tragic sound. Three light bullet trajectories danced in the night sky, especially the light whip aimed at the sky, which was swinging hard. The man sitting in the tower was staring at the screen with various data flowing in front of him. Transforming strategic magic was not originally part of Lin's plan. It just occurred to me one boring afternoon that since the cannon of the magic tower's light bomb attack has neither a barrel nor a barrel material limit, can it be strengthened from the understanding of the program without modifying the original magic array? Situation. After a series of brainstorming and simulation experiments, except for the original light bomb attack array on the top of the tower, which remained unchanged as the core, it can be said that it has been changed beyond recognition. The most troublesome thing was the transmission channel between the magic array and the energy pool. This project made Lin almost modify the channel design of the entire tower. Fortunately, these modifications did not increase any additional material costs. They were just changes to the layout of the tower and the spell patterns on the walls. The bigger concern is whether the transmission of magic power can withstand such modifications. Although it has been running smoothly in simulation tests, this is the first time for actual combat. It's understandable that Lin would be worried. The first huge monster that appeared on the map with a dark light, the set warning sound had already alerted Lin. After turning on the set self-defense system, Lin did not rush to attack with maximum output power. Instead, he turned on a simple artificial intelligence program, which was mainly used for observation, feedback, and then self-change of various parameters. According to Lin's philosophy, there is no need to use nuclear bombs to defeat enemies that can be dispatched with bullets. Instead of accumulating energy for a long time before attacking, it is better to use a large number of attacks that are fast and just break the defense. One is of course that the attack speed is fast, and the other is that there is no need to waste excess energy. So the purpose here is to observe how much energy accumulation is required before the light bomb is enough to cause changes in the aura of the target creature. That is, damage. Each time the glowing bullet hits the target, the program is also changing its own parameters while giving feedback and observation. Unfortunately, it is dark now, so it is impossible to observe the type of target and other information and obtain more data. Even so, judging from the reactions from all sides, there are no major problems with the design of this program. With the current attack output, the burden on the magic tower is minimal. Step up your actions and take advantage of this rare opportunity to make program adjustments and improve the attack mode at a higher stage. When the second and third dark light spots appear and are marked as attack targets, the second and third light bullets attack the locked biological aura. The magic tower is still operating normally, and the energy pool has semi-infinite energy, so this level of consumption can be ignored. Everything seems to be running normally, and the program adjustment has been completed. If you don't do experiments while taking advantage of actual combat, how long will it take? Anyway, if something goes wrong, as long as the tower door is closed, there is no chance that the monster will break into the tower. At most, the wall will be damaged and there will be more claw marks to repair. And with 3 such durable monsters around, Lin directly controlled the maximum output, and the Great Sage's tower light bomb attack array was operating at full speed. Suddenly, the entire tower, both inside and outside, was filled with red lines of light that appeared when the magic channel was operating in attack mode. At the same time, 6 upright 6-pointed star-shaped magic arrays appeared in mid-air on the top of the tower. The tips of the stars were the basic formation of the light bomb attack array. The switch paused the attack for a moment. The humans not far away were confused, and the 3-headed king-level monsters that were attacked also had room to breathe. But before they had time to think with wisdom comparable to humans, they faced a more violent attack. The 6-pointed star begins to rotate clockwise. When the light bomb attack array reaches the top, a light ball will be shot out, and all the light balls no longer run straight towards the target, but continuously draw unrepeated fold lines in the air, launching all-round attacks from all directions. According to Lin's standards, the original lowest power strike output was about a rate of fire of 80 rounds per minute. Now with full firepower, the rate of fire reaches between 4,000 and 6,000 rounds per minute. At this time, the entire tower of the Great Sage was like a burning fairy stick, with sparks constantly spraying out from the tip. However, the sparks would follow various trajectories and eventually hit the 3 targets. Such a huge magic output directly affects the stability of the entire space. The endless rumbling thunder covered the king's screams until there was complete silence. The majestic power only lasts for half a minute, and is even shorter lasting than the handheld Vulcan cannon on Earth. But this is not because there is no energy support or there is a problem with the design of the magic circle. The aura of the target creature has disappeared. Without the object, the program will naturally no longer operate, and the attack will terminate. Well, it's over. Lin felt a little regretful, but he still pulled out the log file and checked the previous operation, especially the magic power transmission. See if there is room for improvement or which node has unbalanced overload transmission. In fact, there is a bug here that Lin himself has ignored. And it is not a bug, which is the grading of biological auras. Since there is no comparison object, and there is no information that can be observed through digitalization for the time being, he can only define the strongest individual he can observe. That is, himself as a benchmark. If it is higher than the base, the color will become darker. And if it is higher than the base, the color will become lighter. But there is a limit. This means that the current system cannot accurately reflect the strength and weakness of an individual. At the beginning of the war, Lin only focused on ensuring the smooth operation of the attack program, and did not even think of making observations and corrections in this area. In addition, although Lin has several years of adventure experience and can be considered a veteran, he spends his time hanging around in low-level areas, killing creatures that are despised by high-level warriors, but very troublesome to ordinary people. In other words, Lin had no experience fighting against high-level monsters, so it was naturally difficult to judge the strength of the 3-headed monsters that attacked this time. The most important point is that he did not leave the tower to face the 3 monsters. Instead, he sat in the tower and watched the data that was not completely correct. Anyway, the firepower is full, and it only lasts for half a minute before stopping. So it shouldn't be that strong. He thinks so. The ignorant are not guilty. In the eyes of the group of humans outside, first the tower of the Great Sage was like smoke, and the sky was filled with flares. After a while, there was silence, including the 3 king-level monsters. This was not just a shock to them. It had risen to a frightening level. I have personally experienced the strength of the winged sky tiger. As for the other 2 kings who live next to each other, even if they are different in strength, they are definitely almost the same. Only then can the proud king use the 3 adjacent mountains as his habitat, each facing one direction as his ruling territory. There must be a feeling of being friends and enemies, loving and killing each other among the monsters. Now they are all dead next to this magic tower. King-level monsters rarely attack magic towers. Even if they can't be defeated, they are smart enough to know that they should retreat. The magician cannot carry the tower on his back to chase the escaping monsters. Therefore, it can be said that the magic tower's success in killing king-level monsters has never been heard of. But now it is happening before our eyes. Retreat, Richard Haas said with difficulty in his throat. At this time, even the legitimate son of his master no longer resisted, and the soldiers under his command moved much faster. Attacking the tower is no longer an option, but a death order. Even if the entire Thunder and Lightning army were brought over, no one would doubt that the ending would change in any way, even though there are no longer traces of light bombs in the sky. The red magic aura lines on the outer wall of the Great Sage's tower have not faded, and the magic arrays erected on the 6 sides of the tower have only slowed down. In the dark night, the magic tower is like a torch, bright but with a bit of an eerie atmosphere, telling the fact that I am in danger. Chapter 20 Willian City. What happened in the Tower of the Great Sage was not widely spread outside the world, mainly because the 3-headed king-level monsters left their own territory, and the impact was too great. Not a single blade of grass was left in the civilized world they passed through. The members of Earl Sita's family did not want to be stigmatized for this. After all, those monsters ran out of the territory all because they stole the cubs. Therefore, the best way is to remain silent and not let the outside world associate them with the losses caused by Warcraft because of the source of the news. In this wave of actual combat, Lin also discovered some problems and started correcting them in full swing. In addition, before traveling through time, he was not the one who published his whereabouts in detail on the internet in the world of Lost World. He naturally would not publish these things on the forum. Although there are many magicians who like to show off in the public chat area what monsters they killed today and what treasures they found. So the 3 king-level monsters that stood at the top of the world and dominated the world just died in a remote corner of the countryside without anyone knowing. Elsewhere, the chariot and horse team of the Chamber of Commerce affiliated to the Magicians Association with 2 young apprentices finally arrived safely at the headquarters of the Shijia District Branch. Willian City. Generally speaking, there are 2 reasons for the formation of large cities in the Lost World. One is the royal capital of a certain country, or the location of the castle of a powerful noble. Because it is at the center of power and has developed commerce, the population gathers and a small town is formed. In order to protect the prosperous economy and population, a circle of walls was built, which became a city. Another reason is that the branch offices and headquarters of each magician association are located, since there will be facilities such as training institutes and affiliated chambers of commerce. A large number of magicians and apprentices will naturally gather. Then these people will need food, drink, accommodation, entertainment, etc., which will attract people from related industries to move in, thus forming a population gathering place. When the population and land area are large enough, then a protective wall is built, and it can be called a city, even if the city wall does not enclose all the land where people live. The cause of the formation of Willian City belongs to the latter. The name Willian comes from the 5 connected magic towers that serve as the headquarters of the district branch. The main tower has 5 floors, and the 4 southeast and northwest towers have 4 floors. They are connected to each other by empty bridges, making it a rare connected tower building on the mainland. Halumi and Kaya still miss this place where they have lived for several years. Just a little bit, because not all are good memories here. To be honest, most of the things are hacked up. The convoy of carriages and guards carrying the goods went straight back to the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. The covered carriage carrying the 2 apprentices followed the team manager to the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce, which was on the 1st floor of the East Tower. When they arrived, the steward, who was a former magic apprentice, leaned over and said, "I'm sorry. You 2. Let me hand over the receipt to the Chamber of Commerce first, and then I will lead you 2 to the Central Tower. The president has given instructions. When you 2 arrive after that, report to him as soon as possible." After saying their pleas, the 2 girls watched the steward leave. And sitting in a carriage for a long time is difficult even for the muscles of a child. So taking this opportunity, the 2 of them quickly got out of the car and stood aside to stretch their bodies. When they entered the city, the girls were all dressed in ordinary clothes, and their weapons had already been stored in their luggage, leaving only a short one with them. The cotton robe does not have many peculiar patterns, but it is very comfortable to wear during the next few days of the journey, which had a higher level of security. The 2 girls wore these relaxed attires. What is different from usual is that the shawl that identifies him as a magic apprentice has the 5 United Tower coat of arms of the Shijia District Branch on the back, and the symbol of the Tower of the Great Sage on the right shoulder. The red ribbon is tied into a bow and tied in front of the body. This is the formal clothing common to magicians and apprentices. If it is an apprentice who passes the first ring, the red ribbon will be replaced by a silver thread. One will be added for each ring passed. The official magician has a golden thread. The great magician has 2 golden threads. And the magician has 3 golden threads, in theory. In fact, when you reach that status, no one dares to have an objection if you wear whatever you want. And this city, which has not been seen for half a year, is still the same as in the impression, with no changes. People come and go, Everyone is arrogant. After all, this is already considered the core area of the five-linked city. Most of the magicians and apprentices walking here are elites, who have been continuously cultivated by the branch headquarters. Their attitude of thinking they are superior to others is very obvious. In comparison, people from other places are also very conspicuous in spirit. And Kaya's black hair and brown complexion are even more noticeable. There is no racial discrimination in the world of Lost World. To be more precise, it is because humans are not of noble blood, so they are not qualified to discriminate. However, in an environment dominated by Caucasians, different skin colors and hair colors are still very noticeable. This was also the reason why the two girls had only stood for a while, when an acquaintance approached them. A very unfriendly acquaintance. As apprentices who entered the magical world at the same time, the people in front of me were undoubtedly much older. Adults in their 20s and 30s. There is 1 or 2 silver tassels tied in front of the shawl. And the playful and disgusting expression is obvious. They are both magic apprentices. But there are differences between apprentices. Some people have strong backgrounds and are wealthy. Not only are their families responsible for the resources they spend, but they can even support the teachers who instruct them. Some people are extremely talented and can become a magician in a very short time. In addition to adding a record of apprenticeship to the magician, they do not spend too many resources. Such apprentices will be fought for by formal magicians, and they even have a certain right to choose independently. The other type is those whose talents are only slightly better than ordinary people, and who have no spare money for themselves or their families. After hearing that their children had magical talents, they signed a long-term service contract after receiving a sum of money. There is no such thing as selling yourself into slavery in the Lost World. But what you do is pretty much the same. This kind of apprentice not only easily becomes a burden to formal magicians, but also consumes a lot of resources to become successful. So naturally they are not popular. You must know that inheritance is the destiny of the magicians in the Lost World. But if there are no apprentices willing to be guided by any teacher, they will be forced by the association to work under some relatively wealthy magicians to do various miscellaneous servant jobs. You have to be very lucky to learn some magic knowledge. What's even more tragic is that they will become materials for magic experiments and eventually die. Halloumi and Kaya fall into the latter category of apprentices that no one wants. What's even worse is that at that time they were even more unpopular because they were too young and incompetent for many jobs. Of course, there are also some perverts with special preferences. They wait for the two girls to be ignored and finally keep them in the room at a low price. But before that happened, Lin chose these two unpopular apprentices to take on the responsibility of mentoring. Although for a long time, he was regarded as that kind of pervert with special preferences. The group of people approaching in front of them, led by the guy with a lewd smile, was a person who never concealed his intentions in the past. Although they are both apprentices, his family background can easily build up a small force. Hey, two lovely people. I heard that your teacher went to a remote place to serve as the master of the tower. He couldn't support you anymore, so he was thrown back to the association? Maybe you beg me, and I will give you a generous salary. Conditions to accept you who are helpless. Halloumi stood in front of Kaya with her hands on her hips, and said angrily, No, thank you for your kindness. We are just here to help the teacher with errands, and we will go back after we are done. It's just that the little girl's attitude like this only stimulates other people's perverted desires. The man smiled contemptuously and said, You have been apprentices for almost 3 years. He pointed at the silver thread in front of his neck, indicating to the two girls that it was still just an ordinary ribbon. You haven't passed the first round of the assessment yet. I think your teacher is about to turn from disappointment to despair. It will be a matter of time before you get rid of you. It's better to take the initiative to ask to leave and retain a little dignity. Come to me. Whatever your needs are, I can satisfy them. They are returning to the headquarters to participate in the first round of assessment. The voice came from behind everyone, and the two girls, who saw the person restrain their arrogance and stood respectfully. The man who spoke continued, And it can be seen that they are disgusted by your harassment. So please stop doing that and save some dignity for your status as a quasi-magician. What? Before the word human could be spoken, the group of people who turned around fell silent for an instant. A bright yellow shawl with 2 golden tassels. Only one kind of person dares to dress like this in the core area where magicians gather. And that is the great magician with the status of inspector. The familiar faces of the two girls came. The great magician Grinwin, who had led the team to visit the tower of the great sage before. Your Excellency. The girls greeted respectfully. The great magician Greenwin nodded and came to them. Said, The president has been waiting for you for a long time. I hope you can go and meet him as soon as possible. Do you have the things your teacher ordered with you? Yes, Your Excellency.
Halloumi quickly held the bundle hidden under Kaya's shawl, waiting for the brown-skinned girl to untie the knot on her chest. The two men quickly took out the sealed wooden box from the bag, which contained the mall system that was to be handed over to the association. Greenwind looked at the intact seal. He did not intend to unseal it and confirm the contents of the wooden box. He just turned back to the group of people who made rude remarks and said,
I hope that the two of them will not be disturbed by anyone while they are in the headquarters. If any accident occurs, I will visit you as soon as possible.
Well, looking at the unified coat of arms on the right side of everyone's shawl, Greenwind quickly recognized the group's mentor.
He must be a student of the great magician Hydra. I remember it. Also, go back and inform your teacher that someone from the Tower of the Great Sage is here, and ask him to come to the middle tower.
At this time, the steward of the Chamber of Commerce saw the inspector standing aside and trotted over in a hurry. While the person was still panting, he was punished first, Greenwind said slightly angrily.
The president should have made it clear that he hopes they can see people as soon as possible after they arrive. Why are you still doing your own thing?
The person who was scolded had cold sweat all over his forehead. In Willian City, inspectors cannot kill people at will, but they often use methods to make life worse than death, and the end even worse. Not to mention that the person in front of him is also one of the backers of the Chamber of Commerce. Although he is from a different faction, he is not so important that his backers are willing to support him. His future and life are in the opponent's hands, so he can't help but not be afraid, seeing the slightly blessed steward in a loss. Greenwind also knew that the heat was almost over, and it would be bad if it passed. He asked in a slightly slower tone,
Does the Chamber of Commerce help them book a hotel? Yes, Your Excellency. We have already booked the Blue Pigeon Hotel, and there is no stay period. We were originally supposed to send them there after meeting the president. It's too far.
Greenwind frowned and said,
Let's move to the guest hotel. In my name, prepare a room for the two of them. You will send their luggage there first, and then go to the center after handling it. Wait at the gate of the tower. After they meet the president, you will lead them to the guest house.
The guest house is the first high-end hotel outside the South Tower. The Shijia District branch is specially used to arrange accommodation for VIPs. Without the introduction of a specific person, no matter how rich you are, you will not be able to stay in this official hotel. Allowing two girls to stay here undoubtedly represents a high level of attention, whether it's for some people who don't have eyes, or for some hosts who have eyes on top of their heads.
Yes, Your Majesty the Great Magician. I will handle it for you immediately.
After receiving a satisfactory answer, Greenwind looked at the two girls kindly and said,
Then you two just bring your things and come with me. I will take you directly to see the president.
Chapter 21 Senior Magicians. On the 5th floor of the Central Tower, the president of the Shijia District Chapter, Chung Guiden, received two young guests from the Tower of the Great Sage in the private reception room. For magic towers with more than 3 floors, an additional energy pool will be built for each additional floor. You must also have a corresponding identity before you can be admitted to a magic tower with several floors. Generally, magicians have a 3-story tower, while great magicians have a 4-story tower. Only those who have reached the level of Dharma Saint can move into a 5-story tower. However, in reality, most magicians who have reached the level of Dharma Saint will want to build a tower that suits their own ideas, rather than inheriting someone else's. In addition, the tower cannot be damaged unless it is smashed, but the magician will grow old and die. Therefore, over a long period of time, there have been more 5-story pagodas than Dharma Saints. In order to prevent this high-level strategic resource from being idle, the Magicians Association has also made some compromises. For example, the District Association allows the great magicians registered under it to settle in the 5-story tower in the name of trusteeship. However, this kind of person usually has high seniority, strong backing, and strong strength, so that he can convince others, or directly use the 5-story tower as the headquarters of the branch. Just like the great magician Chung Guiden stationed on the 5th floor of the central tower of the 5-story tower in the name of the branch president. Despite his resolute personality, Chung Guiden can still exchange a few pleasantries with two girls who are only in their early 10 years. As a girl's teacher, Lin pays great attention to students' etiquette in order to prevent herself from getting into trouble. The two girls also have precocious personalities, so even if they are the same age as their teachers, they are still very polite when meeting outsiders and know not to get into trouble for being rude.
So in response to the kind old man's greetings, the girl said a few polite words, and then handed over one of the items that came back to the headquarters, the magic stone and instructions for the mall system. He looked at the sealed wooden box that his student took from the girl. Chung Wei-Eden bit his index finger and tapped the wooden box twice, and the magic seal was released silently. Inside were 3 neatly placed red brilliance level magic stones, and a large page instruction manual. The first 2 magic stones are the .com level domain name server and web server. The instructions say that if the association has not successfully brought these 2 servers online, you can use the new magic stone content to install them, and the relevant supporting settings have been made. The third one is the online mall system. Just place it on the energy pool console of the magic tower, and the system will be installed automatically. The description of the mall system focuses on the 2 parts of back-end management and order management. The explanation document written by Lin is as detailed as possible. However, because it is written in such detail, this documentation cannot be understood in a short time. Chung Wei-Eden flipped through a few pages and asked the 2 girls, "Can you design these systems?" Alumi, who is outgoing and eloquent, serves as the main responder. Regarding the question, she answered truthfully, "President, we can only use it, not design. The teacher told us that our task at this stage is to learn the knowledge of the apprenticeship stage. Wait until we become official magicians, and then come back. It's not too late to learn this kind of knowledge." Chung Wei-Eden nodded, indicating understanding, but his eyes were still buried in the book. Regarding this satisfactory answer, I couldn't ask for a more amazing performance from the 2 apprentices who had not passed the first step. At this time, in addition to several of his students and Inspector Greenwind who led the way, there were also several great magicians present. These people are the backers of the affiliated chambers of commerce and the actual beneficiaries. Regarding this new system, it is related to their interests, and it is impossible to let the president alone have the final say. Therefore, before going online, they have to confirm that their own interests will not be harmed. In other words, you can make some concessions appropriately, but only if there are sufficiently large expected future benefits. So after receiving the news of the arrival of the messenger from the Tower of the Great Sage, they gathered as quickly as possible to the president's reception room on the 5th floor of the middle tower. It also includes Hydra Kunich, the previous annoying teacher. When he entered the 5th floor, he paid more attention to the 2 girls and remembered the crooked mind of the stupid apprentice before he came here. As a great magician who is one of the outstanding members of the contemporary magic family, Hydra Kunich has not become the tower owner of any tower in the 5 city, but he still has considerable influence in the Sijia district chapter. This can be seen from the number of magicians and apprentices who follow him. But this great magician is not someone who will let the people below him pretend to be powerful and do evil in his name. On the contrary, he still has certain requirements for the behavior of these people. The most disgusting thing is to deceive the superiors and conceal the inferiors. Therefore, the disciples who had just been frightened did not dare to hide anything about what the great magician Greenwind told him. After hearing the long-awaited news, Hydra Kunich did not delve into why several apprentices learned about it from an inspector, and he prepared to go to the middle tower. However, this apprentice with a small and powerful family had good relations with the 2 families. At the same time, as a sponsor of the Koenig Research Laboratory, he occasionally behaved out of the ordinary. Just like now, he said to his mentor with a shy face, "Teacher, when you go over this time, you should see 2 apprentices from the Tower of the Great Sage. I wonder if you can do it for the sake of the family. Help me ask these 2 apprentices to be my maids. They are not geniuses that people have high hopes for. They are just talented people who are better than ordinary people. And their teachers have just become magicians. As a newcomer who has only been here for a few years, the other party would not dare to refuse me if he wants to come forward as you. Not to mention the president. He and you must be on the same side. So this should be a piece of cake for you. It's not a big problem." As the son of a powerful noble in a small kingdom, the character he developed since childhood is not easy to correct. Just as the request was made now, Hydra Kunich could not hide the look of disappointment on his face. It's just that this expression on his face didn't seem to be noticed by the noble apprentice. He looked confident of winning, as if he had forgotten that the person in front of him was not the group of young nobles who lined up to fawn over him in the past. Had it not been for the deep friendship between the 2 families, and the fact that he had received a lot of help from the other family in the past, Hydra Kunich would never have accepted an apprentice with such character. He just replied, "Idiot," and left without looking back. To him, offending the people in the Tower of the Great Sage
or robbing the two apprentices was really just a trivial matter, and I believe no one would dare to have an objection to it. But what displeased him was, what did this apprentice think of himself as a teacher? His servant? With just a roll of the eyes and a few words of scolding. They already remembered their family's kindness. The noble boy, who was blinded by the scolding, became angry instantly. It was just this period of learning magic that made him understand that the person who left was not someone he could curse casually. This fire naturally spreads to other people who are also followers of Kunich, regardless of their seniority. Most of these people are the ones he must treat with respect. Not to mention that several of them have become official magicians. On the contrary, he has followed Hydra Kunich for the longest time and appears as the chief among all disciples. He usually manages a group of students on behalf of the teacher and guides the apprentices. He said to the angry noble disciple,
"Since you know that the other party is from the Tower of the Great Sage, do you know the other party's background?" "Of course I know. He's just a low-level person with no background, relying on a little magic talent, and struggled for many years to become a magician. When I was in the family, I could easily kill a magician of this level. Several. So, do you know his name?" "Humph. Who is that person? He is qualified for me to remember his name." "So, are you using the forum? Isn't this nonsense?" "Of course it is, Chief."
The last two words were pronounced very hard, with an indescribable mocking tone.
"So, do you know what the full name of forum magic is? Isn't it just a forum?"
At this time, the apprentice who had been ridiculed by the noble children said loudly, as if to retaliate for someone's ignorance,
"The official name is Tripwood Forum Browser Technique. To learn something, you must at least know its origin. Otherwise, even if I want to talk to others, I don't know what I want to say."
As the chief magician, he did not continue to pursue this point, but asked another question.
"Then do you know how to find out the name of the tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage?" "Of course."
As if to take a breath, the aristocratic disciple used the water mirror technique to open the forum interface. There is a gossip discussion board, and you have to pay the forum creator to become a member of the group. It contains all kinds of unofficial information, which is not guaranteed to be completely accurate, but it is already a rare source of information in this era. Of course, there are also various magic towers belonging to Shijia district, and the names and general information of their tower owners. He quickly found the project of the Tower of the Great Sage and read aloud.
"The Tower of the Great Sage was succeeded by a new tower owner in the year 723 of the Aryan calendar. The tower owner's name is Gabrash Tripwood."
At this point, he also felt that something was wrong.
I couldn't help but ask, "Which Tripwood is it?"
The chief nodded vigorously and said,
"It's that Tripwood."
Seeing that some people were surprised, some people wondered why others were surprised. After all, this news was not a top secret that was blocked. Or is it that these people only care about learning magic and don't even bother to understand the background and origin of magic? The chief ignored the others and continued.
"So you understand why the teacher doesn't want to offend this new magician. It's not that he can't afford to offend him, but there's no need to offend him."
But what he was thinking in his heart was, no, it is necessary to offend him for someone like you. But such words would undoubtedly arouse hatred. After thinking about it, he still felt that there was no need to say it. Chapter 22 XII Seats of Affiliated Chambers of Commerce. Willian City. The reception room on the 5th floor of the Middle Tower. The 14 magicians who are affiliated to the Shijia District branch of the Magicians Association and have the right to vote on decision-making gathered here. Except for the president, who sat at the main seat. The others sat on both sides of the long table. Among the 14 people, the elder who serves as the district chapter president will also serve as the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, the owners of the 4 towers in the east, west, south, and north will also have seats. In addition, there are 5 people recommended by the founding family. The Chamber of Commerce was not built from scratch. Instead, there are 5 families. Some of them are aristocrats, some are magic families, and some are business families, because the children of the families belong to the upper echelons of the district association. They unite to form a Chamber of Commerce, which is subordinate to the district association. It is difficult for a Chamber of Commerce established with these 5 families as its backbone to bypass the opinions of the 5 families in making decisions. Therefore, they use the children of the family, who become magicians, as members of the decision-making seat to represent the opinions of the family. If in the contemporary era, there is no one with enough status in the family to become a magician, they also maintain a recommendation quota.
so that magicians who are good friends with their family can represent them in the decision-making circle of the Chamber of Commerce. Hydra Kunich is a representative of the Kunich family, sitting on one side of the long table. The remaining 4 people, in the initial stage of establishment, were led by the 4 most advanced armed forces of the contemporary Shijia district chapter. Since it is impossible for such people to serve as the gold medal thugs of the Chamber of Commerce without sharing some profits, they will also occupy seats in the decision-making circle and share the profits. Since then, these 4 places have been reserved, either by predecessors recommending successors, or by everyone's public recommendation of powerful magicians. Of course, when the Chamber of Commerce encounters troubles in its operation and has to be solved by force, these 4 people have to be the vanguard. As the inspector, the great magician Greenwin has such a position. This is one of the reasons why he was able to promote the foreign system to the entire district chapter in a short period of time. Now they put down the things at hand and came to the 5th floor of the middle tower. Of course, for the mall system proposed by Lin. However, the president did not pass on the documentation that came with the system magic stone to everyone. The main reason is that the viewing speed is too slow and the content is too much. So Chung Wei-Eaton handed over to his chief student, who stood aside. Under the attention of everyone, he operated the forum terminal connected to the energy pool on the 5th floor of the middle tower. Placed the book in the magic circle next to the keyboard. As the pages are turned, the text on the book will be simultaneously recorded to the new article page on the forum. That's right. Although the computer development in the Lost World is still very primitive in Lin's eyes, the excellence of the input method far surpasses that of Earth. In addition to the most basic keyboard input, there are also voice input, handwriting input and scan input, with a reliability of nearly 100%. You will make mistakes, either by pronouncing the words wrongly, or by writing the words wrongly on the paper. The biggest reason why it is so outstanding is that a certain senior magician who loves sound and light effects created the idea of using sound to turn into magic words in midair. And the incantation or magic circle copied on ordinary paper can also turn into magic words in the air. The magic word method. The original intention was to use this method to complete the complex spellcasting process without relying on the energy pool of the magic tower. But in reality, when casting spells outside, if you are in a fighting state, you must cast another spell before completing one spell. If the opponent is a master of the same level as yourself, the time wasted is enough for the opponent to kill you to a pulp. If the opponent is weaker than yourself, there is no need to use such a complicated method. There will be simpler ways to kill the opponent. Therefore, these 2 magic spells, which have been passed down and are called mere phonetic word art and mere magic word art, have long been ranked among the top 10 useless magic spells in the association. And this is true for all regional branches. Until Lin designed an alien version of the computer system and incorporated these 2 magics into the basic input methods. Many old magicians who are older and are not used to keyboard input have become uncharacteristically respectful of the 2 sets of mirrors magic that have been despised for hundreds of years. However, this aspect is a plug-in function. If you want to use it, you have to purchase the relevant knowledge from the association and then install it into the browser system according to the instructions. The consequences of infringement are very serious, especially now that the magician Mir is dead enough that his bones can beat drums. The rights to the magic belong to the association. Violating the interests of the association is no different than seeking death. The ease of input is also a major reason why the forum is so popular. In addition to the convenience of information exchange in various places, the digitization of large amounts of text data through scanning speeds up the spread of knowledge and reduces costs. Now, everyone is waiting for the process of digitizing the instruction document. The reason why I didn't do it before, but had to do it in front of everyone, is to prove that every word was scanned from the document without any modifications. The chief student of Chung Wei-Eaton also published the data in the private discussion area of the Chamber of Commerce's decision-making circle after scanning a chapter. The rest of the people were staring at their own forum screens and looking at this explanation document from the Tower of the Great Sage. Quick reading and quick understanding have become the instinct of almost every person who is qualified as a great magician. With the published chapter content, everyone also has a preliminary concept of this small system, because in the description document, Lin also gave a brief explanation of the reasons and ideas behind each design. Of course, whether others understand or not is not his concern. Originally, the reception room was quiet, except for 1 or 2 great magicians with poor habits, who would knock on the table to make some noise when they were thinking. Gradually, someone began to discuss with the people around them. And then more and more people participated in the discussion. and the reception room turned into 3 or 4 small groups discussing the mall system. Generally speaking, everyone agrees with using the mall system. However, the distribution of orders has become the focus of debate. The main targets served by the affiliated Chamber of Commerce are the magicians scattered throughout the Shijiazhuang district, in the form of opening a store. Collecting goods in various stores, and then selling them is very expensive in terms of cost and turnover rate, and there is no profit at all. Besides, if you open a store outside the district branch headquarters, you will inevitably have to pay taxes to the local lord, resulting in additional expenses. Secondly, the tower owners will not deliberately go to towns where there are stores just to buy something. If you're lucky, you can get the goods back home. If you're not lucky, you still have to wait for door-to-door delivery. Therefore, the main business model of the Chamber of Commerce is for Chamber of Commerce managers to travel around the country frequently, make door-to-door inquiries and decide on orders, and then return to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters to dispatch the goods. Therefore, it is not surprising that a transaction takes up to half a year. Fortunately, the pace of life in the lost world is slow, and when it comes to buying and selling some unconventional special goods, no one is so anxious that if you place an order today, you have to receive the goods tomorrow. In the original face-to-face transaction type, the order was in the hands of the person who made the contact, and the pricing power was the same, and commissions and profits were generated. But when the transaction is replaced by a virtual platform interface, problems will arise. Although Lin's order system has a column for designated business personnel to let the system know to whom the order will be forwarded, so that someone can report the price of the order content to the customer who placed the order, if a certain manager's pricing is particularly affordable. Once it spreads on the forum, it will inevitably create several star businesses. There is only so much transaction volume in the entire Shijiazhuang district, and the pie is only so big. If a few people grab the majority, the rest of the people can only pick up some scattered small profits. This is a damn thing if it doesn't make people hate it. But what if there is no sales staff column? Considering that most magicians don't care at all who they buy from. Even if there is a salesperson field, they may fill it in randomly. Therefore, if there is no business personnel option, orders will be concentrated at the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. But someone still has to make an offer, so it must be allocated again. But how to allocate this part? Lin is powerless. It's just that there is no business option, which is disadvantageous to some Chamber of Commerce managers who have loyal customers and travel frequently to various places. Because of the allocation method, your original customers may be assigned to other people for various reasons. So both methods have their own pros and cons. For the representatives of the family faction, they have a large number of people and have a keener sense of business behavior. Naturally, they hope to operate in the first form, so that it will be easier for them to seize more benefits. But for the representatives of the martial arts faction and the tower owner, they may be able to dig out relatively large profit margins if they are allocated by the Chamber of Commerce. This discussion cannot be resolved in a short time. Some magicians even call their right-hand assistants and let those who know more about business management give them advice. On the contrary, the president, Chung Guiden, listened to everyone's arguments calmly and did not intervene. Most of the benefits of the Chamber of Commerce will be subsidized to the regional branches. That is, through his hands as the president. How much he wants to withhold depends on his conscience. Therefore, the position of president does not involve in actual operations, and mostly serves as the responsibilities of internal arbitration of the Chamber of Commerce. While thinking about the pros and cons of the two options, Chung Guiduan immediately noticed the 2 young apprentices from the Tower of the Great Sage, standing quietly aside, not daring to move. He summoned 2 girls and asked, "Your main purpose this time is to conduct the apprenticeship assessment?" "Yes, Mr. President." "Is there any notification?" "There is no fixed time for apprenticeship assessment. Instead, people who hope to participate in the assessment take the initiative to apply. The association will then look at the magicians with inspector qualifications who are free to conduct the assessment. Generally speaking, there is one event every month. The association will also gather apprentices who have applied recently and make arrangements according to the time of the inspector magician. As early as last month, the Chamber of Commerce's carriage team had been commissioned to apply for the apprenticeship assessment of Halumi and Kaya. After the girl explained, she said, "All that's left is to report to the West Tower and confirm the date." The division of powers and responsibilities in Willian City. The East Tower manages general affairs and the Chamber of Commerce. The West Tower manages apprentices. The South Tower collects and manages magic knowledge. And the North Tower handles magician business.
including dispatch work. The middle tower is responsible for matters concerning the inspectors, and the great magician, as well as matters that cannot be handled by the other 4 towers. Knowing the girl's arrangement, Chung-Gui nodded and asked,
Then you will leave after the assessment? The teacher has told us to purchase some things from the Chamber of Commerce. But we have to see how much remuneration we can get from the association before we can decide on the items we need. When the things are almost complete, we will return with the transport team. That's fine.
Chung-Gui looked at the people who were still arguing and said,
It seems that the discussion here will not come to a result so quickly. Maybe there are some things that I need to exchange opinions with your teacher. And the reward, I will also ask people to settle the accounts and deliver them to you as soon as possible. Then I will say low to the Chamber of Commerce and tell them what you want to buy. But since it has nothing to do with you for the time being, go down and rest first. I remember that the apprenticeship assessment will take place within the next few days, so you don't have to worry about anything else.
The 2 girls bowed obediently at the same time and said,
Yes, thank you,
President. Chapter 23 Apprentice Assessment. Apprentice assessments are held on the 2nd floor of the West Tower. There is a room made of special materials and equipped with powerful enchantment magic, which serves as the assessment room. There are a variety of props used to test magic, each of which is valuable. At this moment, many apprentices gathered here, hugging each other and whispering. There are 1st level, 2nd level apprentices and junior apprentices, and they are waiting for the inspector responsible for the assessment to arrive. Alumi and Kai were also among them, and they became the center of attention. What happened a few days ago was widely circulated among the apprentices' small circle. After all, there are only a few apprentices received by the president personally throughout the year. One of the responsibilities of a magician in the world of mystery is to teach more than 2 apprentices in a lifetime to make them official magicians. The president's qualifications and achievements have long exceeded this standard. But when he saw the apprentice, who was extremely talented and very compatible, he still did not hesitate to teach him knowledge personally. Therefore, as an apprentice, meeting the top figures of the Shijia district branch will attract everyone's attention. Not to mention that now that there is a forum, the news spreads very quickly. In less than half a day, the origins and data of the 2 girls have been revealed. It's almost announced. But after knowing the inside story, no one would envy the 2 women, because their teacher, apart from being the founder of the forum, has no other major achievements. As for the name of the founder, apart from vanity, there is no real benefit. How can you make money by just selling I-Kills magic knowledge? After all, in most people's evaluations, Tripwood is still a weak magician with poor talent. This is also limited by the fact that most people in the lost world do not have economic concepts, and they are even less able to understand what impact will be caused when quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. When there are enough I-Kills, it will scare people to death. Although everyone does not envy the 2 girls, the mentality of comparison still exists. Everyone wants to see what kind of inhuman level the magic power of the person who has endured nearly 3 years and only came to take the first round of assessment before the deadline is reached. At the apprentice level, each test is not difficult. There are 22 must-learn spells in the first ring, 23 in the second ring, and 24 in the third ring. The test of each ring is to randomly select 10 of the must-learn magics and cast them on the spot. The person being assessed must not only be familiar with magic and must cast all the selected magics, but also be very particular about the accumulation of his own magic power. After all, casting 10 magic spells at once is not an easy task. Although the magic power is insufficient, there is no danger of magic reverse erosion. But if any magic is not successfully cast, it will be eliminated. The white-haired inspector arrived late, followed by 2 secretaries. One of them is holding a huge book, which contains the experience records of the apprentices of the Shijia district branch in recent years. Although the forum has developed rapidly in recent months, some important information of the association has not moved towards paperless development, because some systems and habits cannot be changed in a hurry. What's more, the format of the forum is not conducive to the systematic organization and preservation of data. Another secretary brought a scroll with a list of apprentices who applied for the assessment. After he arrived, he immediately called everyone one by one, confirmed the number of people, and arranged the order of the assessment. As usual, those with high qualifications will be assessed first, and they will be able to know from the inspector on the spot whether they have passed or not. Those who have completed the assessment can leave first and do not need to stay. This time, they originally followed the established rules. But before coming to the assessment room,
The inspector and 2 secretaries were specially invited to the president, which delayed a lot of time. There will be such actions, mostly because some of the apprentices undergoing assessment need special care. Most of the time, the apprentices' connections entrust a reputable person to come forward and then insert a large bribe. In a society governed by humans, this kind of thing is very common. It's just the president himself who came forward to explain today. The 2 secretaries were familiar with this. Generally speaking, the inspector will not make any changes to the results of the assessment. A pass means a pass, and a failure means a fail. But how the person who logs and writes is not within the scope of his responsibilities. But don't think that the role of the inspector is not important. There is a big difference between turning a blind eye and closing one's eyes. After everything was arranged, the 2 secretaries began the apprenticeship assessment after consulting the inspector. The first person to appear is a second-level apprentice. As long as he passes the third-level assessment, he will become an official magician. Judging from his slightly chubby figure, which was covered with all kinds of magic accessories, he looked ready to go. In fact, in the most primitive form of the apprenticeship assessment, the examinee wears ordinary robes and only carries 1 spellcasting medium, and has to complete 10 magic spells independently. Any cheating with the help of magic props will result in a direct reward for failure. Ever since a certain president of a certain regional branch in a certain year said boldly, "Financial resources are also part of strength." Although this rule has not been abolished, it has been ignored by everyone. No matter where he goes, Kojin warriors are always loved and hated by people. The young man who came on stage first drew lots at the secretariat and drew 10 magic spells that he would use for the assessment. At the same time, another secretary found the page with the apprenticeship experience from the big record book and respectfully presented it to the inspector. After roughly understanding the experience of those who appeared, the inspector signaled the assessment to begin. The magic spells for the assessment are limited to the 10 drawn ones, and the order is not limited. Therefore, most of the first few magics are relatively reliable, and they are relatively smooth to cast. But when it comes to casting any magic, the preparation time seems to be relatively long. There is still a stipulated time between magic and magic. If it exceeds the time limit, it will be considered as elimination. So the second ring apprentice on the field, seeing that the hourglass recording time was about to run out, quickly threw out a magic scroll, which was a high-level magic used to locate spatial coordinates. It is with this scroll that I can open the space channel before the time limit and instantly travel to another location. The next few magic spells were also performed without any risk, until the last gigantization was successfully performed, and his entire body began to swell. He raised his hands in the air with joy, almost cheering. But he soon realized something was wrong, because he couldn't stop his enlarged body and began to squeeze to the ceiling, bowing his head, bending, and even curling up. The inspector realized that something was wrong. As soon as his wand touched the ground, a white mist released by magic sprayed towards the giant. This caused his body to begin to shrink until it returned to its original shape. The apprentice who survived the disaster looked ashen. If the magic that had just gone out of control was not dispelled, death seemed inevitable. However, the inspector smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry too much. You have passed the examination and become an official magician. I hope that you will continue to study and improve your magic skills in the future. But don't let the situation just happen again." My mood is like taking a sauna, feeling high and low at the same time. But the new magician who passed the examination did not lose his composure this time, but carefully saluted to the inspector. In addition to the recognition of promotion, there is also the life-saving grace just now. In the apprenticeship assessment, many magic principles are quite complex. The apprentices just followed the schedule and performed according to the steps and instructions. Therefore, the assessment criteria are only whether the performance is successful or not. Whether it can be effectively controlled is actually not that important. Therefore, the performance of gigantism just now can be said to be a failure. But once the person becomes bigger, the assessment is passed. With the first successful person, the subsequent people will undoubtedly gain a lot of confidence. Enter one by one and pass one by one. In fact, this kind of apprenticeship assessment is applied by the apprentices themselves. Most applicants only participate when they are confident. The inspector was not so much judging the results of the assessment as preparing for the dangerous situation just now. As for the so-called time limit, it is just the period stipulated by the association that the magician as the instructor can continue to receive the subsidy. Some magicians who look down on such small money and have a lot of money treat their apprentices almost like sheep. Come again when you are sure. Practice until you are sure if you are not sure. and be an apprentice for the rest of your life if you are not sure. That is it. Under normal circumstances, people who have finished the assessment will leave on their own. But today many people stayed, because they were waiting for the 2 apprentices from the Tower of the Great Sage, and wanted to see how accomplished they were in magic, and whether they were worthy of being favored by the president. However, the inspector was thinking about how to calmly let go. After all, he was the person the president ordered to take care of. No matter what he did, he always felt embarrassed about this kind of thing. After more than a dozen tests, it was finally the turn of the ringless ones. The first few junior apprentices came on stage one after another, but the 2 girls stayed at the end. The secretary who was originally responsible for the sorting was just hoping that there would not be too many onlookers, so that the release of the water would be more blatant. There are more and more people nowadays, and depending on the situation, the number is still increasing. Bystanders are not prohibited from watching the apprenticeship assessment. Of course, if a dangerous situation occurs, you will be responsible for the consequences. With such a stipulation, in addition to making the assessment public to show fairness, it is inevitable that there will be some groups of relatives and friends who want to come and cheer. However, most of the time, the apprentice's spellcasting performance is not very proficient, and it cannot attract people to watch in this era of lack of entertainment. Therefore, the assessment venue is usually very deserted. But this time, the 2 girls seem to have attracted a lot of attention. News spread on the forum, and apprentices who were free and idle gradually came to the examination room of the West Tower and stood outside, waiting to watch the excitement. Finally everyone else finished, especially the previous junior apprentice who performed magic, which can be described as stumbling. Doesn't look like a good sign. However, the girls' adventure experiences over the years, coupled with the influence of the teachers they followed, have led to them becoming more and more crude. They turned a blind eye to the onlookers. In fact, they had not realized that they had become the center of attention. The 2 girls cheered each other up. Halloumi handed the small bag containing her belongings to Kaya, straightened her robe, and entered the assessment venue with her usual short wand. Chapter 24 First Ring Assessment. Oh! The purification test. These 4 words came to the minds of everyone watching. In recent years, except for some old-school magicians who require their apprentices to only bring one magic medium to participate in the assessment, this situation usually occurs when someone has bribed the inspector and wants to cause trouble for a certain apprentice. Arrive. After all, in the assessment field, the inspector's requirements within the regulations must be implemented by the apprentices. If you dare to say no, you are welcome to come again next time. However, the girl on the stage now was not asked to do so, but she still did it. Either she was full of confidence, or the stupid teacher had an old-fashioned style. No matter which one it is, everyone is still looking forward to watching a good show. The kind where someone makes a fool of themselves. Under the secretary's slightly annoyed and resentful eyes, the puzzled Halloumi drew the lots. Collection of water. Phantom. Jumping. Light objects. Huge strength. Wind barrier. Shaping. Water crossing. Water breathing. Purification. A total of 10 one-ring magic. After obtaining the inspector's consent, the assessment began. Halloumi first used phantom magic. The tone of the spell fluctuated with the swing of the short wand. And then the girl turned around, and another figure exactly like her appeared. The movements of the 2 people are exactly the same, but they are opposite. Halloumi also deliberately crossed another person's body with a short wand to indicate that he was incorporeal. Then, there was another burst of incantation. The short wand moved slightly towards the raised heel, and then he jumped up, and Halloumi jumped from one end of the examination room to the other. This is the magic of jumping. The landing position is also particular. The girl came directly to the piles of test props. There was no incantation, just a little push on a big stone, and the irregular shape was directly transformed into a square and long strip. It was actually because I had made bricks a while ago and was so skilled at it that I could easily make a super large brick without even thinking about it. Then he picked out a strange lamp holder in the cursed prop area. Only when you enter the barrier that limits the scope of magic can you begin to cast purification magic. The black air lingering on the lamp holder gradually faded away, with the white light ejected from the short wand, until the silver lamp holder shone like new again. Halloumi came to the weapons area again, and used the light object technique on a heavy siege crossbow. In the sound of the incantation, several adult men had to exert their strength at the same time to lift the heavy object. But it was lifted by the short wand as lightly and deftly as a feather. After playing around for a while, he immediately used the power technique, pulled away the heavy crossbow,
placed the thumb-thick iron crossbow arrow, and threw it at his companions.
Kaya!
The brown-skinned girl with two big pigtails neatly caught the thrown weapon, turned around into a half-kneeling position, and held the heavy crossbow steadily. In the astonishment of the onlookers, they directly pulled the trigger. Halloumi had just finished casting the wind barrier when she saw the iron crossbow arrow coming straight towards her body. You must know that the wind barrier uses air flow to deflect flying weapons. But if the weapon itself is strong enough, it is possible to ignore deflection and hit the target directly. The heavy crossbow used for sieges undoubtedly belongs to this category. However, Lin attaches great importance to this magic. After all, he is most afraid of hidden arrows when he ventures out. If you see arrows coming and are frightened and don't know what to do, and stand tall to be shot to death, then you might as well stay at home. Therefore, in addition to helping his two young apprentices with special training, the girls also played a game of shooting at each other with their own heavy crossbows and then deflecting their trajectories. The heavy crossbow placed in the assessment field is much larger and heavier than the one at home, but the power of the shot is slightly insufficient. So Halloumi shook her body and waved her hand, deflecting the iron crossbow arrow and shooting it towards the ceiling. The powerful impact still failed to allow the crossbow arrow to penetrate the magic-reinforced stone bricks. The broken arrow body fell heavily to the ground. The muffled sound echoed in everyone's hearts at the same time, and a cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. But the girl acted as if nothing was wrong, casually dusted off her robe, and walked towards a magic circle with a limited range. Activate the magic circle. In an instant, a transparent wall of light nearly 2 people high surrounded the girl. Halloumi first blessed herself with the water crossing technique, and then used the water gathering technique. The water flow summoned by magic is restricted within the light wall, and naturally accumulates higher and higher. The girl also always stood on the water because of the blessing of water crossing technique. When the water was filled to a height of more than one person, she stopped testing the water gathering technique, which had consumed the most mana so far. After all, there is a lot of water in this small swimming pool. In addition, she has already cast 8 magic spells before. It is still a bit difficult to continuously cast the water gathering spell based on her accumulated magic power. Finally coming to the last spell, Halloumi waved his hand towards his companion, smiled, and with a short wand, the blessing of the water crossing technique was released, and he fell into the water. The girl who fell into the water opened her eyes and calmly cast her last magic water breathing. After the magic was completed, Halloumi stood firmly on the bottom of the water, and when she opened her mouth, a burst of bubbles came up. At this point, the 10 magic spells have been cast. The inspector showed a satisfied smile and said kindly, "You have passed the assessment. Come out and remove the magic." Although he was happy that he passed the test, Halloumi looked around with some embarrassment. If you create such a small swimming pool indoors, once the magic barrier that restricts the area is removed, it won't be flooded. At the beginning, I only thought about how to cast these 10 magic spells, but I didn't think about how to clean up the mess. The inspector seemed to be aware of the newly promoted young apprentice's thoughts, and said with a smile, "You come out first. I will find a solution for the water." Using the jumping technique again, the girl jumped out of the water and landed firmly outside the magic barrier. The inspector flicked the wand in his hand, and the water in the pool began to rotate, forming a water spout. And the more it spins, the less the water becomes until it disappears completely. Showing this hand calmly, all the apprentices watching could not help but admire him. But I didn't take it seriously. I smiled at the girl who came in front of me and said, "Well done. I hope you can continue to move forward on the path of magic." After Halloumi bowed and said, "Okay," Kaya came on stage. The same reporting, saluting, and drawing lots. The 10 magic spells drawn by Kaya are water gathering, fire, wind, cloud, light, telepathy, listening, animal conversation, dark vision, and summon golem. Except for the repetition of water collection and Halloumi, the other magics are actually different projects. The girl with dark hair and brown skin, who was also wearing an ordinary robe, tightened the short wand in her hand and took a deep breath. The tip of the staff was pointed at 4 points in front of him, and 4 magic spells were cast in succession: water collection, fire, earth clouds, and electricity induction. 4 fist-sized spheres were formed, with the same distance apart, in order: water ball, fire ball, mud ball, and a blue light ball flashing with electric light. As the short wand drew a circle in the air, and then raised it, it said, "The wind rises." The wind blew from bottom to top, and the 4 spheres floating in the air immediately dissociated.
mixed in the wind, and formed 4 streams of water. Wind and fire. The wind, the sandy wind, and the wind carrying the electric light hit the target not far away. The next step was to use listening magic. The goal was to find a small magical beast that was secretly released by the secretary after confirming that there was a magic that required the cooperation of animals during the lottery. At this time, the person who also cast listening magic on him could vaguely hear a voice. Like a child, he kept saying words such as, "Come to me," and "You can't find it," in a joking manner. Following the sound and looking for direction, Kaya's eyes kept wandering around the corner of the assessment room. She touched the short one lightly between her eyebrows, and 2 red lights that were too weak to be seen covered her eyes. This was the dark vision technique. Soon, he found a suspicious figure in a dark corner. Without saying a word, Kaya cast a bright light spell, comparable to the spotlight light Lin had seen on Earth. A circle of bright light covered a wandering mouse. After realizing that he was running around and couldn't get out of the circle of light, the mouse simply stopped running and just leaned against the wall, stood up, and looked eye to eye with the girl. Kaya blessed herself with the magic of animal conversation, and just made a squeaking sound, and started talking to the mouse. "Kaya, be good and come over here. Mouse, you think beautifully. Stupid human being." In fact, with such dialogue, the magic of animal conversation is past. The apprentices who had been tested before and needed the cooperation of these little monsters were scolded as stupid and idiots. The monsters that had been raised by this group of people to cooperate with the apprentices' tests for a long time were despised with all their might. But what kind of temper does Kaya have? When Lin taught 2 girls how to train animals before, there was never such a thing as the owner who was despised and had to use me to flatter the dog. If you are disobedient, you need to be taught a lesson, and a beating is the most direct way. Anyway, if you are rough-skinned and rough, you are not afraid of being beaten. Furthermore, when training animals, one does not go to great lengths to use magic to communicate with them. If you don't understand human language, you will only become dog meat. Kaya, come here or I'll teach you a lesson. Mouse, you don't dare to laugh. Little girl, I have seen more apprentices than you have ever seen. You think I'm afraid of a little girl like you who doesn't even have all her hair. Kaya, I won't take the exam. I'm going to find a cat to bite you to death. Mouse, Shiji, why don't you bite it yourself? With your little ability. If you come over here, I will slap you to death with my tail. Meow, meow, meow. Girl, how about we discuss it? You release me, and I'll kill that mouse for you. I've been unhappy with him for a long time. How about I resolve the matter today? Woof, woof woof. No, no, let me come. Girl, I promise to help you catch that mouse and let you do the work. Just let me out and that's it. Okay? Okay. At this time, a bunch of small animals with Warcraft blood all started making noises. Kaya, okay. Where are you? Mouse, hello. Damn kid. You're really here. Kaya, if I don't kill you, you rat, I will no longer be a human being. Mouse, no. Don't be like this. I'm coming. I'm coming. Don't let them out. The mouse under the bright light hurriedly trotted to Kaya on all 4s, clasping its front feet as if begging for mercy. Kaya, however, had a serious face and put her hands on her waist, pointing towards the area where various small monsters were kept. Zitsidi, return to the cage by yourself. Mouse, got it. Don't be so angry, or you'll grow old quickly. Kaya, what? In the eyes of everyone, the mouse ran back to his cage and deftly closed the door bolt with his tail, as if he had never gone out. This scene shocked most humans, but in the eyes of animals, it was normal. The reason was the smell of Kaya's body. While at the Tower of the Great Sage, the 2 girls tamed the cubs they had brought back. After being together for more than a month, it was inevitable that there would be some smell on our bodies. Although it is only a larvae, to the small monsters present, it smells like a high-level monster. This is also the reason why the girl was disgusted by the little beast in the beginning. But as long as Kaya behaves strongly enough, these little beasts will treat her as a being of the same level as the upper-level monsters. Naturally, they will follow her words and do whatever they want. Chapter 25 successfully promoted. Finally, the last magic left is to summon the golem. This so-called apprentice-level magic is both the most difficult and the simplest. There are such disparate evaluations because the essence of this magic is to use sacrifice as reward in exchange for short-term allegiance under the transaction of alien creatures. The most common currency in other planes is magic stones containing energy. Even if it's just some magic stone powder. It's easy to summon a low-level clay puppet. But if you want to summon it purely by relying on your own magic power, the difficulty will be different. The correct spell, even a single-syllable error, is not allowed. The correct target if you summon an elemental prince-level existence without the ability to control it. It is a dead word, and you must also cooperate with protective magic to avoid being hit by the energy from another plane and causing damage. It is possible to summon a demon doll, and you have to make sure that you have enough mana to last until the end of the spell. Otherwise you will be asking for it if you are drained. Amid the expected difficulties, Kaya did not ask for additional help. She just calmed down, took a few deep breaths, wiped the sweat from her hands on her robe, then lightly twisted the short wand and prepared the final spell. The suppressed spells echoed in the ears. The short wand drew mysterious patterns one after another in the air, and the magic traces intertwined in the air, eroding deeper into the world. In the dark, it was as if I heard a response from far away, a sound that revealed the emotion of longing. The inspector on the side couldn't help but feel worried. This was the most dangerous moment, because in those responses, there may be the voices of demons or residents of the abyss, waiting for the opportunity to come to the world. One mistake, and the death of the caster can only be considered a trivial matter. There is no upper limit to the scale of damage. The tone suddenly rose, and the rapid sound of the curse seemed to be negotiating with the existence in the dark. And the summons reached the final stage. The inspector quietly activated several protective spells, and once again confirmed that all the equipment on his body was in position and ready to work at any time. He even secretly activated a secret function of the assessment room, the large magic circle of the exile technique. It was a magic used to instantly throw everything in the assessment room into an unknown plane before an uncontrollable crisis situation expanded. As for other unrelated people within the scope, I can only reluctantly say sorry. This is a secret function known only to the owner of the West Tower, the president of the association, and the inspectors, and everyone hopes that they will never need to use it. The spell is about to reach its final stage, and the onlookers are craning their necks to watch. No matter what the outcome is, it will be the talk of the town for a long time. But the great magician, as the inspector, was on tenterhooks. He hadn't heard anyone play summons like this for a long time. Thinking of the worst outcome, he couldn't remain calm as usual. Answer my call and come to this world to obey my orders. Jerome. Jerome? Who? This was the only question in the inspector's mind. And it didn't sound like the names of those infamous demon princes. Shouldn't it be too bad? When the sound of the mantra stopped, the assessment room fell into silence, and everyone held their breath. It seems like nothing happened. Quang dang! The sudden loud noise startled everyone. If you look closely, you can see that it is a metal iron ball that fell to the ground from the shelf where it was originally placed, and then made a rolling sound. The eyes of those present followed the rolling of the iron ball, all the way to Kaya directly in front of the person being tested. The iron ball that stopped rolling suddenly protruded, and then returned to its original shape. Then, there were protrusions in different parts one after another, and then they recovered, as if a creature was trying to break out of the egg-shell. It was calm for a while, and suddenly the iron ball jumped into the air, spun out of thin air, grew limbs, and landed firmly on the ground. There was no head, but two blue flames ignited on the chest. Everyone present felt that the flames seemed to bring a kind of spying, staring directly into everyone's soul. Zitsiti. The first person to break the silence was Kaya herself. Before the magic of animal conversation was lifted, she said directly, "Mouse, where are you? I want a target to smash and see. Mouse, you're playing with a mouse. You're a dead girl. I won't accompany you." Tisk! After smacking her mouth, Kaya had no chance to continue arguing, because the inspector had already come to him and looked at the steel golem, even though it was a super small one, like a big muscular man, but only the size of a palm. The old man held it in his hand and raised it in front of him for appreciation. It's really amazing. It is not uncommon to summon a steel golem, but it is quite rare to be summoned by someone at the apprentice level, even though it is such a small-sized demon statue. The way it looks around in the palm of its hand and looks so vivid, you can tell that this is not a low-level spirit. When he realized that there was a pair of big eyes next to him, looking at him, the inspector quickly came to his senses and said, Of course. Kid, you have passed the assessment. Very well." He handed over the small iron golem in his hand. He came out and asked, "Then what are you going to do with the child?" "Put the iron golem back on the ground and let it stumble around like a child. Kaya came to her companion and took her small bag. He picked a red magic stone that was in pretty good condition and said, "Teacher once said that when it comes to summon objects, sending them back is as important as summoning them." While speaking, he knelt down and handed over the magic stone in the hands of the iron golem. Although there were no instructions, one was paid. In an instant, a mist-like vortex appeared in midair, projecting a soft white light on the iron golem. The spirit attached to it seemed to leave with the light, and the body of the devil returned to its original iron ball. Although the girl had some difficulty holding up the iron ball, she was no longer able to use the magic of light object or giant strength. So Kaya had to use all her strength to put the iron ball back on its original shelf. At this point, the apprenticeship assessment has been successfully completed. According to records, a total of 3 people became official magicians. 11 people were promoted to second-level apprentices, and 4 people became first-level apprentices. The last summoning of the devil has become the subject of discussion among most apprentices for a period of time. After all, it was suspected that the Holy Spirit had been summoned, but it was not retained, but was sent back on the spot. Later, someone asked the black-haired and brown-skinned girl why she didn't keep the iron golem that she had worked so hard to summon. The girl's answer was helpless. "But the iron pieces that make up the body of the golem are the property of the association. I can't just take them away if I want. Besides, I don't want to take an iron lump home with me." What a petty answer belonging to a child. In this case, the association has many accommodation methods to solve the problem of item ownership. Not to mention how heavy the iron ball is, and the material is not rare. So it is not impossible to buy it half and give it half. But the more reason probably lies in the second half of the sentence, which is that I simply don't want to leave with a piece of shit. The day after they passed the exam, the 2 girls welcomed a guest in their residence at the guest house. A senior steward from the Chamber of Commerce. In addition to bringing congratulations, there is also the remuneration their teacher deserves, including the 10,000 gear agreed upon by the mall system, and the amount of 3 tripwood magics. After deducting the association commission, totaling 22661 gear, comes with an account book for reconciliation. Such a huge sum of money, of course, is not directly transferred to more than 30,000 gold coins, but a withdrawal slip issued by the Chamber of Commerce and certified by the association. Since the purpose of establishing the Chamber of Commerce is to serve magicians, a large customer base is tower owners from various places, for the huge amount of money and goods coming and going. Although they are transported by the Chamber of Commerce's horse teams and escorts, it is still quite inconvenient. When the Chamber of Commerce affiliated to the Magicians Association was first established, there would often be teams of carriages and horses transporting subsidies and rewards from a certain tower owner, as well as supplies for the tower. After arriving, you first pay the money, then order the goods, then collect the money, and then escort the money back. If this happens more often, a new business model will emerge, which in Lin's opinion is similar to Earth's banking business. However, for keeping this money for the magicians, the Chamber of Commerce will charge neither storage fees nor interest. Magicians will not use the vouchers issued by the Chamber of Commerce to conduct transactions. It is just a place to put money. It's more like the stored value system of some online malls on Earth. Of course, the visiting senior steward's task was not just to deliver withdrawal vouchers and account books, but also to conduct transactions with representatives from the Tower of the Great Sage. And this is a customer who has been told to take special care of, because the mall system that is in full swing comes from the hands of the instructors of the 2 guests in front of them. Halloumi proudly took out a long scroll. It records all the items Lin wants to buy, divided into 3 major categories. The first category is what you must buy. Most of them are food supplies and materials that the girls can use in their meditation room. The second category is those that can be purchased if you have enough money. Most of them are magic materials, including potions, metallurgy, magic circles, enchantments, etc. But they are all relatively common things, and there are no very expensive and rare items. The third category is whether to buy or not. It's just that Lin is suddenly interested in some knowledge and buys something for experimentation. There are some relatively rare things, but that's only for the southwest border of the mainland where the Shijia district branch is located. There are still a lot of output in other areas. The regional chapters and the chambers of commerce affiliated with the regional chapters will occasionally purchase some specialty resources from various places and then provide them to the magicians in the region for purchase. Of course, the quantity will not be large, and sometimes it will be out of stock. But at this time, it will be handled by ordering and shipping. And for these hundreds of items, after the price given by the senior steward of the Chamber of Commerce was deducted from the remuneration paid to Tripwood's magician based on his experience and simple calculations, the Chamber of Commerce actually had to pay extra again. More care for the magician. This is the figure obtained after paying 1 year's advance for the first category of supplies, and purchasing twice as much of the second category of materials. There is no way. The figures given by the president of the mall system are astronomical, and the remuneration for the 3 Tripwood magics. Although it seems to outsiders that I'm not making any money at all, insiders regard it as a huge amount. After a certain level, the astounding numbers were obtained. If someone with some understanding of the economy hadn't pointed out that this was just an explosive sales amount. When most magicians in Shijia district have bought the browser system, only new people who join the magic world will buy it. By then, sales will plummet. After all, there are only a few dozen new people in the entire greater Shijia district who are discovered to be talented and able to join the magical world every year. If the monthly sales of Tripwood's 3 magics are really the same as the first month, some association executives have suggested that the massacre of the village should be used to directly make Jibra Ash Tripwood history. Then those 3 spells were repriced after the association took back ownership. And this is one of the reasons why Chunghwa Eaton came to Lin to discuss the amount of commission the association would charge for those 3 magics, mainly the browser. If Lin acts too greedy, even if someone wears small shoes, it is considered light, and he may be killed directly. Chapter 26 Return. It's a pity that I couldn't save all the money I had to pay and turn it into my own performance before moving it out of the vault. However, the visiting senior steward of the Chamber of Commerce also understood that this was probably the limit for the 2 girls. If you want to encourage 2 little girls to buy blindly, not to mention offending the magician behind it, I am afraid that even the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce will have to deal with you. Isn't it just to protect the rights and interests of magicians that the association established an affiliated Chamber of Commerce? Why are they still cheating their own people? If such rumors were spread and caused the association's credibility to be damaged, it would cost the whole family their lives. But it would not be able to quell the anger of the high-level magicians. However, another deal was finalized. As long as the goods are roughly collected this time, except for some that need to be collected from elsewhere, a team of carriages and horses will be hired to deliver the goods. And at the same time, the 2 girls will be sent back to the Tower of the Great Sage. The largest part of the commission is the arrangement of the escort team. After all, there are more than 10,000 KIR gold coins to be sent back. If the escort does not choose a trustworthy one and does not have enough manpower, it is very likely that it will be robbed by others or by one's own people on the way. As for the follow-up of the mall system, there is no part to reply to. Accustomed to seeing various online shopping malls in the Earth Age, and all kinds of pros and cons analysis, Lin had already considered all aspects of this castrated version in the instructions, and also made arrangements for backup. Just like the order allocation that XI had been arguing about for a long time, they finally adopted a method designed by Lin. The default is that there is no designated business, and all orders will be returned to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, and then people from the headquarters will make distribution according to the discussion results of the meeting. Of course, the option of designating business personnel to process orders and give quotations is also retained, so that magicians who are used to buying goods from someone can continue to establish good trading relationships on the mall system. As for whether there will be other problems, of course, it is to wait until the system is online, and then consider solutions when encountering problems. In short, on the 3rd week after arriving in Willian City, everything was finally ready, and the 2 girls were about to return to the Tower of the Great Sage with a chariot and horse team. There were 5 horse-drawn wagons responsible for carrying goods, and including the girls' rides, there were a total of 6 horse-drawn wagons. In fact, none of them had even finished loading the goods on the list. Some of them have to be mobilized from further away, and will go with the next regular convoy. There are 6 guards, and they are one of the ace teams belonging to the Chamber of Commerce. Their loyalty and strength are both important. Also accompanying him were the senior steward who had contacted the girl, and a magician, one of the students of President Chunghwa Eaton. Although the president is not involved in the management, there are factions when there are people, and he still has some useful people under his command. And the student's appearance shocked some young people. On the way back, the biggest news was that thanks to the concerted efforts of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, the mall system was officially unveiled. Different from the interface of the discussion forum, the numerous pictures and detailed descriptions make people feel like they are visiting a store in person and choosing from a dazzling array of products. Many people are fascinated by it as soon as they see it
and cannot extricate themselves. The origin of the picture is not the Lost World version of the camera. This world doesn't have that kind of thing yet. But it has similar magic. Let's start with a saying, after death. The last thing that humans saw before death will be imprinted in their eyes. Some magicians use this statement to develop the branding technique. The medium is the eyeball. Not necessarily human. Animal eyeballs will do. But an eyeball can only retain one static image. And to view it, you need to cast another spell. So in terms of practicality, it is not favored by people. On the contrary, in the aristocratic circle, there are often some people who want to please the flatterers. Use the branding technique to leave the figure of the beauty. And then encourage some nobles to come forward to fight for, or even rob them. Later, the branding technique ushered in a reform. Some magicians developed the use of crystal balls, which could collect multiple static pictures and view them directly without the need for additional spells. However, the expensive materials make the modified crystal ball imprinting technique not accepted by most people except for special purposes. Of course, there is no way to form a photography culture like the Earth. And this third major reform is the image storage format developed by Lin for the forum and mall system. The forum already uses magic words to publish drawings or magic circles and books on the internet in the form of pictures. At the beginning of the establishment of the mall system, Lin had the idea of storing the static pictures obtained by imprinting into the system, and did some research. After all, when it comes to doing business, purely using words to introduce the product and being able to see the product itself are two completely different effects. Moreover, this idea is also recognized by most people in the Chamber of Commerce. And the effect of implementation is as fascinating as before. Then, there were countless whales. The network in the Lost World does not have speed specifications, but it does have traffic restrictions. This limitation depends on the carrier of the browser system. That is, the magic power contained in the magic stone or energy pool itself. If it's a semi-infinite energy source, like an energy pool, there's no problem. However, although the energy contained in the magic stone has a natural recovery phenomenon, it can only be used permanently if the energy consumption does not break the balance within the magic stone. In terms of usage, by simply reading the pure text information on the forum, even the lowest level red magic stone can be used without any loss. The only video currently available on the forum is the surveillance footage that Lin provided to the association as evidence. It is not open to the public, so it can be ignored. As for the pictures, they will also appear in the discussion articles on the forum, but they are only auxiliary materials, rather than explanatory materials for the theme. So relatively speaking, the appearance of pictures is quite rare. Therefore, although opening the picture will consume energy and break the balance within the magic stone, in the past few months of use experience, the consumption is not obvious, which makes people ignore the lethality of the picture. Now that the mall system is online, the dazzling picture information has deeply stimulated everyone's desire to consume. They can't help but read page after page, and then the magic stone explodes. Except for a very small number of magicians, who are so wealthy that they use high-level magic stones as browser carriers. Most users are magicians who are not financially well off, or are apprentices who continue to pay the price of learning magic knowledge. Even ordinary people related to Wulian City still have some spare money in their hands. The latter categories of people all use the lowest grade of red brilliant magic stones as carriers. Based on the original usage, it is more than enough. But as soon as the mall system went online, everything was tragic. This was also the night when this team of chariots and horses was camping on their way to the Tower of the Great Sage. At a certain time after everyone was rushing to inform the mall that the system was activated, the magic stones made crisp crackling sounds one after another, and everyone expressed their grief almost at the same time. There were absolutely miserable howls, including Halumi, Kaya, and the 6 guards. Most browser systems that use magic stones as a carrier can be used by Homo sapiens, who can use magic items. Therefore, these warriors working under the Magician Association can also use it. On the one hand, it is also a work requirement, using the forum to report various news and the whereabouts of the carriage team to the Chamber of Commerce. When they are in need, they will also buy things from the Chamber of Commerce. So the launch of the mall system is naturally their focus. Then, the magic stone exploded in the carriage team, except for the 2 girls, who were able to take out the spare browser magic stone from their bags. Only the leader of the escort team had a publicly issued browser magic stone. It was used to process official messages, and was generally not used. And it didn't explode. The student of President Chungwa Eaton also looked at the powder in his hand.
and then silently asked the sky with his eyes wide open. Consider that the mentor of the two girls is the inventor of browser magic. Since I will bring a spare one, there may be a second and third one. Therefore, at the request of others, Halloumi and Kaya only kept one magic stone that already had a browser system, and sold the extra 5 to other people in the team. The price is directly the value of the magic stone itself. Coupled with Ekiel's browser magic, there is no need to ask for more. There will be so many spare ones, all of which are habits brought out by my own teacher. When you're out and about, it's better to be prepared than to be in a hurry. For some items that are difficult to replace, always bring some preparations to avoid unexpected situations. As for life-saving items, they need to be checked again and again. If you don't have enough things, you can use money to buy them. If you don't have lives, you can forget about everything. As for the magician who was sent out by his president and teacher to perform this escort mission, he looked at the money box on the carriage with some helplessness. The reason for this mission was that there were rumors that some people coveted this huge amount of gold coins. So President Chung Wei-Eaton made a big move to express his attitude and warn those villains hiding in the dark. Anyway, as long as you escort him once, you won't get so much profit again in the future. But teacher, maybe the same amount of money box has to be given again. The magician thought silently in his mind. After the mall system was launched, this chariot and horse team alone exploded 10 magic stones. What a wonderful scene it would be in William City. Just imagining it makes people shudder. No. Just after it came back online, the association warned people who browse the mall page and all discussion forums where announcements can be made that, except for the masters of various magic towers that use energy pools as the system, please change the browser settings to not open all pictures by default. Options. Which picture you want to open? Just click on the icon box to open it. Thinking about it, William City should also be in mourning at this time. Finally, with everyone full of grievances, the tall figure of the Tower of the Great Sage appeared at the end of the field of vision. Got home. Chapter 27 Door-to-door sales. The team of carriages and horses arrive at the destination, ordering deliveries, moving goods, and talking politely. These are all things that should be done, because this trip was a dedicated convoy with a single destination, and there was no next destination to go to. So we had plenty of time. Everyone stayed here for the night, and waited until tomorrow morning to set off again. The Chung Wei-Eaton students who came with the car just didn't want to be too tired, so they wanted to show their friendship as landlords and accept some hospitality. On the contrary, the senior manager came to the door specifically to establish friendship and do business. Of course, he would not object if he could stay one more night. During this period, the two big dogs showed great enthusiasm for the girl's return, which can only be described in 2 words: touching. It's normal for his tail to almost break and his face to be licked with saliva, from the way the girl yelled at the big dog and made precise movements. People can't help but think of the situation when Kaya taught the mouse a lesson during the apprenticeship examination. It turned out that the animal was really tamed. As for Lin, who stayed in the tower and rarely paid attention to the forum, yes. Even as a designer, his habits from the earth meant that he rarely spent time on the internet, wasting time fighting wits with the trolls on the internet. Brainless, I just learned about the tragedy that happened after the mall system went online. This was something I didn't think of at the beginning of the design. If you don't use the Magic Stone browser to view pictures and videos, you should have carefully warned everyone in the pre-use documentation of the browser. He was helpless when this happened, although he couldn't make compensation to those who were far away in William City. And he didn't want to worry about it. For the people who came to the Tower of the Great Sage, Lin still opened a terminal to connect to the energy pool in the restaurant for guests to use. Seeing everyone staring at the screen and quietly browsing the web, Lin couldn't help but think about the possibility of opening an internet cafe in the lost world to make money. But the cost is too high to actually put this idea into practice. It's like building a nuclear power plant in order to open an internet cafe on Earth, leaving the only restaurant in the entire tower that could be used as a reception place to everyone quietly surfing the internet. Lin invited the steward to go up to the core room on the 3rd floor. As for the 2 girls, they went to attend the dinner for everyone, and changed from their original status as guests of the carriage team to their status as the owners of the Magic Tower. The disciple of Chung Wei-Eaton was eager to know the new tricks of the mall, and he did not want to get involved in the sales negotiations between the Chamber of Commerce stewards and the tower owner. So he also stayed in the restaurant and enjoyed unlimited internet access. Of course, before inviting people into the core room, Lin turned off many functions that were not open to the public, because some time ago, The extremely boring daytime almost turned the core room into a combat command center, like a science fiction movie on Earth. However, some of the functions you want to design require hardware support and cannot be solved by software alone. Although he made a list and asked the two young apprentices to bring back a few carts of magic materials. Those were all the things needed in the original idea. There are very few things that are needed in the current idea that can be used directly. Therefore, the Chamber of Commerce manager himself came to his door, which was a great thing for Lin. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, who had gone up to the third floor and taking their seats, Lin opened the officially launched mall system for the first time. Seeing that photo, with the terrible lighting, blurry focus, and a bunch of eye-catching backgrounds that had nothing to do with the theme, Lin was speechless for a while. But looking at the proud expressions of the Chamber of Commerce stewards beside him, Lin decided not to complain. The truth offends people. After thinking about it, Lin gave up the position of the console and signaled that the steward would operate the mall. This action surprised people, and they asked, "Sir, weren't you the one who designed this mall system?" "I only designed the framework." "But how do you classify things? Do you put them online only when they are in stock? Or do you provide ordering services when they are not in stock?" "It is my first time to open a mall for all kinds of things. In terms of familiarity, I am still not as good as you. So please do it without disturbing me." "Of course not. Sir, it is my honor to serve you." After getting ready to operate the system, the steward asked, "Sir, what kind of goods do you want to buy?" "Arcane eye." "Arcane eye? That magic doesn't require any materials. It can be cast with just a magic stone." As a former magic apprentice, the steward also has some knowledge of the materials required for some highly practical magics. But then he thought of another possibility. "Oh, sir, do you want the arcane eye material for the construction of the magic tower?" "That's right." Lin opened the second control interface screen and displayed the material part of the magic knowledge, using 2 goose egg-sized rubies as the top main material, supplemented by more than a dozen auxiliary materials, and a long list of alternatives. The two began to search one by one, according to the original transaction method. When the Chamber of Commerce personnel deal with this relatively special purchasing request, they usually record the magician's needs first, and then return to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters to report. Some of the more astute managers will keep a booklet record of various outputs and inventories in the area they are responsible for, and then they can quote directly. But if not, you still have to go back to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Returning to the headquarters does not mean that there must be something. There may be some materials that are not produced in Shijia district and must be purchased from other districts. Sometimes a Chamber of Commerce may have inventory, but it may only be a substitute material. Whether the buyer is willing to accept it is another matter. That is to say, place an order, confirm inventory, reply, and confirm the order. If you are not satisfied, repeat the above process. It is not surprising that it takes months or even years to go back and forth. With the mall system, not only the inventory is clear, but the grade, source, and differences of each item are also displayed. There were even many things that even the manager didn't know if they could be purchased in Shijia district, but he found them in the mall. Many formal materials are not available in Shijia district, but the substitutes are no worse than the regular ones. So Lin doesn't insist on going to other districts to collect them. The most surprising thing is that the main material meets the standard. The Shijia district branch actually has several rubies in stock, even though they are untrimmed and the size of goose eggs. Later, some more rare special magic materials were added for other purposes. In this way, a deal that used to take several months to negotiate is now completed in less than an afternoon. Even senior stewards, who have served the Chamber of Commerce for a long time, are impressed by such efficiency. However, considering the tragic launch of the mall system, the magician in front of him may want to make another fortune. Building an additional magic tower building for the arcane eye is really far from the expected benefits. The steward mentioned this matter in a cryptic manner, and Lin knew that having too much money on him would definitely be irritating. So after thinking about it for a while, I said, "Then can you ask the Chamber of Commerce to help me buy a house in William City?" "House? Sir, are you saying you want to buy a house?" "Well, yes, the house. I hope it's not too far away from the William Tower. You see, this time, my apprentice returned to the headquarters to take the assessment, and could only book a relatively peripheral hotel, which is sometimes inconvenient. If in William Tower there is a house in the city, which may be more convenient. But, will you accept such a commission? If this is your order, I will certainly serve you. I wonder if there are any special requirements for purchasing a house. My request is that I want it to be closer to the William Tower. Not too far away. It is mainly for residential use, not commercial use. So I don't need to buy it in a busy area. Then help me hire a few servants to do the usual cleaning and maintenance. As for the decoration, it doesn't need any expensive art. It's just more practical. You can arrange the rest. I just hope that I can afford to buy a real estate with that little money. It's not a big problem. And your funds are enough to buy a pretty good house.
Speaking of the look of the manager's eyes shining, Lin quickly stopped him and added,
Oh, I forgot to mention it. Don't buy a house that is too big. The main people living there should only be 3 or 4 people. Is there any in the courtyard is not bad either. Yes, according to your wishes.
After making a note in his little book, the steward continued,
Only for the house. I have to go back to William City before I can give you an answer. The mall system there is no house for sale. Of course, it's not urgent. Then the rest of the goods I just ordered. There's no rush for those. The things delivered today are enough to keep me busy for a while. Yes.
After standing up, the steward bowed respectfully. At this time, Halloumi happened to go up to the 3rd floor and said,
Teacher, dinner is ready. Do you want to go to the restaurant to eat with everyone? Or should I bring one up? I'll go down. Also, I remember that there are a few bottles of good wine in the cargo on this trip. Let's open one.
With that, Lin motioned to the steward to go downstairs for dinner.
By the way, teacher, the 3 big prey you recently hunted. Some customers said they might be king-level monsters. Right.
As soon as he heard the word king-level monster, the steward's ears perked up. You must know that the king-level monster is really full of treasures. However, Lin said indifferently,
No way. Those 3 are just big. They can be killed after a few hits with the magic of the tower. How can they be king-level monsters? That's right. It means that the dismembered parts are all in tatters. And the customer said he wasn't sure.
After hearing that it was solved by the tower's magic, the manager's little thoughts were put at ease. Any crusade against a king-level monster can only be successful without spending a lot of manpower and material resources and going through careful planning. I have never heard of a king level being solved by a magic tower. Lin patted the girl's back, and the 2 of them walked downstairs together. He said, by the way,
I put meat with better oil distribution or tenderness in the refrigerator. Fur, feathers, etc. are really good.
They were smashed into pieces, but fortunately they were big enough. So there were still a few relatively intact parts. So I kept a few that were hard and complete, and kept them for pickling. I eat it myself. I'm tired of eating meat these days. Oh, speaking of this,
Lin turned to the steward of the Chamber of Commerce and said,
Mr. Steward, please bring me 2 more barrels of salt. This time, the original salt inventory is not enough for just curing the meat. Many parts are either smoked or dried.
Ah, feed it to the dogs. No wonder they feel so dead when I hold them. I don't know how fat they are. But if you feed unprocessed meat to the dogs, will the dogs get sick?
Harumi, he asked, looking back at his teacher with some worry.
What's wrong with you?
He slapped the girl on the back of her head, as if to teach her a lesson. Lin pretended to be unhappy and said,
As long as the meat doesn't stink, those 2 dogs can eat it. What's more, you don't know how lawless those 2 dogs were when you went to William City. There is meat, it's very polite to let them chew the bones. Now that you're back, teach those 2 dogs some good manners. Otherwise, I haven't eaten dog meat pot for a long time and missed the taste.
The girl who had been scolded walked downstairs with her mouth pouted, a bad face, and grunting. Then, a moment of silence for the 3 kings who died unjustly. Chapter 28 Astronomy of the Lost Land. After seeing off the guests of the Chamber of Commerce, the Tower of the Great Sage returned to its usual calm. After leaving a bunch of trivial matters to his 2 apprentices, Lin had extra time to think about astronomy. Astrology is also a long-established knowledge in the lost world. But the main purpose of this knowledge here is to solve the problem of the 2 satellites in the sky. When the Earth has only 1 moon, the Earth's tides and weather will be affected by the only satellite. The world of Lost World has 2 satellites, causing more complex changes in the weather system. Weather is related to agriculture and food, so a specialized profession has naturally emerged to predict the weather. This profession is astrologer, one of the branches of magician. The knowledge that magicians need to learn also includes astronomy combined with mysticism. Predicting the weather can only be regarded as entertainment and leisure time. But for conscientious rulers, the weather is crucial to the harvest of food in the territory. so naturally they cannot take it lightly. Gradually, some magic apprentices with poor talents and insufficient resources gave up their accumulation of magic power, which was equivalent to giving up their improvement in magic. They turned to serve the lords everywhere, because astrology and weather prediction focus on knowledge. The name astrologer became independent from magicians, and was despised by magicians. There is no astrologer who cannot move forward on the path of magic. So he retreats to the next best thing, and turns to begging for food from the nobles. Therefore, the two professions use contempt and jealousy as their main emotions, and they are not friendly to each other. But Lin's point is that astrologers still have some accumulated achievements in astronomy. It was like what he was looking at now. The star map he had spent a lot of money to buy. The astrologers in the mysterious world have not yet started to think as wildly as the scholars in ancient Greece on Earth. They picked out some stars from the entire starry sky and made them into constellations, accompanied by a touching and pathos story. The entire star map only has 417 stars marked. The main thing is the orbits and changes of the two satellites, which span the entire star map. This number is far inferior to that in ancient times, when the number of stars in both Eastern and Western astronomy was over 1,000. Looking at this star chart, Lin felt a little helpless. The circle of astrologers was more closed than that of magicians, perhaps due to the influence of low self-esteem. Astrologers are more self-conscious about the knowledge they have developed and are rarely willing to share it with others. The map Lin bought was an amateur version compiled by a magician. It had more stars than the standard version of the star map provided by the association. But Lin was still disappointed. On the nights a few days ago, the main job was to fill in the blanks of my own star map, a flat version. The most difficult point is to first determine a North Star, and use it as a benchmark to draw an accurate star map. Because of the mysterious world, most people who study astronomy focus on the two satellites. In addition, the gods really exist. There is a saying that exploring the stars is spying on the kingdom of gods, which will offend the gods. Therefore, most people are very secretive about this aspect of research. So they have to do a lot of the work themselves. Thinking about my workload, which has to go all the way from the era of Greek philosophers to the era when the general theory of relativity was established. This part of the technology tree that needs to be illuminated makes my scalp numb just thinking about it. Now that there were nearly 2,000 stars on Tripwood's version of the star map, Lin began to think about another thing. Which method to use to measure distances? The most primitive parallax method requires measurements in two places, so I basically gave up on it first. As for the radar method that uses sonar principles, looking at the pure sky without industrial pollution outside, I simply gave up the idea of clicking on the radar technology tree. What is more feasible are the many methods derived from the annual parallax method and the redshift phenomenon. However, the accuracy of these methods relies heavily on the accuracy of observation. Just trying to find a way to measure 1 second of angle, 1/3600 of 1 degree of angle, would kill many brain cells with the existing equipment and the available magical knowledge. Also, in order to use the annual parallax method, it is necessary to remeasure the astronomical unit of the Midland version. That is the average distance from Midi to the Sun. At the same time, Midi star radius, revolution and rotation period, and even the time unit must be accurately measured or defined again. Thinking of this, Lin had to think about the star map on the wall of the restaurant. It is one of the few things in the Tower of the Great Sage that has been handed down since the beginning of its construction, and it clearly shows the star system where Midi star is located. This also confirms that people in the lost world have abandoned the geocentric theory and entered the heliocentric theory that is closer to reality. In that star system star map, although the distances between the planets are not correct, and concentric circles with equal distances are generally used as orbits, the orbital periods of the 6 planets are very accurate, not to mention anything else. Just because the star map has been running for thousands of years, the current star map positions of the 6 planets are almost the same as Lin's actual observations. This shows how impressive the astronomical achievements of thousands of years ago were. Then, there is the lack of progress for thousands of years. It is similar to the problem of a country that claims to have a 5,000-year-old civilization. Lin also wanted to study the operating principle of that star map. However, the results of the actual investigation only confirmed that the magical principles behind the star map are so complex that they cannot be understood in a moment. In addition, most of the energy channels end at this star map, which makes Lin dare not rashly change or stop the energy supply here. Except when the magic tower was rebuilt. When the situation was unclear, there was a blackout in the entire tower, and unexpectedly found that the star map could continue to operate.
obtaining energy supply from unknown sources. All these wonderful features made Lin decide to retain this star map and maintain its original appearance for future research and comparison. Of course, subsequent transformations of the Magic Tower will also bypass the energy supply of the star map to maintain the continuity of its operation. Incidentally, the phenomenon of 6 stars in a row will occur within the next 2 years. That is, 6 planets are connected in a line. This kind of situation always served as some kind of astronomical warning in the ancient times of the Earth. In modern times, it has also become the subject of novels. However, when he was on Earth, Lin only encountered the 7 stars link once in 2000 AD. I don't know if the changes in Taiwan's political scene are an impact. Other than that, nothing much happened. The main reason is that the planetary orbits are not on the same plane, but are slightly angularly deviated. It is impossible to completely connect them in a straight line in 3-dimensional space. Next comes the calculation part. A lot of effort was put into building an alien version of the computer just to simplify the calculation process. Think about it. Before NASA introduced IBM computers, it had a whole team of computing staff. The mathematical talents in the lost world can be described in 2 simple words: none. What can we expect in a world where multiplication does not even exist? It is actually not complicated to use a computer to do calculations, but the difficulty lies in the accuracy of floating point numbers. The most primitive computers had decimal point errors that were lost to hand calculations. This is limited by factors such as data structure and numerical normalization. The program improvement in this area is to use array processing. Before time travel, various programming languages had already had quite mature developments and paradigms, but those were all based on binary. In the world of mystery, the octal computer based on the 8 magical powers must have corresponding conversions for the relevant theories. This kills someone's brain cells again. In short, ever since he settled down in the Tower of the Great Sage and began to officially explore the starry sky and find his way home, someone has been in a cycle of collapse and recovery. And this is one of the reasons why so many materials are purchased from the Chamber of Commerce. Except I have some ideas in my mind that I want to try. When a person collapses, he goes into the forge and knocks, which seems to help him regain his soul. Moreover, the finished product can more or less make up for the frustration in astronomical exploration. And on a certain afternoon of collapse, simple tapping was no longer enough to restore the head that had turned to paste. When Lin saw the strange eyes of the 2 girls seeing The Walking Dead, he seemed to be floating into the warehouse on the 1st floor. His godless eyes searched for materials that could touch his nerves. And the stones piled in the corner were high-grade stones used to build the walls of the Magic Tower. Originally, Lin had the idea of repairing the Tower of the Great Sage completely, but he had to maintain consistency to maintain the overall energy balance. Unfortunately, the Tower of the Great Sage has been built for thousands of years. Although the technology is backward, the materials are top-notch. This kind of stone, called blue scroll stone, is not only rare, but all the known veins have been mined. In other words, if you have money, there is nowhere to buy it. The stones brought here are the only ones in stock of the Shijia district branch, and are provided to some wealthy magicians as important parts for making stone golems. And with this weight, it can't even stand up a wall. When the Chamber of Commerce steward came to visit a while ago, Lin did mention this issue. As a result, the other party came up with a bad idea. How about demolishing other people's towers? After the 2 faced each other in silence, the matter was never mentioned again. Now looking at this pile of stones that are neither high nor low enough, an idea rises spontaneously. Without greeting anyone else, Lin was shirtless and carried the stones up to the open platform on the 2nd floor by himself using only the power technique. A major feature of this stone, which is the basic material of the Magic Tower, is its high density. It is heavier than a piece of iron in the same volume. So even though Lin used the assistance of the giant force technique for himself and moved all the stones to the 2nd floor, he was still sweating all over. Since this kind of stone is rare and precious, no unnecessary cuts were made for the convenience of transportation. Instead, it maintains its original shape, with a rounded and irregular appearance, with traces of water erosion. This reminded Lin of another thing that the lost world lacked on Earth: an open-air hot spring pool. No hot spring water. It doesn't matter. Rely on magic to connect to other dimensions. Magma can be removed, not to mention hot water with a bit of sulfur content. This project has been done once before when planning the tap water and sewage system of the entire tower. This time I will do it again, starting from the water elemental plane.
although it may be easier to find hot spring water that meets the standards from the abyss. However, considering the characteristics of that place, it is unknown whether there will be any adverse effects from soaking in it every day. Moreover, if such a hole is opened, it is also unknown whether local residents will follow the hole and touch it. As for things that are uncertain, don't gamble on luck. This is the experience after watching countless movies on Earth. What does the law say? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Lin didn't want to have his asshole hacked by a little devil in the middle of a hot spring bath. As for the overall plan, even though Lin himself has never soaked in a few hot springs, he has seen many photos of open-air hot springs, and even a mystery film made in an open-air hot spring. So after paving the stone slabs and setting up the stones to create height differences, and connecting to the elemental plane that was suspected to be hot spring water, I got some plants outside the tower and arranged them. After working hard all afternoon, although it is not as good as the famous soups in my memory, it is still pretty good. Chapter 29 Artificial Magic Open Air Hot Spring. I look at the fruits of my labor with satisfaction. But there is still one last step to go. Just like the joke about building the pyramid, the last thing missing is the pharaoh. Get ready to change clothes. Close the door. Scrub yourself up and down. And then jump into the pool filled with hot spring water. There were no floor-to-ceiling windows or large glass in the Lost World. So Lin just built the hot spring pool on an open platform. When a person is soaking in the pool, when he turns his head, what he sees is the scene outside the Tower of the Great Sage. The lush and green forest is everywhere, but there is no human habitation. There was an eagle soaring into the sky, soaring in the air. From time to time, there are birds and magpies flying around on the tree crown, and there seems to be animals galloping below. Looking at the greenery, a feeling of isolation and independence fills my chest. But to be honest, when we are on Earth, it feels wonderful to occasionally go camping in the wild. But I have lived in a place where birds don't lay eggs and chickens don't poop for a long time. The scene in front of me really doesn't suggest anything like ambition. What really made Lin feel extremely sour was the feeling of his whole body being soaked in water. It would be even more perfect if there is another glass of rice wine with low alcohol content. Taking a bath in the Lost World is a very troublesome thing. You have to prepare a bathtub in the room. Then boil pots of hot water. Bring it into the room. And pour it into the bathtub. And cleaning up the aftermath is equally troublesome. Otherwise, you can find a creek or lake outside, strip naked and jump in it. The construction of large baths can only be seen in history books and records of some mediocre kings. So it is very common not to take a shower for several days. But this was once the thing that Lin, a time traveler, was least used to. Yes, once. If something lasts for more than 10 years, you will get used to it even if you are not used to it. But now that I have the conditions, there is no reason to continue to abuse myself. But the request for wine was really helpless. Although rice is also available in Midi-World, the main alcoholic beverages are beer and fruit wine. The colder it is, the better it tastes. But it is not suitable for drinking warm. Should we get some more brewing equipment? Lin thought about it in his mind. But brewing is a technical job. And you can't make anything just by looking at it and relying on your impressions. Just the production of distiller's yeast made Lin confused and confused. Physics is still good, but microbiology is on its knees.
Teacher, what are you doing?
At Harumi's voice, Lin turned his head slightly, rolled his eyes back, and saw 4 heads peeking out from behind the crack in the door. 2 girls, 2 dog heads, Lin said lazily.
Didn't I hang an unused sign on the door? Yes, it is being used. But what is it being used?
Take a bath.
What is a bath?
As he asked, 2 people and 2 dogs opened the door and walked in directly. Kaya also stretched out her hand to stir up the water, feeling a little surprised that the temperature of the water in the pool was not too low. The face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years also moved slightly.
If you soak your whole body in the water, it's called a bath.
I felt like I was talking nonsense. But since people are coming in, it's okay. With this thought in mind, Lin stood up and wrapped a towel around his crotch. The 2 girls didn't have much reaction to their teacher's behavior. After all, we have been adventuring together for so long. And it's not like we haven't seen each other's naked butts before. On the contrary, Halumi asked enthusiastically.
Can we take a bath?
Sitting on a small stool with his back to the 2 girls, Lin said.
If you want to use it, of course you can. I'm not soaking in the water all day. But not now. Don't take off your clothes in a hurry. He stopped the 2 people who were about to strip off their clothes and jump into the water.
There are some rules for use that I want to tell you first. But before that, please brush my back.
Seeing her teacher pointing at Kaigwabu, Harumi rolled up her sleeves, poured a ladle of water on it, and then brushed it vigorously on her back. That feeling of comfort really felt like a lifetime ago.
Oh, I should invent a back brushing magic.
After a strange groan, Lin's nerves were finally reconnected, and he said to the two girls,
Rule 1. When someone is washing, turn the sign on the door to the unused side to tell others don't rush in if you're okay. After washing, turn it over to the other side as inactive. Rule 2. Wash your body with water first before entering the pool. Rule 3. Do not wear clothes in the pool. And of course you can't wash clothes here.
After saying that, he looked at it, thought about it, and then added,
Rule 4. Those two dogs can't enter the pool either.
Why? Harumi asked a little excitedly. After they came back, they found that the habits of the two big dogs were a little different from before. If they are not trained or told what to do, they will always go crazy outside and will be dirty when they come back. Wouldn't it be nice to have a place to wash up? However, the teacher did not directly answer the question, but said in addition,
If the pool is dirty, I will just ask you to clean it.
The two girls did not hesitate to call out the two big dogs who were testing the water temperature with their tongues and seemed to be planning to jump. The agreed look with his tail between his legs and his head raised made people laugh. Then the two girls were kicked out by their teacher, and Lin Kai went into the pool to soak again. It seems that he has no intention of leaving for a while. The setting of the artificial magic open-air hot spring has undoubtedly become Lin Xin's source of motivation. Not only did taking a dip in it refresh your spirit when you were withering, but you also had a flash of inspiration and conquered several of the difficulties you encountered before. The two young apprentices also fell in love with bathing. In the past, I didn't have the conditions to take a shower every day, so I just served the teacher. When it was my turn, I was too lazy to move the bathtub, too lazy to heat the hot water, and too lazy to clean up after washing. Because after doing these things for a round, the freshly washed body is covered in sweat, which is really a waste of energy. So when their bodies are really dirty and they can't bear it, they always run to the river to deal with it. Now that we don't have those troubles, why not wash them every day? Although it is stipulated that you must wash your body before taking a bath, and you cannot wear clothes or wash clothes, there is no rule that you cannot play in the water. So the two girls always have a lot of fun in the pool. And one day I unexpectedly discovered that while meditating while soaking in water, I actually felt that the accumulation of mana and power was faster than usual,
almost catching up with the feeling in the meditation room. So taking a bath has directly become a daily homework for the two girls. I thought that the days would continue like this. But on a rainy afternoon, the Tower of the Great Sage welcomed another group of guests. Generally speaking, it's okay if the apprentice comes forward to receive you. But when it rained continuously, Lin felt like he was getting moldy on the third floor. So he went downstairs to say hello to the guests. In the group of 7, several people were packing their wet luggage, and the leading swordsman was chatting with Harumi. When Lin appeared on the first floor, the new guests followed the two apprentices and greeted the owner of the tower respectfully. On the surface, Lin responded cordially, but actually he was looking at the direction of the visitor. There is no other way. Anyone who has been welcomed by the Tower of the Great Sage before can be called a bad visitor. There are two waves of villagers who want to make the magician a slave. One wave of prosecutors who want to investigate the crime, and one wave of people who want to crusade against the evil magician after hearing about the incident. Lin Bu couldn't help but think about the reason why this group of people came to this remote place that was not a traffic hub. However, everyone looked wary but not disgusted. Maybe these people were just passing by?
I don't know. Where do the guests come from?
Lin asked politely.
We are an adventure group from the Kingdom of Salamanca, the Sword of Glory. I am the leader of the group. Kohler.
The Kingdom of Salamanca is a small kingdom within the boundaries of the Cadiz district chapter of the Magician Association. As for brilliants or swords, they are market names in the adventure group and can be seen everywhere. Anyway, the world does not prohibit people with the same name, so no one cares about this little thing.
Our group is preparing to go to the Dodorian Mountains. We heard that there are ogres making trouble there, and we plan to go to conquer them.
The Dodorian Mountains are located within the scope of the Noonan District branch of the Magicians Association. Judging from the action path of this adventure group, it can be said that it rushes from the northernmost part of the peninsula in the southwestern part of the mainland to the southernmost part. Ogres are a very troublesome species of uncivilized Homo sapiens. They are very powerful, and are not targets that ordinary adventurers dare to deal with. But this group of adventurers, who were full of confidence and planned to go to defeat the ogres, were poured a bucket of cold water here, Kaya said in her unique flat tone.
If it is the ogre tribe in the Dodorian Mountains, it has been eliminated.
What? Everyone was shocked. Even Lin was shocked when he heard Kaya's words. Swordsman Kohler quickly asked,
How did you know this news? Can you confirm it? It was Count Sita of the Kingdom of Huesca who sent the Thunder and Lightning Legion to attack. A magician named Matchline Fleisch announced it on the forum.
As he said that, Kaya brought up the screen of the forum with the water mirror technique, and quickly found the bragging article. Lin looked at the name of the person who posted the message, and suddenly remembered that this was not the same member of the group who had accompanied a noble son here to find trouble. Swordsman Kohler looked at the discussion thread opened by Kaya. It also attached a photo of ogre corpses piled up in mountains, a backward tribe caught in the flames, and a group of soldiers holding military flags next to it. On the military flag is a noble crest, and there is a lightning symbol next to it, which should be the flag of the Thunder and Lightning Legion. The text is quite wonderful, describing how the legions concealed their whereabouts and secretly surrounded the tribe. Then when fighting, how the soldiers cooperated to reduce their own casualties, and killed a large number of ogres whose individual strength surpassed that of humans. In short, he tried his best to brag and almost praised this army to the sky. When they learned that the nest of troublesome ogres had been dealt with, the faces of everyone in the adventure group were a little complicated. I am happy that the safety of ordinary people has been guaranteed, but I am also helpless that this trip may be in vain. However, Kaya continued,
although the ogres have been solved,
the Dodorian Mountains may still need a lot of manpower. Well, what's going on?
This time it was Lin's eyes turn to ask.
In the Adventurers Guild discussion forum in the Kingdom of Huesca, the post dedicated to publishing tasks stated that it is said that the original king-level monsters in the Dodorian Mountains have disappeared, and the remaining monsters have begun to fight for the king. The entire mountainous area is in commotion. I heard that there are also dragons. In order to prevent the monsters from attacking the town, the Adventurers Guild has issued a large number of expedition missions. If you go there, you can get bounties by killing any monsters. This is really messy.
If there were people here who knew the whole story, they would probably be angry to death if they heard what Lin said from an outsider's perspective. I really don't know who should be blamed as the initiator. But after reading the relevant text, Swordsman Kohler's attention moved to the forum interface. Said,
it turns out that this is the time when I heard about the so-called forum in Shijia district. This is really convenient. But if you want it, you have to go to Willian City, which is a bit awkward. It's a pity.
Holomi said proudly at this time.
Do you want to buy a browser? Just ask my teacher directly. My teacher is the inventor of the forum browser technology. If you bring your own magic stone, just I kill.
The wonderful expressions of everyone in the adventure group are beyond words. Chapter 30 Recent Forum Ecology. The quiet night was a rare day without rain in the past few days. Although there were still a lot of clouds, occasionally one could still see the starry sky behind them from between the clouds. So Lin set up the monocular astronomical telescope that he had worked so hard to build. On stargazing days, the two young apprentices would take turns making a pot of purple bell tea and bring it to the stargazing platform on the third floor. It was a drink from the elves, which was said to be refreshing. In fact, whether it is tea or coffee from Earth, it is not at the same level. Lin drinks it just like drinking water. It's just that there is no tea or coffee here now. As a severe caffeine addict, I can only settle for nothing. The one who came up today was a brown-skinned girl with black hair, with two long braids hanging on her shoulders. There was still no emotion on her face. According to the previous classification of two-dimensional otaku, this is a girl with a mouthless type. Just as she came up, Lin took the first sip of tea, put down the cup, and asked,
"Have the guests settled in today?"
The girl who stood aside and left without being instructed replied calmly,
"Everything is settled, teacher. They will spend the night in the restaurant, but they are all on the forum now.
When the mall went online, the girl opened the door to the restaurant. In the restaurant, the terminal equipment used by the escort team for compensation has not been removed. Sometimes the two girls use it, but now it's free for guests.
The others took turns to bathe in the open-air hot spring. Harumi told them the rules.
Thinking of what happened in the afternoon, Lin asked,
"Kaya, are you paying attention to the news on the forum?" "Yes, teacher, because I think it's quite interesting to read the messages from various places in the chat area." "Isn't this inappropriate?"
the girl would ask. It is true that teachers are very reluctant to go to the forum. Although he didn't say it clearly in front of his apprentices, Lin never opened the forum page. He concentrated on coding and debugging during the day and stargazing at night. On rainy nights, work continued during the day. Another apprentice, Halumi, had a restless temper. Apart from daily homework and meditation time, he would run wildly outside with his 2 dogs. Basically, when she opened the forum, she could only look at the discussion area dedicated to the Tower of the Great Sage, which contained homework assigned by Lin and teaching materials for self-study. So Kaya was a little uneasy about spending a lot of time on the forum. However, Lin did not blame the girl. Instead, he opened the terminal on the observatory, opened a calendar-like screen, and said, "Download this software later. If you find something interesting in the future, copy the content to in this notepad. It defaults to chronological arrangement, but you need to enter the person's name and location separately if you want to check something special in the matter. It will be much more convenient to use this software. Please use it first and tell me if there are any problems. You can make changes. In short, if you want to keep things as records, the focus should be on the 5 items. That is, personnel, time, and objects. However, you can just keep this aside. Just do something to pass the time. You are not forced to do it. You are still focusing on your apprenticeship." Listening to her teacher's explanation, Kaya nodded while operating. Finally, she asked, "Can I tell Halumi about this?" In the past, Lin had told the 2 girls about the importance of confidentiality. The original intention was to target outsiders, but the girls still asked about such matters that were explained alone. In this regard, Lin said with impunity, "It's okay to tell Halumi. It's okay if she wants to help. It's just that I don't think she can bear the temper to do these things." After thinking about it, Kaya nodded seriously and agreed with the teacher's statement. After the explanation of the matter was over, Lin was curious about another matter and asked, "Did anything about me be mentioned on the forum? It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. Just tell me." Regarding her teacher's request, Kaya tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "It doesn't have much to do with the teacher. The main focus is on the few magic spells that have been announced. Although everyone can use it, the structure behind it seems to be no one can change it now. Although the world of Lost World is protected by patents, there are still some loopholes. Just like every time a very practical and popular magic knowledge is released, it won't be long before more revised magics are released, competing for the market of selling magic knowledge. For example, it is claimed that spell casting speed is faster, more powerful, lasts longer, and consumes less mana. As long as there is a slight change, someone will put their own surname on it and hand it over to the association. Fortunately, the association still has some conscience. For magicians who want to learn this knowledge, they will still inform them of the original starting magic, but will not strongly recommend those modified magics. In addition to really getting a wide range of good reviews, it is possible to mention it incidentally. Of course, if the person who created the initial magic is too unpopular, it is common for him to be misled. The most common complaint is that they want to set up their own forum, but they can't use it. They have studied a lot of documentation, but there seems to be no results. Many people criticize the teacher for providing false data or not fully publishing it. In the end, the president came forward to clarify the hierarchical relationship of the domain name. He also said that the structure behind the teacher's 3 magics was comparable to the forbidden spell level magic, and the difficulty of learning was only higher, which made people question it. The noise has subsided slightly, but there are still many people who are dissatisfied. Isn't this nonsense? In the online world, there's only one root DNS, and the browser will first look for the Tower of the Great Sage. If other people want to use root to play, unless they play by themselves, they have to change the browser settings. If you want to use it on a large scale, just register with the upper-level domain name server. However, in order to prove his words, the president has established an exclusive forum for the Shijia district branch on the .com server. He also forces all branch affairs to be conducted on the exclusive forum, including the Magic Knowledge Online plan. It is also in the exclusive forum on the other hand. The growth rate of magic knowledge on the original forum has slowed down, but there are no people in the chat area that can also be used by visitors. Lin was not surprised by this. In the past conversations with the president, I could feel the strong control of the other party's power, and he was definitely unwilling to put important information about the branch in a place that he could not control. However, the most important asset of the forum is its people, not the amount of knowledge. The latter is just to attract popularity. The most important thing is the crowding effect between people. Lin kindly set the browser's homepage to the original forum page, and did not provide a method for others to change the homepage settings. So when you open the browser and see the forum page, how many people will take the initiative to enter the URL and enter the forum deployed by others? In addition, the people who use the forum now are not just the magicians in Shijia district. There are also adventurers, nobles, businessmen, and other groups. These people will not change the interpersonal environment they are accustomed to at the call of the association. Not to mention that the interfaces of the two are exactly the same. So there is no convenience or other incentives. Therefore, the popularity of the original forum is higher than that of the Shijia district branch forum, which is an understandable result. After roughly understanding the current network ecology, Lin has no intention of going any further. Instead, Kaya asked, "Teacher, do you want to respond to those who scold you?" "Girl, remember, the only thing in this world that is more wasteful of life than being in a daze is to respond to people on the internet in non-intellectual discussions. Because they have fixed opinions, and you can't change them with just 3 or 5 lines of words. Even if it is in academic discussions. If the other party comes with the intention of kicking the opponent, then it is unnecessary to reply with more words. If you are not convinced in person, you can still beat the opponent until he is convinced. So there is no need to do so on the internet. Just ignore them and do your own thing." I very seriously express my experience of being on the internet for many years. Lin waved his hand and focused on his own affairs again. I have been racking my brains recently, thinking about how to improve the accuracy of a spectrum analyzer without electronic parts. He casually said to the girl behind him, "Okay, there's nothing else to do. You can go down. You can go to the console to download the software just now. If you have nothing to do, go to bed early." Regarding the permission setting of the magic tower, Lin did not impose too many restrictions on the two girls. Firstly, it's not necessary. And secondly, I don't think anyone will use their authority to do bad things. Because of the control functions of many magic towers, Lin had long since gotten rid of the traditional methods of the Lost World, and instead used thinking from the earth to design. There is no special instruction on how to use these things. Maybe the natives who are lost in the land will be confused when they come into contact with them for the first time. However, the girl did not leave immediately after being instructed. Instead, she looked at what Lin was busy with, although she couldn't understand it. Her teacher had been touching it all day long. She still asked one more question. "Teacher, do you need help?" "Help?" Lin turned to look at Kaya, and then followed her eyes to see the simple spectrometer in his hand. He couldn't help but smile and said, "You can't help with these. First, focus on what the magic apprentices should be familiar with. If you really want to help me, it will be after you become an official magician." "I know." After saying that, Kaya left quietly. The next morning, after seeing off the group of red-eyed people who looked like they had not had enough sleep, Lin originally thought that he would return to his original peaceful life. Unexpectedly, the Brilliant Sword Adventure group was just the beginning. In the following days, the Tower of the Great Sage welcomed guests from time to time. Chapter 31 Changes in the World. The Tower of the Great Sage is not at a traffic intersection, and there are no special resources nearby. Even the nearest village was deserted not long ago because of the tower owner. But there are still more travelers coming to or passing by the Tower of the Great Sage. There are adventurers, mercenaries, merchants, and noble representatives, either with a purpose or without. Of course, after businessmen smell business opportunities, they will be the most diligent people. The mall system opened by the Magicians Association is undoubtedly a powerful trading tool. Someone once came to the Tower of the Great Sage and mentioned this idea to Lin. However, after hearing that the association had paid for the mall system, everyone backed down. Selling at a reduced price? What will that make people who bought it expensive before think? Kill those who sell at a reduced price, and then kill those who buy cheap. This is the confidence of the Magician Association. As for cooperation and shareholding, Lin just smiled at such suggestions. You can't trick anyone by tricking your father. The Magician Association is not your biological father. If you cheated me, it would be just right for me to beat my son. Lin still wants to live a small life comfortably, and does not want to have a wealthy and powerful life. Therefore, these merchants settled for the next best thing, and came to the Tower of the Great Sage to purchase the specialty products in their eyes. Magic stones with browser systems. That's right. I don't know since when. Magic stones that replicate browser magic have become a hot commodity.
Strictly speaking, the browser magic stone can only be regarded as a magic prop, which is an item that can be used by ordinary people without magic power and does not require any talent. Of course, basic literacy is all you need. If you bring your own magic stone, it only costs I kill to copy the browser magic to the association, transport it to other places, and sell it to other nobles or adventurers. And you can add 3 to 5 gil to the price of the magic stone. There is such a price difference because the only 2 places that can copy and sell browser magic knowledge are the Willian City in the headquarters of Shijia District and the Tower of the Great Sage. If you don't want to travel long distances, you can only accept the merchant's price. Other tower owners who own magic towers can also use the energy pool to install browsers and then infinitely copy the magic stones of the browser system. But they only dare to secretly use it for their apprentices, and they dare not blatantly sell this knowledge to the outside world. Because by doing that, it was not Lin, a newbie magician with no background, who was offended, but the senior officials of the Shijia branch of the Magicians Association. There were only 5 inspector teams before, and they worked together to invite a certain tower master to return to their headquarters in Willian City as a permanent guest. Who would be so short-sighted? Of course, the association's big move is not without cost. When the news came out that someone else was selling browser magic stones, as the convoy of carriages and horses from the affiliated Chamber of Commerce arrived to transport supplies, the steward on board the carriage asked about it insinuatingly to see how the tower owner would react. However, someone pretended to be respectful and presented an account book, recording all the merchants who came to the Tower of the Great Sage to purchase browser magic stones, and their quantities. And of course, the share amount originally agreed with the association. Other than that, nothing else was said about related events. Generally speaking, magicians sell their own knowledge without going through an association, so they don't have to pay the commission. But Lin still followed the original verbal agreement. Some people may question whether there will be more for less, but Lin gave him what he didn't need to give originally. If he really cared about it so clearly, it wouldn't just be a blank look. Faced with the fact that other magicians also came to make money, Lin did not explain it clearly. But his attitude was, if the association sells, there will be a commission. If I sell, the association will also take a commission. If others sell, the association will take care of it. Then there was the big event where the inspectors of the 15 went to visit a certain tower. The intensity and determination of the authorities to curb piracy amazes those who have experienced this on Earth. Although it is difficult to stop copying secretly for use by friends and relatives. But if it is sold on a large scale by merchants, you have to be prepared to be greeted by the association. However, competition in the magical world does not matter much to ordinary businessmen. They only focus on their own profitable parts. This means that the magic stones required for browser magic do not necessarily have to be of standard size. It was about the size of a human fist, and it had some weight. If you cut a small magic stone into the size of a fingernail and add some silver and gold pieces, it can be easily processed into a piece of jewelry. The value of necklaces, earrings, rings and other items that are both beautiful and practical in the eyes of the nobles depends on the other person's IQ. Therefore, a large number of merchants came to these 2 places, each time carrying dozens or hundreds of magic stones, spreading the forum to the world other than magicians. This is a change that the senior leaders of the Shijia District chapter did not expect. But they are also happy to see it. The behavior of the businessmen represents that the forum, an information medium, has officially entered the world of ordinary people from the hands of magicians, and has begun to spread beyond the Shijia District. The most direct manifestation is that due to the efficient circulation of information, people pursuing interests also move in large numbers. Businessmen have nothing to say. Another large group is the adventurer and mercenary groups that are difficult to separate clearly. In the past, such people could only stay in the stronghold set up by the Adventurers Guild or the Mercenary Guild, usually a tavern, wait for a suitable mission to appear, then accept the mission and set off to the destination to complete the mission. 10 days of waiting, 10 days of walking, half a day of fighting. These 10 words describe the situation of the adventurers and mercenaries very well. Before receiving clear information, these people did not dare to leave their original stronghold rashly and go to other places for development. Nowadays, there are forums. Originally, it was just a magician in a group team, posting news about himself in a semi-showy manner. It quickly evolved into the exchange of information from various places. And then the 2 major guilds branches in the southwest peninsula of the mainland also established discussion sections on the forum. And the rules for task release were quickly completed. Perhaps the business of the tavern strongholds of the two major guilds has deteriorated. Instead, various adventurer groups and mercenary teams have gone to places where their force is needed more efficiently, solving many old age problems in remote areas. As a result, the credibility of the two major guilds has improved a lot in the evaluations of civilians and nobles. It is difficult for the top management of the two major guilds to evaluate whether this change is good or bad. But for the adventurers and mercenaries, their income has actually increased, although it has also become much harder. After all, they are less wasted waiting. Rest time. It turns out that remote villages face the threat of Warcraft, and they had to send their own personnel to the guild stronghold to ask for help. The two major guilds are waiting for a suitable group to take over the task before heading to the entrusted village, usually as long as there are survivors in the village. That's great efficiency. One of the most common situations is that when the adventurers who accepted the commission arrive at their destination, they only have to collect the corpses and conquer the monsters as revenge, although the reward may have been given to the two major guilds first, and the guild will also give it to the team that completed the task. There is no one in the village asking for help. This is inevitably frustrating, and many budding adventurers cannot overcome this psychological barrier. The second situation is that when the adventurers who accepted the commission arrive at the destination, they find that the task has been completed by the adventurers passing by, and of course they will not get the reward. Now the travel expenses were wasted. But there was no income. Mr. Baobao protested. The forum has undoubtedly changed the problem of low efficiency in the past. As long as the adventurers or mercenaries are willing to work hard, they will be in a state of
walking for 10 days, fighting for half a day, then walking for another 10 days,
and fighting for half a day.
There is no time to wait. A recent major incident highlighted the terrible efficiency brought by the forum. The origin is the kingdom of Alava within the Sijia district branch of the Magician Association. A small border noble under it issued a task of exploring the abandoned mines. A team had just finished their mission and planned to return to the town where the mercenary guild had a stronghold. The mercenaries who were getting paid accepted this mission from the forum. In their eyes, it was a mission to kill time. The next day, this mission was upgraded to a Discover Grey Dwarf extermination mission. The Grey Dwarves are quite notorious among the uncivilized races. Basically, when humans find each other, they destroy them first and then consider other things. It's the same this time. There are constant requests for help on the forum, and people are constantly announcing how many people they have killed and how many they have harmed. Eventually, a large barracks was formed outside the abandoned mine. Adventurers and mercenaries continued to come from far away and enter the mine, or they brought wounded soldiers out of the mine to rest temporarily. At the same time, there are also caravans bringing various supplies, weapons, and food, and sometimes they also take away trophies from mercenaries and adventurers. For a total of 12 days, after an intense battle for the tunnels and clearing out the original mine tunnels and new tunnels, more than 500 highly skilled warriors and magicians broke into a Grey Dwarf settlement and completely destroyed it. Afterwards, statistics showed that a total of 1117 Grey Dwarves were killed, and the casualties on the human side were far lower than this number. This event was recorded as a major victory in the records of the Mercenary Guild and the Adventurer Guild. The trophies plundered from the settlements also allowed those who went into battle to return home with great rewards. The relatives of those who were injured or died also received compensation. Afterwards, some people analyzed that this Grey Dwarf settlement should have accidentally dug a passage to the surface world. However, without being completely prepared, they were attacked by ground forces. I originally thought it was just a small fight, but I didn't expect that an encounter turned into a decisive battle. By the time the Grey Dwarves woke up and began to seriously face humans with a warlike attitude, they were already at a disadvantage. And then they were all finished. If this settlement had not been discovered and this group of Grey Dwarves had not been exterminated, when they broke out of the surface, the neighboring noble territories would have faced a disaster. At this time, the unprepared human side did not know how much it would cost to achieve the same results. Of course, in this incident, no one sang about the importance of the forum. They only focused on the heroes in this war of annihilation. Several groups that were originally unknown have become widely known due to their outstanding performances. There are also bards who compose poems and sing them everywhere. But such achievements were unimaginable in the world before the forum. Another event where the forum played a big role was the ongoing turmoil in the Warcraft kingship in the Dodorian Mountains. Whenever the king of a region dies, the monsters in that region will continue to make trouble until the next king appears. In the process, either those who have lost their strength due to fighting and are in urgent need of food, or those who are expelled losers. These monsters will break into the human world and prey on people who are unable to resist. In the past, the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild would of course issue summonses to call on people with lofty ideals to protect civilized society. However, it is still limited by efficiency issues. The warriors and magicians who respond quickly are usually the same group of people active near the area. The ones with a larger number are the local nobles. But the nobility is a group that has more than enough self-preservation, but not enough offense. But this time, the Thunder and Lightning Legion, belonging to Earl Sita, who was on the front line, shined brightly, with the Legion as the backbone. The warriors who came quickly with support after receiving the call from the Forum firmly guarded the borders of the human world, and even showed signs of advancing into the forest under the Dodorian Mountains. The kingdom of Huesca, to which this place belongs, has even begun to discuss whether to send pioneer nobles to open up new territories. No matter what, life on the peninsula on the southwestern edge of the mainland has been affected by the Forum, and has become different from before. And all this happened in less than a year. Chapter 32: The Collection in the Weapons Room. Some travelers are just passers-by, while others can leave a deep impression on Lin. For example, on a morning that was so sunny that it made people hate the sun, an adventure group led by a beautiful female warrior visited the Tower of the Great Sage. The Magic Tower is not a specialized hotel, a specialized prop shop, a specialized weapon shop, or even a specialized tavern, but as magicians are at the forefront of pursuing truth and knowledge in the lost world. It is not an exaggeration to call them omniscient and omnipotent. Just as Lin would go into the casting room and knock, the two young apprentices would go out to collect herbs and make some basic potions. In addition, the Magic Tower shoulders the responsibility of protecting civilization and naturally becomes a shelter and supply station for passers-by. Of course, magicians will not object to selling the weapons, props and medicines they make. In fact, this is also the source of income for many magicians. Entrusting the Chamber of Commerce's carriage team to drag it to a big city for sale is the same thing as selling it to travelers passing by the tower. But the guests who came today had a special purpose. I heard that the artificial magic hot spring in the Tower of the Great Sage has a special effect on the fineness of the skin. So I just passed by it. In the world of Lost World, there is no saying that hot springs are helpful for beauty. So Lin felt baffled. But this was said by their glamorous leader himself. Since it was almost noon, the two young apprentices were preparing lunch. The sudden arrival of a guest slightly disrupted the girls' pace. However, they still followed the usual procedure and explained the rules of staying to the guests to avoid causing trouble to both parties. After that, it's up to the guests. The 4 rooms on the first floor, the warehouse and the weapons room, are locked, and the restaurant is the main place for guests to rest and eat. Sometimes adventurers will borrow the foundry to repair their weapons and armor. So Lin did not lock the door to the foundry, but leave it open to others. The source of the fire is pure magical flame, and the energy supply is the semi-permanent energy pool of the Magic Tower. There are ways to control the temperature of the flame, but not the temperature of the furnace. So Lin simply didn't put out the fire to avoid having to wait for the furnace temperature to rise before using it. This is not only convenient for you, but also for the guests who come here. The disadvantage is that the door of the casting room will be very hot when it is opened. So a sign saying, "Please close the door," is hung on the door. Just when passing by the door of the weapons room, the guests asked curiously, "I didn't expect that your lord can also forge weapons. I wonder if the weapons made are good." Kaya tilted her head, looked at her companion, and asked, "Okay." Halumi's eyes drifted to the ceiling, and she thought for a while before saying, "It's so strange." The strange comments from the Tower Master's apprentice aroused the interest of the guests, who asked to open the weapons room to take a look. Lin's attitude has always been that if someone is willing to buy, everything here can be sold. So the 2 apprentices have opened the weapons room for people to visit at the request of customers several times. But no businessman dared to buy the weapons here, and the evaluation given was quite ambiguous. Although they are young, the 2 girls, who know a little about the warmth of human nature, do not understand the meaning of these businessmen. This time, the door to the weapons room was still open due to the customer's curiosity. The first oncoming weapon was the Qinglong Yin sword weighing 88 kilograms. How the weight was measured and where the unit came from, I don't know. I only know that my teacher always introduces me like this, and it was deliberately placed in this position to ward off evil spirits. As the old man said, to ward off what evil? Still don't know. However, as a long weapon with such a strange shape that it is one piece from blade to handle. With double-sided openings, a crescent-shaped blade, and a jagged back. Even experienced warriors would stay away from it. It's just that this time, the guests didn't comment too much. Instead, they focused on the strange totem on the blade that looked like a snake but had feet and horns. On the shelf on the left-hand side, there are 6 crossbows in 3 layers. The strings are placed aside and are not tensioned. They are light crossbows, heavy crossbows, and repeating crossbows, 2 of each, and each has a different design. Generally speaking, it is developing in the direction of being lighter and more powerful. So there are many mechanisms on the crossbow. It is not enchanted and only relies on mechanical principles to operate. These 6 crossbows are the most popular weapons. But they are expensive and require the use of exclusive crossbow arrows. So they have not been sold until now. But the 2 apprentices used it often, especially when they went hunting. But the guests who returned this time seriously discussed the possibility of large-scale use. The top shelf on the right-hand side holds a pair of long and short weapons with single edge, narrow blades, and slightly curved edges. The arc has a strange beauty that attracts people's attention. The female warrior leader asked, "What kind of weapon is this?" "A knife that will break if you cut it." The 2 girls gave a strange name, and the expressions on their faces were so disapproving. It can be imagined that in their minds, the evaluation of this weapon is not high. In fact, this is a Japanese samurai sword made according to the folding and forging method that Lin knew in his memory. The correct use of this weapon should be to stab, while slashing is only suitable for targets without armor. Therefore, the Japanese way of weapon martial arts is called kendo, not the way of the sword. Unfortunately, when Lin first built it, he used a shield as an experiment, and then the sword broke. That's why there are 2 apprentices' comments. Lin's idea is that weapons will change, and design concepts and technology will advance. The katana was used by the Japanese all the way to the end of the Tokugawa period, and even appeared as a Japanese saber in modern wars. It has its design advantages. Not to mention that the form of the katana has improved from the Heian and Kamakura shogunate periods to the Warring States period, and to the Tokugawa shogunate period, rather than remaining unchanged for thousands of years. Overall, this weapon, which has never appeared in the Lost World, is still very eye-catching, although the evaluation given by the host is a bit regretful. However, the weapons on the second level give people a different feeling from the weapons on the previous level, which is a calm and heavy feeling. The broad blade is also unilateral. The unopened front is thick and long. As straight as a wall, the open front is equally straight, but slightly shorter, but sparkling. The front end is tilted and bladed, giving it a full sense of threat. The female leader's eyes also lit up. "Is this a knife for training arm strength?" The Chinese thick-back machete weighs 69 pounds. It has a thick back, a thin blade, and a hard handle. After it was created, the 2 apprentices would not be able to pick up this guy without the help of auxiliary magic. Even someone who made it with great enthusiasm sprained his wrist after struggling to pick up the sword and tried to do a few tricks like in the movie. The sword was placed on the weapon rack and was never taken off again. It is not difficult to understand the evaluation of arm strength given by the 2 apprentices. The guests who were confident in their arm strength also went up one by one to test the weight. No one really picked it up to try it, so they all retreated, at a time when life and death are at stake. If you hit someone with this heavy thing and don't care about it, forget it. The next layer is no longer a single-edged sword, but a double-edged sword. Although it looks like a whole piece, the blade is about the width of a hand and thick, but it is clearly made up of segments. There is a magic stone inlaid on the hilt of the sword, and there is also a faint magical light that ripples on the inscription engraved on the spine of the sword, indicating that it is a magic weapon. But looking at the segmentation marks on the blade surface, everyone shook their heads. Fragility and lack of durability are the most direct perceptions of this group of warriors who are accustomed to fighting. If the weapons hit each other on the battlefield, the sword would fall apart on the spot, and then your life would be at risk. What's the point of making such a suicide weapon? Everyone is unclear, although no one asked. Halumi gave her assessment. A sword that is difficult to use. It's not just difficult to use. Everyone thought so. On the innermost shelf of the weapons room, there was a shield standing upright. The hexagonal full-body shield has no curvature, but is composed of several flat planes. It has a white frame and a red base, with a yellow cross star on the lower half and a viewing window for peeking into the upper half.
This kind of shield shape is dismissive in the eyes of the MIDI people who are well developed in cold weapons. Maybe it can be assigned to archers, so that they can hide behind their shields and shoot arrows through the viewing window. But since we're not fighting in close combat, why do we need a full-body shield? A round shield to stop bows and arrows is enough. Moreover, the shield surface has no curvature, which means that it is difficult to release the force, and any attack must be defended with force. After a few hits with this kind of shield, the arm will be useless. Simply put, this is a design that only a weapons idiot would make. If there are time travelers who have also traveled from Earth, they should recognize this famous shield. The standard shield of the Federation Army of the first generation Gundam RX-78-2. As for why you made this thing, for a man who coded until he went crazy and debugged until he lost his mind. What kind of thing or things did he do? Which one was justified? There was something next to the shield. For a while, everyone couldn't tell whether it was a weapon or a shield. If you look closely, you will see that it is a large sword similar to a door panel. Even the tallest man in the adventure group is only about the same height as the sword. The sword can also be used as a shield when standing upright. The most confusing thing is that there is no blade. Instead, there are densely packed tiny serrations. Everyone looked curious about this strange weapon. The two young apprentices, with rare expressions of satisfaction, patted the sword and said,
"It's for cutting down trees. It's great."
The two women gave a thumbs up and showed exaggerated smiles.
"What nonsense are you talking about?"
The tower master, who had been missing for a long time, finally appeared. Lin had always been very cold-hearted about the comments made by the two apprentices, especially the one they were proud of, which was used for cutting down trees. It was so insulting. Originally, I just went downstairs because I was hungry at noon. Hearing those words, he had to show up and said,
"That is a ship-cutting knife used for siege. No matter how strong you are, I will destroy any weapon or equipment with one sword."
Chapter 33 Otaku's Romance. Everyone in the adventure group showed their respect for the appearance of the tower master. But the crazy words in his mouth are not very convincing. The beautiful warrior leader, although he didn't say it clearly, still had a disapproving look on his face. Instead, one of her heavily armored warriors knocked on a shield behind him and said,
"Can any equipment be broken? Then can I, the golden shield made by the master dwarf craftsman, also be able to break it?"
Lin said proudly.
"Nothing is useless. I can just break it."
However, the topic changed and he said,
"But I have never tried it with a shield made by dwarves. I don't know how long it will last."
This is such an arrogance that only a magician in a remote rural place would dare to say it. The warrior took off the shield behind him. The square tower shield was as smooth as a mirror, and its cylindrical curved appearance glowed with several kinds of auras, indicating that it was blessed with several kinds of magic. The shield is painted with a noble coat of arms and a totem of a griffin beast, which is colorful. This is a magic shield with excellent craftsmanship. Lin does not deny this view. And judging from the appearance of the warrior, this shield is not just a fake. The soldier knocked the shield proudly and said,
"Can that huge sword of your excellency be able to cut through this shield? Do you want to try?"
Looking at the soldier's eager expression, Lin decided to demonstrate first before asking the soldier for his answer. He said to the two girls,
"Go to the foundry and bring out 3 iron ingots. 2 of them will serve as legs and 1 will stand up."
After finishing speaking, Lin waved his hand, put the ship-cutting knife on his back, and asked everyone to move to the hall. At this time, the two apprentices had already set up an iron ingot about the width of 2 palms, waiting to test the knife. Everyone in the adventure group was surprised by the materials used in the knife test. Generally speaking, it is a wooden frame and bundles of wheat straw. The more delicate one is a piece of pork or beef. The more cruel one is a living person, usually a death row prisoner. No one directly picked up an iron ingot. It was not the size of a palm, but a military-grade iron ingot for transportation. It took several strong men to lift it. After explaining it to the guests, Lin gave himself the power spell to play with this weapon. You can't rely on your own arm strength. And when he held the door panel flat, he looked quite intimidating. Then, the magic of the sword was turned on, and a strange noise filled everyone's ears. I saw the tiny serrations on the blade starting to run along the sword body at high speed. The 3 most romantic weapons for men: chainsaws, lightsabers, and laser guns. Lin may not have thought of a way to do the latter too. If he doesn't do the first, he would be sorry for himself. The game should start with Doom, and the movie might start with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This modern weapon, which stands at the pinnacle of cold weapons,
has officially entered the vision of believers in otaku culture, inserting the chainsaw into the enemy's body, listening to the roar of the engine, accompanied by the splatters of blood and mincemeat. Who can say that such a weapon is not enjoyable at all? There are no engines or motors in Lost World. But there is magic. The Lost World may not be able to create saw teeth and usable chains, but there are dragon scales that can replace them. Thinking about the bag of scales that were supposed to be made into dragon scale armor can be said to be the homework that Lin never put down when he was thinking about it between coding a while ago. Without the burden of the engine, the chainsaw can be made more like a sword, coupled with a long arm hilt that can be held with both hands. Although it is not known what the real design of the Tang Dynasty Mo Dao looked like. Its appearance is similar to the horse-killing sword of later generations. But the chainsaw can not only cut down horses, but the world of Lost World also has things like ships. Therefore, the former fat otaku, who was influenced by the video game Robot Wars, did not hesitate to use the name Ship-slashing sword. Now, after the completion of the ship-cutting sword, it was unveiled in front of outsiders for the first time. When the saw teeth reached their highest speed, Lin slashed hard with both hands. Amidst the harsh noise and flying sparks, the iron ingot was split into two. Perhaps it is due to the difference in materials. This ship-cutting knife is not like its counterpart on Earth. It takes a long time to sharpen everything before cutting it. The dragon scale serrations are like cutting cheese with a hot knife. Just like cutting cheese. Such achievements are incredible in the eyes of everyone in the adventure group. Lin shrugged, flexed his muscles and said, I also want to test the quality of the dwarf master craftsman's shield. Do you want to try it? The dumbfounded man kept looking back and forth between the iron ingot and the ship-killing knife that had become two pieces. He silently put the shield back into the lattice on his back. This lost gold shield was something I could only afford after giving up most of my net worth and taking a loan from the leader. At that time, I was very confident. With this shield, I could not go anywhere in the Lost World. But when others try weapons, they can only use arm-thick wood. If it can be cut, it is a very sophisticated and high-quality weapon. Nowadays, when the Tower Master tests weapons, he just takes an iron block about the same thickness as his own waist and cuts it through with one strike. Although the material quality of the iron block is far inferior to that of my own shield, it is thick enough. Such a thick piece of iron was broken. If I hid behind the shield, I would probably end up with the person and the shield cut in half. So the soldiers accepted it. It's not that we are not tough enough. It's that the enemy is too cruel. However, the eyes of other people in his team were bright, as if they had found a treasure. Seeing that the soldier had no intention of testing the shield, Lin did not intend to inquire about the opponent's inability to get off the stage. He ordered the two apprentices to put the ship-cutting sword back to its original place and took out another sword that was criticized as being difficult to use. Waving the weapon, bursts of lightning flashed in the air, which were derivatives of its own magical properties. Originally, Lin only wanted magnetism, but electromagnetism was not separated, and electricity was also harnessed, so he directed it for attack. The name of this sword is the Snake Belly Sword, and its characteristics are, well, you will know it just by looking at it. Lin Sha stepped away from the crowd in a serious manner, shaking his head to calculate the distance, and took a few steps back. Then he started to wave the Snake Belly Sword. What is the evaluation of a magician's swordsmanship in the eyes of warriors? To be honest, no one dared to say it. So Lin had no way of knowing. We could only get a glimpse of it from the expressions of contempt. But the next moment, the Snake Belly Sword was thrown forward. The sword body was detached, and the weapon like a 9-section whip attacked a distance several times the length of the sword body. The shining tip is almost close to everyone's face. The blade is divided into 23 sections, connected by thin rods, and is as flexible as a whip. Lin turned his wrist, and in his imagination, the sword should have spun around like a snake. However, due to the user's clumsiness, the sword was thrown back towards the magician himself. He hurriedly dodged the sharp sword blades that had wounds after being brushed against them. Lin Jiang flicked his wrist, and the magic magnetism he had worked so hard to study immediately absorbed the sword body into one, returning it to a long sword. This is inspired by the magical weapon of the Busta female warrior in the game Soul from Earth. It's a pity that this kind of technical work can't be afforded by fat people like Lin. So this weapon was built only for people. With a blush on his face, Lin Qian laughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment and said, in short, this is a very technical sword, and it must be used by a skilled warrior. Unfortunately, until now, it has not met a suitable sword owner. Woof. The sudden barking of a dog woke everyone up. Only then did the members of the adventure group realize that there were two huge dog-shaped monsters standing outside the gate. And they all pulled out their weapons. The three masters and apprentices on the side of the magic tower remembered that they hadn't fed the dogs at noon. And of course, they hadn't eaten either. Lin did not take any major measures to counter the guests' high-profile warning. Instead, he quickly calmed down the nervous guests and said,
"Everyone, don't worry. This is a dog raised by two of my apprentices.
Give the snake belly sword to Kaya and let her put it back where it belongs. Halloumi, on the other hand, went out to drive two big dogs. Don't stare at people all the time. Stick out your tongue and drool, as if you want to eat people." Lin forced a smile to face the unabated visitor and said,
"If your distinguished guest is interested in weapons and wants to try them out, please inform my apprentice. You can rest peacefully in the tower without worrying about the attacks from Warcraft and savages."
Danger!
As for the two dogs that were standing on all fours and were almost taller than my teacher, I don't know what kind of golden dog they were fed to make them grow so big in just a few months. The original doghouse now has no room for even the dog's head. The dog has long since taken care of itself. And the three masters and apprentices agreed that they couldn't afford to feed such a big dog. Instead, every few days, the two girls and the two dogs would go out hunting to the location designated by their teacher. Of course, that was also the place where an abnormal accumulation of high-level energy was discovered under the surveillance of the magic tower. Now Lin's approach to the magic tower's inherent territory within the X-10-day range is very simple. If there are any bad signs, he will let the dog bite. Let the girls accompany you. In addition to practicing some coordination tactics, you must also avoid accidentally injuring passing adventurers or caravans. After the hunted prey is processed, some of the good meat is used as food for the three masters and apprentices, and the rest is fed to the dogs. They are usually fed raw meat, but will be fed cooked food as a reward every few days, depending on whether there is anything worthy of praise. Today is the day for feeding cooked food. Seeing that noon has passed, and the two dogs haven't received the reward yet, they come to the door to urge them. As for facing a group of guests who were not accustomed to having lunch, Lin, as the owner of the tower, still asked politely, the guests who were just being polite and wanted to have a taste of it, after eating the roast duck made with honey as the sauce, ate the amount that the master and apprentice had originally prepared for dinner. This made Lin deeply resentful. Finally, we encountered a group of passing migratory birds, and with the help of two big dogs, we managed to catch a few intact wild ducks. Thinking of the taste of Peking duck, Lin was so excited that he couldn't help himself and agreed to reward the two big dogs. Although I don't remember the ingredients or anything, at least I know how to bake it. The outer skin brushing sauce is directly replaced with honey. The moment the crispy skin entered his mouth, Lin was so moved that he burst into tears. Although the taste is neither authentic nor authentic, it is always a reminder of that world. The three masters and apprentices ate one for each of the two big dogs, and the rest were eaten by a few strong men and women, with no bones left. All that's left is someone's infinite regret. But this little incident at noon is still insignificant in the eyes of most people. Chapter 34 Impressive Visitor. The roast duck feud was quickly forgotten. Most of the guests entered the casting room and repaired their weapons and armor. The beautiful female leader with long red wavy hair, and the other female man with a fierce face, took the opportunity to try out the weapons and chatted with the two young apprentices. Not only were they talking about weapons, but they were also talking about what they had heard about the Tower of the Great Sage on the forum. Of course, they were also talking about what these adventurers had experienced during their journey. 4 men and 2 women. A group of 6 people came from the southern continent with the longest history, compared with the southwestern peninsula of the mainland, which is dominated by human kingdoms. The southern continent is full of powerful countries of all races. Elves, dwarves, goblins, orcs, and humans have all established militarily and economically powerful countries in the southern continent. There are even 2 powers whose territory and population far exceed the scale of ordinary kingdoms, and are dubbed empires. Different races and different habits have given rise to different civilizations, but they are equally breathtaking. The martial orcs, the elves who admire nature, the goblins who are keen on research and invention, the dwarves who believe that everything comes from the earth, and the most comprehensively developed and inclusive humans. And even if they are the same race, they live in different places, have different climates, and develop different customs. The desire for water in the desert, the awe of water in the sea. The mountains will make those who are not used to it dizzy.
And there are a bunch of predators in the underground world that can hunt other creatures without using light. All kinds of novel hearings amazed the two girls, who only lived in the southwestern peninsula of the mainland and had never traveled far. The most bizarre thing is the various adventures this group of people experienced as a combination of pure warriors. It is said that among their original members, there was also a magician, but that heartless guy with no blood, no tears, ran away with someone else. So there were only 6 warriors left to roam the world. Fortunately, everyone has weapons and is very skilled in long-range and melee combat. He can be used as a scout when his armor is peeled off, and his heavily armored upper body can be used as a human shield. He can be said to be an all-rounder in all kinds of martial arts. Thanks to this, we can save the day from danger every time. The reason for such a strange combination to go on adventures together is that they are all companions who play together for fun. The female warrior leader named Kinyo has been the eldest sister since she was a child, and she has oppressed people all the way to this day. Of course, just listen to the joke. No one will take it seriously. What really impressed the 2 apprentices was their behavior of almost emptying the inventory in the weapons room. None of the 6 crossbows fell. They were all swept away, even though everyone who had seen the demonstration gave it high praise. The ship-cutting knife, which was scared away by the sky-high price, was also bought. The snake-belly sword was also bought because it seemed interesting. The long and short samurai swords and the Qinglong Yanyu sword also became the possessions of this group of people. It is said that they were given away as decorations, except for the Chinese thick-backed machete and the Gundam version of the Federation Army shield, which are still lacking attention. The weapons room is quite empty. Such actions, coupled with the magic accessories all over the opponent's body. I don't understand how the 6 warriors survived the dangers without the cooperation of other professions. The 2 apprentices really wanted to imitate their teacher's tone and shouted upstairs, "You have so much money! You are stupid! Come down and kill the big ones!" However, when the female leader Kino said boldly that she wanted to pay the money first, and everyone came out to count their money bags, they discovered an embarrassing thing. The number of gold coins was not enough. The price was several thousand gold coins. The female leader nodded without even blinking and did not shout out the price. But when traveling abroad, who would bring more than 10 kilograms of gold coins with them? There are no banknotes or credit cards in the lost world. So Kino can only choose the most primitive method of transaction: bartering. The object taken out for exchange was a purple-level magic stone. As soon as the purple magic stone was released, it blinded the eyes of the 2 apprentices. The reason why I was able to negotiate the transaction price with the other party on behalf of my teacher before was because Lin had already set the price for the items in the weapons room, and they were just negotiating based on the pricing. But I have never even looked at the purple transformation magic stone, so naturally I don't know its price. So I can't talk about it. I can only ask my own teacher to come down again. As for the magic stone on the table, which was so dark purple that it was almost ink color, Lin was also blind. I can only tell the truth. Your Excellency, purple-level magic stones are something that even if you have money, you can't buy them. An ordinary magician like me has only heard of them, but has never seen them, let alone know about them. Price. Picking up the purple stone, weighing it, feeling the magical energy in it that is so rich that it cannot be dissolved. Lin doesn't think it could be a fake. I am willing to trade with this magic stone, so it is better for you to set the price. Otherwise, I don't know what price I have to pay in exchange for this magic stone. Put the purple stone back on the table. Next to it are the weapons neatly displayed and ready for trading. In fact, when pricing weapons, Lin adheres to the principle of selling one to earn one. The material cost multiplied by 2 is the selling price. The extra double is wages and profits. In other words, the profit margin is not small for a rough business transaction like the Lost World. Even if the opponent overestimates the value of the transaction item, that is, the purple-level magic stone, Lin will not suffer a loss. However, this beautiful female leader, who spends money lavishly, is still as heroic as ever. After looking at the things on both sides, she casually placed 2 more bags of gold coins next to the purple stone. Then he smiled and stretched out his hand and said, "Happy transaction? Happy transaction." Lin shook the other party's hand, which meant that the transaction was completed. The others immediately picked up the crossbows they had chosen and played with them excitedly. After a few polite words, Lin returned to the 3rd floor. Chapter 35: Daily Life. "Teacher, the sun is shining on my butt." The ghostly voices of the 2 girls disturbed Lin's dream. He opened his eyes tiredly, and the dazzling sunlight passed through the open door to the observatory and shone directly on his bare buttocks. Turning his head, he saw two girls hanging by the bed, only half of their faces exposed. The four thieves were looking around, wondering what they were planning. Lin stood up with difficulty, grabbed the robe on the side and put it on, while asking, "Where are our guests?" "Escaped early in the morning. Escaped early in the morning." Two girls, two sentences, two meanings. The only thing that's the same is the fact that they left. Lin touched the pipe beside the bed, but it was empty. It is said that tobacco is the only refreshing item similar to that found on Earth since arriving in the Lost World. It's a pity that all the lost people like to smoke a big pipe. Lin felt that he was not like Sherlock Holmes, so he made himself a dry pipe. And he also used magic materials very carefully, intending to replace the original long cane as his daily spellcasting medium. It's just that the pipe was made not long ago, and I'm not a heavy smoker, so I haven't used it a few times. I vaguely remember that when I was planning to have a cigarette afterward last night, I was snatched away by a certain woman, and then the battle started, in which round I don't know. Maybe during the process, the woman mentioned the pipe. The ending was that the woman took the things away. Had no choice. Looking at the empty wine bottles scattered on the ground, which explained the reason why he had a headache that made him want to hit the wall. Lin felt even more helpless. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Harumi urged someone who was still in a daze and said, "We have to clean, wash clothes and wash sheets. The sun is so bright today, and the weather is so good. Why don't we do some washing? What a waste. Are you going to clean up this mess yourself?" "No. Please. I'm so dizzy, and my whole body is sore." He held the things in his hands and climbed out of bed with difficulty. According to previous experience, a hangover of this degree would require me to lie down for several days. Lin was extremely helpless. After moving himself to the small dining table in the core room, Lin lay directly on the table, picked up the trash can nearby and retched. Kaya was responsible for organizing things, but before that, she poured a glass of water for her teacher. Halumi was cleaning the bedside and picking up the trash. As for the focus of yesterday's transaction, the purple-level magic stone and a bag of gold coins were buried in a pile of clothes. After Kaya discovered it, she carefully placed the things in front of her teacher. As usual, she opened her purse to make sure the coins inside were not bad money that could not be circulated. Although now that people have gone far away, it is already too late to do this. But when she got the money bag, she opened it without thinking too much. The yellow gold coins have an attractive charm, especially for children who are afraid of poverty. Kai was not immune to this. She picked up a gold coin and looked at it carefully, and then said, "It seems like it. What does it look like?" Halumi naturally paid more attention to the female companions of her own age who would take the initiative to speak. She saw the brown-skinned girl holding a coin and looking at it carefully. Kaya waved to the blonde girl and said, "Halumi, come and take a look. Does this look like a female leader?" Kaya was referring to the profile of the human head on the gold coin. Halumi also picked up a gold coin and looked at it carefully. Not only did he not feel it, but the more he looked at it, the more similar it became. The two girls looked at each other, turned to look at the confused teacher, and at the same time handed out the gold coins in their hands. Lin picked one up and looked at it. It's kind of hacking like that. If you ask me, I don't know if it was her mother or her grandmother, who was the queen of a certain country, who put her own head on the coin. The female leader is probably a direct blood relative. And maybe there is another person. The title of princess. I guess Kino is just a fake name. Who knows what her real name is? Of course, it's most likely that she looks similar. As soon as his thoughts changed, Lin thought that he might have slept with a princess yesterday, and he felt a little proud. But then, he felt disappointed, because according to that scene, he should have been slept with by the princess. Attack and reception are irreversible. 3 cries of helplessness. A romantic encounter is something that can only happen by chance. At least when Lin mistakenly thought that he would open up the halo of the harem and travel through the male protagonists. His life returned to the dull and boring life of the past. Just like when I was on Earth before traveling through time. I thought that if I read well, became knowledgeable, and found a good job, I would become a successful person in life. But the result was that I was still a loser. Being betrayed by life again. Lin got used to it, and quickly changed his mood and returned to his post. If you had to feel sorry for yourself over such a trivial matter, you would have committed suicide many times a long time ago. And you would not have lived to the age of time travel.
These days, the most urgent situation is the situation in the weapons room. Although most of the weapons in it are game creations created by Lin on a whim. He won't feel bad if they are sold, broken, or lost. But those crossbows were really tools for eating, the main weapons used by the two apprentices when they went hunting. Now there is no one left after being sold. Although Lin Ge made a slingshot and tried to send the two girls away. But looking at those two pairs of sad eyes all day long. If I don't put the plan to remake the crossbow on schedule, I'm afraid the eyes will show my resentment. So after listening to the experience of two disciples, Lin also improved some of the techniques and made two new light crossbows. Of course, the materials are selected from the warehouse and are made of high-end products that are temporarily unavailable. And some magic techniques are used at the same time. The power of these two light crossbows is not inferior to the previous heavy crossbows. After all, the previous crossbows were made during the period of financial distress before becoming the tower owner. Even if he had some ideas for improvement later, as long as the project was too big and required remaking most of the parts, Lin would choose to put it aside for the time being. Therefore, many ideas for technological improvement were only realized this time. It also includes the project of enchantment. The research on Starry's sky exploration has also officially entered another stage of tool development, which is the detailed measurement of spectra. Although the results measured in the atmosphere have considerable errors, it is necessary to implement the project of a space telescope in order to obtain more accurate data. But before that, it is necessary to improve the measurement accuracy. The ideal accuracy cannot be provided by a simple spectrometer. On Earth, spectroscopy relies on electronic components. Lin Ge had no way to cross fields and invent all the electronic parts used in spectrometers. Since we live in a world dominated by magic, we naturally have to solve problems from a magic perspective. Therefore, the recent work is mainly focused on the analysis of the first level of apprentice-level magic, the bright light technique. It's just that although I have a direction, I don't have a clue yet, because apprentice-level magic is only taught how to use it, but not the principles behind it. The most frequently mentioned phrase is, it is to concentrate on perception, feel the omnipresent power, and under its guidance, perform magic. This is a mysterious sentence. And one afternoon, when Lin was thinking hard about the meaning of each part of the light magic model, a brown-skinned girl with two big braids ran up. "Teacher, someone is looking for you on the forum." Lin, whose thoughts were interrupted, was a little confused and motioned for Kaya to continue explaining. "There is a new discussion thread in the chat area, titled Your Excellency, the Tower Master of the Great Sage's Tower. The girl who cherishes her words like gold didn't say much, and her meaning was very obvious. That is, she wanted Lin to go to the forum and read it himself. However, during the operation, Lin still asked, "Have you read the content of that post, and what is it about?" "No. When I click on it, it will prompt that there is insufficient permission." "Oh." Lin opened the forum's chat area and took a quick look. Since the forum has so many users, new posts and replies are constantly being generated. So as long as no one replies or updates a post, it will soon sink to nowhere. In this situation, Lin could only use the search keyword Tower of the Great Sage. There are not many search results, and most of the time points are still very early. Judging from the title, most of them complain that the program code behind the forum is too complicated and no one can understand it. The first and latest post is what Kaya mentioned. His Excellency, the Tower Master of the Great Sage's Tower, personally initiated it. Generally speaking, when delivering important content, most forum users use the whitelist mode. Only those who are allowed can view it, and everyone else is blocked. Lin Zai was thinking that the other party should also have made such a setting. So after confirming that the login ID was my name, I clicked on the discussion thread title. Then insufficient permissions to view content. Lin was speechless in response to the warning on the screen. Even Kaya, who was standing next to her, showed a slightly surprised expression and asked, "How could this happen?" As a teacher, he analyzed it carefully. Two situations. One, the other party is just playing a prank. There is no content in the first place, and I don't want people to see it, so I do it. As for the reason behind it, you can probably guess it. 2. The girl opened her eyes wide and listened quietly to her teacher's explanation. You mentioned before that there are more posts with unclear titles in the forum chat area, and most of them cannot be viewed with guest rights. This should be someone using the chat area to pass on secret information, and a lot of information. Even just if the title is leaked, a lot of things can be revealed to those who are interested.
Anyone who is keen on intelligence gathering will be able to detect this kind of information. And using the name,
Tower of the Great Sage,
will probably help us get into trouble. Most of the possibilities.
Leaning back in the chair, raising his head, Lin stretched his arms. He changed his original serious tone and said casually,
The second possibility is that the other party spelled my name wrong when setting the whitelist permissions.
Since text is basically displayed using a keyboard, and most of the content in the chat area is meaningless nonsense. More and more people do not correct the characters accurately when entering text. And even all kinds of weird abbreviations appear. It feels like reading phonetic texts in the Earth Age. And misspellings are the most common thing that happens. Especially those users of the warrior system, who do not have the rigorous character of a magician at all. Sometimes fail to express what they want, or even have poor grammar. Regarding this situation, Lin had an all-powerful mentality and said,
If my name is misspelled, and the whitelist permissions are not enabled for me, this represents the attitude of the other party. Even the most basic, we can't even spell the name correctly. And we don't care what the content is. Since we can't open it, there's no point in being anxious. Then, don't care about him. Well, just ignore him. Anyway, the post has been buried, and we can't open it. Naturally, we can't reply that it can't be opened. Just pretend you didn't see it. If the matter is important, the other party will contact us again, using a more formal pipeline.
Nodding, Kaya understood and agreed with the teacher's approach. Chapter 36 Malice. This kind of secluded life that is indifferent to external affairs can easily lead to decadence. But I have to say that it is also very helpful for the progress of work affairs. No wonder I used to read martial arts novels and often practice in seclusion, because there is nothing else to do except for the set goals. The entertainment in the lost world is so barren to an outrageous level. Lin himself subconsciously refuses to go to the forum and watch other people chatting and slapping, or showing off their posts that are difficult for others to understand. Being able to achieve good results in one's own research is inseparable from the progress of computer technology. The main thing is to normalize the data of various sensors. With digital data, making various charts, and studying the relationship between curves is basically Lin's specialty. Therefore, gratifying progress has been made, which is to be expected. The various types of myth addition sensors are derived from various types of detection and warning magic. When actually dismantling the principles behind this type of magic, Lin could discover a lot of unexpected wisdom from the ancients. In addition to temperature sensing, pressure sensing, infrared detection, and sound decibel monitoring, there are also functions similar to active sonar magic, motion detection, voice print, fingerprint, retina recognition, etc. Of course, there are still some things Lin doesn't understand, such as spiritual body monitoring, curses, camp detection, etc. In short, the projects are diverse and dazzling. As for these functions, in the materials that teach magic knowledge, they only talk about feeling everything in general terms, which makes Lin feel puzzled. It's not that the magicians in the lost world are quite rigorous and have a spirit of getting to the bottom of things. Why do you always use some vague words to explain things? Could it be the medieval version of Master Zongbu? It is impossible to trace the thoughts behind the creation of those magics and the knowledge handed over to the association. In the spirit of borrowing, Lin continuously added that knowledge into his own magical programming system and perfected it. The obvious benefit is that the function of the Great Sage's Tower is getting more and more powerful. This power also promotes the progress of Lin's magic, making great progress in the precision of various applications and operations. The only flaw is the lack of accumulation of mana and power. Just like the shortcomings of the two apprentices, magicians with low talent can absorb and accumulate power at a speed that those talented magicians cannot understand. He obviously had a lot of ideas, but he was limited by his own lack of mana and was unable to use them or experiment with them, which slowed him down. This is the dilemma faced by most magicians, who are at the bottom and are not very talented. Lin relied on the semi-infinite energy pool of the magic tower to achieve his current results through magic experiments again and again. It has to be said that spending all his wealth to settle in a magic tower that is regarded as a trouble in the eyes of others is actually the most important choice Lin has made since crossing over. After taking stock of the results of this period of time, Lin proudly prepared a table of delicious food himself, paired it with the only remaining bottle of good wine, and started eating and drinking on the observatory with the moonlight. Of course, the two girls also took advantage of it. However, minors were not allowed to drink alcohol, so Lin drank some juice and chilled it with ice cubes, which was enough to make two yellow-haired girls on Earth, who had not even graduated from elementary school, scream in surprise. It's a pity that the nurturing little life never lasts long. The owner of the Tower of the Great Sage seems to be easily favored by the goddess of misfortune. Or maybe Lin asked for it. Every major technological invention can easily lead to social changes. The consequent shift in the power sector will always make the original vested interests, who have lost their interests, resentful. If the object of resentment is so powerful that it is difficult to look up to, the hatred will naturally be buried deeply. But what if not? There will be a lot of temptations coming. And this temptation will transform into a devouring beast when the target appears weak, biting the bones and blood until no residue is left. Lin, who had befriended the brothers on the road when he was on Earth, naturally understands what people with force would think. And these past memories all came to mind when I saw a team of magicians with black mist lingering on the surveillance screen outside the tower, and wearing standard black robes covering their bodies walking out of the forest. The first fireworks were yellow, white and red smoke, and the second was an extremely dazzling yellow. This is the inspector team from the Cadiz district chapter in the north of the southwestern peninsula of the mainland. Although the various districts under the Magicians Association belong to the same organization, the independence of each district is still quite high. Basically, there is no interference with each other. And of course, everyone has their own interests. The inspector is equivalent to the police among magicians. And cross-regional operations like this are quite rare. Generally speaking, it is to hunt down a vicious fugitive, or to be invited by a local branch to form a large-scale coalition to attack a certain magic tower. And this time, what is the reason for traveling across regions to the Tower of the Great Sage with only a small team? Lin thought carefully about the possibilities. But even the village annihilation incident nearly a year ago should not be handled by the inspector of his district branch. This kind of behavior that goes beyond the boundaries is still quite taboo. Seeing the unkind appearance of the other party, Lin had already made a plan in his mind. At this time, the two apprentices hurriedly ran up to the third floor, gasping for air while pointing in the direction outside the tower. Lin Zizi knew what he meant, brushed Halumi's fluffy golden curls, and said, "Don't worry. Just follow the third filing plan." In response to various visitor situations, Lin Yu has made several plans to deal with them. And of course, he also makes his disciples memorize various situations. Now just by saying it, the two girls understood what the teacher meant and were ready to go. Lin also silently opened the defense measures of the magic tower, and a small amount of energy flowed into the node magic arrays throughout the tower to store it. Ready to go. All this, people outside the tower can't detect any clues. Among the team members, there was only one inspector who had some knowledge of prophecy-type magic, and he felt vaguely uneasy. But she just thought that today's matter could not end peacefully, and that she had to take action to achieve her goal. She did not think that there was a possibility of her own destruction. After all, the team he is in is the Sharp Knife team of the Cadiz district chapter, the elite among the elite. In the lobby on the first floor, the owner of the Tower of the Great Sage, Gabra Shulin Tripwood, and 3 other masters and disciples have appeared and are waiting. The inspector team entered the tower directly without changing their costumes, allowed to be entangled by the black energy. A black robe not only covered his face and figure, but also covered up the aura generated by the magic props, and blocked all detection of magic. It makes them feel as if they don't exist in the world. The ominous outfit that resembles that of a god of death is quite high-level magic equipment. The censors, who were tight-knit and refused to show up, fully demonstrated their unfriendliness. No one could be sure whether there was any magic that could kill someone under that robe. It was Lin who was the master who spoke first and said, "My lords, I don't know why I came to the Tower of the Great Sage for an important task. I need your service." Throwing fireworks indicating their identity at various places they visited showed that this was an official trip, not a private trip. Magicians who are members of the association should try their best to cooperate. This is the obvious responsibility of every tower owner. Whether they can cooperate in private is another matter. However, the other party is approaching in a menacing manner, so it is common sense to be polite before confirming the true intention. The leading inspector stretched out his withered right hand and pointed at the owner of the tower. The low voice drifted, like a whisper from another world. He said, "Your Excellency, we have hoped to negotiate with you on the forum, but unfortunately, we have not received a kind reply. So we are here. So are you ready to pay the price for your rude behavior?" Wait a minute. Faced with the cross-examination, Ling quickly realized that it was the post that couldn't be opened before. He quickly operated the forum screen. Search for the title Your Excellency. the master of the Tower of the Great Sage, displayed it in front of the inspector and said,
"Is this the discussion thread you were talking about?"
Lin wanted to get some response, but what he got in exchange was a cold silence. But judging from the other party's lack of rebuttal, he must have guessed correctly. In order to explain, he had no choice but to try to click on the post in front of everyone. Just like the previous attempt, the screen directly shows that the permissions are insufficient and the text within the text cannot be viewed. He said helplessly,
"It's not that I don't want a response. It's just that I can't even read it. So how can I reply?"
Another one of the inspectors said in the same tone.
"How is it possible? Why don't you reply to us? You can't get viewing permission."
It sounds like these people are using some kind of voice-changing magic to cover up their true voices. So when they talk, they are all equally weird. Regarding the question, Lin shrugged helplessly and said,
"I thought it was a prank. But it seems that you typed my name wrong in the whitelist setting, which made me unable to successfully obtain the permission to read it. But I can't open it or read it. So of course I can't reply."
The third inspector said,
"It doesn't matter. Since we have come forward, you can come back to the association with us and explain the relevant matters directly."
What's the situation now? Linpa had the feeling that once someone went to Gongmen after reading novels about ancient times, they would never be able to return home. But before he had time to think about it, the third inspector who spoke raised his hand and fired a magic missile that passed through Lin's body. The person who took action said sarcastically,
"As expected? Do you think you can escape from our grasp with a phantom clone?"
Is this the beginning of the fight? Looking at the other four inspectors, he suddenly turned his head to look at the attacking companions, and at the same time turned to stare at the person standing in front of him. Lin guessed that only one person on the other side saw through it, and the others were still deceived. Or is it just covered up? At the same time, I understand that no matter what the cause and effect is, whether it is me using my clones to anger them, or whether the inspectors are preparing to solve it with force, today's matter will not end without fighting. With a snap of his fingers, all entrances and exits were closed. The figures of master and apprentice Lin gradually faded and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 37 Threat. The hall on the first floor of the Tower of the Great Sage was completely enclosed. The light from the lighting fixtures on the wall spread across every corner, illuminating the room as if it were daytime. The five inspectors could not even see their own shadows. The black energy lingering around his body seemed to have subsided slightly due to the bright environment. But other than that, there was no action. It was like a tiger that was baring its fangs and claws. But it only showed its fangs and hadn't pounced yet. Even so, the deep hostility from the tower owner made it difficult for the inspectors. One of them asked the person who sent the magic missile and said,
"I thought our trip was just to contact and negotiate with the tower owner. We never said we were going to take action. If we want to negotiate, we must first capture the person and then negotiate. Whatever conditions we want. We will get whatever conditions we want. You also know that the predicament facing Kadi's district today is entirely caused by this person. He must personally take charge of the aftermath and calm everyone's anger. Difficulty? Anger? Only your family suffered losses. I did not agree. I want to upgrade this action to the level of attacking a tower. A magic tower with an owner. So what if he is a master? He is just a rookie who has been here for less than a year. Apart from designing some magic that others can't understand, what other achievements does he have worth mentioning? What's more, he didn't meet us in person. So this is the first time I have encountered such disrespectful behavior. I feel the need to take him back and teach him some etiquette. If I had come forward in person, I wouldn't have been beaten to the ground by you right now. If you want to intimidate others, don't allow others to respond." Humph. What's the use of talking about this now? The other party has already retracted into its SH. Like a tortoise. Even our escape route has been blocked. The inspector who spoke pointed to the closed door of the magic tower. There are only two options left. One is to break open the door and return without success. The other is to go to the core room, capture him, and take him back to the association. What do you think? The speaker glanced at the crowd. Apart from those who originally opposed him, he seemed to want to make some suggestions. Others remained silent, staring at the central circular stairwell and other locations where magic circle nodes might be arranged. Another person said knowingly, "The tower owner doesn't seem to want to take action." "No. This is just proof that he can't do anything to us. We have already analyzed the various arrangements of this dilapidated magic tower clearly from the data. And there is no way to threaten us. In less than a year, what he can do with the rearrangement is to patch up the holes in the wall. add a circular staircase to the wall, and at most set up some mechanisms that can kill ordinary people. Is it possible that you, who expect to be recognized by the great magician, will be afraid? Such an antique? No, I just don't like being used by you. This time when I go back, I will apply for a team transfer. Whatever you want. But remember to do your best this time. Otherwise, if you go back, I will report the matter and you will suffer.
But the leader shouted impatiently and said,
It's useless to talk more. Now that we've started to take action,
don't think about other things. Capture the person as soon as possible. I don't want to stay in someone else's magic tower for too long.
He pointed at the magician who attacked first and said,
Kuz, you are the one who started this matter. You are the one who takes the lead. Humph. They are a bunch of cowards. I am enough to deal with such blind rookies.
After mocking his companions, the magician named Kuz strode forward. Long before entering the tower, everyone had prepared their auxiliary magic. What we have to do now is to break through the traps in the magic tower one by one, attack the third floor, and capture the guy who deserves to be killed by 1,000 cuts. Kuz raised his hand, and the thumb ring emitted a fierce spiritual light, followed by another magic missile that hit the central stairwell. This is with a temptation in mind. According to the original information about the Tower of the Great Sage, the central circular staircase was not covered. Nowadays, this rookie may just use ordinary stone to make the stairwell, then blasting open the earthen wall and using flying skills to attack the third floor would be the best choice. However, the wall of the stairwell did not collapse as expected, but instead flashed with dense magical energy channels, which effectively defended against the power of magic missiles. Immediately afterwards, a blue beam of light thinner than a little finger emitted from the wall of the stairwell, connected to the wall of the hall, about waist height, and slowly swept towards everyone. It was a trap that he had never seen before, but Kuz was extremely confident in the effect of his stone skin technique. It had a defensive power comparable to that of steel, far beyond the effects of the apprentices. If you wait for magic attacks, even if you stand tall and let the opponent bombard you, you can't hurt yourself. It was as if this beam of light swept past the waist without any hindrance. And there was the black robe that was broken into two parts, and the wrist that fell to the ground shocked the other 4 people. The blood spraying out from the waist in all directions showed the fate of the Kuz magician. The rest of the people crouched down quickly, not daring to touch the blue beam of light again. When the beam of light swept across the hall, it disappeared. In less than a breath, a second beam of light was produced, which was at ankle height, and swept over with the same path and speed. The 4 people who have already drawn attention will certainly not be exposed to this unknown trap again. He lifted his feet slightly and took a step to dodge the attack. But Kuz, who had fallen to the ground, did not have such a blessing. He twisted his body and upper arms in panic, trying to escape the second sweep, but in vain. The blue beam cut his chest and back in half, and a large amount of blood and organs were scattered all over the floor, and he couldn't die anymore. Without waiting for instructions, the remaining people immediately cast spells, traps, and powerful destructive magic, try to stop the magic tower trap. However, the third beam that followed, about the height of the neck, did not want everyone to be able to recite the incantation with peace of mind. The interrupted destructive magic cannot be cast smoothly, but breaking the curse and breaking the trap have no effect. At this time, everyone was already slightly regretting the fact that they were deceived by the dead into attacking the tower. At this time, the fourth beam of light swept over, again at waist height. Following the trajectory of the beam sweep, everyone retreated to gain time and space. Some people are planning to negotiate peace with the tower owner, others are carefully observing the surroundings, trying to find the center of the trap and destroy it in one fell swoop. This kind of trap with only 3 changes and endless cycles. As long as you know it, you can no longer hurt people, but to break it is another matter. His mind was spinning, but before he could reach a conclusion, the beam of light that swept towards his waist suddenly changed. It turns into 2 diagonal beams connecting the ceiling and floor, with different directions, intersecting to form an X-shaped beam. In this extremely stupid change, the inspector simultaneously flashed towards the X-shaped gap, no longer retreating, and planned to let the beam sweep through. Before other thoughts could arise, the large X shape suddenly extended countless parallel blue beams of light,
crisscrossing them and weaving into a dense network. The most terrible thing is that there is also a beam net behind him, sweeping from the opposite direction, just as they were closing.
The four magicians who were accustomed to fighting on the battlefield used their own defensive magic. Shield, light shield, summon golem, any door. But all this was either too late or unable to stop the two beam nets from closing. The light network crisscrossed and circled the hall before disappearing. But the four inspectors stood still. After a while, net-like marks appeared on the body, and the body was cut into countless small pieces before being scattered on the ground. The three people watching the surveillance screen in the core room. The two apprentices still couldn't adapt to this level of bloody scenes and covered their eyes in fear. Lin, on the other hand, looked at his results with indifference. This trap is a replica of the infamous laser tunnel in the first episode of the movie version of Castle Evil. Speaking of recent research, the wavelength measurement of the spectrum has not yet been solved, but a method to increase the power of bright light, that is, the joules of energy contained, was unexpectedly discovered. Simply put, Lin realized a magical version of the laser. Unfortunately, that cannot be exerted by human power and mana capacity, and can only be achieved with the help of the energy pool of the magic tower. Only then did he try to modify the tower of the great sage, and someone came to his door to make experimental materials for him. In terms of results, it can only be regarded as unsatisfactory. Lin, who is also a magician, knew very well that he would kill a team of inspectors so easily. This was bullying the other party because they had not seen the information on this type of trap, and therefore were unable to defend or destroy it in a targeted manner. Just like in the movie, hackers are used to invade the computer and stop the operation of the laser channel. Lin himself could think of several ways to break the laser trap he had set. To perfect it, you need to think about the combination of different traps and arrange them into a series of traps. And the magic circle nodes should be better hidden, instead of being stupidly deployed on every wall, ceiling and floor of the hall. If someone destroys any part of it, it's like clearing a fire lane for refuge. No matter how high the power of the laser beam is, it is useless if it cannot scan people. However, there is no rush to think about these improvement methods. There is another important thing at the moment. This is the reason why this group of inspectors from the Cadiz district branch came here in anger. After shutting down the first-level defense system of the Great Sage's tower and returning it to a normal alert state, Lin sent two apprentices to clean up the debris on the first floor. He himself opened the forum page and recalled the administrator password that he had never used before. Originally, I planned to use administrator rights to enter the post that could not be opened to see what the content said. However, the administrator password has not been used for a long time. It should be said that it has not been used since it was created, and I can't recall it for a while. Furthermore, the content of the post may not be clear at all. The person reading it has to guess and think about it before they can figure out the original meaning. It is better to find someone who understands directly. For the magicians, the Magician Association can only be regarded as a loose structure, barely uniting everyone with interests. Inspectors will only respond to acts of serious evil or acts that seriously infringe upon the common interests of magicians. Some trivial things, such as murder, arson, rape and robbery, would not cause these ghosts to worry, even though the matter on the table this time is from the inspector team from the Cadiz district. Lin believes that the president of the Shijia district chapter, Chung Guiden, will definitely pay attention to it. It's like two gangs who are living in peace and harmony. If the boss of the gang next door suddenly sends out his top horseman, how could the boss not inquire about the information and understand the cause and effect? If the gang next door was targeting me, I still foolishly thought it had nothing to do with me and didn't make any arrangements. When death is imminent, he will only get a comment of well-deserved. Even so, Lin also sent a message to the old man's magic tower energy pool. But the superior old man had no idea whether he would remember such a small role, and even took the time to respond. Chapter 38, Lie at Gunpoint. The response from the president was so fast, sudden, and unprepared. Halfway through typing the code, when he was concentrating on it, the screen suddenly changed into an old face that filled the whole screen. Lin was so scared that his courage almost jumped out of his mouth. Sir Tripwood. The president's wrinkled old face tried to force out a kind smile. Someone who came back to his senses didn't dare to neglect. He stood up quickly and gave a salute. Master President, as for the news you sent me a few days ago, I want to know the complete situation. Yes. Lin then gave an overview of the situation of the inspector team of the Cadiz district branch when they arrived at the Tower of the Great Sage. The most important thing is to focus on the characteristics of the other party and the known intelligence. But apart from the appearance, the special equipment and inane coups, Lin didn't get anything valuable.
The laser net was so sharp that it shredded everything, leaving only a few rings that escaped damage. But they weren't good either. Regarding the doubts, Chung Guiyun asked carefully. But most of them can't be answered because Lin himself doesn't understand the situation. But that name, Kuz, still reminded the old man of recent events. Said to Lin, I'm probably a little bit unsure as to why the inspector went across the district to find you. It starts with a dispute that happened a while ago. All ears. The old man began to talk about how, since the mall system was officially launched, the entire magician ecology in Shijia district has changed so much that it is unimaginable. Busy business has accelerated the pace of life. The merchants affiliated to the association work non-stop all day long, contacting their peers everywhere, arranging goods, grabbing horse teams and escorts, just to send the collected goods out as early as possible. All of this happens only in Willian City. There is no need for these people to run wild throughout Shijia district. They only need to go to the forum and mall system to handle everything. In addition to trading with the owners of magic towers in various places, a group of magicians in the same place, but in different teams, will also place orders for goods together. When a cart is full, the caravan will transport them to the designated location. During the process, the team responsible for delivery will also disclose their scheduled arrival date on the forum, so that orderers will not have to wait and can come forward to pick up the goods at the scheduled time. Lin couldn't help but complain in his heart that the group purchase was sorted out so quickly. In addition, due to the convenience of the mall system, bulk goods transactions by nobles are also carried out on this platform. In other words, the Chamber of Commerce affiliated with the association has transformed from its original frontline status, alongside the chambers of commerce related to the royal families and nobles of various kingdoms, to become a giant that almost unifies the Shijia district. When this giant crocodile seizes the vast majority of transactions in a region, internal personnel who are dissatisfied with the status quo naturally choose to expand outward. The opportunity is the magic tower located on the border of the division, and it is also a tower belonging to other divisions. As mentioned before, the Magician Association is only a group integrated based on interests, and does not have strong binding force. The distribution rights of the ownerless magic tower belong to a certain district. This is a fact recognized by everyone and difficult to overturn or change. However, when the magic tower has an owner, which district association the tower owner has a good relationship with, who he is willing to trade with, and which kingdom and nobles he is willing to be friendly with are all the tower owner's own business, and others have no right to comment. For the magic tower located in the border area, they are naturally willing to trade with a party that can provide more convenient services. In the past, if the stewards of the Chamber of Commerce, to which the branch belonged, were more diligent, they would be able to gain the trust and trading needs of these tower owners. It has nothing to do with the distribution rights of this tower, or which district it belongs to. But when the mall goes online, tower owners who use the forum can easily get in touch with it. The convenience it provides makes it easier for these tower owners to become customers of the mall. The stewards who discovered this business opportunity were, of course, vigorously developing customers in border areas. There were even crazy stewards who drove convoys of vehicles and horses into the core areas of other branches. Such behavior naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of people from other district chambers of commerce, who originally regarded this area as their territory, and filed a complaint with the Shijia district branch. It's just that in such matters, according to precedent, this district usually replies, if your chamber of commerce does not work hard, the official statement will end. The rest is for the people below to show their talents. But now, the advantages of the mall are something that people in other districts cannot catch up with no matter how hard they try. So some dirty tricks and unsightly little moves were carried out. In response to these unfair behaviors, Shijia district fought back unceremoniously. In other words, our people went over the line in order to make money. Ha ha. Yes. That's right. It's over the line. Looking at the president's smiling face, his eyes almost narrowed to the point of invisibility, Lin felt very innocent. As a system developer, I have to take the blame for the business. This kind of bad thing seems to happen no matter where in the world. Chung Guiyun, however, seemed to have nothing to do with the matter and continued. Ku should be the Cadi's branch, the family name of the Chamber of Commerce in charge of the border area. But today they sent a team of inspectors, and the meaning is different. I will ask the president of the Cadi's district chapter to see what they mean. People who study knowledge should not be disturbed by other chores. So, Lord, please wait patiently for my news. I'll give you an explanation. Yes. Thank you very much for your care and support, President.
By the way, did the inspector team leave? Or, since the owner of the tower he belongs to can come forward to accuse. Of course, he has not been arrested. Then the inspectors, who came to arrest people, should have been beaten away. After all, there was only one team of 5 people. It is not that easy to attack a well-prepared magic tower. What Chung Eden wanted to ask was actually how many people were injured and how many people were lost. Although the number of casualties will not affect the outcome of negotiations, it is better to know the current situation than to know nothing. Just looking at Gabra Astrapwood's hesitant behavior, it seemed that the result was beyond his expectation. Actually, sir, I don't think any of them can go back. Shock. Because if according to Tripwood's description, the inspector team is most likely the leading death team under the Kadi's district chapter, there are 3 great magicians inside. And if you want to be a member of this team, your strength is not a problem. Chung Eden was a little surprised that the member of the Ku's family could join this team. Nowadays, half of this prestigious team has been wiped out by a rookie tower owner. What does this mean? Seeing his president's expression change, Lin Jun felt a little uneasy and asked urgently, Mr. President, will this allow them to form a coalition to come and cause trouble for me? Allied forces? Chung Eden was also awakened by this word, stopped his random thoughts, and said calmly, Don't worry. That won't happen, because they don't have enough righteousness. No, there will be magicians who are willing to follow. That inspector team will come to find trouble for you. Probably because one of its members is a family member who had a dispute with our Chamber of Commerce before. And that's why they acted like this. As if to comfort people, Chung Eden said at the same time, not to mention the matter of the coalition attacking the tower. This district branch has always taken the lead in requesting it. And no branch formed a coalition to attack the magic tower that is not under its jurisdiction. If they really do that, if you do, Shijia district will also be your backup. So don't worry. Is this going to turn into a world war? Lin was even more worried. However, Chung Eden gave another reason why he would not initiate a war. Furthermore, you have the strength to kill a team of inspectors in one go. Anyone who wants to attack the tower will evaluate how much price they have to pay to succeed. Not to mention, there is no one who attacks you from the beginning. I think there is no one who would be willing to join the attack on the Tower of the Great Sage under such circumstances. As for the force possessed by the Chamber of Commerce family, it is probably the magician you killed. He is the strongest. The remaining people cannot be the opponent of a tower master. So, can you feel more at ease? Lin's heart hanging in his throat never felt like it was letting go. Chung Eden finally said, I think you can achieve such a record because of your transformation of the Great Sage's tower. With the original facilities of that tower, it is impossible to do such a thing. Yes, I improved. Stop. Needless to say, Chung Eden interrupted someone who wanted to tell everything, and warned seriously, it is a good thing to make improvements. Just write the content into the Magic Tower log so that the successor can understand it. Now it should be keep it secret from others. As long as fewer people know your methods, it will be harder for them to design methods against you. And the more chips you have to save your life with the Magic Tower, it will be good for you and us. Benefit. After hearing this life-threatening advice, Len Ke was sincerely grateful. He bowed seriously. Yes, sir. Okay, young man. Don't worry too much. I will help you handle this matter properly. Just focus on your own research and guide your apprentices. I am very optimistic about your 2 disciples, who can learn. I appreciate your wisdom. With a slight nod, Chung Eden ended the conversation. Looking at the picture on the Mercury Mirror energy pool, it returned to its original appearance. Lin did not immediately return to his original homework, but tried to clarify the news he had just received and the situation he would face. Then I came to the conclusion that there is no need to take these nonsense to heart at all. In the spirit of adapting to the ever-changing situation, the Kadi's district is not its own superior unit, and in terms of geographical location, if the opponent wants to attack with great fanfare, they have to pass through the hinterland of the Shijia district. Putting aside whether there would be any other obstacles, I would definitely be able to get the news in advance and be prepared. Since the sky is high and the emperor is far away, why bother him? Just do whatever you want and don't pay attention to that group of people. Chapter 39 Kadi's attitude. On the other end of the call, on the highest floor of the central tower of Wulian City, the president of the Shijia district branch, the great magician Chung Eden, was also digesting the information he had just received. He shook the bell on the table to call the disciples who were waiting at his side. Although they have become official magicians, some people still choose to stay with their teacher instead of going out to find their own way. That's exactly what happened to the people who came through the door. What's more, the benefits of staying with a powerful person are self-evident. Those who are allowed to stay are all the best among the disciples. The old man watched one of his young and energetic protégés walk in. He did not offer any polite words or greetings, but directly ordered, in the internal evaluation, the ranking of the Tower of the Great Sage will be raised to the green level. Following the grade of magic stones, people in the lost world are also accustomed to grading other things in this way. Among the 7 levels of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, the green level can be said to be the highest level that a 3-story magic tower can get, and the higher level is the evaluation given by a 4-story tower or a 5-story tower. This rating can be said to be important or threatening. The original Tower of the Great Sage was at the lowest level of the red level. After turning in magical knowledge such as browsers, he was promoted to orange level status. Now he skipped the yellow level and went directly to the green level status, which made this young disciple slightly unconvinced and said, "Teacher, no matter how much you admire this tower master, it's not appropriate to drag him to the green level in one go. If the magic tower you control can wipe out a team of inspectors without letting anyone go, I will treat you with the same attention." Although this achievement cannot be called shocking, it is scary enough. The disciple who entered the door widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Is this true? Isn't the other party bragging?" That's why I want you to make changes in the internal evaluation for the time being, and don't let them leak out. Next, I have to contact Cadi's little brother and get some information from him. Kill the Death Squadron who are sharp knives. It's enough to make him feel painful. More scary news. It sounded like something that would happen only if a team of inspectors broke into the 5-story tower controlled by the Dharma Saint. But it happened to the Tower of the Great Sage, which had been despised by everyone for a long time. Regarding the matters that were handed down, Chungbui Eaton did not urge its students to do them immediately. After all, he has only received the information unilaterally, and has not yet verified it. To send people to the Tower of the Great Sage to investigate, it will take time to travel. So this part is not urgent. The easier thing to do now is to contact the kid in the Cadi's area and find out what the other person says. This has nothing to do with appreciating or protecting the tower owner. It's just that his district sent an inspector to take care of the magic tower under his jurisdiction. When he knew about it but still ignored it, others would inevitably act more transgressively. When the time comes, the loss of face will become even more embarrassing. The Charles calling technique was used again, this time on the Cadi's district chapter headquarters. President Gelato. The otherworldly version of long-distance real-time video communication is still unreasonable, even if the other party is the president. If you say it is connected, it will be connected. The people on the other side of the screen seem to be frightened by the sudden appearance of this old face. In fact, the etiquette for using this magic is to first send a message at the agreed time, and then communicate and meet at the agreed time. In order to avoid sudden events, the opponent's tower owner is not in the tower, or he encounters something he shouldn't see. But Chungbui Eaton enjoys the frightened expressions of others, or the occasional surprises on the screen. This is one of the few hobbies he has at his age. The best thing is that no one dares to complain about him. First, he had a notorious reputation in the past. Second, the presidents of the other 3 districts in the southwest peninsula of the mainland were all considered his juniors. 2 factors allowed him to thrive. Just like this time, Griotto was suddenly contacted. The other party just curled his lips, but still did not lack the proper etiquette and greetings. Chungbui Eaton didn't waste any time and went straight to the point, saying, "Little friend, I heard that you sent a team of inspectors to the magic tower under my jurisdiction." Gelato was deeply aware of the old man's bad habit of appearing suddenly, speaking straight to the point, and catching people off guard. In addition, after climbing to his current position, he has already practiced to the point of being calm in everything. Faced with this sudden sentence, Gelato's first reaction was that the team had succeeded. And then the old man in front of him came to ask for someone after getting the news. He yelled, intending to pretend to be stupid, and said, "Mr. Eaton, what are you talking about? Why don't I know it clearly? I have already listened to the report from the tower master under me. I believe he does not need to lie in this regard." "I missed it and didn't catch him," Griotto thought to himself, but his expression remained unchanged. However, the tower master under me only recognized one name from their conversation cues, and was unable to know the identities of the other 4. Considering the need to verify the identities of the others, it is impossible for you to get the information under the premise. I can only take the initiative to ask you." The meaning of these words made Gelato change his expression for the first time. He asked, All gone. It's probably all gone. Are you sure? Mr. Eaton, I'm not sure at all. That's why I came to ask you. Now that the forum is so convenient, you must have a secret way of contacting me. So, has anyone on your side reported this to you?
Griotto did not care about acting, but directly summoned the water mirror technique to operate the forum. After a while, he sighed in disappointment, looking back at the old president, who was smiling and waiting quietly. After a long time, he finally uttered,
Occasionally,
I meet such people.
Chung Wei-Duan was stunned by such an exclamation, and then said in agreement,
Yes, you occasionally meet such people.
The such people they refer to those magicians who are not very talented, because the accumulation of magic power is not as fast as that of ordinary magicians, causing their own strength to be low. But as long as you enter a magic tower, you can use your ingenuity to make the tower more dangerous than the magic tower. There is no doubt that Gabra Schlintripwood has been evaluated by them as this type of magician. Galato named 5 names. Among them, there are 3 great magicians and 2 magicians. One of the lower-ranking ones is Kuz. He said regretfully,
I really shouldn't have agreed to the request of the Kuz family and sent out the inspector team where their children belong. My original instructions were only to negotiate with the other party. But it seems that they have succeeded in giving themselves added to the trouble and lost lives along the way. There are actually 3 great magicians.
Chung Wei-Eaton said in surprise. The title of Great Magician is awarded by each district club. It is generally awarded to those who have made great contributions or are so powerful that they are recognized by everyone. It is recognized by each district chapter, so it may not be recognized by chapters in other districts. If enough chapters grant or recognize the title of Grand Magician, such a person will be honored as a Dharma Saint. In other words, the Dharma Saint must have both strong strength and world-class reputation. But that doesn't mean that the Great Magician will definitely lose to the Magic Saint. Sometimes it's just that the former is not as famous as the latter, and the strength may be reversed. So when Chung Wei-Eaton learned that there were 3 great magicians in the annihilated inspector team, he raised the danger level of the Great Sage's tower by 1 level. There are very few people who are awarded the title of Great Magician due to their great achievements. Most of the great magicians convince others based on their strength. It's scary to think about losing 3 such powerful men at once.
Your Excellency Eden,
Galato asked with his hand raised.
Can you please send someone to recover the remains and relics? I will send someone to Willian City to hand over to you.
The various regional branches of the Magician Association do not need to compete for land, resources and population like secular political powers, such as countries or nobles. The original intention of its establishment was only to serve magicians and spread magic knowledge. Therefore, there are no acts of aggression or war between the various districts and chapters. Of course, private battles and competitions are inevitable. The cause of this incident is plainly stated. That is, the issue of commercial interests that cannot be brought to the table. Instigated by stakeholders, a team of inspectors was sent there with the intention of accountability. This is already the most extreme approach. Now he is being killed by others, which proves that extreme actions will not work, and he can only find other ways. As for the request to recover the remains, it is very important for the magical world of Lost to seek the rest of death. As an organization that serves magicians, it is difficult to refuse and must be respected. So Chung Wei-Eaton readily agreed to this request and ended the conversation with Gruot. The old man who has been in charge of Shijia district for a long time is the oldest and most knowledgeable among the 4 district presidents in the southwest peninsula of mainland China. But even so, he was equally troubled by what happened this time. After thinking for a moment, he sent for the great magician Green Wind, who was also an inspector. After explaining the whole story to him, he said,
Sir, you have met Tripwood several times and have a good relationship. I would like to entrust you with this task. Is that okay?
Greenwind pondered for a moment and said,
Yes, but I have to use my method.
Certainly. 2 people with long experience know what each other's concerns are. Because most of these people who are not strong in themselves but can exert several times or even dozens of times their strength by relying on the magic tower have one thing in common, which is a lack of sense of security. If there is any slight disturbance, just kill first and then talk about it.
Taking this incident as an example, Chung Wei-Eaton and Greenwind both guessed that, except for Kuz, the other magicians in the team of inspectors who went to the Tower of the Great Sage may not necessarily agree with the hands-on approach, since the Ombudsman's duties do not include handling commercial disputes. It is possible to go to negotiate as an envoy of the association. Those who can reach the status of a great magician will not be someone with high ambitions and low abilities, or someone who is at the mercy of their juniors. What's more, if you are in someone else's tower, you must be careful. As a result, a selfish pig teammate took action. As a team, advancing and retreating together is the most basic attitude. And then, he was completely wiped out by the tower owner. No one escaped, and their lives were lost in vain. If we say they are not unjust, then what does it mean to be unjust? Chapter 40 Investigation by Local Association. At this turbulent moment, it is quite risky for the association to send people to the Tower of the Great Sage. So Greenwind planned to go in a private capacity, hoping to say a few words based on the goodwill and friendship from the past few meetings. Do not involve other members of your own inspector team to avoid excessive pressure and irritating the tower owner. In addition, he also asked the president to send a team of mourners to accompany him and be responsible for collecting the remains. This is a team composed of members who study death and soul magic, because the unnatural death of a magician may be accompanied by curses, plagues, or even undead and summoned demons. The Undertaker team's combat effectiveness is not high, but they are good at this knowledge. Their main task is to bring peace to the magician's soul. In addition, he also has more or less autopsy and investigation abilities. Confirming the identity and ownership of the remains is also a task that this group of people is good at. The two discussed everything, and Greenwind asked him the last question about his duties as the inspector.
Mr. President, Tripwood has video surveillance methods. Do you want to retain this evidence to deal with when someone questions this matter?
Did it happen inside the tower or outside the tower?
As an inspector, especially since the matter involved an official team being annihilated in a magic tower, it was unjustifiable not to conduct an investigation. However, this behavior also involves investigating the privacy of the magic tower settings. For some tower owners, this is a big taboo. It is reasonable to be killed as a spy for this reason, and the person involved has nowhere to cry. So Greenwind couldn't help but ask his president about his thoughts on this aspect. It was previously discussed that if the relics are forcibly kept in the name of trophies, the association's position is not to fight for them. Regarding the idea of surveillance footage, Chung Wei-Eaton also adheres to the same principle, saying,
if Tripwood is not willing to provide it, then forget it. If you are willing, your investigation report must have viewing permissions, and you cannot let irrelevant people can read it. I think the authority is open to you, me, and the owner of Sita. It should be enough to stop the doubts. Sita.
Greenwind couldn't help but prolong his voice when he mentioned the person he didn't deal with very well.
Although Lord Sita has many differences of opinion with us, he still believes in the fairness of the matter. Choosing him is also to reduce the credibility of others questioning whether we are involved in an affair. After you set off, I will send someone else to convey my meaning to him. Understood?
Greenwind nodded, stood up and left. Returning to his own research room, he concluded the ongoing research and began to prepare for his trip. In addition to sending someone to notify the Undertaker team and agree on a departure time, he also went to the Adventurers Guild Tavern in William City to temporarily hire a group of people, mainly transporting 5 coffins for burial and driving the delivery carriage. Because we were not transporting heavy valuables, and we had a great magician like ourselves to escort the vehicle, we did not choose high-level adventurers, nor did we deliberately look for people with higher credibility. Basically,
it was okay,
as long as we had enough strength. Besides, the business in William City has been booming recently, and the labor market is in short supply. Anyone with good skills can find a well-paying job here. The escort team affiliated to the Chamber of Commerce didn't even have time to rest. After returning to hand over the carriage,
they set off with the next team. It can be said that it is painful and happy at the same time. There is nothing wrong with making a lot of money, but there is no time to spend it. By the time everything was ready, it was already 3 days later. The long delay was due to a shortage of horses and vehicles. Many caravans shipped goods, already using mules to pull wagons out. Even a great magician with the status of an inspector would find it difficult to call something that no longer exists. In the end, Greenwind couldn't wait any longer, so he pulled out a magic caravan from the association, put the collar on the 2 llamas, and then set off. Not that no one questioned whether it would be too exaggerated to use a carriage of this hospitality level to pull 5 coffins. Greenwind responded plausibly, saying that he would welcome back the remains of 3 great magicians. This level was not an exaggeration. The name of the great magician has been brought out. Who dares to continue talking nonsense? It's so shameless that you don't let the living people come to you and ask,
You don't respect the dead. Does that mean you don't want to respect me even if I'm dead?
This usually doesn't end well. At the same time, word spread that the Great Sage's tower had destroyed the inspector's team. What is even more surprising is that the inspector team is also a sharp knife team named the God of Death, belonging to the Cadiz district branch. Although the true identities of its members are confidential information, the information blurted out by the great magician Greenwind shows that 3 of them are also great magicians. The only member of the magician who was made public was the fact that the Kuz family condemned the master of the Tower of the Great Sage on the forum. However, the identities of the remaining 4 people were quickly discovered by forum citizens. The reason is very simple. There are not many great magicians in the Cadiz area, only about 100, and each one of them is a star figure that attracts a lot of attention. Now 3 people have lost contact. If you think about the news from both sides, you will know why. As for the last magician, there are many speculations. And in this matter, following closely behind the Kuz family, few condemned with one voice, but many celebrated with brows and hands. The main reason is that the origin of the grievances between the 2 parties was also announced on the forum. In addition, due to the supervisor's sensitive status, most people did not like this organization. Although everyone did not dare to say it openly, they were still secretly happy. Even the relatives and old friends of the 4 dead magicians pointed their fingers at the Kuz family and expressed their dissatisfaction with them. It is the norm in this world to die in someone else's magic tower for reasons that have nothing to do with it. No one complains about the tower owner who has the power of life and death, but complains about people who don't have the foresight to cause trouble. There is no other way. The tower master has already killed a team of inspectors. Who dares to come and argue? If you want to get angry, it would be easier to go back and find the family that caused trouble because they got into the eyes of money. And most of them are ordinary people. Lin, who was in the tower of the Great Sage, had heard Kaya mention all these arguments, but he did not continue to care. It is also the world that does not yet know how to use Navy to control public opinion, but only uses a speech with gorgeous words to attract people's hearts. The latter's behavior is like a bubble, which is easily popped by the truth from different positions, and then loses its effectiveness. However, Lin has no intention of going to the forum to stir up trouble. That would be a waste of time. So he might as well do his own thing seriously. At the same time, he also learned from the president's message that the great magician Greenwind was about to visit, and its purpose. After more than 10 days of waiting, Lin finally waited for the arrival of the great magician Greenwind. This time, he chose to greet the guests in person, instead of meeting the guests in person. After all, the other party's attitude was quite friendly before. And the 2 apprentices also received a lot of care during their stay in Williams City. Such a person should not harbor evil intentions. After the 2 parties greeted each other, Greenwind took the lead in explaining his intention. The work of collecting the remains and requieming the soul requires certain rituals and takes time. So Lin first led everyone to the place where the remains were temporarily placed. In fact, after what happened that day, how to clean up the aftermath really made the 3 masters and disciples troubled. It was unlikely that he would use the method of dealing with the villagers and expose his corpse outside the tower as a tribute. It's one thing to provoke a village with less than 100 people, but it's another thing to provoke a branch of the Magicians' Association. The former will only cause Lin some trouble, while the latter is a prelude to death. After contacting the president, and considering that someone might come to investigate the whole matter, Lin decided to treat it with caution. Fortunately, the person who took the lead in cleaning out the mess was Kaya. The brown-skinned girl carefully packed the scattered body parts according to the individuals they belonged to as much as possible, and put them in sacks. Lin was speechless for a while. According to Halumi, her suggestion was to pick out the meat part and feed it directly to the dogs. Throw the rest into the furnace in the foundry. Lin Zhaoyan. In the end, under the personal command of the teacher, the 2 girls made 10 wooden boxes to store the remains and relics respectively, and placed them in an empty room on the 2nd floor. A freezing and tranquilizing magic circle was also arranged to prevent the corpse from rotting and smelling too quickly. Until today, guide the great magician Greenwind and the 5-member mortar team to the burial place on the 2nd floor. The layout here is in accordance with the traditions of the Lost World, and is quite satisfactory, without any concern of desecrating the dead. After the simple requiem ceremony, the mourners opened the wooden box of the deceased and were shocked beyond words. There were hundreds of neatly cut organs and body parts, all piled haphazardly in wooden boxes. No part of it is a complete limb, and even many pieces of flesh are difficult to identify which part of the body they belong to. What kind of attack did he suffer that led to such a miserable death? Even this group of magicians who are accustomed to dealing with dead people also feel sad about the death of rabbits and foxes. The leader of the team, the great magician Green One, was even more surprised. He had put himself in their shoes and thought of many ways to kill 5 magicians with the power of a tower. But the tragic situation in front of him could not be caused by any method he knew. When he opened the box where the relics were placed, he found the same situation inside. It is no wonder that at the beginning, when Greenwin proposed to take back the remains and relics, Lin readily agreed without any hesitation. Nor did he intend to intercept anything as a trophy, because it has been chopped to such an extent. Nothing retains its original function and value. Looking at the fragments of the black robe, Greenwin knew clearly that this was what the Cotty's branch wanted to recycle. The secret robe made by the elf court not only improves the ability to resist magic, but also has several anti-detection enchantment functions. In other words, unless the person wearing this robe is seen with the naked eye, it will be as if he does not exist in the perception of magic. Paired with the assassin's stealth ability, it can be said to be a perfect match. This robe is equally popular among magicians. Now it is just a pile of rags. I wonder if it will still have its original abilities after being sewn back together. Chapter 41 Tower's Evaluation. From the moment he entered the tower, Greenwin tried to find any trace of the aftermath of the battle. But unfortunately there was none. There were also no signs of injury to the 3 masters and apprentices of the tower. Seeing the ending of the inspector team being wiped out, one thing is almost certain. This is a one-sided massacre. The kind that has no ability to resist. Was it the sudden attack that caused these magicians to lose their lives due to carelessness? What kind of attack could cause such death? Many questions filled everyone's minds. Greenwin could no longer bear the confusion in his heart and asked,
Sir Tripwood, I wonder if Gueta can provide the surveillance footage of that day to clarify some issues. Of course, this is the president's intention, and only 3 people can be given.
The great magician is watching to confirm that you are defending yourself in the tower. And the 3 great magicians are me, the president, and the owner of the West Tower of William City, Mr. Becker. Of course, please come with me to the core room, because the president originally wanted not to make it public. I did not cut out the footage of that day. Since Lord Greenwin wants to confirm, he has to operate it on the core room console.
Instructing the mourners to handle the body, Greenwin followed Lin's footsteps to the 3rd floor. Looking at the back of the person in front of him, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the chill at his heart became stronger and stronger. Going straight to the core room on the 3rd floor. The layout was not much different from what I saw when I came back last time. But the pressure felt throughout his body was far from comparable to the previous time. Greenwin was keenly aware that this was not caused by psychological factors, but by a real sense of oppression from around his body. It was as if a high concentration of magical power was flowing throughout his body. The tower owner sat back at the console and began editing the video. Just like last time, the complexity is still confusing. Greenwin's eyes were fixed on the picture displayed on the mirror energy pool, watching the rapid rewind of time, and he was afraid of missing any important information. However, Lin, who was sitting in front of the console and operating, was quite emotional. Thinking back to the old machine from my college days, I had to leave it alone all night to turn on a movie for an hour and a half. No matter what operation you do now, you just need to set it up, pull it out, and it's done. Since the construction of the alien version of the computer, the upper limit of its computing speed has not yet been determined. After a while, the surveillance footage of the target time period was individually captured. Lin also put the clip into the Ombudsman discussion area under the new event discussion thread with the help of the great magician Greenwin. After setting the viewing permissions at the same time, the surveillance footage of the day was officially played. There are 3 cameras in the hall, so there are 3 pictures. One shot was taken from the central stairwell towards the main entrance. This shot can clearly see the front faces of the 5 inspectors shrouded in black mist. One shot is from the gate looking in addition to the back of the 5 inspectors. This shot also includes the front of the 3 masters and apprentices of the tower. The last one is placed diagonally behind the hall, so you can see the entire hall. The sound of conversation was still clear. Greenwood listened carefully to every word. The name Kuz came from one of his fellow inspectors, and that one was exactly the one in the picture who was constantly looking for trouble. Or in other words, seeking death. A magic missile broke the silence of the conversation. It is clearly visible on the screen that the energy beam penetrated the tower owner's body, but it was like passing through a phantom, and the person was safe and sound. Is this a phantom? Greenwin asked in shock. Pausing the playback of the surveillance screen, Lin stood up and said,
"Three-dimensional imaging. It is actually a combination of the two magics of martial puppetry and you are Phantom."
While speaking, he picked up the helmet on the side. "Put it on." Lin patted the magic stone on his right ear, and a phantom that looked exactly like him immediately walked towards the two of them from the corner of the core room.
Many of Lin's achievements were actually based on the association's existing magical knowledge. It's quite like writing a program in the Earth era. If you need any function, you first find a function library. If the function library doesn't exist, you can write it yourself. The same is true in the mysterious land. If you want any function, you should first look for the magic knowledge that the association can provide, and then analyze and rewrite it into what you need. Greenwind looked at the person coming as lifelike, with no flaw in his every move. The Tower Master Phantom introduced it very naturally.
The original idea was that I didn't want to run up and down when receiving some unimportant guests. So I drew on the magic of my predecessors and designed a design that can appear anywhere in the magic tower at any time. I later discovered that the phantom of a location can also protect myself from people with bad intentions. So I also use this kind of clone for those who are hostile. Meet each other.
He reached out and went straight through Phantom's body. It is not that Greenwind has never seen phantom magic, but there are always some limitations and flaws, as seen in front of you, except that it has no entity. All the actions and appearances of the phantom are almost the same as those of the real person, but it is able to make actions that are different from the real body. This is the first time that it has been seen. Greenwind had no problem with this life-saving magic, although to some people it would be quite rude for the tower owner not to personally come to greet him. But to be honest, this does not constitute a reason to attack the tower, although it is a very useful excuse. If a hero is judged by his success or failure, if he successfully captures the Tower Master, disrespect is a serious crime. If he fails and dies, disrespect is a trivial matter. After a little understanding, Greenwind motioned to continue what he was doing that day. Lin also released the clone and pressed the play button. After a magic missile, the figures of the three masters and apprentices of the tower gradually faded or even disappeared. It can be said that both sides are clearly hostile. The main entrance and the central stairwell were all sealed, and the doors to the 4 rooms on the first floor were all closed. But the trap was not launched immediately, and the 5 inspectors were given time to discuss and talk. Lin explained on the side.
Although the door is closed, it is actually not completely sealed. A simple unlocking technique can open the door and leave. If this is the path chosen, the trap I set will move. If you attack the stairwell, in addition to the trap being activated, the door will also be closed for a second time. If you want to open the door, you can only take your time or force it.
In the picture, Inspector Ku's magician attacks the central stairwell, and the trap is instantly activated. Greenwind looked at the inconspicuous small beam of light, cutting a living person in half, and none of the magic equipment on his body had a protective effect. Immediately after the second and third beams, the fourth beam returned to the first beam pattern, which seemed to be an opportunity to break the trap. Just when Greenwind was thinking this way, the mode on the screen suddenly changed and turned into a beam net that killed both front and rear, directly killing the remaining 4 people. Moreover, there were 3 great magicians among them. They were so caught off guard that no life-saving means could work. Greenwind also completely understood why the remains he just saw were in that lumpy shape. Putting himself in the trap, he realized that his fate would be the same as everyone on the screen. Even now that he already knows the protection methods of the Great Sage's tower, he can't find a way to protect himself or even counterattack the tower owner. Ignoring the cold sweat on his back and suppressing his voice, Greenwind asked calmly,
"Sir Tripwood, what kind of magic is that light? That was improved with the bright light technique."
"Damn it! Isn't the bright light technique only used for lighting?" Greenwind shouted in his heart.
"Injecting high-intensity energy and focusing it in a small area can form this kind of beam. However, the relevant research is still in progress and has not been finalized. This is an experimental trap at best."
The experimental trap trapped 3 great magicians and a team of inspectors. "Can you trap a little more?" Greenwind scratched his head and roared in his heart. However, you still have to maintain calm on the surface and ask tentatively,
"Then, are you willing to hand over these magic spells? These ones? They are of no use to most people, right?"
Lin did not deliberately hide it, but said honestly,
"Not to mention, I am still researching. These magics all require magic towers and energy pools to be cast. Ordinary magicians cannot use it even after learning it. if you want to use it forcefully, let alone the complexity. The magic power will probably be drained. The tower uses magic?
Greenwind mentioned a major category in the magical world according to the characteristics Lin mentioned. The common points of tower magic are that it is difficult to cast spells, consumes a lot of energy, and is powerful. Therefore, it is necessary to rely on the magic tower to make prearrangements before it can be performed smoothly. Generally speaking, it refers to the strategic attack magic circle unique to the magic tower. It is also the main basis for the tower to become a war fortress to guard a place and protect the civilized world. The personal version of this kind of magic is often rated as a forbidden spell by the association. Magic that is forbidden to be used under normal circumstances. Because this type of magic usually affects a large area and is easy to cause accidental damage. Unless used in a state of war or on the battlefield, it will suffer severe punishment from the association. In other words, the attack magic arrays of general magic towers are external, used to deal with armies or groups of monsters. But this guy in front of him is putting forbidden spells into his own tower. Is there any violation of the rules? Greenwind was distressed. Not to mention that Tripwood's self-created magic has not yet been listed as a forbidden spell. So it is difficult for the association to regulate it for this reason. The biggest reason why the forbidden curse is a forbidden curse is that it is afraid that attacks with too large a range may accidentally injure civilians. Limiting the attack range to the inside of the magic tower eliminates the possibility of accidental damage. And there is no reason to prohibit it. This kind of thing seemed inappropriate. But no one said it was impossible. Greenwind really didn't know how to advise the tower owner in front of him on what to do. At the same time, we can also understand why 3 great magicians and 2 magicians lost their lives even though they were protected by magic props and equipment, as well as a variety of auxiliary and defensive magic and life-saving means. There are 2 recognized ways to deal with magic at the level of forbidden spells. One is to interrupt the spell casting. The other is to run as far as possible, carrying it with the body. Unless one becomes a god. Maybe I can report it to the president after I go back. Raise the danger level of the Great Sage's tower to green level. Or even green level. Which can only be assessed by a 4-story tower. It's better to avoid people like this who cause trouble to the tower master in the future. Greenwind sighed in his heart. However, for another party involved, due to his low vision, Lin had no idea how exaggerated what he did was. Because according to other people's rumors, the magic tower is a dangerous place. Now that I own a tower, I can adjust it however hard it is. There is no limit. Chapter 42 Astronomy and Data Definition of Power. After seeing off the great magician Greenwind and the Undertaker team, Lin returned to his life as an otaku. Continued to realize all the ideas you can think of. In the past, when using magic towers, as long as each brick had an energy channel passing through it, the properties of the magic materials could be maintained, and the entire tower could be connected to make it a whole. With the Tower of the Great Sage in Lin's hands, each brick is no longer just an energy channel, but a variety of magic patterns and formations, representing different functions. Just like the technological progress of the Earth, the more sophisticated something is, the more likely it is that problems will arise due to small flaws. Therefore, a certain tower owner's debugging work expanded from the computer program to the entire tower, making him regretful of his superfluous actions. At the same time, the discussion on the Tower of the Great Sage on the forum reached another peak. The captured surveillance footage can still only be viewed by the agreed 3 great magicians. But the tragic death conditions of the 5 former inspectors still leaked out from the mouths of the Undertaker team and the relatives of the deceased. What kind of trap could cause such a tragic situation? What level of trap can kill 3 great magicians? All kinds of discussions and speculation set off waves of discussions on the forum. On the contrary, the 3 great magicians, who had watched the evidence scenes unanimously remained silent. It only means that in this incident, the owner of the Tower of the Great Sage was not at fault. In this regard, the president of the Cadiz district chapter, Galado, once again used the Charles calling technique to communicate with President Chung Wei-Eaton via video call. After the remains of his subordinates returned to the headquarters of the Cadiz district chapter, Galado confirmed the situation with his own eyes, including those ruined relics. With his knowledge, he could not imagine what kind of blow they suffered to end up like this. He only asked the old man in the picture, "Is there any chance of winning? Siege, dragging until the magic tower runs out of food." This is the biggest reason why the association can control the magic tower, starting with food supplies. As a tower owner, if you don't want to hand your weakness into the hands of others, farming is a must. To farm, you need people.
in the territory under the jurisdiction of the Tower of the Great Sage. The only village was destroyed because of the owner of the tower. Naturally, he didn't want anyone to help him farm, since the food is controlled by the Chamber of Commerce affiliated to the association. Orange Eaton is not too worried that Gabrashul and Tripwood will escape from his control. However, Galato was not satisfied with this answer. He asked, "Can't it be defeated? He has just settled in that tower for more than a year. The four-area coalition forces should be able to capture the tower with human lives. But I can't guarantee success." Regarding the judgment of the old-timer Chungwa Eaton, the blood rushing to his head cooled down instantly. He asked, "Green level tower? Sheen level?" Such an evaluation really shocked Galato. The district president, Chungwa Eaton, continued, "If it weren't for the fact that it is unprecedented to give a 3-story tower a standard evaluation of a 4-story tower, I would like to increase the danger level of the Great Sage Tower." He pondered for a moment, as if he had realized something. Griotto relaxed his tense expression and returned to normal. He said to Chungwa Eaton, "Thank you for your reply." Then he interrupted the conversation, looking at the silver-white, calm energy pool mirror. Chungwa Eaton also took a long breath. Even though he had lived to this age, he was also frightened by the recording footage brought back by Greenwind. In the past, in my own mind, what did it mean to throw a forbidden curse into my tower? That is a suicidal act of dying together with the enemy at the slightest disagreement. Nowadays, if the younger generation dares to do this, does it mean that they are really old? As for the various speculations on the forum, let everyone do their best. Anyway, as long as they don't understand the truth about the trap, no one will threaten to break the tower. Those people were stupid and rushed, and they would not act without accurate information. Ignorance is no different than committing suicide, especially when there are 3 great magicians and 2 magicians as martyrs. The matter should come to an end here, whether they are people in Willian City or people in the Tower of the Great Sage. They all think so. Life has returned to its own pace. On a drizzly night, Lin wanted to analyze the mana and power he had accumulated. In fact, I had thought about this idea as early as when I discovered that the 8 powers could become the basis of an 8-bit computer. However, the basic unit could not be defined at that time, and there was no technology for various sensors, including temperature, length, weight, time, etc. Various units of measurement are extremely confusing in the lost world, and there is no unified standard, or even none, and almost every country or region has its own set of standards. Most standards were established based on the arm length, finger width, and weight of a certain founding emperor, which became the country's standard units. When a country is destroyed, the standards change accordingly. This kind of weights and measures, which is neither scientific nor unified, is of course deeply troubled by modern people from the 21st century on Earth. And whether to recover the metric system of weights and measures used on Earth, or to adapt to local conditions and use the weights and measures measured in the Lost World version, is another question that troubles Lin. After long-term observation and measurement of the distance between the Sun and the Earth, that is, the average distance from the Sun to the Midland Star, that is, the alien version of the Sun to the Earth, Lin had a sudden idea and divided it by the customary astronomical unit constants of 149, 579, 870, 700, and then compared the units with his own height. He unexpectedly discovered that the height of the Lost World version of Gabriel Ashland Tripwood was 1.76 units. On Earth, Lin's height was exactly 1.76 meters. At the same time, through observation and calculation, the equatorial radius of the Midi star is approximately 6,4320,000 units. Assuming that 1 unit is equivalent to 1 meter in the Earth metric system, it is actually similar to the Earth's radius of 6,370 kilometers. It can be roughly inferred that the astronomical environment of Midi is almost the same as that of Earth. Regarding getting such data, Lin thought to himself, no wonder after arriving in the Lost Land, except for the 2 satellites in the sky, which caused the climate to change rapidly and violently. The rest of the activities were not much different from those on Earth. The key to measuring and quantifying mana power was a phenomenon discovered by accident during the process of obtaining the purple-level magic stone and researching the terrestrial laser. The 8 powers of knowledge, strength, authority, faith, wealth, dexterity, perception, and mystery can maintain a certain proportion of pure magical energy in the magic stone or energy pool. If the mystery with the least content is set as 1, The ratio of the 8 powers is 128 to 64 to 32 to 16 to 84:21. Only this ratio can keep the 8 powers in balance. Once the balance is destroyed, supernatural effects will occur, which is magic. The arrangement and combination of powers affects the change and intensity of the supernatural effects. The so-called spells, magic circles, or the mystery version of the computer program that Lin is writing are all control methods to guide proportional imbalances and permutations. To measure a mana power unit, you have to start with a magic stone that has exhausted its energy. During observation, the light of a magic stone that has just exhausted its energy will disappear and turn into a white and transparent crystal. But in fact, crystals also contain more or less powers. That is, knowledge, power, authority, etc., which themselves account for a relatively large proportion of powers in a balanced state. In other words, exhausting energy is actually a kind of balance being destroyed. And what is missing is the small proportion of dexterity, perception, mystery, etc. Then Lin used the magic tower to extract the energy pool and supply the entire tower with pure magic energy to extract the balance energy from the magic stone. It records the moment when the energy is exhausted, and can also observe the status of 7 powers such as knowledge, strength, authority, faith, wealth, dexterity, and perception, and defines the amount of perceived power at that moment as the most basic unit. This process was repeated thousands of times, and thousands of the lowest grade red magic stones were also scrapped. It wasn't until the 2 young apprentices couldn't stand this wasteful behavior anymore, and were unwilling to cooperate with the research that they stopped. The average of thousands of measurement results is Lin's true definition of 1 unit of power, and a balanced 255 unit power. Lin calls it 1 mana. Mana is also a common name for magic power in the Lost World. In fact, when Lin recalled the thousands of experiments, he felt like he was in a dazed state. Thinking back on it afterwards was heartbreaking. Based on this measurement result, 7 levels of magic stones are tested for their magical power content. Each large level difference is about 10 times the difference in energy. That is, the difference in power content between the red level magic stone and the purple level magic stone is 1,000,000 times. The energy pool of the magic tower is only a channel and not a storage medium like magic stone, so it cannot be measured. The ratio of the value obtained by Lin's measurement of himself is not the power in the equilibrium state. At least the measured value of the mysterious power is far lower than 1/255 of the overall value. To cast the same magic, the power consumed is not the same every time. Sometimes it consumes a lot, and the power is also great when it consumes a small amount of time. The power becomes smaller. The condition of the 2 apprentices was similar to that of their miserable teacher. It can be said that researching this thing will not be of any help to the use of magic, or it should be said that at this stage, it is not possible to think of any help. But that is for humans. For programming the magic tower, if the power is successfully digitized, the writing of various programs can have a clearer process and result. Not to mention the advantages in adjusting the size of the energy output. The laser network in the lobby on the first floor is an important result of the success of digitalization. So in the past few days, Lin, who was quite satisfied with the digitization results of the magic tower's power, turned his focus back to the human body. I want to explore the secrets that may be hidden in it. But the frantic barking of dogs interrupted his thoughts. The 2 big dogs, Grey Hoof and White Nose, can no longer be kept in the magic tower. So the 2 girls set up a shed outside the tower, leaning against the outer wall of the magic tower. They used a pile of worthless animal skins to make beds for the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs usually play outside day and night. Unless he gets a girl's whistle, he comes back for training or hunting missions. Only when he gets tired from playing will he come back to nest for a while, and then run out again. But when it rains, the 2 dogs usually sit quietly under the greenhouse. They know very well not to disturb the humans on the 3rd floor easily, whether it's a dog barking with unknown meaning or running up to the 3rd floor. In that human territory, you will be angered by that person, and then you will be miserable. So as long as you are near the tower, they can stop barking. Now there was a burst of barking, and even Lin could hear a bit of anxiety. Is there something bad close to this? Chapter 43 Unexpected Visitor. Unable to appease the barking of the 2 dogs, the 2 girls also sensed something was wrong and ran to the core room on the 3rd floor. The tower master who is staying on the 3rd floor has opened the half-finished arcane eye. Just look at the surroundings and ceiling of the core room, which have been replaced by surveillance images. becoming a 360-degree real-time view of the entire sky, combined with a mirror energy pool and several water mirror techniques suspended in midair. It presents a flat map and different types of monitoring images, since some auxiliary materials to be mobilized from afar have not yet been delivered. But several main materials have been collected. Lin has already organized the arcane eye. The shortcoming at this stage is that it cannot monitor the environment outside the tower around the clock, and the monitoring distance is not as good as the full version. Furthermore, because the facility has not yet been completely structured, Lin did not make any optimization improvements. He only presented the receipt pictures according to his own imagined needs. Just see that all biological activities on the screen are marked, and new power energy level classifications are used to distinguish them by color. Creatures that are closer to the magic tower can also see their outlines from the aura displayed. The darkest color in the picture, which appears greenish to bluish, is the two big dogs outside the tower barking towards the west. Naturally, that direction also became the focus of the three masters and apprentices. But no matter how you look, you can't see any threatening creature in the west. Will it be outside the detection range? Or will it be a spirit? That is, a ghost? Since there is no spirit body to use as a reference, Lin is not sure whether his system can identify ghosts. Teacher! Look! The sky! Following Halumi's instructions, Lin looked at the scene in the western sky. From the rainy clouds, a huge thing glowing with light blue light descended. Because the object is quite large, its aura outline can be observed even from a long distance. And as soon as he saw that appearance, Lin knew what was coming. An airship is a flying ship for transportation that combines the craftsmanship of elves, dwarves, goblins, etc., as well as the modification and ingenuity of humans. The traditional shape is based on a ship wandering on the sea, with a swirling propeller similar to that designed by Leonardo da Vinci during the Renaissance on Earth. The most important thing on the hull is a secondary energy pool, which does not itself have an energy source, but is used to store energy. You can connect to the energy pool of the magic tower to recharge, or you can use magic stones to replenish it. Basically, once it is fully charged, it can fly conventionally in the sky for 30 to 50 days. Incidentally, in Lin's arcane eye monitoring, the color of any item or creature can only represent the energy level it contains, and cannot directly be regarded as dangerous. Just like the light blue aura of the airship, most of the energy is used to maintain the flight state. Of course, an airship can also become a formidable war machine, just because it is in the sky. Most of the attack methods of Homo sapiens in the Lost World are difficult to use. However, there is no airship corps in the southwestern peninsula of the mainland. It is the Hater Empire in the east of the mainland, whose main emblem is the Griffin Beast, that has such an organization. There is only one airship in the southwestern peninsula of the mainland, and it does not belong to any kingdom. It is the Gauss Breton of the Leon District branch of the Western Magician Association. The name comes from a certain president of the Leon District chapter, and it was that president who presided over the construction of such an airship. That airship is not a pure war weapon, because it does not have the ability to independently attack the magic tower. If it carries more magicians, it would be easy to launch magic bombings against ground troops, or even use forbidden spells to cleanse the ground. But under normal circumstances, this airship is more like a symbol of status. No, green, yellow and red fireworks were released from the airship, followed immediately by a purple fireworks. The purple smoke represents the chief, while the green, yellow and red represent the Leon District chapter. Immediately after the leader of the branch logo, the person who came on behalf of the representative was none other than Jose Carlos, the president of the Leon District branch. Then the airship released red, green and red fireworks, followed by a purple fireworks. Before Lin could realize it, there were three colors of yellow, white and red again, followed by purple. The president of the Noonan branch, Rashidai, and the president of the Cadiz branch, Griotto, were also on the airship? Why does it feel like a joint trial of three divisions? Although he is not his immediate boss, he has a higher status and more seniority than him, so he must give him some face. Don't show off your phantom clones or anything like that. Lin obediently walked to the gate, ready to greet the three distinguished guests. The airship doesn't look like it's here to cause trouble. In an open space outside the tower, the huge thing floating in the sky fell slowly against the light rain. The three dignitaries did not wait pretentiously for the flowers on the red carpet, nor did they wait to lower the trestle, and directly used the floating technique to get off the ship. Lin held an umbrella and greeted the three of them. Three presidents. Your Excellency, Tower Master,
The three old men saluted together. They were dressed in formal robes, and wore small shawls representing each district. As for the light rain falling from the sky, he uses the magic of blocking to keep it out. They all have different appearances, but they all look energetic and full of oppression. The three presidents went out in person, and they did not want anyone to surround them. They were alone and walked towards Gabrashul Tripwood, who came out to greet him. It was quiet on the airship. It didn't look like anyone was busy preparing to disembark. It seemed that the only guests were the three main guests. Lin welcomed the three of them into the tower and said,
I would like to ask your forgiveness, my lords. Our tower is simple, and only the dining room is a decent place for entertaining. So I can only invite you three to have a rest in the dining room. It doesn't matter. The magic tower is not like a noble residence. It is also responsible for hosting banquets. Just have a place to discuss things.
One of the presidents responded politely. Lin also led the three people into the restaurant. The two girls who were sent to tidy up the restaurant have just arranged everything. The so-called layout actually means covering the unsightly areas such as the stove with cloth, tidying up the environment a little, arranging the tables and chairs in order, and welcoming the three guests. After serving a cup of hot tea to the three people sitting there, the two apprentices stepped aside and waited. Lin, the master, sat directly opposite the long table, feeling as if he was on Earth for an interview at a company. The question is, why is there such a big battle today? Those 5 inspectors who died before? Or there are other reasons? The most troublesome thing is that Lin can't recognize who is opposite. Anyone who dares to show off his status as president is probably not a fake Shibei product. So I can only exchange one sentence with the other party, but not a single greeting. There were 3 people on the other side of the problem. One on my side, and the 2 apprentices were too young to get in the middle of the conversation. It feels like being pinned down to the ground and beaten by 3 people. You punch him and he punches you, but you have no ability to resist, especially when the other party's intentions were unclear. Lin was even more cautious when talking to the 3 of them, for fear of offending the other party. I was in a cold sweat, and my mouth was dry. Little did they know that the 3 people on the opposite side were even more worried than Lin. I'm afraid that if they don't agree with each other, they will be destroyed again. However, the panicked look of the tower master was not clear to the eyes of the 3 sophisticated and experienced superiors. But what they are not sure about is whether the tower owner is pretending, or is it true. Just as the aimless conversation gradually reached a deadlock, no one could help it. The reason why the former fat otaku was a nerd was not because he didn't have the skills to start chatting. One of them coughed and said first, Your Excellency Tripwood.
Yes,
Lin replied loudly.
Don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions here. The most important thing is to discuss the magic knowledge you created. Browser? Yes. If there is a certain magic that is good enough, from the standpoint of the association, of course it is hoped that this knowledge can be spread as widely as possible. But the vast majority of magic that will be recognized in this way is usually accumulated in a small area. With enough fame and continuous improvement by many people, it will eventually become a version that is circulated by associations across the continent. It takes time to accumulate, and usually the original creator will not see this day.
What does it mean? Like the painters on Earth, paintings are not valuable until a person dies?
But there are always exceptions. There are also some magical knowledge that are considered worthy of promotion as soon as they are born. But it is related to the interests of the original creator. Branches in other districts must obtain the consent of the original creator before they can promote this knowledge. And this part has nothing to do with the division you originally belonged to. And the benefits will be paid in full. Of course, the time period may be longer. Do you think this is appropriate? Oh, of course it's no problem for this little thing. Just to be polite, I still have to inform the president of our district. Of course, as it should be.
Hearing that this was the case, Lin took a deep breath in his heart. He turned around and ordered,
Kaya, please prepare 3 copies of the documentation and magic stones for the domain name system, web system, and browser. Give them to the 3 presidents as soon as possible. No, I won't bother you about this part.
The president who had been leading the conversation stopped the girl's actions and said,
In fact, our branch has already mastered the relevant knowledge. As long as you agree, it can be disseminated and promoted. But,
looking at the person who was pretending to be embarrassed, Lin knew that today's drama was coming. It was finally clear why the other party came out with all 3 kings in such a big way.
The magic knowledge you just ordered does not seem to include the mall system. Why is this?
Making a helpless expression,
Lin was also very helpless and said, I dare not hide it from the three adults. The mall system is not the magic knowledge I handed over to the association.
But the president of the Shijia district branch, Mr. Chung Wei-Eaton, I was entrusted with the design of a commercial system. There was an agreement at the beginning that the system would not be sold to anyone else. After all, I received 10,000 gold as a reward. If I broke the contract, I would be in the magic circle. No more. This thing is true.
The three old men had actually heard similar rumors. But it wasn't until the person involved said it today that I was convinced of the matter. They also felt embarrassed and tried hard to think of a solution. It is definitely impossible to force the tower master in front of him. I was still in someone else's magic tower. And there were only 3 great magicians who died in front of me and 2 more magicians. Today there are only 3 here, which is not enough to fill the gap between the opponent's teeth. It is unjustifiable to ask the other party to breach the contract. Each district branch is on the same level, with no superiority or inferiority. It is difficult to ask a tower owner to break his trust on the grounds of his own interests. Doing so can easily lead to vicious competition among branches and run counter to the original intention of the association. From Lin's own standpoint, he didn't intend to push the matter aside. Not only does it have the intention of promoting it, but he also needs to be careful to guard against a few big shots saying some unacceptable tricks for their own benefit. It won't be a matter of agreeing then, nor will it be a refusal. To avoid this, you have to dominate the conversation. Therefore, Lin did not let them worry for too long and said directly,
3 adults. In fact, the original intention of President Eaton and I to agree not to leak the mall system was for those chambers of commerce under the royal family and nobles in the Shijia district, not for the various regional branches of the same association. So it is better for me to contact you, President Eaton. How about you 3 negotiate with President Eaton directly? It seems that's the only way to go.
The 3 nodded in agreement. Sometimes side tricks are really not as useful as the main attack method. This matter still needs to be discussed with the big brother to find a solution. Chapter 44 Shopping Mall Layout Proposal. Tapping his index finger on the table, an upright water mirror and keyboard projection appeared in front of Lin. The 3 presidents took a look and asked quickly,
Sir, what is that in front of you? This?
Oh. Remembering that he hadn't explained it to the guests yet, Lin flicked the water mirror, turned the display screen towards the 3 presidents, and said,
Because occasionally guests come to visit, and sometimes 2 of my own students need to use it. It's unreasonable to let them take up my core room research time. So I opened the terminal interface to connect to the energy pool right here in the restaurant.
While speaking, Lin enlarged the water mirror in front of him, extended it to the width of his open arms, and threw it onto the blank wall next to the long table, so that everyone can see the screen display.
Suppose 3 adults also want to use it. You can also click twice on the desktop to call up the terminal interface. Then log into your own user account, or browse with guest rights.
That's it.
I want to send a message to President Eaton. I just don't know how quickly he will respond. It may take some time.
When turning on the water mirror technique, the forum page will definitely pop up. To be honest, Lin himself was a little annoyed by it. If you work in your own core room, there will be no such problem of tying up the home page. But in a restaurant, since most people are using it, fixing the forum page as the home page is a careful way to force sales. After closing it, there was a dazzling operation. In fact, it was to call the marked location of President Chung Wei-Eaton, and then send a paragraph to it. It mainly explains that the presidents of the 3 regional chapters are at the Tower of the Great Sage, hoping to discuss matters related to the mall system. Looking at the typing skills with flying fingers and the operations that were incomprehensible, the 3 presidents were speechless for a while. It feels like you are very old, but you don't understand what young people are doing, and whether you are living like a dog at this age. After sending the message, Lin stopped and waited. After all,
not everyone will wait by their own energy pool, nor will anyone respond immediately when notified. The other 3 people also knew this very well. Not to mention that no one could guarantee how long the request would actually take for instant contact without an agreed time. However, the 3 presidents opened their respective forum pages without being impolite, and each lowered his head to operate. The internet stickiness of the lost world has not reached the morbid level of the earth, and the self-control of 3 powerful old people is not comparable to that of young people. So they still chose to chat with the tower owner, although their words began to sound a bit prying. Make someone suffer even more. Just when I was thinking about whether to use urine or feces to escape, The water mirror technique screen thrown on the wall suddenly flashed, and the familiar old face filled the entire screen again. Although Lin was still frightened, he felt grateful for the first time. As for the three people opposite, they seemed to be used to the old man's style, and they were very calm, without any shock.
Hey, in my memory, I have never seen such a scene, with three presidents sitting side by side. Isn't it a pity that I am not here at this time? I heard that you want to discuss the mall system with me at something, but it doesn't look like you want to talk to me.
Chung Woo-Eaton fired as soon as he appeared. Compared with the battle of words, the three elderly people were not at all inferior to the one talking through the screen. The four of them were just carrying guns and sticks, going back and forth. Among the 10 sentences, there were 3 sentences about scraping, 3 sentences about washing, and 3 sentences about shooting high, and only 1 sentence had something to do with business. Lin was left alone, unable to say a word. Looking at this scene, Lin thought to himself, luckily there was a video screen between them. If they were face to face, there wouldn't be a fight. But when they are face to face, can they really fight? This is another question. As a bystander, while wandering 9 heavens away, Lin was suddenly brought back to earth by a question. President Chung Woo-Eaton's eyes widened and he asked angrily,
Sir Tripwood, what is your opinion? My opinion?
How dare I have any opinion? Lin, who really wanted to shout and call it quits, was made weak by the 4 pairs of staring eyes. At this time, I don't know if asking everyone what they were arguing about just now is considered an insult. However, although he did not listen to the content in detail, Lin could not find an entry point for both parties, who had their own opinions and did not want to give in at all.
For presidents, in fact, I think their concerns and persistence are very reasonable. The only difference lies in their different positions. If you ask me, I will talk to you from different angles. That is from the perspective of a magician being served by the Chamber of Commerce. What the association should do would be more beneficial to us.
After throwing out a question, Lin carefully looked at everyone's expressions. Seeing that there was not much disgust and contempt, Lin continued,
As an ordinary magician, the most beneficial and convenient situation for me is that I can use the mall system to purchase or reserve what I need. It doesn't really matter who this system belongs to. But for the association, there is a difference. Is it a mall system that serves the people of the entire Southwest Peninsula? Or is it each of the 4 districts? Build a shopping mall to serve people in their respective districts, or without restrictions. The royal families and noble chambers of commerce in various countries will also build shopping malls, and then compete with each other. Of course, the last option is the most undesirable, and I will not discuss it here. So what's the difference between the first 2?
In front of everyone, Lin used the water mirror technique to open another screen, enlarged it, and spread it flat on the table. The picture was a map of the southwestern peninsula of the mainland. It was not very detailed. It was a map sold by the Magicians Association to magicians for their adventures. Several presidents recognized it at a glance. But what he did next made everyone's eyes brighten. Lin grabbed a red, white and blue color block out of thin air and covered it on the map, fitting the outline of the peninsula. At the same time, he stretched out his hand a little, and 5 connected small magic towers were erected at the location of the 5-linked city.
The biggest advantage of having one mall system serve the entire peninsula is that it can effectively integrate the resources of the entire peninsula. But no matter which planet is dot.
As Lingua said, President Chung Woo-Eaton looked at him with a smile on his face. The president, who frowned with the other 3, threw away the red, white, and blue blocks, and put on the yellow, white, and red blocks and the magic tower marking the headquarters of the Cadiz district chapter. The faces of the 4 presidents all changed. Some were happy, and some were worried. But Lin immediately threw away the color blocks, then put on the green, yellow, red and Leon district chapter headquarters, and then threw it again, and finally put on the red, green and red blocks, and erected a small magic tower representing the Noonan district chapter headquarters.
These situations all have the same shortcomings. Transaction contracts can be concluded quickly through malls and forums. However, transporting goods still has to rely on traditional methods, either manpower or animal power. In other words, when transporting speed-wise, we haven't improved.
After changing 4 times in a row, several presidents also noticed the problem. Lin snapped his fingers, and nearly 1,000 small magic towers immediately appeared on the map.
This is the location of most of the magic towers that I know. As far as I know, The current shipping model of the Chamber of Commerce is to concentrate first and then ship. No matter which district headquarters you start from, the most remote tower is mainly waiting for you. The goods I purchase have to wait for about 4 months to half a year. Looking at this from the perspective of a tower owner, maybe I can buy things much faster, but the wait for delivery is still longer than before. Be slow.
Throw away the red, green and red color blocks on the map, and clear all the small magic towers at the same time. Lin Kai used the final template, which was based on the current division of the 4 district chapters in the Southwest Peninsula, with respective color blocks. Lin continued,
as far as I know, the reason why the Magician Association is divided into so many regions today is based on regionality and support distance. So keeping it as it is can be considered a good choice. Tower owners in the border areas, the shopping mall, in which area you choose to trade depends on the habits of each tower owner. After all, some people don't care about waiting for a longer time, but they want to get a cheaper price. And some people want to get the purchase in a faster time. Items, no matter how much you pay for them.
Such a proposal made the 3 presidents, who came from afar, smile. But their old man frowned. Of course Lin knew the reason. It just felt like the profits were being divided thinly. And it felt like he had worked so long to make wedding dresses for others. Of course, if the words could only be said to this extent, Lin would not dare to speak. And it would be a waste of his time as a member of the time travel group. In the Earth period, he was a man who had been baptized by the internet. He yelled,
"But?"
and instantly drew everyone's attention back to him. Lin Kai continued,
I mentioned at the beginning that using forums and shopping malls to integrate the resources of the entire Southwest Peninsula is also an advantage that cannot be ignored. Just like myself, I ordered arcane materials for building towers from the Chamber of Commerce, to which the Shijia District branch belongs. Although most of the materials for the eye were delivered as soon as possible, there are still a few auxiliary materials missing. So although my arcane eye building is built, maybe, after integrating the information on rare resources in the 4 districts of the Southwest Peninsula, the accessories I need can be found in 3 districts outside of Shijia District. So now I just wait for the items to be delivered instead of finding where I need them. The status of materials, or replacement items, is not yet known.
Taking this as the beginning of a turning point did not seem to arouse the resentment of several big figures, but made them face up to the necessity of resource integration. Lin Yi dared to put forward the next opinion.
Then can we say that after the establishment of the mall system in each district,
the resource scheduling of each district will still be given priority. But if there are rare items that are also lacking in this district, they will be demands or reported to a unit that integrates information from the 4 districts. And this ad hoc unit dispatches resources. Sometimes when an emergency occurs, the horse teams of each Chamber of Commerce are responsible for transporting and supplying strategic materials. So a multi-district coalition is established. After that, can this special unit also be responsible for assigning material transportation?
The 4 presidents' eyes lit up at such a suggestion. They all know what kind of changes may occur to such a unit that is superior to the 4 districts. And they all have ideas. However, Lin Kai had no intention of letting a few old people fight over each other. He said directly,
as for this special unit, I suggest that the affiliated Chamber of Commerce of the Shijia District chapter take over the role. The reason is, of course, that they were the first to go online with the mall system. So they have naturally accumulated a lot of experience in handling affairs. When encountering this kind of cross-district, of course, the main thing is to be safe, and not to rush around and make the buyer unhappy. And the association will take the blame.
The above is my opinion on this matter.
Chapter 45 Request to berth a ship. As soon as the proposal came out, the frowning brows of the old president of Chunghwa Eden relaxed, and the happy faces of the other 3 people also softened slightly. It's not that these powerful people are not as smart as Lin, a young man from time travel, who can think of these methods. The most important thing is that their expertise is in the field of magic. Perhaps reaching such a high position as president would give him some experience in leadership and control. But when it comes to business and economics, the chambers of commerce under them may be sent to manage matters. But they are still better than themselves. So now I can only stare blankly at the rookie magician who just finished his long speech. This should be regarded as a reciprocal proposal. But the biggest reason why these 4 big figures will come out to argue today is still their respective interests. After all, the president is not a king or emperor, and many things still need to be discussed. So Chunghwa Eden was the first to speak and said,
3 little friends, I don't think we can make a decision on today's matter on the spot. We need to find some people to discuss it and clarify our thoughts. So I propose that we meet again tomorrow afternoon. How about continuing?
It can be said that the three presidents are eager for this opinion. They had received too much information at once, and they needed to sort it out and ask an expert before they could continue the discussion. So they accused each other and then dispersed. The three returned to the airship to rest. But it seemed that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and many people would not be able to sleep. After seeing off the guests, Lin exhaled a long breath, which was considered a test. When doing things, you are most afraid of being sandwiched between big people on both sides. If you lean to one side, you will naturally offend the other side. For a man whose purpose is to eat and die and wait for death, it is foolish to choose sides, and it is wise to be a coward. Lin also believed that with the sophisticated vision of the four presidents, they could not see that this was a cooperation plan in which each of them had to make concessions in exchange for greater benefits. But to their level, it is no longer simply a calculation of economic interests, but a political calculation. They all have their own interest groups behind them, and only if they can deal with a group of jackals hiding behind the scenes can they possibly cooperate in the future. Just after the three presidents returned to the airship, the spaceship that was moored in the open space and had not completely landed seemed to come alive. One after another, people got off the boat and communicated with Lin, the tower master. Of course, the most popular thing is the outdoor hot spring bath on the second floor. All kinds of beauties, maybe apprentices, maybe formal magicians. One person or two people are using the hot spring pool. The night scene with light rain outside the tower is quite emotional for people who have never enjoyed it so much. Of course, there were some men who borrowed it, but not those who took the Mandarin duck bath, because that is not a habit in the lost world, let alone doing it in other people's homes. Lin himself planned to endure it for a day, and did not want to be involved in any more romantic encounters. Especially this time there was a boatload of people watching, and the last time it was only 5 or 6 people. If you get too hot by playing a game, it will be more tragic this time. I originally thought that 2 young apprentices would be able to take care of these trivial matters. Lin could stay in the core room and continue the interrupted research. However, God did not want it to happen, and 2 girls still came to the door with something they couldn't make up their mind about. Looking at the group of magicians in front of them, they were very powerful. The one in the lead, wearing a small cloak with 2 golden tassels, greeted Lin and said,
"My greetings, Lord Tripwood. I am Cuenca Carlos, captain of the Gosperton. Sir Carlos."
Faced with the great magician's salute, Lin did not dare to accept it boldly, and quickly returned the salute. Moreover, the person in front of him also had the same surname of Carlos, so he might be related to their president, Jose Carlos. Even if he is not a princeling, he must be a powerful figure in the Leon District chapter. He has become the captain of the only airship in the Southwest Peninsula. He cannot be a nobody.
Today's meeting is to ask for your assistance as the captain of the Gosbottom. I hope Guetal will allow the ship to be tethered and replenished with energy.
After Lin came to the world of Lost World, he discovered that there were unscientific means of transportation like airships. So he naturally paid more attention to the relevant data. The airship's secondary energy pool cannot generate energy independently, if it relies on magic stones to charge. The money consumed is unimaginable. Generally, this is only possible during wartime. In normal times, the airship is tethered to the magic tower and replenished with the help of the tower's energy pool. In the spirit of mutual aid among magicians, most tower owners would not refuse such a request. Thinking of this, Lin felt speechless about this semi-permanent energy source that does not require fuel to support and does not produce waste. The biggest cheat in the world of Lost World is definitely the energy pools and the magic towers. If Tesla, the god of the earth, is lost in the earth, he is not crazy. Lin basically agreed to Cuenca Carlos' request. But there was a problem. Just like on Earth, when people travel with their mobile phones, they naturally don't forget to bring their own chargers and wires. But there must be an outlet to use it. The Tower of the Great Sage doesn't have that kind of thing. A facility called a bollard. It can form an energy channel with the special cable of the airship, and continuously transport the mana and power in the energy pool of the magic tower to the secondary energy pool on the airship. Bollards are not a standard facility in the magic tower. People who don't need them will naturally not consider installing them. There is only one airship on the southwestern peninsula of the mainland, unless it is a war. If it is full of energy, it can usually carry people or cruise around the peninsula 2 or 3 times, and then return to Leon District after more than a month. Mooring point recharges. So Lin spoke out about his situation. It's not that I won't help.
It's that I can't help. However, Cuenca Carlos was thoughtful and said, "Don't worry, sir. The few behind me are masters in the construction of magic towers. As long as we get your consent, we will be responsible for the materials and construction of the bollards. Don't worry, sir." After saying that, he took a step forward and introduced several older magicians behind him. They looked more like people working in academic research rather than adventuring outside. Therefore, the position and attributes of the clothes and magic equipment are different from those of magicians, who are good at fighting. The only thing that made Lin feel familiar was the proud look on their faces. On Earth, some people with technical skills would have the same arrogance when talking about their majors. Lin is not disgusted, but respects such characters. Moreover, it sounds like the other party is willing to provide materials and labor. All he needs to do is nod his head. There seems to be no reason to refuse such a good bargain. So after agreeing, the other party divided into two groups. One group returned to the airship, relaunched the airship, moved it to the predetermined parking position, and moved materials from the ship. Another group of people followed Lin up from the central stairwell to the top floor, because the appearance of the Tower of the Great Sage was already damaged. The top of the tower was not spared. When Lin was repairing it, he did not restore the top of the tower to its integrity. So a large piece of the east side of the top of the tower was still missing. On the north and south sides, cat ear-like pointed walls were erected for the placement of arcane eyes. The most eye-catching thing is the round ruby the size of a goose egg, which is embedded at the top of the pointed wall. This is the top primary material. However, the wall structure is not complete, and there are still several hollow parts, which are caused by the lack of materials. Because of this, the arcane eye cannot be opened around the clock. As for the location where bollards can be built, considering the trestle for people to go up and down, the only choice is to choose the edge stone on the west side of the tower top and replace it with bollards. Apart from the temporary erection of the trestle, there were no other requirements. So Lin pointed out a random location in the west and asked, "Do those masters need my help?" "Don't bother the tower master. Just turn on the energy channel display and leave the rest to us." He said it politely, but the contempt on his face was unconcealed. The tempers of the craftsmen in the world of mystery are far from comparable to that country that has been devastated for thousands of years by everything is inferior. Only education is good. So after eating the pie too, Lin could only touch his nose. It's hard to complain just because the other person's hair is a few more gray. "Then I'll go back to the console to operate, as long as the energy channel appears. Please work on it." Because that was not a routine operation, Lin did not set up a quick spell casting mode and could only go back to the core room console to operate it. But what he didn't expect was that the magicians all over the Great Sage's tower were waiting for this moment in the name of communicating or borrowing the bath. The moment the magic energy channel appears, it is equivalent to exposing the secret of the magic tower to everyone. Due to the existence of magic tower logs, and the association's detailed data on each magic tower, including the internal layout and types of strategic attack magic built. So Lin innocently thought that the magic tower had no secrets in the eyes of everyone. The confidentiality he required from his two apprentices was nothing more than personal privacy. Regarding the tower's information, he never thought about keeping it secret. Except for the core room, where it is difficult to station people. There are magicians in other places, who find various reasons to stay. They were all pretending to be doing their own thing. And then they were distracted to pay attention to the various layouts of the tower. Because we don't know when the tower master will reveal the energy channel, nor how long it will take. So everyone was fumbling around or looking for someone to talk to, trying not to make their presence appear too obtrusive. Amidst the resonant sound of buzzing, the magical energy channel that should be regarded as secret began to appear. It starts from the energy pool in the core room on the 3rd floor and extends towards every corner of the tower. If you stand outside the tower and look at it, you can see light cyan-like patterns covering the entire outer wall of the tower from top to bottom. In the dark night, with a light rain, it seemed as if the tower came alive. The chatter stopped, and the people who were touching the motionless places also stopped. Even the group of magicians who were about to remove the bollard materials from the airship also stopped moving. They were not trying to memorize the secrets of the Tower of the Great Sage. They were simply frightened. Chapter 46: The Blatant Spy. In the past, the layout of the magic tower was already a great thing if each brick could ensure that 1 or 2 magic passages could pass through and complete the cycle. And every magic circle that appears is the most important part of every magic tower. These formations may be a magic trap, or they may be a node that stores magic power
and then distributes it to multiple locations. In other words, by observing the types of these magic arrays, you can know the capabilities of this magic tower, including its strengths and weaknesses. But what is it like that every brick and stone is covered with magic patterns? 3 or 5 bricks away, there will be a small magic circle. If there is a large magic circle, the secret text will be included in the huge text strokes. The most shocking thing is the people standing in the lobby on the first floor. Whether it is the wall, floor or ceiling, it is difficult to describe the density of bricks one after another. It can be said that the entire space is like a spider web, densely covered with strange lines whose function is unknown. The masters standing at the top of the tower, preparing for construction, were not much better. In addition to the light bullet attack array mixed with arcane eyes that has been changed beyond recognition, there are countless energy channels climbing up from the edge of the tower to supply the needs of the magic array at the top of the tower. They couldn't understand this unprecedented arrangement, and they couldn't do anything about it. The disciples of the masters laboriously moved the mushroom-shaped bollards made of magical star copper to the top of the tower. He looked helplessly at his teacher and said,
"Where can this be installed?"
"It's a pity that these masters who built the magic tower all seem to be possessed," pulling their hair or beards, muttering to themselves.
"That's wrong. It shouldn't be like this. This is obviously going to be mutual interference. How can they be set up together?"
Yelling like crazy, several masters laid down on the top of the tower regardless of appearance, identifying every magic circle. His fingers traced its lines, trying to find the possible effects of such an arrangement from past experience and knowledge. The prototype of the light bomb attack array is still there, but it is filled with countless magic patterns and secret spells that were added later. In the gaps, overlapping words or lines, there are more circles of formations with unknown meanings on the periphery. This strategic attack magic array seemed so unfamiliar that no one was even sure it could still function as it should. Cuenca Carlos, the captain of the Gosperton, also came to the top of the tower. He boasted that the airship had gathered the most advanced technology in the mysterious world. But there was no magic circle on the airship that was as complex as what he saw in front of him. He has even been to the Elf Empire and visited the roots of the World Tree. The natural magic patterns that the elves are proud of are what all magicians are willing to study throughout their lives. But there seemed to be nothing in front of him. He couldn't even use any words to compare the two. However, the panic of others had nothing to do with Lin, who was in the core room. He said that when he was on Earth, there was a lot of research on nanometer process levels, and playing with super large circuit boards by himself was only at the middle school level. It's not worth talking about at all. Anyway, the group of masters accompanying the ship must be of a certain level. It is impossible to carry parallel imports on this airship that is the face of the association. So there is no need to worry about it. Besides, in the world of mystery, it is taboo to watch the work of some craftsman without permission. Even if he is the owner of this tower, if he wants to supervise from the side, he must ask for permission first. However, if you do this, you will usually be scolded by those masters. If you have a bad temper, you may quit. So Lin stayed in the core room with peace of mind and took out the research he had interrupted to take a closer look. Then, I was interrupted again.
"Your Excellency, Master of the Tower, my teacher invites you to go to the top of the tower." "Oh, are you done? It was so fast."
The young magician who came to the core room to say hello said with an embarrassed look.
"No, work hasn't started yet." "Ah, got it."
Lin didn't think much and followed him to the top of the tower. I saw a group of masters looking at each other, surrounding the copper pillars prepared as mooring stakes, staring at the floor covered with magic patterns, not knowing where to start.
"Masters, is there anything wrong with the magic circle I set up?"
Faced with the tower owner's doubts, one of the masters said with confusion,
"No, there is no big problem. It's just that the magic formations are too densely arranged,
and we don't know where to place the bollards so as not to affect the original formation."
"Oh,
it's such a small thing."
Lin Bai asked him about the mushroom-shaped copper pillar, which seemed very expensive and heavy just by its weight. After asking various precautions for its placement, he placed the west edge stone, erased the small magic circle, and instruct others to place bollards at the location. In fact, in the process of Lin improving the magic tower, not all improvements can achieve the expected results, or have significant performance improvements. But he did not deliberately erase those failed transformations. Firstly, the paint to carve the magic circle costs money, and the medicine to wash it away also costs money. Secondly, These failed works are just less effective or not as good as expected. If it will have a negative impact, of course, it should be corrected as soon as possible. The erased magic circle belongs to this type. But others didn't know this and all exclaimed. Lin said casually, "This magic circle is only used for remote casting. There are several similar formations on the top of the tower. And this one is not missing. And I can't use so many magics at the same time. So there is no difference in erasing it. To be honest, everyone can't understand it. So naturally they can't understand it either." Everyone was confused about the instructions from the tower master. In the confusion of his mind, he placed the bollard firmly on the edge stone, and then used magic to connect the two almost into one body. At this time, there will naturally be disciples of the master who skillfully re-engage the energy channels and make the bollards truly become part of the magic tower. After just a few moves, everyone was blinded again. The lowest level material can connect one energy channel, the middle level material can connect two, and the high-level material like star copper can connect 4 to 6. This is of course related to the speed at which the airship recharges. So the more the merrier. But what should we do when there are more than 10 energy channels waiting to be linked? You can't just connect the required amount and leave the rest interrupted. The energy channel of the magic tower must form a loop to be effective. If there is a breakpoint, there will be countless disadvantages. And the worst case scenario may even cause an explosion. But you can't go around it directly. The direction of each magic pattern has its own reason and cannot be bent or turned at will. It cannot be fully connected. If materials such as bollards and mooring cables cannot bear the load, it may become an explosive airship. Since my teacher is still struggling, it is of no use. After asking about the situation, the tower owner casually drew several small magic arrays on the bottom of the cylinder to simplify the energy channels, reducing them to 6 inputs and then simplifying them to complex ones, outputting the original number. Is this possible? An assistant magician looked at the tower master's essay and asked with some worry. Let's give it a try. If something goes wrong with the airship, there should be warning signs. So just interrupt the connection then. It won't explode without any warning. The magic circle that Lin drew casually was the most interesting discovery he made while studying the magic tower. The mana power that each magic energy channel can transmit is the same, and it will not differ due to the depth and thickness of the markings. In other words, if a magic circle wants to exert greater power, it must input more energy, which requires more energy channel links. However, the amount and characteristics of the mana transmitted through energy channels can be changed. Just like electricity on Earth, it can be filtered and transformed. However, Lin did not dare to guarantee whether the bollards were suitable for charging airships, because a lot of knowledge about the lost world and the Earth seemed to be similar. But they are not exactly the same. Therefore, everything is still subject to experimental results. In desperation, the airship dropped the mooring cable and tied it firmly to the bollard. The light cyan light also extended towards the airship along with the cable, and the energy symbolizing the magic tower began to flow into the airship. People on the boat and on the top of the tower were paying careful attention to the connection. If there was anything wrong, they would untie it in the shortest possible time. Time passes and things seem normal. When they received the reward from the airship, the mana power contained in the secondary energy pool was slowly rising, and everyone at the top of the tower breathed a sigh of relief. After Lin Zai exchanged a few words with the captain, he returned to the core room and closed the energy channel to appear. He was finally able to regain his composure and no longer be disturbed. But at the same time, another debate on the airship also began. In the largest cabin, except for the seats for the 3 presidents, the rest of the space was full of people standing. Everyone takes turns reporting what they just saw. If Lin were present, he would summarize everyone's feedback as the most common situation encountered by Taiwanese students learning English. That is, they can recognize all 26 letters from A to Z, but they cannot recognize them together. The magicians who came with the airship were all the best in each branch. Their extensive knowledge is beyond the comparison of ordinary magicians. Of course, they recognized a lot of the magic circles drawn by Lin. However, no one can tell what kind of effect will be produced when so many magic arrays are arranged and overlapped. So, Galato, the president of Kadi's district chapter, looked at everyone and asked, "We are going to launch an attack on the Tower of the Great Sage according to the original plan." "No, that's not the original plan. It was just one of the backup plans after the tower owner rejected our proposal. It's just one of the backup plans, not the only backup plan." President of the Newton district chapter, Rashidai, did not hesitate, retorted,
Griotto stared at someone sharply and said,
The implication is that you are against the attack. Yes. I object. If you insist on attacking, please allow my men to leave first.
Rashidia was not afraid of the threatening gaze of his fellow president. In terms of strength, on the airship, the number of magicians in Kadi's district and Noonan district is about 5 or 5. And no one is afraid of the other. The key party is the people in the Leon district who, in addition to an equal number of magicians, also have control of the airship. So both parties turned to look at the president of the Leon district chapter, Jose Carlos. Galato even asked,
What do you mean? President Carlos?
Chapter 47 Secret Discussion. To be fair, Jose Carlos agrees with Rashidia. What can be obtained through negotiation does not necessarily require the use of force. However, his wife was Galato's biological sister, and the other party promised a huge benefit in the distribution of the spoils afterwards. So he was in a bit of trouble. And from the bottom of his heart, he didn't think that this airship built with a lot of money would lose to a magic tower. The airship's flexibility meant that the magic tower could only be beaten passively. Although the light bomb attack array of the Tower of the Great Sage is an attack magic suitable for land and air, it is extremely difficult to hit a flying airship. To fight enemies in the air, you can only use wide-range attack magic such as Thunder Net or Sea of Fire to be effective. As long as the enemy is swept to the tail by the magic attack, causing damage, after 2, 3 or several times, it will always fall to the ground due to injury or fatigue, and then it will be at the mercy of others. Many tactics for attacking flying monsters are arranged in this way. And the advantage of airships over flying monsters is that airships are more resistant to beating. However, all these thoughts became less confident after seeing the magic patterns displayed on the Tower of the Great Sage. Jose Carlos looked at his subordinate, a magician who was good at building magic towers, and was also the captain of an airship, and asked,
Master, what do you think the chances of winning are in a fight between the Tower of the Great Sage and the Gossbottom?
I'm sorry, President. I can't estimate. Even if we use all our cards, the magic formation of that tower has been changed to the extent that I can't understand it. So it's difficult to compare.
The casualties suffered by the Kadi's district chapter can only be regarded as a foolish act motivated by profit. The biggest mistake was that they were killed in a counterattack, and now they have no righteousness to retaliate. If you help sanction yourself, it will be easy and it will be good to get some benefits, but if you have to pay a big price, then whether the small profits you get are enough to make up for the losses is a big question.
So it was Jose Carlos's turn to be troubled.
Teacher, can you tell what level the owner of this feather belongs to?
The one who broke the silence was the great magician Juan Javier, Jose Carlos's protege, who had just walked through the door. One of the most famous genius magicians in the southwestern peninsula of the mainland. Not only did he obtain the qualification of a formal magician at a very young age, he was also awarded the title of Great Magician in his 30s, and was recognized by the 4 Southwest districts at the same time. And he is also recognized by everyone. If he is willing to travel around the world, he is the man most likely to obtain the title of Dharma Saint. Jose Carlos was also baffled by the sudden question from his protege. He was just about to curse, but his eyes lit up when he saw the feather in front of him. And he praised,
This is a very beautiful and complete wing feather. And the owner of the feather is not an ordinary monster.
Playing with the brown and black wing feathers that are about as long as the forearm. It was full of life. And it didn't look like it was picked up because it fell off due to molting. Moreover, the magical aura it contains is so great that the original owner of the feather should be a very powerful flying monster. Jose Carlos put the feathers back on the table. He wanted to end it and bring the topic back to the original place. But Juan continued,
This is what my students exchanged with the Tower Master's apprentice. I heard from my students that they have baskets of the same feathers. It is said that when the Tower Master's apprentice went to the Shijia District Branch headquarters, the Tower Master knocked it down. The monsters that attacked the magic tower were collected. So,
Jose Carlos' tone became stern. He also began to feel that he was very inappropriate as a student when he talked about such trivial matters in formal occasions.
I heard that in the Dodorian Mountains in Noonan District, there was a wave of war between warcraft and monsters. The reason was that the king who was originally guarding disappeared. There was a 4-winged eagle among them.
Everyone originally frowned and felt displeased because of Juan Javier's interruption. After 2 seemingly unrelated pieces of news were brought up at the same time, everyone still frowned. But all looked at the feathers on the table. One put his hands on the table and asked his teacher again. Said,
Is it possible that this is the king's wing feathers? This is unlikely. Of course, I don't think it is possible.
One sat down on the table unceremoniously, picked up the feather and played with it, and said at the same time,
But teacher, no matter whether the owner of this feather is a king or not, you can be sure that it is a flying monster that is not weak. This magic tower can defeat such a monster. So does our airship still have an advantage? Maybe.
Jose Carlos started guiltily, but could not continue.
If you really decide to attack the tower, throw me overboard first. You? Think about it. There was a team of inspectors in front of me, and they thought it was just a rookie tower master. So it should be nothing. In the end, 3 great magicians plus 2 magicians were gone. Now that I see you, I also want to take a gamble. The airship will not lose. If the bet is wrong, there will be 18 great magicians, 45 magicians, and a bunch of apprentices. Look, the people you brought on board are all your confidants. If everything is gone at once, do you expect those unimproved people outside who are not qualified to take the boat? So why not put me down on the boat? If you have any chance, I can take care of your wife and your granddaughter. Get out!
Jose Carlos blew his beard and glared angrily. There is a big age gap between this young disciple and me. But he has no respect for the elderly or the virtuous at all. He spoke straightforwardly and plainly, especially when he tried to trick his granddaughter into thinking. She had the idea of strangling him several times. But looking at the disciple's back as he left, he called out again.
Juan. Yes. Teacher. What's the matter? If you want to explain the funeral arrangements, I only want the ring on the middle finger of your right hand. I don't want anything else. Leave it to others. What a beautiful thought. You? I want to ask your student. That girl. What did she say? I want to get off the boat. That's all she said.
Regarding a celebrity like Juan Javier, all kinds of news will naturally attract attention. The most eye-catching thing, apart from having scandals with countless beauties, is that he once declared that he did not care about the meager subsidy from the association and decided not to accept an apprentice in his life to hinder him. Among a group of magicians who regard inheritance as their destiny, such a rebellious declaration is still eye-catching. This was indeed the case 10 years after he became an official magician. Until more than a year ago, he accepted a girl in her early 10 years as a disciple. But Xiao Xiao shocked the magical world. Some people rumored that it was his illegitimate daughter who was living abroad. Others said that he had awakened some strange sexual fetishes. But in the ears of the higher-ups, what they heard was another rumor, that the girl had an extremely rare gift of prophecy, which was why this conceited genius took exception. Although all rumors have never been confirmed, people with a high enough level believe in the prophecy talent. As Juan Javier's teacher, Jose Carlos should also be an insider. He asked such a question on this occasion, which undoubtedly proved the truth of the rumors. It also makes people pay more attention to student Juan's answer. After answering his teacher's question, Juan smiled at everyone and left. Just before the door opened, he squeezed through the crowd and ran back to the table. He took back the rare wing feather and said, I managed to snatch this from my student. It will help me with my subsequent research. I won't leave it to you. Teacher, get out of here. You? Copy that. I'm ordered to get out. After a while of making jokes, everyone's mood calmed down a lot, and they were no longer so stiff. In fact, everyone has made a decision in their minds as to whether to fight or not. After waiting for his students to leave the cabin, Jose Carlos put on a troubled expression and said to Griotto, I'm sorry, my friend. I may not be able to help you this time. After all, the stakes are too high for the Leon District chapter. If so, there's nothing wrong with fighting with you. Is there really no need to discuss? We can get all the benefits we want. Right. It's not worthwhile to gamble just for that one breath. I see. Gelato was the first to lead everyone from the Cadiz district to leave, followed by the people from the Noonan district. The remaining people in Leon district did not relax and chat, but performed a huge water mirror technique, followed by the Charles calling technique. It is used to contact the decision-making members of the Lion District Affiliated Chamber of Commerce, who have already gathered at the Lion District headquarters under notice. Because the airship is already connected to the energy pool of the Great Sage's tower, it dares to use this hugely consuming magic. It is also because what we want to discuss next is very important, and communication alone is too slow. It would be too slow to run back to the headquarters and come back after the discussion. No one knows what changes will happen as time passes. The president of Shijia district was able to sit firmly on the throne of the president for such a long time. So he certainly had a certain amount of wisdom and skills. When all the cards in the other 3 zones are exhausted, Giving the opponent too much time to react may lead to other unforeseen consequences. So it is better to discuss the opinions provided by the tower owner. Jose Carlos believes that the other two presidents should be doing the same thing. Anyway, since the Tower of the Great Sage provides energy, there is no need to restrict others from using the Charles calling technique. While in the gathering cabin of the Cadiz district chapter, Gelato first asked his subordinates to decorate the room and called other members of the Chamber of Commerce. He first entered the private cabin with a magician, closed the cabin door, and then said,
"Old Coos, you have also seen the attitude of the other two presidents. It's not that I won't help you. It's true that they don't either. I'm willing to take action. Can't you think of a way? Just let my child die in vain."
The old magician was furious, but he tried his best to lower his voice and roared hoarsely.
"First of all, those two are not my subordinates, and I have no right to order them. This airship is not mine, and I cannot command it, and you are not my superior, and have no right to order me what to do. Today I made a move the other two presidents also pulled out this airship. Do you know how much I owe you?"
"Just for your profit-minded son?
You?
Stay back. This matter ends here."
At the same time, the student outside gently knocked on the door and said,
"Teacher, everyone is already present. We are waiting for you to preside over the ceremony." "Old Coos, you heard it too. Let's go out together."
Looking at the figure who left angrily, Gelato decided to ask his disciples to keep a close eye on the old man who had lost his son. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in such a disgraceful thing. However, the person who died was his subordinate. Being silent is definitely not a good attitude, regardless of the form and content. Shijia District and the tower owner agreed to make concessions, which should be able to convince other decision-making members of the Chamber of Commerce to calm down this incident. All that's left is to discuss the bottom line that can be compromised and whether there are any benefits that you have neglected. As for the Coos family, their sacrifice will be remembered. Chapter 48: The Interests of the Tower Owner. As the appointed time approached, the Tower of the Great Sage fell silent again, except that the restaurant was crowded with people. Everyone was whispering, exchanging paper information, or making final confirmations about discussions on the forum. The three presidents sat quietly with their eyes closed, thinking about the changes that might happen next. As for Lin, he stayed in the core room on the third floor with his two apprentices, turning on the small stove to cook lunch. It's a steak and vegetable sandwiched in half with soft bread, and served with fried potato strips. All I need is another carbonated drink. What does it look like? That's right. Burgers and fries. Long live junk food. Linda admired from the bottom of his heart. Heavy saltiness and fried food are two major factors that stimulate human appetite. In some countries on Earth, criticism is so serious. In the final analysis, it is just those who are qualified to speak out who cannot get used to it. Just as he was enjoying his hamburger, the mirror energy pool suddenly changed, showing the old face of President Chung Wei-Eaton again. Lin, who was biting into a hamburger, was caught in action and was frightened to stop. There was a moment of embarrassment between the two parties. In the end, Lin pretended to be calm and swallowed the rest of the burger before saying,
"Mr. President, you're late." "Yeah, I originally wanted to scare another group of people. Please wait a moment. I will transfer the screen to the other three presidents. Please."
Lin appeared in the restaurant, making the scene quiet, in front of everyone's attention. He used the water mirror technique to enlarge President Chung Wei-Eaton's video onto the blank wall.
"Good day, everyone."
Chung Wei-Eaton took the lead in greeting everyone. The seating arrangement of the three presidents is different from yesterday. Originally, the three presidents and the tower master were sitting facing each other, and the water mirror in the video was on the side of everyone. Now Lin is no longer the protagonist, so he gave up his seat and replaced the presidents with the video mirror, while he stood next to them, except for the secretary sitting next to the presidents. The other three groups of people stood clearly behind their respective presidents. Many of them had higher status than Lin, so he did not dare to sit down casually on such an occasion. After the two sides exchanged a few greetings, they went straight to the point and started a new round of confrontation. All this made Lin, a spectator, feel so boring. Think about the political commentary programs that looked like scolding on the street, the Congress Hall that looked like a boxing ring, or the movie and drama programs like Zhuge Liang's verbal battle with Jiandong when we were on Earth. People who have been baptized by these things really don't think that the business between magicians. What does negotiation feel like? The trash talk in WWA is more exciting and has many tricks. It's a pity that these legal men don't have such self-awareness, but are obsessed with every word and every sentence of the contract. It was as if he regarded the other party as a devil or devil. And as long as one word was exposed, his soul would be on the line. So he argued with all his heart and force. The three presidents slapped the table several times and cursed, which made Lin frightened. Fortunately, the furniture made by the two girls was strong enough. It was also fortunate that the three of them were magicians, and did not have the power to use it at this time. If it were a muscle stick, the table might have fallen apart long ago. Resisting the urge to take a nap, Lin began to wonder again, thinking and reviewing the previous research results to see if there was anything that could be improved. Something doesn't seem right? Realizing that he was the center of attention again, Lin couldn't help but think about what had happened just now that made people look at him. However, in order to solve the embarrassment of the tower owner's unclear explanation, Chung Wheaton coughed and said, "Sir, the negotiation just came to the end, and it was mentioned that the Shijia district branch paid a price of 10,000 gold for the mall system. So, how much should it cost to build 3 branches of the mall?" "Oh, this is it," Lin said without thinking. "It was originally agreed that this system would be sold to the Shijia district chapter. I will no longer claim any rights or secondary sales. It is up to the president to decide how to deal with it. The establishment of the mall system was, after all, yours. How can the association bypass you and decide how to deal with it alone?" Wow, what a conscience. If we were on Earth at that time, no one would take other people's things and sell them themselves, and the money would not be distributed at all. It's my credit for the good name to sell it. Without me, your stuff would have rotted in your hands. However, Lin also understood that the old fox, President Chung Wheaton, would emphasize so much because he wanted to use his own hands to kill the other 3 districts. As long as you insist on the same bar KIR price, the Shijia district branch will not be able to do it without any price, which is equivalent to peeling off 2 layers of skin from a cow. Of course, it is not ruled out that the president just wants to take care of himself. After all, this system is completed by himself, and it cannot be justified by bypassing the interests of the creator. Perhaps he also wanted to drag himself into the water and show that he and the Shijia district branch were on the same side. However, Lin still maintained his original idea and expressed his little thoughts at the same time. At the beginning, we agreed with President Eaton that the mall system was to be sold to the Shijia branch as a commodity. So what the president wants to do with the items belonging to the branch is of course the branch's power. However, the other 3 presidents want to, if the mall system goes online, it will be impossible to bypass me. Some people questioned, some despised, and some sneered. With all the world in sight, Lin continued nonchalantly. If the system wants to go online, it's not like a browser. You can just copy it and use it. It must be legal. Domain name, which requires the establishment of a domain name server. A web server is also required to support the pages of the mall system, even if these are not planned to be built by each branch, but are sent to the computerized energy pool of the Shijia district branch. It is still possible. It is necessary to change the domain name of the mall system so as not to conflict with the established Shijia district mall. Glancing at everyone was stunned. But Lin just smiled and said, "These modifications are actually recorded in the documentation. If you already understand the rules of these modifications, of course each branch can just copy the original mall system of the Shijia district branch, and then go back and modify it and go online. If it is none of my business, then it is reasonable to charge some cost." Seeing some people's expressions of disapproval, Lin also shrugged and said, "In my opinion, this thing must be put online as soon as possible after returning to have its value. After all, there will be a lot of friction between reality and the mall. There is work to be done, so it is up to me to plan and ensure the normal use of the system. After all, those things are all designed by me. If you don't care about this kind of thing, then use the original mall system and explore it yourself. Of course, if you correct the mistake, it has nothing to do with me, so you don't need to pay any compensation. In fact, except for the mall, which is not circulated outside, the browser, domain name server, and web server are things that have been announced long ago. It is not ruled out that there are already other owners of magic towers, or experts who can use the energy pool of the magic tower, who have studied the set rules and set up their own forum. As for the setting rules, they are all very similar. It just depends on whether the architect can change their mind. The smart people in the lost world are actually not bad at all. Lin has no idea how long this exclusive knowledge can last. But after all, commercial use is completely different from research and experimental use. Just like in the global society, some companies would rather purchase mature and reliable technologies from external sources for trivial matters that are not related to their main industry, rather than cultivating talents from scratch themselves. Of course, if a company is willing to sacrifice the cost, it is not impossible to cultivate it from scratch. It depends on the choice of the business owner. Here, it depends on the choices of several presidents. But before the three presidents could get entangled, Chung Wheaton laughed a few times and said, "As the tower owner said, the mall system is not like a browser. You can use the original magic stone after you take it back. It still needs a lot of modifications. It opens successfully on the browser. How about this? The three friends don't have to worry. Each system is still the same bar KIR. I will share half of it. That is 5,000 gold as the modification reward for the tower owner. You must be able to use it immediately after taking it back. Do you agree?" Even though they knew that the old man on the screen had taken advantage of him, the president still had to smile and thank him. As for the setting issues that the tower master just mentioned, in fact, various branches are also studying them, but there are not many people who really understand them. In other words, if the mall system in each district wants to go online as quickly as possible, the tower owner must personally take action. So everyone still agreed to the plan. The remaining trivial discussions are still ongoing. But it is no longer the person at the president level who will come forward. Instead, after the secretaries of each party record the matters to be determined, it is planned to send representatives from each district to confirm the details of the second round. Lin also left the meeting first under the instruction of President Chung Wheaton, directly in the Tower of the Great Sage, make corrections to the mall's original system, including the domain name server and web server that should be established jointly. After that, it will be handed over directly to the three presidents, so that they can build their own shopping malls immediately after returning. Speaking of which, this transaction model of delivering goods first and collecting payment later was the first time Lin had seen it in the Lost World. However, President Eaton was not afraid of others defaulting on their debts, and the other three presidents did not have the shame to default on their debts. At their level, credit and face are much more valuable than money. So this transaction went smoothly, and the payment will be delivered later. But that was a matter between branches. Lin, the tower master, was only responsible to President Chung Wheaton of Shijia District Branch. He had no intention of giving up this thick thigh. But what made Lin most unhappy was that when the three branches thought of sending people to secretly learn and modify the set rules, the magicians who knocked on the door of the core room on the third floor received answers that had already been modified. For those who could steal bar KIR from every branch so easily, this group of young magicians would look bad if there were vague complaints echoing in their ears, and the vitriolic words never stopped for a moment. This group of people did not restrain themselves. Instead, they seemed to deliberately let the tower master hear them. But they were not blatantly accusing them. How long does it take to type a few words for the profile content? How long will it take to do the same process 3 times? Lin could pretend to be there for 3 days and 3 nights. But now, he wanted to send these plague gods away as soon as possible. Although a boatload of people did not cause any damage in the tower, receiving them took up most of his time. Not to mention that some people come to ask questions that don't make sense. For that kind of common sense, if one person asks it, the answer is the same. And if 2 people ask it, the answer is the same. When a group of people come to ask the same thing one after another, it is already a matter of not falling out. Very restrained. Chapter 49: The Great Use of Remuneration. Finally, a boatload of people were sent away. In a place where there are many people, and it is not of my interest, I really feel uncomfortable staying there for any longer. The 2 young apprentices were cleaning up the mess in the tower, and Lin had just finished a simple dinner and sat back in front of the console, groping around in confusion, not knowing what to do. Things kept being interrupted. His emotions couldn't be coherent, and Lin was in a daze. It is still raining outside. According to the weather forecast of astrologers, this rain will continue for about 10 days, so it is naturally impossible to observe the starry sky. Furthermore, the drawing of the plane star map has also been completed to a certain extent. The next step is to determine the relative positions of the stars in the universe. This is not something that can be achieved by simply observing the stars. The idle tower master was trying to recall where his original research had been when the Mercury mirror energy pool suddenly changed, and President Chung Wheaton appeared again. There was nothing embarrassing about being bumped into this time.
But Lin hated the old man's bad habits with an itch. Should we put aside our scruples and really make something like instant messaging or QQ? So that the great fear of being unable to read back can also come to the world of Lost World?
Mr. President.
Hateful. Lin stood up and greeted him respectfully.
Sir Tripwood. This time, thanks to you, those three appeared at the same time. To be honest, I couldn't handle it. A happy ending is the best result.
Lin fully agreed with the president's words. If the other party is tough, just fight back. If you can't win, then give in. But the other party is soft. It's really not easy to stick to your point of view. And there are three presidents coming together. That big battle almost scared Lin to the point of peeing. The president continued.
The main reason for contacting you is to learn more about it. You mentioned the issue of the integration of the malls in the 4 districts. Because there were so many people before, it was not convenient for me to ask in detail. So I took advantage of this free time to come. Disturb you.
Old man, you are free. But I may not be free. Lin, who really wanted to answer this way, actually expressed his thoughts obediently. In fact, the idea is not difficult. It's just that as a mall user, you have to think about some functions that will bring convenience to you, and then as a system designer, you have to think about how to implement this function. But what I can mention is system-related things. The handling of specific affairs must be coordinated and integrated within the Chamber of Commerce. Meddling too much can make people annoying. But these bosses are not so considerate of their employees. Just before the discussion came to an end and the video contact was about to be closed after seeing the president's character, Lin decided to express the idea he had been thinking about for a long time.
President Eaton, regarding the other 3 district chapters, the remuneration will be handed over to me in the end. Oh, after they send the money, they will send your part to the Tower of the Great Sage as soon as possible. Or if you need it urgently, I can also use the funds of this association first. It's not an urgent need, President. It's about the money. I have an idea. I wonder if I can ask the president for help. Well, please tell me. I wonder if the president still remembers magician Charlie Richard. I remember that Richard has been dead for several years. Could it be that you are too? Yes. My mentor is the magician Charlie Richard. In the last few years of the teacher's life, I was lucky enough to become one of his apprentices. Later, although the teacher died of illness, I had not yet become an official magician. It is only through our long-term apprenticeship training policy that we have achieved such success today.
Charlie Richard can be said to be a special figure in the Xijia district chapter. Lin Yong said that he came from the earth, which means that this is a man with the character of a virgin. And Confucius,
teaching without distinction, teaching students in accordance with their aptitude.
He achieved the first 4 words. This is a very rare behavior in the lost world. Many apprentices with low talents and no magician willing to guide them can get the opportunity to learn from Richard. It is precisely because of this that he has a large number of apprentices, and the resources that each one can get are scarce. But it is better than not getting any opportunities. Lin, who had just traveled to the lost land, would have been cold if he hadn't met such a holy lady. Although a few years later, the old man passed away due to age and illness. But those who have stepped into the magical world have relied on their own understanding and hard work, as well as doing jobs that others find troublesome, and have managed to survive today. Charlie Richard had no children, and his only old wife passed away a few years before him. Such an old man spent his whole life trying his best to gather the resources needed by the apprentices and answer everyone's questions about knowledge. Then he finished his life alone and was buried in the loess. And his behavior, that was criticized as stupid, certainly had no successors. Or it should be said that it's not that no one learned what he did and put it into practice. It's just that no one was as philanthropic as he was and gave his all. Speaking of his mentor, Lin certainly wanted to do something while he had some spare time. He said, I want to use the part of the remuneration allocated to me by the other 3 districts to establish a Richard Foundation. Richard Fund? The name was understandable, but the word fund behind it puzzled Chung Woo-Eaton. The fund can be regarded as an independent capital account, with independent and standardized purposes, and will not be misappropriated for other purposes. The original idea of this money actually originated from the Adventurers Guild's rescue of villages in remote areas. And before there was a forum, when villages and towns were attacked by groups of monsters, or invaded and plundered by uncivilized Homo sapiens, news often spread, and by the time the dispatch personnel arrived, the village had already been wiped out. After the forum, the situation has improved, but not all villages in remote areas have a magic stone that can open the forum system.
let alone know how to use it. What do the tower masters think? The association will take the lead in spreading the forum magic stones to every village and town. But doing this simply allows ordinary people to have a channel to quickly seek help. And it is not in line with the principle of maximizing interests. And I thought Teacher Richard's wishes to say that maybe we can publish the introductory learning methods of magic apprentices on the forum and let the villagers learn. If someone can learn by themselves, I believe the magic world will open its door to accept this. Talent.
You must know that the biggest enemy that magicians face in inheritance is not the rejection of secular nobles, but the competition for talents from various gods and churches. People with magical talents are one among 1,000. Of course, there are good and bad among them, but they are all talented. In addition, people who do not even have the qualifications to touch the magical world will of course find it difficult to enter the magical world. The Church of God is completely different. People with magical talents will be able to perform divine spells, if they are pious enough. They can also receive divine spells several times a day, if they do not have magical talents. They can be trained to become guardian warriors, even if they are not good at civil and military skills. They can still farm, or work for the church. It's giving money. It can be said that the Church of God can make the best use of all kinds of people. Therefore, they will be more active in contacting ordinary people. And the more people they contact, of course, there will be relatively more talents with magical talents. But they have all been absorbed into the church. Therefore, secular nobles are more disgusted with the power of the church than magicians. The same goes for magicians. Because those who join the church and have talents may also study magic. But after all, they cannot be counted in the magic system. In order to fight against the church's talent grab, the Magicians Association has been tasked with discovering apprentices for many years. Unfortunately, you have to find someone with magical talents and willing to join the magical world in order to be rewarded. If such a person cannot be found, then no matter how much effort it takes to find a magician, it will be in vain. Therefore, most magicians are not very active in the task of discovering talents. The biggest sources of new apprentices are mostly wealthy businessmen with ideas or aristocratic families that have inherited magic for a long time. Lin's proposal is undoubtedly a new way to discover talents. Chung Wei-Duan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Lin continued, to distribute forum magic stones to every village and teach how to use them. Manpower is needed. Manpower is also needed to bring back people who can learn magic by themselves. I know many new magicians. It is not suitable for combat-type tasks. But if the task of imparting knowledge or bringing back apprentices can be paid, I believe that many people will be willing to do it. And the reward will be paid by the Richard Foundation. Chung Wei-Duan was very excited after hearing this. But Lin did not stop and continued to talk about his thoughts. When these apprentices gather in the headquarters, maybe not all of them can be accepted by the magician. Then those people can be centralized and managed. And regular magicians can be invited to give them lessons and guidance and answer their questions on a regular basis. Just like Mr. Charlie Richard in the past, it's just that the magician who teaches does not need to be fixed. And he does not need to accept all the remaining apprentices as his students. Just as he comes for the reward. Of course, the expenses required will be borne by the Richard Foundation. As for the management of these apprentices and the resources provided, I think it should be very reasonable based on what Teacher Richard did. It sounds like a very bright future. But Chung Wei-Eden is not a young man who can stop his hunger just by seeing the painted cake. He immediately thought of a question, rubbed his beard, and said, this kind of plan is very good. But in the mall systems of the other 3 districts, although the reward that belongs to you is a lot, it will always be used up one day. Have you ever thought about such a question? Yes, I know this. So I am willing to invest the future sales share of the browser into the Richard Fund. This fund will also accept donations from others. But in the accounts, income and expenses must be open and detailed. But to achieve this level, there must be people who manage the fund, or organizations. Of course, these people will also be paid, just like they will be paid out of the fund. It sounds like your ideas are quite mature. So what do you want the association to help you with? Chapter 50 Financial Concerns. I hope that this matter can all be organized by the association, and the manager of the fund will also be recommended by the president. Oh, you won't take charge of it yourself? Lin smiled awkwardly and said, just by distributing forum magic stones to each village. Using my own name, I will probably be disturbed by those nobles. If the association came forward, there should not be such a problem. Besides, I am more interested in staying in the tower to do research. I am unable to manage such a large amount of affairs, so I can only ask the president. in the southwestern peninsula of the mainland. The individual strength of the 4 major regional chapters is indeed greater than that of any other country. As the master of a tower, it is taboo to extend his power beyond the fixed territory of 10 kilometers. But if the branch comes forward, no country will dare to say anything. Therefore, Chung Wei-Eaton agreed with Lin's reasons. After thinking about the pros and cons for a while, he said,
"In this case, I recommend my student Shurian as the manager of this fund. He is the magician who sent back your 2 apprentices and goods with the convoy last time. How about this? Magic Ion is a very safe candidate. I have no objections."
Lin complained in his heart that he had already recommended his own students. So how could anyone have any objections? Thinking back to the young man I saw before, the old man would keep him by his side. But he would be sent on some errands. I guess he had trust. But his ability was slightly lacking. Fortunately, this matter of the fund is relatively simple, and there are no worries about casualties. It does not require any special ability. And it is okay if it is safe. As for the money being used in other people's hands, will it be manipulated by someone else? Lin did not intend to delve into this issue. It was originally used as protection money. You must know that the economic scale of the Lost World is still based on barter. In particular, the Southwest Peninsula broke away from the barbarism, and the rise of civilization only happened in the past 200 or 300 years, which is no better than those areas that have inherited civilization for a long time. When the economy is smaller, there is certainly less demand for money circulation, and Lin Dongran earns tens of thousands of gold coins. What does this mean? The money taxes paid by many nobles in the Southwest Peninsula may not amount to this amount even if they are added up over several years. Even some kingdoms' annual taxes are much lower. The words, "wealthy and incomparable," were placed on the tower owner of the Great Sage's tower. That was a well-deserved title. But at the same time, he was also remembered. Even if the Shijia District branch of the Magician Association, the leader of the 4 giants in the Southwest Peninsula, has to pay Lin's full remuneration in one go, it may affect the branch's capital turnover. Therefore, whether it is the president or the manager of the affiliated Chamber of Commerce, they are constantly promoting things to the tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage. As a result, Lin bought a lot of flashy items. There is no way. Who knows that my research topic cannot be solved by spending money to buy a lot of materials? Mages in the mysterious world conduct research using exhaustive methods, without scientific methods such as statistics or induction. So they are very short of funds to purchase enough experimental materials. But Lin just stared at the stars and calculated. Strictly speaking, his research can continue as long as he has a bite to eat. The progress of the computerization of the magic tower has not yet reached its limit. When nature is not like the Earth, you have to think of ways to get your boss to upgrade computer hardware to increase computing efficiency. With the previous income, Lin Du entrusted the Chamber of Commerce to start collecting materials to build the 3rd and 4th meditation rooms. This time there is another big profit. If you don't spend it quickly, many people may not feel at ease, including Lin himself. I'm not afraid of thieves. I'm just afraid of the jealousy of those high-level officials. These reasons are also the reasons why Lin no longer makes any other achievements in the application. The money you earn from a browser plus a forum has already put you in a critical situation. If you want to study the mail system, instant messaging, message board, or even play with it in Windows, that's not crazy. If there was no charge to write these applications for people to use, Lin would have no motivation to complete these complex tasks. Of all the applications, which one is simpler than the forum? As for those who work for free, I am not a saint who traveled through time to benefit the lost world, so I cannot commit such self-inflicted abuse. What's more, which of those applications was not completed by a team, but by one person? The liver is too healthy? Anyway, the natives of Midi don't know what else is in their minds, so naturally no one will knock on the bowl and kneel down to beg. Just pretend they don't know. Regarding the details of the fun matter, Lin discussed with Chung Wei-Eaton for a while, but on a whim, he said with emotion,
"Originally, I wanted to give Mr. Charlie Richard the title of Great Magician. In this case, the name of the fund can be Richard Richards Great Magician Fund, which sounds like it will be important. It's quite sufficient. It's just that although the title of Great Magician is awarded to those with high strength and great merit, only the powerful have won this honor for a long time. There is no question of what level of merit one has to achieve to get the title of Great Magician. A conclusion. I don't know where to start." Lin's unintentional sigh had a different meaning in the ears of the old man Chung Wei-Yiton. Just like the proverb of the Xia Kingdom on Earth, when a man dies, he leaves his name. And when a tiger dies, he leaves his skin. When people reach a certain age, they will think about what they want to leave to future generations. Not only to leave a legacy, but also to leave a name. Little brother Richard has a good student, Chung Wei-do, inside in his heart. As long as Richard the Great Magician Fund is successfully established and still in operation, someone will inevitably ask the question, who is Richard? In this way, people will always remember him. As for Chung Wei-do, it will only be replaced by a certain president in a few years. Little brother Tripwood, you don't mind if I call you this? Although only those in the church can do this. It is unprecedented for magicians, but the establishment of the fund is also unprecedented. So I will try my best to facilitate this matter. Just wait for the good news. Unexpectedly, due to his unintentional emotion, his status was raised to the level of little brother in one fell swoop. Lin was flattered. He quickly stood up, saluted, and said, I've already caused all the trouble. The old man nodded, said no more, and cut off the communication. After finally ending his worries this time, Lin was not in the mood to regain his research mood after being interrupted several times. Plus, he had been feeling a little confused recently, although the goal is clear, which is to find the way home from the stars. There are so many things to do, and it feels like I don't know how to proceed. Feeling that he was in a bottleneck period, Lin simply put aside all research and random thoughts, and prepared to concentrate on an upcoming astronomical event. The 6 stars in a row. That is the day when the 6 planets in the star system where MIDI is located are aligned in a straight line. It is said that they are connected in a line. In fact, it is not a straight line connecting the 6 planets, but an angle. Taking the MIDI star and the Sun star, the sun of the MIDI world, as a line, the other planets will form an angle with the baseline after they are also connected to the Sun star. This is because the orbit of each planet is not on the same plane, but slightly tilted. The so-called planetary conjunction means that all the planets move to the same side of the Sun and converge in a sector-shaped area with a small angle. Ignoring the angle factor and assuming that all planetary orbits are in the same plane. According to Lin's calculations, the 6-star cycle will occur approximately once every 8.5 years. However, considering the angle value, it must be limited to a small angle, which means that when observed with the naked eye, there will be overlap, not just staggering. According to calculations, the time will be stretched to 122 years. About. If Lin's observations and calculations are correct, this year's 6-star astronomical event will also have a lunar eclipse. In other words, among the 2 moons, Nana, which rises in the east and sets in the west like the sun, will join the 6-star continuum and become a rather strange 6 plus 2-star liaison, 6 planets. Add 2 satellites. Another satellite participating in the connection is the Gudalana month, which has a constant position in the sky, referred to as the Guyue. According to Lin's understanding, the revolution speed of the ancient moon is synchronized with the rotation of the lost land. Such rapid movement causes the phenomenon observed on the surface of the Earth. That is, the ancient moon always hangs in the same position in the sky without any change. The southern moon's revolution speed is similar to that of the Earth's moon, and it falls in about 20 days, while the ancient moon is synchronized with the lost Earth. The positions of these 2 moons, plus the positions of 5 other planets, are what astrologers rely on to predict climate. However, the use of the words, climate prediction, here does not accurately describe the results of astrologers. The climate is of course one of the key concerns of everyone, but the predicted results also include increased production of certain species, easier pregnancy, locust disasters, flooding of rivers, everyone's temper, and prone to war. All these are very unscientific. Prophecy. When he first came to the world of Lost World, Lin scoffed at the astrologer's predictions. But during a certain twin week, he witnessed an egg hatching 2 chicks, during a certain sunny week with frequent thunderstorms. He listened to the occasional drought thunder for a week, and Lin was convinced that he was in a completely indifferent place, a magical world of reason. Now this astronomical event is regarded by Lin as an opportunity to verify whether his astronomical calculations are correct. What needs to be verified is, of course, a magic tower that is computerized to a certain extent, including whether the design of the program is correct, and whether the functions used for calculation are error-free. If even the predictions inside the star system are calculated incorrectly, then there is no need to consider the entire galaxy or even the universe. As for calculating by hand, that was not considered from the beginning. Another reason that made him want to verify like this was the planetary wall in the restaurant on the first floor of the Tower of the Great Sage. It is said that it has been there since the beginning of the construction of the tower. And all planetary position changes are also based on reality, although it is only a two-dimensional version. According to the Magic Tower log, every time the 6 stars are connected, this wall will undergo special changes for a period of time. In addition to wanting to see the changes in this wall, Lin also wanted to know whether the accuracy of this 1,000-year-old star map wall was still perfect and fully consistent with the reality. If so, the principles behind this technology are worth studying, and you may be able to add it to your own tools for star exploration. Unfortunately, during one of Lin's calculations, he discovered that his calculation results were slightly different from those on the star map wall. So which one is right? Which one is wrong? And what are the reasons behind it? We will have to wait for the continuous astronomical event to come before we will know the answer.